that a little bit more peace is created among us. Because this is not about a black and white or yellow or green issue. It's about we are human issue. And these are part of things we develop to, to stay around. Just like we no longer have to rely on, the spirit flight, ability of the brain, because the bears over there start running and running fast, right? Today, where are they? Show me where they are. But we have kept this tendency to go for fear of flight. I don't know how they say it. And so we have this, cortisol done by stress, stress triggers. But back in the days, we have a stress trigger, we run, and it's all, expelled out. But today, we get triggers, and we don't know what to do with it because where do we run to? What do we do? The bear is not even here. So same thing here with God. And so when you realize there's this whole thing that is now what you understand is that this problem is not about anti-racism BS, but it is about can each one of us do the work where the work is needed, which is really inside. Can we go for this work of deprogrammation? This concept of a mindful practice of undoing the habit of bias.
And that doesn't necessarily have to do with the simple categorization of black and white. It's all kinds of biases.
It's about everything. It's about everything. And when I started on that journey, and my friend back then built this practice of undoing your habit of unconscious bias, we had all kinds of people come and say, wow, I discovered that my bias is against larger people. And I'm like, what do you mean? Well, I think it seems like I found that larger people maybe are dumb. We heard things. And you don't judge. You don't judge. And so, and you see, it's at every level. I don't know, there's been this friend, she was like, no, when I looked into the whole dating thing, I absolutely don't want to have, date the Asian men because her mind was to some stereotypes about the size of whatever. And she was like, no. But you see, once you start, because there's this whole thing of, it's a 5-step thing. Bias awareness is basically, at this level, what you're doing is you're learning to spot the biases in your culture because that's where the cultural imprint comes from. You watch this movie and you realize, just like I said, well, gee, I realized once again the black person is portrayed like the father of the movie, the Latina lady is portrayed, and you see it everywhere. Even the NPR is happening. Like you're listening to something like NPR. Can I be more? You go open that, and this gentleman is asking these two candidates. One of them is a woman, political candidate, and the other one is a man. I'm hearing him asking the lady a question that I know he's not asking the man, and he's not asking. He said, how do you balance your race with your family? Does a man not have a family? Right there, you see, it's very subtle that you see. But because now my mind is kind of trained to see things, I'm like, oh, interesting. Or like when the media just says, throws climate change issue or something, without even the choice of word. So it's pretty much everywhere. You open a book everywhere.
The interesting thing, though, in that man-woman example, is I think it's really powerful to bring that bias to the surface, but not let that lead to kind of fear and paralysis.
Right.
You should almost, that's what humor is, make fun of it, bring it to the surface, like acknowledge the fact that those things are part of the conversation. And a lot of them are, it is, it's a cultural imprint because it's part of culture. And that might be, there could be, I grew up in the Soviet Union where the gender role was stronger than in other places.
That's right.
And that's part of the culture. We have to acknowledge that this is affecting how I think. We might like how that works, but we might not. We have to acknowledge it. And not get, make it part of humor. Make fun of yourself, all that kind of stuff.
That's the thing. And so next, that's why the first step is bias awareness. So you turn yourself, oh yeah, okay, that was one. Or it's and it's in you. So we talk about you, and then from there it's like replace the bias, like bias replacement. Then it is where you practice the empathy. You're like, gee, wow, I wonder how I would feel every day I walk into the store, and the guy thinks he should be following me because maybe I might feel something because I'm black, right? Because when So this is where we had some people like this woman, like she was very quite very feminist oriented, and she had an issue with women wearing the hijab. And because for her it was like, how come you just like how come you're accepting this demeaning of yourself, not understanding everything else that comes with it. But through as she understood that she even had that bias, then she went on through all the different processes, and then eventually, when comes the next step, cultural immersion, she started going to mosque during when the Muslims are doing, their it's the holy month of fasting, and we break at night. And she started understanding very different things. And eventually happens the last step that happens naturally, making a true, real, genuine connection. And this is where friendships happen, where that's it. You guys can go home now because it has been challenged with reality and understanding. And so for me, that is what I was after. And then, but then the world was just like, we don't want to be told what happened. So, but I still reckon that it is the type of mindfulness type of practice that's going to happen, and it's one that's very internal to you. It is not that it happens everybody at their own pace. So all of this, I take it back to the racism, the question where does racism exist? Yes, it does. Is it going to stop me from doing anything I want to do? No. It's going to make it harder? No. But this is where, for anybody who is serious about making sure about fighting racism, I think the only job you have to do is to people keep their sense of self-agency, and B, can you help provide people with the tools to stand up? So this is why I have so much respect for Ben Jones. People like Ben Jones, although it is proving so many things, but people like Miss Alice Johnson, she was pardoned by President Trump through the work of people like Ben Jones and Kim Kardashian and others. They all joined forces. This is a case where people of and those folks that went on combined forces. Furthermore, no regard given to their political belongings. They said if the issue is criminal justice reform, then anybody who stands for it has to come together. And so, what they did in this situation what they're doing, criminal justice reform, in my mind, is a valid action to fight racism in my mind. Because what are you doing there? You're trying to get people out of jail who really have no business being there. And also, when you have people like Bishop Omar and the people, he passed away unfortunately, but today we have Anton Lucky, who was in jail for having killed his cousin. He had started, I think he started the gang in South Dallas. So we're talking really tough guy who was really the wrong side of the equation. And then in jail, literally, he found Plato, the game, and all that. So today, these people, I'm like, why don't we hear more about them? The urban specialists. Because these people, it's not about the anti-racism crop of Kennedy or D'Angelo as they began until the cows come home, but it is about we go where help is needed. We go in urban, inner city, black inner city neighborhoods, and block by block, we change the culture. And they say it like that. It's their words. These are African American people who have as many rights as anybody else to talk about their own culture. And they will tell you, we have to change the culture. I have some videos like that on my YouTube with Bishop Omar. What these people are doing is what we need to do. Bishop Winston says sometimes people are, their feet seem to get down on the mud. And what we have to do is to try to pull them up. And you cannot say you didn't pull them up because we're not seeing their head out there. But how much progress have they made from the bottom to where they are now? And keep going. So what I see these people doing, you see, I have so much. I love and respect Glenn Larry and company, and Ian Road and all those guys. I love them. I love a lot of things that they say. This whole concept of personal responsibility and all that. But I just think at some point it also needs to be matched up with real actions. And that's what the people like Anton Lucky urban specialists, Alice Johnson are doing. They're going where it's hard. Alice Johnson is getting people out of jail every single day, literally. And then people like Anton Lucky and his team are giving them the tools to live the gang life, to be better people, to go for a life of redemption. This is happening right now. But what I find is they're not getting the bulk of the attention. But this is anybody who's serious about this is why how I would love to see people do anti-racism is help lift people up for real. Support school choice. Support school choice. Black mamas are they know what's going on. And when they tell you we want school choice, they know what they're talking about. They're not idiots.
Especially at the local level.
Yes.
Helping them at the local level.
Yes. So help them make sure that they can take their kids out of these public schools that are doing horrendous things to them. You know, it's Virginia. Watch that movie. How could you not support black moms in this country to take their kids to safety when it comes to education? How come not? That's what I want to see happen. And not like, so, yeah, let's go to some classrooms and everybody's white, you go over here, everybody's the next thing, you go over here, and the kids, let us tell you about this. No. As a black person, I don't want to do any of that crap. Let me grow my wings. If you want, help put some fuel behind them. Let me take my flight. That's all I'm asking for. It's the only way for you to do that's the only way for you to be part of a racism battle, if that's what you think is the most important battle to go on. That's it. That's what I have to say about that. And so for me, I'm keeping my head very straight. It's about what enables black people to thrive. I don't need for you to be an activist on my behalf. No, because when you're doing that, you're doing exactly what you've been doing to us black people in Africa our whole life. I don't need the white savior complex because that's what anti-racism is. White savior complex. That stuff doesn't work. It only works to make you feel better about how superior you are to me. But it does nothing, absolutely nothing, to change my everyday life. If it is, at least on the African side, to actually even change my, turn me into somebody who's ready for handouts. So I think I would encourage people to really, those people who are really serious about wanting to be part of a solution, and I know there are many out there, for the love of God and everything that's out there, and if you're about, stop. It's about, think about what's gonna enable. Maybe the word is wrongly chosen, but you know what I'm talking about.
The people who to spread their wings.
Yes. Give a person, teach a person how to fish and don't give them a fish. When you're putting your stupid signs on the lawn with Black Lives Matter and all that crap, you're not helping. And when you're buying one more anti-racism book or as a company, finance one more DEI, if it's done along those lines, I think we've got a problem.
So you do think that the efforts of diversity, equity, and inclusion are often not effective?
Not only are they not effective, but they're also much higher, and there are reports on all of this. And at the end of the day, it makes sense. It makes sense. So for me, I am very, very glad that people have developed an enlightenment about this. Very happy about that. Very. But let us not keep going for the easy perceived solution to problems. Again, they've done this to us, the poor people of Africa. They thought the solution was to give. It does not work. And then they say, oh, we're going to do a social entrepreneurship on you. Some shoes. Buy one pair of shoes and we give one pair of shoes to some people in poor countries. And guess what happened to us? In the town where we operate in Senegal, where I have my factory, we have 2,000 little mom and pop businesses. And guess what they happen to be in this? Shoemakers. Right? So the other shoemakers, each one of them hires at least 5, 15 people. Do the math. How many businesses? Guess what happens to them the day the Tom Shoes truck shows up with a bunch of free shoes?
Yeah.
Who can compete against free? Now all of these people So then they're going to have to close their shops because who can compete against them? The stone shoes, dumping all the shoes in them. And then they go out of business. And now, instead of helping anybody, you actually sent all the kids who depended on these adults working in these places. Now they have to join the rank of kids who need to be given shoes because you took their parents' ability to make money through their wages, buying shoes. You see? So first they said, we just have to give. So that was primarily, the charity business. And you still have foreign aid business going on. So we just have to give. And then the social entrepreneurs came in place. And I'm like, the only person for which this business is good is for Dick Custody, the founder of our shoes. But other than that, I'm not sure where to see who else is winning from this. And then so today, my whole thing is we got a challenge to have a mind for the poor, but to have a mind for the lesser fortunate, maybe in this country. It is easy, and lesser fortunate is, for anybody that you feel like is being trampled upon because of something. Maybe it's because of economic circumstances, or maybe it's race, in this case, whatever. To have a heart for the lesser fortunate among us, for whatever reason, that's easy. But to have a mind for that, that's the challenge.
Let me ask you a difficult question.
Yeah.
As if we were not already asking difficult questions. The president of Senegal, Macky Sall, is also now the chair of the African Union. He met with President Vladimir Putin on June 3rd. I think primarily was to discuss food security. Africa seems to be split halfway on their perspective of the war in Ukraine. So, broadly speaking, what do you think about this? First of all, the geopolitics of Africa and the geopolitical relationship of Africa with the rest of the world and its current conflict with the war in Ukraine. What are your thoughts there?
Well, you see that many countries, when it was time to vote, some of them abstained, which in a way says something. I think for the Africans today, especially as represented by the African Union, because not all countries follow along the same lines, I feel like again we're way back. For the longest time, the West tries to tell us what to do. They decide for us. And here, there's trouble, meaning there's definitely a rift, major one, between most of the Western world, as represented by, Europe and America primarily. You have Australia and all that. And then they're saying, I think this is more or less an attempt to stand on their own as well. It's like, don't tell us what to do, as usual. You always focus in with when it makes sense for you to try to work this in, and then we're left hanging on our own. So this goes back to the sentiment we were talking about earlier. It's been challenging for me to watch this, because remember, I have one foot also, because there's what I get to see and hear from being in the Western world, but there's also what I get to see and hear from when I'm back home. So I wear all hats. And I think this is a situation where the African Union and African nations in general are saying, this is a case where almost like, you guys are fighting. Maybe for once, we have to watch it for ourselves.
There's a sense in which this is the embodiment, sort of, abstaining from vote in the war in Ukraine is a political embodiment of resistance to the influence of the West.
Right.
It's not about the war between whatever you guys are fighting.
Yes.
It's saying we're not going to let this particular empire that seems to be at the top right now, which is the United States empire in Europe, to dominate our political discourse, our geopolitical considerations. It's almost like, no, I'm not touching this.
Yeah, especially that even usually, so when they need us, again, for influence, which means more power. Oh, you guys vote the same way we do. And when it's all over and they go back to spreading, they go back to how do you say that? They go back to exchanging and sharing between themselves the goodies of their Halloween collection. We're not there when the goodies are being shared. So I think it's definitely one of those situations. But for me, it still is hard because I watch everything that's going on, and I it's going to be complicated ramifications of all of this. I would like to see our African leaders also. What they're doing is clear, but this is a place where I'm also starting to say yes and um, yes to the reasons you're investing right now. We don't want to be always citing because we're tired. We're tired of always being dragged around and taken for granted and you go that way. Come on, guys. When you need us, we're great and everything is good. And then when it's time to go and share the goodies, we don't exist anymore. And you actually go for policies that go against us. But in this situation, though, I would like to still see us do the right thing. In my case, I was not very happy to see us going and more or less begging for, you know, what do you call it, cereals. Oh, please let the cereals make it so at least we get them and we don't starve. I can understand why a president would say something like that or try to negotiate something like that. But when it comes to an African president having to do that with a non-African president, I'm sorry, but for me, it's too close to begging.
Listen, it's hard to be a leader. It's such a difficult task because, in some sense, sort of the the flip side of that is you're creating a market, a geopolitical market, saying we're willing to sit down at the table with America, with European leaders, with Russian leaders, with China, and we're going to let you guys convince us who we should collaborate with. And that's what sort of great nations and groups of nations do. Now, there's a cynical, of course, dark perspective of that because what's in that game played by leaders, the people that hurt, people of Ukraine hurt, people of Africa can hurt, people of Russia can hurt, people of China, people of the United States. But it is the way, and to earn respect, you have to earn respect. Sometimes earning respect is still suffering.
Well, but except in this case, yes, all of that in it. The reason why I'm actually upset with going and being like, oh, can you let at least the boats that are supposed to come to Africa full of cereals come over, read through all that? It's just like, look, Africa has the highest land that can to agriculture. You know, we have the largest such surface in the world. Why is this not the time for us to try to wean ourselves off of cereals that we don't necessarily have on the ground? But no, let us go and create.
Don't beg, create instead.
Create instead, exactly. This should have been, just like how the rest of the world, when COVID happened and China had to close off for different reasons and since then has not, completely reopened and people are starting to realize, wow, we've got too much, we're too dependent on China for a lot of what we need. So we're going to have to bring back some production to the US, the Europeans are doing the same, all of that. This should have been about a time for African leaders to be like, we need to be serious now about, food security. And maybe the stuff like this, maybe not water or climate necessarily, can we work on coming up with different things? Now, I understand that it can take time, but if I knew that was happening at the same time that you're saying, well, let the zeros come in, maybe I would be a little bit easier with it. But right now, I'm just like, is it going to be the same business as usual? And in this case, I'm just like, are we going to keep going from one massa to another massa? I mean, really?
The interesting aspect of all of this is if we look at all of human history, it's possible that the 21st century is defined by Africa.
It will be.
And the the young people, the huge number of young people. It's like the trajectory. There's so much possibility to define the future of human civilization in Africa. And I don't mean sort of in the next 10 years, I mean in the next 50 years. Some people are concerned about overpopulation. Some people are concerned about us dying out as human species. Both those people talk to me.
I know. I know who they are.
Yes. What's your in Africa is as at the center of this because there's a vibrant, huge number, over a billion.
Yeah, 1.3 billion people in others, 1 billion blacks.
I mean that. Where do you go?
There's a reason blacks why I say I'm haunted, but I'm obsessed, that I'm monomaniacal when it comes to the free markets, and that I have such a strong sense of urgency to the point that literally it is affecting. And it has to do with the fact that, yes, you have the youngest region on Earth in terms of the age of its population, and the growth and the rate at which it's growing, demographic-wise, I am not willing to stay there and say it's a curse for humanity. But it will be a curse for humanity if we don't make sure that these people, our youth, gets to partake. And what it takes to partake is not much. So if the rest of the world thinks that get to partake means you have to send more foreign aid, you have to have more charity businesses, charity organizations sending stuff our way, of course, you're almost thinking parasites. I'm sorry to say it this way. If this is what you're thinking, you're seeing us as no more than parasites. And if that's what it's going to be, I can see why some people might be worried about that. Although humans should never be seen as parasites, no matter. But some people will go there. Now, people are here. What are we going to do? Dispose of them? That's not an option. So the only option we have left is to make sure that people partake. And what partaking means is that people get included in them and are part of the systems that allows for human flourishing. And it doesn't, it's not. In this case, it's about can we be serious about the reforms? So we have free market zones, areas where the flourishing can start to take place. The wealth that people will need to flourish, they don't need you to give it to them. But it's all about, can I let you fly? And you will make it happen for you and also for me. Every young Africanist today, I realize how stupid the rest of the world is if they're not supporting what I'm trying to talk about. Because even if you don't want to do it because it's the right thing to do, which I think it is the right thing to do, yourself in it. Maybe engage your selfishness. Because this person right there, remember I told you, 7 billion geniuses. Everybody came to this world with a piece of solution to the human problem. This person and that person holds something for me as a part of humanity. This person might have a cure to a cancer, but might take my wife out, the wife I haven't met yet. But this kid right here has it inside. And if I help this, if I make sure that this kid gets a chance to flourish and to manifest his genius or her genius, that trickle down many years later comes straight back to serve me and the love of my life. If we can't see it any other way, maybe let's try to think about it that way, because it becomes a very good proposition at that point. So in this case, by 2050, Lagos, Nigeria will be the largest city in the world. The future is African, whether we want it or not. But is it going to be an African future where you have the youth being a ticking bomb? Because they have not, there's no hope. They stay in poverty because they belong to nations that don't even understand sometimes the importance of common law versus civil law. Because they're trapped in countries that don't understand that you need to make the legal framework to provide for better economic freedom, so you can unleash the genuineness, the awesomeness, the longevity, the industrious side of your young people, especially of your women, so that they build all the wealth that your nation is going to need you to build, and with it, the respect that comes from that. See, we have a choice to make, and this is why I feel so restless about this at this point of my life. We just lost George Hayati. George Hayati is one of the few Africans that I knew who put this out. That's who I learned from. He's gone. And I feel a strong sense of urgency to not only bring back to the table that which he has been working on, but to also make sure that it gets seen. That's why being here talking with you today, it's you have no idea. It's if people ask, if someone is going to say, "What can I do?" You did more than you could ever imagine by just allowing me to take this message to one more person. And because if we do this, the change is going to happen somewhere down the line.
Ripple effects, all of that on the unlocking the human potential.
It's unbelievable.
All these
It's unbelievable.
building cool stuff, amazing things.
Yes. It's not all going to be built up. Always going to work on the reforms. So we're working on reforms, by the way. I'm the head of the Africa Center for Prosperity of the Atlas Network, the largest organization in the world working on taking down barriers of entry for entrepreneurs around the world in their respective countries. So when we work there, I basically I oversee all the think tanks we have in Africa right now, pre-market think tanks, and we want to promote more of them to come up. And these are local solutions by local people for the local problems. Always, that's where we draw the line. And so so we're working on reforms primarily and making people understand the free markets and the importance of it. But it is piecemeal legislation. It takes time. It is hard. Every time you accomplish something here, more crap has happened over here. More laws have been pounded out because you know how they fix a bad law most of the time. Whether it's in the US or somewhere else, put other laws to kind of undo the law from before, but it keeps stacking up. And before you know it, where you should have one thing, it's clear, you have 100 and they go against each other, and then the result is worse. So we have piecemeal legislation happening. Our teams are doing really amazing, fantastic work, especially the team in Imani in Ghana. We have a group in Burundi, the Great Lakes. I mean, people are doing amazing work. But we need to run faster. So while we help them run faster, we also have to unlock other things. And right now, I'm working on one of my most craziest projects. Something bold, radical, crazy for some people. But I know we're not crazy because before us, Singapore has done it. Hong Kong has done it. Later, the most recent China with the SECs, special economic zones, some of the most radical free market zones in the world. They've done it. And oftentimes within that generation, meaningful change starts to happen, right? So here, what I'm working on is this concept of, some call it charter cities, Paul Romer. Others call it the free cities, and I like to call it starter cities. What these are is for us to think about, okay, if piecemeal legislation takes forever, at the same while we have this demographic that's growing faster and faster in Africa, there is a discrepancy here between the progress we're making to set the right environment for business to crop up, and how many more people are coming to life, literally every day on the continent. There's a discrepancy here, and so the tipping point is going faster than the progress we can make. This is a problem. So what some of us are working on is on some of the startup cities and to say, piecemeal legislation takes long. How about we continue doing that work, which is essential and critical, but at the same time, can we think of zones, and I like to call them also common law zones, where we basically try to have within the country an area where for business, I'm not talking about family law or any of that stuff, we don't want to step your culture or anything like that, but we just say business where you have the best practices from around the world, including yours, in terms of what constitutes a great business environment, and allow people in. Like it's you get in freely, or nobody's forcing you to go, nobody's forcing you to whatever. So so basically you have to think about this rather unoccupied plot of land within a country in Dubai on 110 acres of land. Dubai is thinking that in their case they're like maybe they decided maybe to realize that the best for business in their case, and they said they looked around and were like, wow, but common law, especially British common law, seems like a very good one. So at that point, they decided to do business only, not family or anything like that, which is going to spend their salary or whatever. And so they said, we are going to bring in, so they hired retired British common law judges to educate the law and train the people in there. And I'm oversimplifying, but at the end of the day, within a generation, Dubai became one of the top international financial centers of the world. It is what it is today. Um, so
And in the case of the African nations, that zone can spread.
it can not only spread, but maybe let's say Senegal was good for this. Here you have this one, and then over there you have another zone. And then what they start to do is they're not all modeled the same way. Because maybe this one is saying, hey, we want to attract more, I don't know, maybe we want to attract more medical research, right? This one's going to be saying, maybe we want to attract more crypto, or maybe it's going to be more like us, we want to be more about religious, or whatever. You know what I mean? So if we like to stick works in it. And just kind of give the basics, the grounds, and then watch the magic happen on it, right? And so this is what we're working on. And the hope there, because sometimes people are like, I know some people are like, you guys are crazy, but I'm like, no, it's more or less the story of the Asian tigers, and most recently, most of China's progress, economically speaking, because some people might say, oh, you don't want China with develop, and you see it. Even then, I say, and it's okay. You can always do better, but we cannot deny what the magic that they have accomplished. What they have accomplished is nothing short of a miracle. 800 million people getting out of poverty in just a
So it's not hope for the quality of life for the majority of the
Yes,
population.
yes. That something like that happened without problems? Of course not. And so the next person to do something just actually gets to learn from lessons. That's all.
And leapfrog.
A leapfrog. Exactly. So for me, this is a promise. And people are like, oh, but you guys are crazy. But I'm like, just like with everything, do you know how many attempts it took before the first flight, the Red Robbers took off? Do you know how many? And that's important. You try, you crash, you crash, but each time you're going higher, and you want to get up for once, then you stay longer, and before you know it, you're doing all types of things. So here's the same thing. I tell people, listen, all I need is one success story, and then this will change. People don't even wait for us. Everything. But this is hard because it's the first time. So, but the good news is there are many groups working on the continent. There's some groups in Zambia. There's a zone there. Folks are doing something like this in Nigeria. We're part of a project there in Nigeria. The one that I'm most excited about, I cannot disclose the name of the country yet, but my God, I'm so excited by it. And I just know that it's going to happen in our life.
I hope so. It's a really powerful vision, and it's not being dramatic to say that the future of humanity depends on that your success, that success in Africa. It's such an important continent.
It is. It's the continent where everything started, and I think it's the continent where that continent has to finally thrive. We cannot, all of us, call ourselves an enlightened society as a whole. When you have this, it's a humongous continent. Have you seen the size of it?
Yeah, it's hard to fathom.
Yeah, exactly. And it has such ingenious people. Sometimes I look at it, I have to tell you, I'm so proud of them, and the young people especially. and it's true. So everything else we can handle, and we will handle. You have to mark my word for this. This is going to happen. And our youth is amazing. You should see them. So full of creativity, and it doesn't matter. You were telling me what makes you different. Many things makes us all different. The Rwandans are very different from the West Africans that we are. Rwandans, for example, never dance with their hips. They dance more like with the score of the body. Um, us, it's all over the place all the time, and it's more jumping and stuff like that. In Rwanda, you feel it's more like I mean, they remind me more of ballet, the ballet thing. Rwandans have this kind where they don't eat in the most of us in public. It's not very much stuff that we do. Us, the West Africans, we love almost like the Italians of the continent. And then they give us a more like the Swiss and like it's like this. I mean, we're so different from when we live. Then we go to the Congo and you see these guys. It's so crazy. Women dress funny. They sapeurs. So we are a very different bunch. But what I love about us, what I love about my people, we are the, we are we are a manifestation of what resilience means, and so everything we need is there. Everything we need is there. I will say that is what we will need to see. Everything that's wrong with us is that pot that we put around us. So we're tired of being bombs like people. We need to be the tallest trees in the forest that we were designed to be. And so
that can be fixed.
And that can be fixed. And that's the beauty of it. And that's why I'm almost dizzy I get dizzy with hope. I know my history. I know my economics, my fellow humans, and all of that. And we know that there's an unfailing recipe. And when it comes to that recipe, we have the hardest part of it. The one missing ingredient, which is your free markets. As we go around and talk, and people start to understand, and each country tries to figure out, okay, where do we go there from here? I know that I will die with my continent having taken the right shift for it. I don't have to see where it ends because I cannot, in my wildest dreams, imagine where it's going to end. But I know it's going to be, yeah. So my only job is to get this message out, and then let my people do with it what they want to do.
That's a scale of impact. It's just boundless. It's kind of cool. I mean, sometimes we think about individual problems, how do we solve them? We talk with certain individuals, like Steve Jobs, Elon Musk. It's so much more powerful to just, without knowing what they would do, give the freedom to millions, to hundreds of millions of people to do whatever the hell they do.
Imagine. Can you just imagine?
It's truly, truly exciting. So in that sense, what you're doing, it's unimaginable every kind of impact you have. Now, going back to that hard moment, this dark place you went in your mind, your personal life story, you lost your husband. What gave you strength during that time? What were the places you went to your mind in terms of personal struggle, in terms of maybe even depression or these kinds of struggles?
I think for me, when my person passed away, I went to, maybe my friend could see what was going on, maybe they couldn't, I don't know. But on the surface, I looked like I was fine. But what happened is, the only thing I think that kept me around, as I thought about it, was the job to be done. These women relied on me, and I was no longer free. I did not own myself, and they said it in those words: "Don't own yourself anymore." And it was true, but it helped me because I was able to, sometimes whatever it takes to get you out, whatever it takes. And that's what I would tell people who feel like they can't just push one more push, and they think they need to end it. At that point, whatever it takes, just stick around for one more second, because the next second, so I stuck around because of duty. I felt a very strong sense of duty. My duty was, in this case, I think, stronger than my commitment. I don't know if it's possible. I don't know how that was possible, but it was. And I just pushed my grief under the rug for years. For years, I worked like a mad lady. I would travel. I would do 3 states in 3 days, landing at 2 in the morning, around 5 or 6, going right along with our distributors, Jewish beverage, and just keep going. And have all this energy and look like I was fine. But what happened was just like I was focused on the job to be done, and sometimes it is okay to do that. At least for me, it was my safety. Like like when you're in the water and you're about to sink, and they throw you that round thing, and what do you call it? That.
They keep you afloat.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
Between the two of us, we're still terrible. I know exactly what you mean.
Exactly right. So basically, and I was hanging up to it. My life depended on this thing. So these women, they carried me. They carried me. And with time, things are moving forward. And at some point, I went into a really, really deep depression. And I went into a very dark place, even darker than the one I think I came from. Because by that time, I had worked for years on this company, and now some other things was happening. And around that time, it's also when I was discovering a lot of what we talked about today, about what makes a country rich. And for me to understand that um, my network, I was very much into left-oriented network. And to just start to see all of this, I tried to address it to realize that many of these people would prefer go running for the hills than accept for a moment that maybe capitalism might be part of the solution. When many of them were involved in capitalism. So that was a point. At some point, I was, so many things were happening around that time, but this issue up everything. One is hard to talk about because it's very personal and the person that was, but I was having a problem with passed away last year, and I'm one to always say, leave or dead alone. So because of that, I won't speak about it. But there too, having a major fallout with somebody who was like a father figure for me, somebody that I completely trusted. And so at some point, you just ask yourself, was my whole life built on a lie? Right? And then you're confused. And then you become confused. And then at some point, you lose 90% of your friends because of ideological thinking. It doesn't work anymore. Then you just wonder, have I, have I been asleep this whole time? And then you start to wonder, remember when you asked me who am I? At some point, Lex, I literally was like a candle in the wind. I felt like I was a candle in the wind. And it was very hard to come back from that. And people have a hard time. The few people I talk to about this, they have the hardest time understanding or even believing it because they're like, you? I'm like, yes, me. I used to be a candle in the wind.
What got you out? What made you overcome that?
My current husband. Love. See, when I tell you love is the answer. But him, he came with love, but he also came with really helping me figure out the world. So with Michael, and it's who we're talking about, Michael's cool.
Yeah, it must be special.
He's so special. So special. So you have no idea how special he is. But Michael, the reason why I have such love, respect, and admiration for my husband, I'll never say it enough, is because actually it's one of those relationships that got built based on intellect first. You see, at some point, I was in the position where I could start a foundation after having built my first business. And all I wanted was an ability to power as many, especially women, African women entrepreneurs like me a few years ago who went to do something like I was able to do. Bring back to the world some really cool aspects of our culture, build into a really cool brand, 21st century type. That's what I wanted to do because the more I promote women like that and put steam behind them, and the more my dream and vision for a respected Africa, prosperous Africa would happen. Back then, that's what I wanted. And around me, this was also part of the whole crisis of ideologies I had back then. Everybody was like, well, we should be just doing grants. And I knew that my people didn't need grants. They didn't need like a handout. They, they don't want the charity. I didn't want charity. I wanted someone who could work with me on my accounting. I wanted somebody who could help me brainstorm marketing wise. I wanted somebody, or I needed to raise money to pay my research and development guy to help me, take the juices from my grandma's recipe to something that could be shelf stable. I needed coaching. These are all the things that I needed to make my dream happen. I didn't want it to give me some crap for free. That's not what I want. I just want to be able to build my business with all the things that business building needs. And so that's what I wanted to do, and it's what it was needed. And so, Michael, somebody found out about what I was doing because back in the days, we would write a lot about me and everything. And so Michael, along with John Mackey, the founder of Whole Foods Market, they had a nonprofit called Flow, and it's all about human flourishing. They want people, everybody, to get this choice, this ability to be able to get to a point in their life where they can complete flow. It's Miguel, just like, hi. Michael's the only one who can say that last name. But the whole concept of flow. When you're in a state of flow, you're basically doing what you're supposed to do, the way you're supposed to do it, with the people you're supposed to do. So I went to this man. Okay, so he find me, his people find me. And then there was a program where it was all about accelerating women entrepreneurs. So it's during this time that I'm starting now to see things. That's when actually all of this stuff that I noticed. How come here it takes me all of this time to start my business? Over there 20 minutes, here it's free, over it's $1,000. All of this nonsense that I just do. Oh, maybe it's because we're messed up, we're poor, that's why everything is so messed up. Whoa! These people introduced me to concept. I'm like, first of all, I'm like, oh really? What did you call it? The doing business in the grant? What is that? All of this stuff. And I'm starting to discover this whole other body of work. That the free market had this thing that I was sensing, this environment that I was sensing that it was different around me. And that they called it the free market. And over there, that. And then I started to butt head those ideas with the ideas that I was fed with before that. And the evidence won. And further, more than the evidence combined with my lived experience, it was so powerful. So I basically started understanding these ideas in the most visceral part of my body, my being. And it made sense. So Michael helped me find the solution, the answer to my lifelong little girl's question of why do they have this and we don't, and how do some countries like mine be poor while others are rich. And with understanding all of that, the biggest sense of liberation came upon me. Yes, I have no other word to describe that. True liberation that comes from pure, to finally understand and be educated in your own, understand in your own deep knowing or feeling that what they're saying is not true. You're not the problem. It's not you. There's something else. And when I discovered that, the whole life changed. So since then, I've been very serious about going deeper and deeper and deeper into my understanding of all of this, understanding the subtlety. At some point, I was very angry about the liberators of Africa, So I was like, yes, you helped liberate us, but just to keep us in this marasm, I was angry for no reason. And then eventually, you have to engage empathy and love to put yourself in their shoes and try to understand the time at which they were living. And that got me on the journey of trying to understand history more. That's how I understood. I was able to go beyond just these liberators and try to understand and rebuild the world around me at the micro, and also at the macro level. Just really have to try to walk in their shoes. And from there, finally separate the baby with the bathwater. But they were not able to do back then. That's why today, I'm sorry, I have no patience for the BLM organizers, founders, especially the founders. I don't know what the organizers do. The founders told us what they stand for. And I say, guys, don't make that same mistake again. If you're serious about this, you cannot make the same mistake. The liberators of Africa, they have an excuse. We didn't know better. It was so easy back then to conflate everything. But today, you, me, anybody alive cannot with a straight face embrace Marxist socialist ideas, especially when they're claiming that they want people to thrive. No, you can't. I'm sorry. And I will hold your feet up to the fire. I will. And that's what I'm doing. They will give me a lot of grief on this, but guess what? I could care less. Do you know why I could care less? Because we had an entire population to help rise out of poverty into prosperity, where they become, co-creators, global co-creators, innovation.
And those ideas give you hope for the place you love, for Senegal, for Africa.
They do. I live the world I live in. The new centers of culture and fashion are in that. The new centers of tech and crypto even is somewhere maybe Nigeria.
Do you see that future? Do you see that future proof?
I do.
It's a beautiful thing, and it's also beautiful to see that the space of these really powerful ideas is where you also find love.
Right?
So at the intersection.
I think Michael and I would spend hours talking about all these ideas, and I would be like, what about this? No, it doesn't make any sense. No, oh no. And then almost every single day for months less. And then from there, our love was born. Because I tell people, for us, love is not about eventually guys, like we all think. But it's about we look in one direction, and in this case, it's vision, what we know to be possible and true. If only you liberate people. What we know to be true and possible. All of us are miracles with walking around. Every time I get on a plane, it's a miracle. Engineering, all the things we're able to do with the now, when they do operation in your teeth, how they're able to put the pain down away. All of it's us. You're working on this robot. This inside here.
Humans are amazing.
I know. So if I went and it worked in great tandem with this guy, these two working together, what's
Nothing.
Nothing.
But you're one of the most incredible people I've ever talked to.
Oh, you're so bad. You've met everybody.
Thank you so much. This was truly an honor. Thank you for everything you're doing. Thank you for the fire that burns within you, and it's just the passion you have for a place that's going to, I think, define the future of humanity. Thank you for talking.
Thank you to you. And sometimes I hope this fire doesn't consume me. That's how much it is. But I am grateful to you for this. Thank you for. I know you don't do a lot of these. It's this type of interviews. Maybe I don't know, but I'm so happy.
You mean fun, inspiring, powerful interviews? Yes, I need to do more. You're amazing.
I don't know because at first I was like, next week, but really?
How's this gonna go?
I'm gonna talk to you next week.
I think you need to work on your unconscious bias.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Without Me. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. For now, I'm leaving you with words Nelson Mandela. Money won't create success. The freedom to make it will. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time.
Mossad will do anything. Mossad has no qualms to do what it takes to ensure the survival of every Israeli citizen. Most other countries will stop at some point, but Mossad doesn't.
The following is a conversation with Andrew Bustamante, former CIA covert intelligence officer and U.S. Air Force combat veteran, including the job of operational targeting, encrypted communications, and launch operations for 200 nuclear intercontinental ballistic missiles. Andrew's over 7 years as a CIA spy have given him a skill set and perspective on the world that is fascinating to explore. This is the Lex Luthor podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, dear friends, here's Andrew. The Central Intelligence Agency was formed almost 75 years ago. What is the mission of the CIA? How does it work?
The mission of the CIA is to collect intelligence from around the world that supports a national security mission and be the central repository for all other intelligence agencies so that it's one collective source where all intelligence can be synthesized and then passed forward to the decision makers.
That doesn't include domestic intelligence. It's primarily looking outward at something else.
Correct. CIA is the foreign intelligence collection king's spoke, if you will. FBI does domestic, and then the Department of Homeland Security does domestic. Law enforcement essentially handles all things domestic. Intelligence is not law enforcement, so we technically cannot work in something like that.
Is there clear lines to be drawn between, like you just said, FBI, CIA, FBI, and the other U.S. intelligence agencies like the DIA, Defense Intelligence Agency, Department of Homeland Security, NSA, National Security Agency?
There's a list of about 33 different organizations.
So the Army, the Navy has all the different organizations. So is there clear lines here to be drawn, or is the CIA the giant integrator?
I think of both, to be honest. So yes, there are absolutely lines, and more so than lines. There are lines that divide what our primary mission is. Everything's got to be prioritized. That's one of the benefits in the superpowers of the United States, is we prioritize everything. So different intelligence organizations are prioritized to collect certain types of information. And then within the confines of how they collect, they're also given unique authorities. Authorities are a term that's directed by the executive branch. Different agencies have different authorities to execute missions in different ways. FBI can't execute the same way CIA executes. CIA can't execute the same way NGA executes. But then at the end, excuse me, it's all collected, then yes, CIA still acts as a final synthesizer repository to create what's known as the President's Data, the PDB. The only way CIA can create the PDB is by being the single source of all sorts of intelligence from around the IC, the intelligence community, which are those 30-some and always changing organizations that are sponsoring for intelligence operations.
What is the PDB, the President's Data,
So first of all, it looks like the most expensive book report you have. It's got its own binder. It's all very high end. It feels important. It looks important. It's not like a cheap trafficking book. It's somewhere between, I would give it probably between 50 and 125 pages a day. It's produced every day around 2 o'clock in the morning by a dedicated group of analysts. And each page is essentially a short paragraph to a few paragraphs about a priority topic that affects national security from around the world. The president rarely gets to the entire briefing, but he relies on a briefer instead to prioritize what inside the briefing needs to be shared with the president. Because some days the PDB will get briefed in 10 minutes, and some days it will be briefed over the course of 2 hours. It depends on the president's schedule.
How much competition is there for the first page? And how much job can you manage the attention? I imagine for all the different intelligence agencies, and within the CIA, there's probably different groups that are modular, care about different nations, different cases. Do you understand how much competition there is for the attention, for the limited attention of the president.
You're 100% correct in how the agency and how officers, managers of the agency handle the PDB. There's a ton of competition. Everybody wants to be the first on the radar. Everybody wants to be on the front page. The thing that we're not baking into the equation is the president's interest. The president didn't get the first page. People tell that people in day 4, I want to see this on the first page. Bring this to me. I don't want to hear about what's happening in Mozambique. I don't really care about what's happening in Saudi Arabia. I want to see 1, 2, 3. And regardless of whether or not those are the 3 biggest things in the world, the president's the executive. He's the one. He's the ultimate customer. So we do what the customer says. That has backfired in the past. If you haven't already started seeing how it's wrong, that has backfired in the past. But that is essentially what happens when you serve in the executive branch. You serve.
So what's the role of the director of the CIA versus the president? What's that dance like? So the president really leads the focus CIA.
The president is the commander-in-chief for the military, but the executive, the president is also the executive for the entirety of the intelligence community. So he's the ultimate customer. If you look at it like a business, the customer, the person spending the money, is the president, and the director is the CEO. So if the director doesn't create what the president wants, there's going to be a new director. That's why the director of CIA isn't a presidential position. Sometimes they're extremely qualified intelligence professionals. Sometimes they're just professional politicians or soldiers that people are to see. Because the president trusts them to do what he wants them to do. Another gaping area that causes problems, but that's still good.
So you think this is a problematic configuration?
This is massive flaw. It is a massive flaw. Because if you're essentially appointing a director to do what you want them to do, then you're assigning a criminal. And that's what you define corruption as in the United States. Inside the United States, we say if you pick somebody outside of merit for any other reason other than merit, then it's criminal or it's nepotism. Here, that's exactly what our structure is. All presidential appointments are appointed because of the
So for an intelligence agency to be effective, it has to discover the truth and communicate that truth. And maybe if you're appointing the director of that agency, they're less likely to communicate the truth to you unless the truth aligns perfectly with your desired worldview.
Well, not necessarily perfectly, because there are other steps, right? They have to go in front of Congress and have to have the support of multiple legislatures or legislators. But the challenge is that the short list of people who even get the opportunity aren't a meritorious list. It's a short list based off of who the president is or who the would-be president is. Now, I think we've proven that an intelligence organization can be extremely effective even within a flawed system. The challenge is how much more effective could we be if we improve? And I think that's the challenge that faces a lot of the U.S. government. I think that's a challenge that has resulted in what we see today when it comes to the decline of American power, American influence, the rise of foreign influence, authoritarian powers, and the shrinking U.S. economy, growing Chinese economy. It's just, we have hard questions we can ask ourselves.
What aspect of that communication to the president and the CIA could be fixed to help fix the problems that you're referring to in terms of the decline of American power?
So when you talk about the president wanting to prioritize what the president cares about, that immediately shows a break between what actually matters to the long-term success of the United States versus what benefits the short-term success of it.
Because any president is just a human being and has a very narrow focus. And narrow focus is not a long-term focus.
Exactly. What's the maximum amount of years the president can be president? 8. He has to be the key or she in the United States, according to it. But they're very limited in terms of what they have to prioritize. And then if you look at a 4-year cycle, 2 years of that is essentially preparing for the next election cycle. So that's only 2 years of really quality attention. Right? Who's the chief executive of all the intelligence? So the most important thing to them is not always the most important thing.
What do you make of the hostile relationship that, to me at least, stands out of the presidents between Donald Trump and the CIA? Was that a very kind of personal bickering? I mean, is there something interesting to you about the dynamics between that particular president and that particular instantiation of the intelligence agency?
And there were lots of things fascinating about that relationship. So first,
What's the good and the bad?
so let me start with the good first. Because a lot of people do the good. So the good thing is we saw that the president, who's the chief customer, the executive to the CIA, when the president doesn't want to hear what CIA has to say, he's not going to listen. I think that's an important lesson for everyone to take home. If the president doesn't care what you have to say, he's going to take funding away, or she will take funding away. They're going to take attention away. They're going to shut down your operation, your missions. They're going to kill the careers of the people working there. Think about that. For the 4 years that President Trump was the president, basically everybody at CIA, the career was finished. Some people's careers were ended. Some people voluntarily left their careers because they found themselves working for a single customer that didn't want what they had to produce.
So, for people who don't know, Donald Trump did not display significant deep interest in the output.
He didn't trust it.
He was a disinterested customer.
Exactly right.
And then what did disinterested customers do?
They go find someone else to create their product. And that's exactly what Donald Trump did. He did it through the private intelligence world, funding private intelligence companies to run their own operations that brought him the information he cared about and CIA wouldn't. It also didn't help that CIA stepped outside of their confines. CIA is supposed to collect foreign intelligence, not comment on domestic matters. They went way outside of that when they started challenging the president, when they started questioning the results, when they started publicly claiming Russian influence. That's all something the FBI could have handled by itself, the Justice Department could have handled by itself. CIA had no place to contribute to that conversation, and when they did, all they did was undermine the relationship.
Let me sort of focus in on this relationship between the president or the leader and the intelligence agency and look outside the United States. It seems like authoritarian regimes, or regimes not just political Stalin, but if you look at today with Vladimir Putin, the negative effects of power corrupting the mind of the leader manifests itself is that they start to get bad information from the intelligence agencies. So this kind of thing that you're talking about, over time, they start hearing information that they want to hear. The agency starts producing only the kind of information they want to hear. And then the leader's worldview starts becoming distorted to where the propaganda that generates is also the thing the intelligence agencies provide to them. And so they start getting this, they start believing their own propaganda, they start getting distorted worldview. Sorry for this sort of walking through in a weird way. I guess I want to ask, do you think, let's look at Vladimir Putin specifically, do you think he's getting accurate information about the world? Do you think he knows the truth of the world, whether that's the war in Ukraine, whether that's the behavior of the other nations, the Navy, the United States in general? What do you think?
It's rare that I'll talk about just thinking. I prefer to share my assessment, why I assess it as a citizen, rather than just looking at it. In my assessment, Vladimir Putin is winning. Russia is winning. They're winning in Ukraine. They're also winning the battle of influence against the West. They're winning in the face of economic sanctions. They're winning. Empirically, when you look at the map, they're winning. So when you ask me whether or not Putin is getting good information from intelligence sources, when I look at my overall assessment of multiple data points, he must be getting good information. Do I know how or why? I do not. I don't know how or why it was there. I don't know how such deep cronyism, such deep corruption can possibly yield true real results. Yet somehow there are real results. So it's either excessive waste and an accidental win, or there really is a system of process.
So just winning that idea is very interesting. In what way, short term, long term, Russian winning? Some people would say there's a miscalculation of when inflation happened. there's an assumption that you would be able to successfully take Kiev. You'd be able to successfully capture the east, the south, the north of Ukraine, and with what now appears to be significantly insufficient troops spread way too thin across way too large of a front. So that seems to be like an intelligence failure, and that doesn't seem to be ready. In another way, it doesn't seem like ready if you put aside the human cost of it. It doesn't seem like winning because the hearts and minds of the West were completely on the side of Ukraine. This particular leader, Volodymyr Zelensky, captured the attention of the world and the hearts and minds of Europe, the West, and many other nations throughout the world, both financially, in terms of military equipment, in terms of sort of social and cultural and emotional support for the independence fight of this nation. That seems to be like a celebration. So, against that pushback, why do you think there's so much winning in this on the Russian side?
And this might be what you're laying out isn't correct. The miscalculations are not unexpected. Anybody who's been to a military college, including the Army War College in Pennsylvania, where so many of our military are brought up, when you look at the conflict in Ukraine, it fits the exact mold of what effective, long-term military conflict, protracted military conflict, would and should look like for military conflict. Now, did Zelensky and did the Ukrainians shock the world? Absolutely. But in that, they also shocked American intelligence, which, like you said, miscalculated. The whole world miscalculated how the Ukrainians would respond. Putin did not move in there accidentally. He had an assessment. He had high likelihood of a certain outcome. The outcome did not happen. Why did he have that calculation? Because in 2014, it worked. He invaded, took Crimea in 14 days. He basically created an infiltration campaign that turned key leaders over in the first few days of the conflict. So essentially, it wasn't. It worked in 2008 when he took Georgia. Nobody talks about it. He invaded Georgia the exact same way, and it worked. So in 2008 it worked, in 2014 it worked. There was no reason to believe it wasn't going to work again. So he just carried out the same campaign. But this time, something was different. That was a miscalculation, for sure. And the reason that there was no support from the West, because let's not forget, there is no support. There is nothing other than a Lend-Lease Act, which is putting Ukraine in massive debt right now in the West. That's the only form of support they're getting from NATO or the United States. So if somebody believed Ukraine would win, if somebody believed Ukraine had a chance, they would have gotten more material support than just debt. And we can jump into that anytime you want to. But the whole world miscalculated. Everybody thought Russia was going to win 14 games. I said that they would win 14 games. That was a predominant calculation. Once the first invasion didn't work, then the military does what professional militaries do, man. They reevaluate, they reorganize leaders, and then they take a new approach. You saw three approaches. The first two did not work. The first two campaigns against Ukraine did not work the way they were supposed to work. The third has worked exactly like it's supposed to work. You don't need Kiev to win Ukraine. You don't need hearts and minds to win Ukraine. What you need is control of natural resources, which they're taking in the east, and getting access to the heartbeat of blood flow, food and money into the country, which they're taking in the south. The fact that Ukraine had to go to the negotiation table with Russia and Turkey in order to get exports out of the Black Sea approved again demonstrates just how much Ukraine is needed. The aggressor had a seat at the negotiation to allow Ukraine the ability to even export one of its top exports. If Russia would have said no, then they would not have had that. Russia has this, like someone holding your throat, somebody holding your jugular vein and saying, if you don't do what I tell you to do, then I'm not going to let you breathe. I'm not going to let blood flow to your brain.
So do you think it's possible that Russia takes the south of Ukraine? It takes, so starting from Mariupol, Kherson region,
all the way to Odessa,
all the way.
and into Moldova. I believe all that happened
This year.
before winter hits. NATO wants Germany needs to be able to have sanctions lifted so they can tap into Russia. There's no way they can have those sanctions lifted unless Russia does. And Russia also knows that all of Europe, all of NATO, the true people feeling the pain of the war outside of Ukraine are the NATO countries because they're so heavily reliant on Russia. And as they've supported American sanctions against Russia, their people feel the pain. Economically, their people feel the pain. What are they going to do in the winter? Because without Russian gas, their people are going to freeze. Ukraine. People all over NATO. Ukraine, everybody knows what Ukraine is. Everybody knows what Ukraine is. The game of war isn't played it isn't even played majority by the people who are fighting. The game of war is played by everyone else. It's an economic game. It's not a military game.
No resources and
Attention.
Exactly right. I was in front in the Kherson region in this very area that you're referring to, and I spoke to a lot of people, and the morale is incredibly high. And I don't think the people in that region, soldiers, volunteer soldiers, civilians, are going to give up that land without dying.
Agreed.
I mean, in order to take Odessa, it would require a huge amount of artillery and slaughter of civilians.
They're not going to use artillery in Odessa because Odessa is too important to Russian culture. It's going to be even uglier than that. It's going to be clearing of streets, clearing of buildings, person by person, troop by troop. It'll be a lot like what it was before.
Shooting civilians.
Because they can't afford to just do bomb raids. Because they're going to destroy cultural, significant architecture that's just too important to the Russian culture. And that's going to demoralize their own Russian people.
I have to do a lot of thinking to try to understand how you feel. But in terms of information, the thing that the soldiers are saying, the Russian soldiers are saying, the thing the Russian soldiers really believe is that they're freeing, they're liberating the Ukrainian people from Nazis. And they believe this because I visited Ukraine. I spoke with over 100, probably a couple hundred Ukrainian people from different walks of life. It feels like the Russian soldiers, at least under a cloud propaganda, they're not operating a clear view of the whole world. And given all that, I just don't see Russia taking this out without committing war crimes. And if Vladimir Putin is aware of what's happening in terms of the treatment of civilians, I don't see him pushing forward to take this out. Because that's not going to be effective strategy for him to win the hearts and minds of the people.
Autocracies don't need to win hearts and minds. That's a staunchly democratic point of view. Hearts and minds mean very little to people who understand core basic needs and true power. You don't see Xi Jinping worrying about hearts and minds in China. You don't see it in North Korea. You don't see it in Congo. You don't see it in most of the world. Hearts and minds are a luxury. In reality, what people need is food, water, power. They need income to be able to secure a lifestyle. It is absolutely sad. I am not in any way, shape, or form saying that my assessment on this is enlightening, hopeful. It's just fact. It's just calculatable, empirical evidence. If Putin loses in Ukraine, the losses, the influential losses, the economic losses, the lives lost, the power loss is too great. So it is better for him to push and push and push through war crimes, through everything else. War crimes are something defined by the international court system. The international court system has Russia as part of the board. And the international court system is largely powerless outside when it comes to enforcing its own outcomes. So the real risk gain scenario here for Russia is significantly in favor of gain over risk. The other thing that I think is important to talk about is everybody is trapped in the middle of a gigantic information war. Yes, there's battlefield bullets and cannons and tanks, but there's also a massive information war. The same narrative that you see these ground troops in Ukraine, these Russian ground troops in Ukraine believing they're clearing the land of Nazis, that information is being fed to them from their own country. I don't know why people seem to think that the information that they're reading in English is any more or less true. Every piece of news coming out of the West, every piece of information coming out in the English language is also a giant narrative being shared intentionally to try to undermine the morale and faithfulness of English-speaking Russia. Somebody somewhere knows exactly how many of those there are. So we have to recognize that we're not getting good information about ourselves because there's a strategic value in making sure that there's just the right amount of mis or disinformation out there. Not because someone's trying to lie to Americans, but because someone's trying to influence the way English-speaking Russians think. And in that world, that's exactly why you see so many news articles cited to anonymous sources. Government officials who cannot not be named. There's nothing that links back responsibility there. There's nothing to report there. But it's the information still gets released, and that's enough to make Ukrainians believe that the United States is going to help them, or that the West is going to help them. It's enough to make Russians think that they're going to lose, and maybe they should just give up now and leave the battlefield now. We have to understand we are in the middle of a giant information.
But it feels like in the English speaker world, it's harder to control, it's harder to fight the information because people say there's not really a freedom of speech in this country. I think if you compare, there's a lot more freedom of speech, and it's just harder to control narratives and information. Guerrilla journalists that are able to just publish anything on Twitter or anything. It's just harder to control narratives.
So people don't understand what freedom of speech is. That's the first major problem. And it's shameful how many people in the United States do not understand what freedom of speech actually is. So that aside, you're absolutely right. Fighting the information war in the West is extremely difficult because anyone with a blog, anyone with a Twitter account, anyone can call themselves a journalist, essentially. We live in a world, we live in a country where people read the headline and they completely bypass the author line and they go straight into the content. And then they decide whether the content's real or not based on how they feel instead of based on empirical, measurable evidence.
So you mentioned Iranians in support of the United States, support of Ukraine by the United States. Are you skeptical to the level of support the United States is providing and is going to provide over time?
The strategy the United States is taking to support Ukraine is similar to the strategy we took to support Great Britain during World War II. The enactment of the Lend-Lease Act is a perfect example. The Lend-Lease Act means that we are lending or leasing equipment to the Ukrainian government in exchange for future payment. So every time a rocket is launched, every time a drone crashes into a tank, that's a bill that Ukraine is just racking up. Like when you go to a restaurant, you start drinking shots. Sometime the bill will come due. This is exactly what we did when Europe, Great Britain, was at the base of Nazi invasion. We signed the same thing in the ocean. Do you know that the UK did not pay off the debt from World War II until 2020? They've been paying that debt since the end of World War II. So what we're doing is we're indebting Ukraine against the promise that perhaps they will secure their freedom, which nobody seems to want to talk about what freedom is actually going to look like for Ukrainians. Right? What are the true handful of outcomes, the realistic outcomes that come of this, and which of those outcomes really looks like freedom, especially in the face trillions of dollars to the West for supplying training, weapons, food, and medicine, and everything else that we're giving. Because none of it's free. It's all coming due. It's all, we're a democracy, and we're also a capitalist country. We can't afford to just give things away for free, but we could give things away at a discount. We could give things away layaway, but the bill will come due. And unfortunately, that is not part of this conversation.
So debt is a way to establish some level of power. That said, having a very close relationship between Ukraine and the United States does not seem to be a negative possibility when the Ukrainians think about their future in terms of freedom. That's one thing. And, the other, there was some aspect of this war that I just noticed that a lot of the people I talked to said that all great nations have independence war. That was a war for them. There's something dark, there's something about war being a catalyst for finding your identity as a nation. So you can have leaders, you can have sort of signed documents, you can have all this kind of stuff, but there's something about war that really brings the country together and actually tries to figure out what is at the core of the spirit of the people that defines this country. And they see this war as that, as the independence war to define the heart of what the country is. So there's been before the war, before this invasion, there was a lot of factions in the country. There was a lot of influence from oligarchs and corruption. So a lot of that was the factions were brought together under one umbrella, effectively become one nation because of this invasion. So they see that as a positive direction for the defining of what a free, democratic country looks like after, in their perspective, after the war.
It's a difficult situation because I'm trying to make sure that you all, everybody listening, understands that what's happening in Ukraine, among Ukrainians, is noble and brave and courageous and beyond the expectations of anyone. The fact is, there is no material support. The American Revolution was won because of French ships, French troops, French generals, French military might. The independence of communist China was won through Russian support, Russian generals, Russian troops on the ground fighting the Taiwan. That's how revolution, or that's how independent countries are born. Ukraine doesn't get it. They're only stepping into that because we live in a world right now where there simply is no economic benefit to the parties in power to support Ukraine. And war is a game of economics. The economic benefit of Ukraine is crystal clear in favor of Russia, which is why Putin cannot win. He will not let himself win. Short of something completely unexpected, right? I'm talking 60%, 70% probability Ukraine loses. But there's still 20%, 30% probability of the unimaginable happening. Who knows what that might be? An oligarch assassinates Putin, or a nuclear bomb goes off somewhere, or who knows what, right? There's still a chance that something unexpected will happen and change the tide of the war. But when it comes down to the core calculus here, Ukraine is the agricultural bed to support future Russia. Russia knows, they know they have it. They know that they have to have it to protect themselves against military pressure from the West. They have to have it for agricultural reasons. They have major oil, natural gas pipelines that flow through eastern Ukraine. They cannot let Ukraine go outside of their sphere. They cannot. The United States doesn't really have any economic vested interest. Ideological points of view and proxies aside, there's no economic empire. And the same thing goes for NATO. NATO has no economic investment in Ukraine. Ukrainian output, Ukrainian food goes to the Middle East and Africa. It doesn't go to Europe. So the side of Ukraine is exclusively ideological, and it's putting them in a place where they fight a war with Russia say, as sad as it is to say, that Ukraine is a pawn on a table for superpowers to calculate each other's capacities. Right now, we've only talked about Russia and the United States. We haven't even talked about Iran. We haven't even talked about China, right? It is a pawn on the table. This is a chicken fight. So that people get to watch and see what the other trainers are doing.
Well, a lot of people might have said the same thing about the United States back in this fight. So there is possibilities, as you've said, not saying 0% chance. It could be a something 5% chance that this becomes one of the great democratic nations that the 21st century is remembered by.
Absolutely.
And so you said American support. So ideologically, first of all, you don't assign much long-term power to that U.S. could support Ukraine purely on ideological grounds.
Just look at the last 4 years, the last 3 years. Do you remember what happened in Hong Kong right before COVID? China swooped into Hong Kong, violently, beating protesters, killing them in the street, imprisoning people without just cause. And Hong Kong was the democracy. And the whole world stood by and looked. And then what happened in Afghanistan just a year ago? And the whole world stood by and let the Taliban take power again after 20 years of loss. This, we are showing a repeatable point of view. We will talk. American politicians, American administration, we will say a lot of things. We will promise a lot of ideological, pro-democracy, rah-rah statements. We will say it. But when it comes down to putting our own people, our own economy, our own GDP at risk, we step away from it.
America is currently supplying military equipment to Ukraine.
Absolutely.
And a lot of the military equipment has actually been the thing that turned the tides of war a couple of times already. Currently, that's the HIMARS systems. You mentioned sort of who can afford to lose, but winning can look in different ways. So you've kind of defined that. So on at this moment, the prediction is that winning looks like capturing not just the east, but the south of Ukraine. But you can have narratives of winning that turn back to the what was at the beginning of this year before the invasion. That Crimea is still with Russia. There's some kind of negotiated thing about Donbass where it still stays in Ukraine, but if there's some other government.
Just like that's what they have in Georgia.
And that could still be defined through mechanisms. Russia winning for Russia, and for Ukraine as Ukraine winning, and for the West as democracy winning, and kind of negotiate. And this seems to be how geopolitics works. Is everybody can walk away with a win-win story, and then the world progresses with lessons learned.
That's the high likelihood. That's the most probable outcome. The most probable outcome is that Ukraine remains, in air quotes, a sovereign nation. It's not going to be truly sovereign because it will have to have a new government put in place. Zelensky it's extremely unlikely he will be president because he is going too far to demonstrate his power over the people and his ability to separate Ukrainian people from the autocratic power of Russia. So he would have to be unseated, whether he goes into exile or whether he is peacefully left alone, is already part of negotiation. But the thing to keep in mind also is that a negotiated peace really just means a negotiated ceasefire. We've seen this happen. North Korea and South Korea are technically still just a negotiated ceasefire. What you end up having is Russia will allow Ukraine to call itself Ukraine, to operate independently, to have their own debt to the United States. Russia doesn't take on that debt. And then in exchange for that, they will have firmer guidelines as to how NATO can engage with Ukraine. And then that becomes an example for all of the former Soviet satellites, which are all required economically by Russia, not required economically by the West. And then you end up seeing how you can see how the whole thing plays out once you realize that the keystone is Ukraine.
There's something about Ukraine, the deep support by the Ukrainian people of America, that is in contrast with, for example, Afghanistan, that it seems like ideologically Ukraine could be a beacon of freedom used in narratives by the United States to fight geopolitical wars in that part of the world, that they would be a good partner for this idea of democracy, freedom, of all the values that America stands for. They were a good partner. And so it's valuable if you sort of have a cynical, pragmatic view, like Henry Kissinger type of view. It's valuable to have them as a partner. It's so valuable that it makes sense to support them in achieving a good ceasefire and homicide in Ukraine. But because of this particular leader, this particular culture, this particular dynamics of how the war unfolds, and things like Twitter and the way digital communication currently works, it just seems like this is a powerful symbol of freedom that's useful for the United States. And so we take a pragmatic view. Don't you think it's possible that the United States supports Ukraine financially and militarily enough to get an advantage in this war?
I think they've already gotten it. The fact the war is still going on demonstrates the asymmetrical advantage. The fact that Russia has stepped up to the negotiating table with them several times without just turning to Chechnya, without turning to Chechnya level of just mass blind destruction, which was another Putin war. To see that those things have happened demonstrates the asymmetry. I think the true way to look at the benefit of Ukraine as a shining example of freedom in Europe for the West isn't to understand whether or not they could. They absolutely could. It's the question of how valuable is that in Europe? How valuable is Ukraine? Which before February, nobody even thought about Ukraine, and the people who did know about Ukraine knew that it was an extremely corrupt former Soviet state, with 20% of its national population self-identifying as Russian. There's a reason Putin went into Ukraine. There's a reason he's been promising he would go into Ukraine for the better part of a decade. Because the circumstances were aligned. It was a corrupt country that self-identified as Russian in many ways. It was supposed to be an easier of multiple marks in terms of the former Soviet satellites that go after. That's all part of the miscalculation that the rest of the world saw too, when we thought it would fall quickly. So to think that it could be a shining example of freedom is accurate, but is it as shining a star as Germany? Is it as shining a star as Ukraine? Is it as shining a star as Romania? Is it as shining a star as France? It's got a lot of democratic, freedom-based countries in Europe to compete against to be the shining star. And in exchange, a counterpoint to that, it has an extreme amount of strategic value to Russia, which has no interest in making it a shining star of the
outside the resource in terms of the shininess of the star, I would argue yes. If you look at how much it captivated the attention of the world, the attention of the world has made no material difference. That's what I'm saying. You think that's your estimation? Are you sure we can't, if you can convert that into political influence, into money, don't you think attention is money?
Attention is money in democracies and capitalism.
Yes, which serves as a conduit to sort of authoritarian regimes. So for Putin, resources matter. The United States also resources matter, but the attention and the belief of people also matter because that's how you attain and maintain political power.
So going to that exact example, then I would highlight that our current administration has the lowest approval ratings of any president in history. So if people were very fond of the war going on, wouldn't that counterbalance some of our upset, some of the dissent coming from the economy and some of the dissent coming from the Great Recession or the second great resignation and whatever's happening with the drop in the stock market? You would think that people would feel like they're sacrificing for something if they really believe that Ukraine mattered, that they would stand next to the president who is so staunchly driving and leading the West against this conflict.
Well, I think the opposition to this particular president, I personally believe, has less to do with policies and more to do with a lot of the other human factors. Uh, and
But again, empirical. This is I look at things through a very empirical lens, a very cold, fact-based lens, and there are multiple data points that suggest that the American people ideologically sympathize with Ukraine, but they really just want their gas prices to go down. They really just want to be able to pay less money at the grocery store for food, and they most definitely don't want their sons and daughters to die in exchange for Ukrainian freedom.
just hard me to see the politicization of this war as well. I think that's maybe has to do with the kind of calculation you're referring to, but it seems like it doesn't. It seems like there's a cynical, whatever it takes, attention of the media for the moment, the red team chooses one side, the blue team chooses another. And then I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the Democrats are to full like support of Ukraine on the ideological side, and then I guess Republicans are saying, "Why are we wasting money on prices of the gas prices?" That's a very crude kind of analysis, but they basically pick whatever argument on whatever side, and now more and more and more, this particular war in Ukraine is becoming a kind of pawn in the game of politics. That's first the midterm elections, then building up to the presidential election. It's stopped being about the philosophical, the social, the geopolitical aspects, parameters of this war, and more about just like whatever the heck captivates Twitter, and we're going to use that for politics.
You're right in the sense of the fact that it's. I wouldn't say that the red team and the blue team picked up with the stuff. What I would say is that media discovered that talking about Ukraine wasn't as profitable as talking about something else. People simply, the American people who read media or who watch media, they simply became bored reading about news that didn't seem to be changing. And we turned back into wanting to read about our own economy. We wanted to hear more about cryptocurrency. We wanted to hear more about the Kardashians. That's what we care about. So that's what the media writes about. That's how a capitalist, market-driven world works. That's how the United States works. That's why in both red papers and blue papers, red sources and blue sources, you don't see Ukraine being mentioned very much. If anything, I would say that your Republicans are probably more in support of what's happening in Ukraine right now because we're creating new weapon systems. Our military is getting stronger. We're sending these military. We get to test military systems in combat in Ukraine. That's priceless in the world of the military industrial complex. Being able to field test, combat test a weapon without having to sacrifice your own people is incredibly valuable. You get all the data, you get all the performance metrics, but you don't have to put yourself at risk. That is one of the major benefits of what we're seeing from supporting Ukraine with weapons and with troops. A long-term benefit for what will come of this for the United States, practically speaking, in the lens of national security, through military readiness, through future economic benefits, those are super strong. The geopolitical fight is essentially lose because Ukraine is not a geopolitical player. It was not for 70 years, and after this conflict is over, it will not again. Just think about what you were just saying with the American people's attention span, the Twitter and whatever conflict. If the Ukraine conflict resolved itself today, in any direction, how many weeks do you think before the moment? Do you think we would make it 2 weeks? Do you think we'd make it maybe 7 days? It would be headline news for 1 or 2 days, and then we'd be on something else. It's just the unfortunate reality of how the world works in a capitalist democracy.
Yeah, it just breaks my heart how much. I know that there's
Still raging conflicts now.
it breaks my heart how much generational hatred is born. I happen to be from my family is from Ukraine and from Russia, and so for me, just personally, it's a part of the world I care about in terms of its history. Because I speak the language, I can appreciate the beauty of the literature, the music, the art, the cultural history of the 20th century. Through all the dark times, through all the hell of dark sides of authoritarian regimes, destruction of war. There's still just a beauty that I'm able to appreciate that I can't appreciate about China, Brazil, other countries because I don't speak their language. This one I can appreciate. So in that way, this is personally painful to me to see so much of that history, the beauty in that history, suffocated by the hatred that was born through this kind of geopolitical game, fought mostly by the politicians, the leaders. People are beautiful, and that's what you're talking about. People are beautiful creatures. Culture, art, and science. These are beautiful, beautiful things that come about because of human beings. And the thing that gives me hope is that no matter what conflict the world has seen, and we've seen some devastating, horrible conflicts already. We saw nuclear bombs go off in Japan. We saw genocide happen in Rwanda. We've seen horrible things. But people persevere. Language, culture, art, science, they all persevere. They all shine through. Some of the most, people don't even realize how gorgeous the architecture and the culture is inside Europe. People have no idea. Chinese people in the rural parts of China are some of the kindest, most amazing people you will ever meet. And Korean art and Korean dance, Korean drumming, nobody has ever even heard of Korean drumming. Korean drumming is this magical, beautiful thing. And in North Korea does it better than anybody in the world. Taekwondo in North Korea is just exceptional here in North Korea. Nobody knows these. What do you know about Taekwondo in North Korea? I have questions. Well, my fascinating. That's like people don't think about that. The culture, the beauty of the people still flourishes. And we always will. We always will because that is what people do. And that is just the truth of it. And it breaks my heart to see travesties that people commit against people. But whether you're looking at a micro level, like what happens with shootings here in the United States, or whether you look at a macro level, like geopolitical power exchanges and intra and interstate conflicts like what you see in Syria and what you see in Ukraine, those are disgusting, terrible things. War is a terrible thing. That is a famous quote. But people will persevere. People will come through. I hope so. I hope so. And I hope we don't do something that I'll probably also ask you about later on, is things that destroy the possibility of perseverance, which is things like nuclear war, things that can do such tremendous damage that we could never recover. But yeah, I amidst your pragmatic pessimism, I think both you and I have a kind of maybe small flame of optimism in there about the perseverance of the human species in general. Let me ask you about intelligence agencies outside of the CIA. Can you illuminate what is the most powerful intelligence agency? CIA, the FSB, formerly the KGB, the MI6, Mossad. I've got a chance to meet a lot of Israelis in Ukraine. Just incredible people in terms of their training and skills. American soldiers too, just American military is incredible. The confidence and skill of the military. The United States is really able to interact with Ukrainian as well. Just the strength is beautiful. I just love people like carpenters, people that are just extremely good at their job and that take pride in their craftsmanship. It's beautiful to see. And I imagine the same kind of thing happens inside intelligence agencies as well that we don't get to appreciate because of the secrecy. Same thing with like Lockheed Martin. Maybe the CTO of Lockheed Martin. It breaks my heart as a person who loves engineering. Because of the cover of secrecy, we'll never get to know some of the engineering that happens inside Lockheed Martin. Great one. Yeah. There's kind of this idea because people have conspiracy theories and kind of assign evil to these companies in some part, but I think they're beautiful people inside those companies, brilliant people, some incredible science and engineering is happening. Anyway, that said, the CIA, the FSB, the MI6, Mossad, China, very much. I don't.
How old? How old is
Other agencies, India, Pakistan, Raw is powerful. So, of course, European nations. Yeah, so, what can you say about power and the influence of the within the nation and outside?
Yeah, so to answer your question, your original question, which is the most powerful, I'm going to have to give you a few different answers. So, the most powerful intelligence organization in the world in terms of reach is the Chinese MSS, the Ministry of State Security, because they have created a single solitary intelligence service that has global reach and is integrated with Chinese culture, so that essentially every Chinese person anywhere in the world can use the MSS, because it all that's their way of serving the Middle Kingdom, the Central Kingdom, the Chinese word for China. So they're the strongest, they're the most powerful intelligence service in terms of reach. Most assets, most deployments, most resources,
Deeply integrated with civil
correct, with their culture. Do you know what a Chinese person who lives in Syria thinks of himself as? A Chinese person. Do you know what a Chinese person, a Chinese national living in the States thinks of himself as? A Chinese person. Right? Americans living abroad often think of ourselves as expats, expatriates, living on the local economy, embracing the local culture. That is not how Chinese people view travel.
And by the way, if I may mention, I believe the way Islam operates is similar kind of thing because people from Israel living abroad still think of themselves as Jewish and Israeli first, so that allows you to integrate the culture.
Exactly right.
But the number of people being Israel is
Exactly right. So when it comes to reach, China wins that. When it comes to professional capability, it's the CIA by far, because budget-wise, capability-wise, weapon system-wise, modern technology-wise, CIA is the leader around the world, which is why every other intelligence organization out there wants to partner with CIA. They want to learn from CIA. They want to train with CIA. They want to partner on counter-narcotics, counter-drug, counter-terrorism, counter-Uyghur, you name it. People want to work with CIA. So CIA is the most powerful in terms of capability and wealth. And then you've got the idea, you've got tech. So tech alone, meaning corporate espionage, economic espionage, nothing beats DGSE. They're at the top. They've got a massive budget that almost goes exclusively to stealing foreign secrets. They're the biggest threat to the United States, even above Russia and above China. DGSE in France is a massively powerful intelligence organization, but they're so exclusively focused on a handful of types of intelligence collection that nobody even really thinks that they exist. And then in terms of just terrifying violence, you have Mossad. Mossad will do anything. Mossad has no qualms doing what it takes to ensure the survival of every Israeli citizen. Most other countries will stop at some point, but Mossad.
so it's the lines you want to cross.
And the reasons that you're willing to cross them. There's CIA will let Americans stay in jail in Russia unlawfully and seek a diplomatic solution. In the United States, has let people. There are two gentlemen in the 1950s who were imprisoned in China for 20 years, waiting for diplomatic solutions to their release. So it's we do not kill to save citizens, but something.
And then they'll not just kill you, do hard scale infiltration.
There's no, they spare no expense because of the demonstration to their own people. Again, going back to the whole idea of influence. Every intelligence operation that sees the light of day has two purposes. The first purpose is the intelligence operation. But if it was just the intelligence operation, it would stay secret forever. The second purpose of every successful intelligence operation, when they become public, is to send a signal to the world. If you work against us, we will do this to you. If you work for us, care of you. It's a massive information.
Do you think in that way CIA is not doing a good job? Because there's, the FSB, perhaps much less so, but the KGB did as well, which is to send a signal, basically communicate that this is a terrifying organization with a lot of power. So Mossad is doing a good job with that. Correct. This psychological information right there. It seems like the CIA also has a lot of kind of myths about it, conspiracy theories about it, but much less so than the other agencies.
CIA does a good job of playing for the ethos. So when General Petraeus used to be the director in 2000 and I worked out hard about this. So I love and hated those workouts with Petraeus because he is a physical beast. He's a strong, fit, at the time 60-something.
Let me take a tangent on that.
Yes,
he's from the
Oh, excellent.
So you say you learn from the man in terms of, or like what you think is interesting, powerful, and inspiring about the way he sees the world. Maybe what you learn in terms of how to get strong in the gym.
Yeah, two
things.
Things right away. And one of the ones we shared, right? So the first is that on our runs, he runs fast, and we're good for 6 hours. And he talked openly about. I asked him, "How do you keep this mystery, this epic mythology about your fitness and your strength? How do you keep all of this alive with the truth?" And he had this amazing answer. He was like, "I don't talk about it. Myths are born not from somebody orchestrating a myth, but from the source of the myth simply being secret." So he's like, I've never talked about it. I've never exacerbated it. I just do what I do and let the truth come. And he's like, when it goes in favor of discipline, loyalty, I let it run. If it starts getting destructive or damaging, then I have my leadership team step in to fix it. But when it comes to the mythos, the myth of him being a superpowered soldier, that's what he wants every soldier. So he lets it run. It was so enlightening. He told me, when there's a myth that benefits you, you just let it go. You let it happen because it gets you further without you doing work, cost more investment.
So the catalyst of the virality of the myth is just being mysterious.
And that's what CIA does well. To go back to your first question. What does CIA do? They don't answer any questions. They don't say anything. And wherever the myth goes, the myth goes. Whether it's that they sold drugs, used child prostitutes, or whatever else. Wherever the myth goes, they let it go. Because at the end of the day, everybody sits down and says, "We just don't know." Now, the second thing that I learned from Petraeus, I really am a big fan of Petraeus. I know he made personal mistakes. You don't get to be that powerful. But when I worked out with him, the one thing that my commanding officer told me not to ask him, never ask the general about his family. I'm a family guy. So as soon as I met General Petraeus, one of the first things I asked him is, "Hey, what was it like raising a family, being the commander of forces in the Middle East? You worked with him." And the thing I love about the guy, he didn't right off my head, he snapped at me, he didn't do anything. He openly admitted that he regretted some of the decisions that he made because he had to sacrifice his family to get there. Relationships with his children, absentee father, missing birthdays, missing each. We all say how sad it is to miss birthdays, missing persons. Everybody knows that. Even business people. The actual pain that we're talking about is when you're not there to handle your 13-year-old's questions, or when you're not there to handle the bloody lip and what it comes back with when you first encounter with the. Those are the truly heartbreaking moments that a parent lives and dies by. He missed life because he was fighting a war that we forgot and we gave up on. He's so honest about that. And it was really inspiring to me to be told not to ask that question. And when I wrote that guidance, he didn't reprimand me. He was authentic. And it was absolutely one of the big decisions of the CIA of my own in 2000.
And he was honest on the sacrifice you make.
The same man who just taught me a lesson about letting a myth live, that same guy was willing to be so authentic about this personal mistake.
I like complicated people like that. So what do you make of that calculation? Family versus job. You've given a lot of your life and passion to the CIA, to that work. You've spoken positively about that world, the good it does. And yet, you also a family man, you value that. What's that calculation? What's that trade-off? For me, the calculation is very clear. It's family.
I left CIA because I chose it. And when my son was born, my wife and I found out that we were pregnant while we were still on mission. We were a tandem couple. My wife was also a former CIA officer. We were covered like me. We were operating together overseas. We got the positive pregnancy test, like so many people do. And she cried. My wife was crying. I was like the accidental spy when my wife was going to do it. And she cried. And she was like, what do we do? It's what we always wanted, a child. But we're in this thing right now. There's no space for a child. So, long story short, we had our baby. CIA brought us back to have a baby. And when we started having conversations about, hey, what do we do next? We're not the type of people who want to just sit around and be domestic. What do we do next? But keep in mind, we have a child. So here's some of our suggestions. We could do this, we could do that. Let us get our child to a place where we can put him into international school, or we can get him into some sort of program where we can both operate together again during the day. But CIA just had no patience for that conversation. There was no family is not their fight. So the fact that we were a tandem couple, 2 officers, 2 operators trying to have a baby was irrelevant. So when they didn't play with us, when they did nothing to help us prioritize parenthood as part of our overall experience, that's when we knew they never would. What good is it to commit yourself to a career if the career is always going to challenge the thing that you value most? And that was the calculation that we needed to do CIA. Not everybody makes that calculation. And a big part of why I am so vocal about my time in CIA is because I immensely appreciate the men and women who, to this day, have failed marriages and poor relationships with their children because they chose national security, they chose protecting America over their own family. And they've done it even though it's made them abuse alcohol and abuse substances, and they've got permanent diseases and issues from living and working abroad. It's just it's insane the sacrifice that officers make to keep America free. And I'm just not one of those people.
You said that your wife misses it. Do you miss it?
We both miss it. We miss it for different reasons. We miss it for similar reasons, I guess, but we miss it in different ways. The people at CIA are just amazing. They're people they're everyday people, like the guy again next door. So smart, so dedicated, so courageous about what they do and how they do it. And the sacrifices they make are massive. More massive than the sacrifices I made, so I was always inspired to do the rest of people. So both my wife and I absolutely miss the people. My wife misses the work. Because when you're inside, it's all we had top secret, we had TS/SCI clearances at the time. I had a Cat 6, Cat 12, which makes me nuclear clear. My wife had other privy clearances that allowed her to look into areas that were specialized. But there wasn't a headline that went out that we couldn't fact check really clicking through like that. And she misses that. She loved that.
Now you're just one of us living in the cloud of mysteries, exactly knowing anything about what's going on.
Exactly. But for me, I've always been the person who likes operating. And you know what you still get to do when you leave CIA? You still get to operate. Operating is just working with people. It's understanding how people think, predicting their actions, driving their direction of their thoughts, persuading them, winning negotiations. It's you still get to do that. You do that every day.
You can apply that. Well, let me ask you on that. You're a covert CIA intelligence officer for several years. Maybe can you tell me the story of how it began? How were you recruited and went into the job entailed? Would you please speak about
Feel free to direct me if I'm getting too boring with the so I was leaving the United States Air Force in 2007. I was a lieutenant, getting ready to become captain. My 5 years was up, and I was a very bad fit for the U.S. Air Force. I was an Air Force Academy graduate, not by choice, but by lack of opportunity, like a lack of options otherwise. So I forced myself through the academy, barely graduated with a 2.4 GPA, and then went on. The Air Force taught me how to fly, and then the Air Force taught me about nuclear weapons, and I ended up as a nuclear missile commander in Montana. And I chose to leave the Air Force because I didn't like shaving my face. I didn't like having short hair. I most definitely didn't like shaving my shoes. And I did not want to be one of the people in charge of nuclear weapons. So when I found myself as a person in charge of 200 nuclear weapons, I knew that I was going down the wrong road.
I have questions about this, and more important, questions about your choice of short hair.
You have to. Military regulations, you can't have hair long.
And this, the beautiful hair you have now, that came to be in the CIA or after?
So I discovered I had messy hair at CIA because I used to go mooge. We called it mooge. I used to go mooge with Keith style, big curly beard and crazy wacky hair. Because an ambiguously brown guy with a big beard and long hair can go anywhere in the world without anyone even noticing. They either think that he's a janitor or they think that he's like some forgotten part of history, but nobody ever thinks that guy is. So it was the perfect, for me, it was one of my favorite disguises. For Herman's a level 2 disguise. One of my favorite disguises to don was just dilapidated brown guy.
He actually was taking no attention. What's the disguise? What is the different levels of disguise?
Yeah, there's 3 levels of disguise by and large. Level 1 is what we also call night disguise. So that's essentially you put on sunglasses and a ball cap, and that's a disguise. You look different than you normally look. So it's just different enough that someone who's never seen you before, someone who literally has to see you just from a picture on the internet, they may not recognize you. Why you see celebrities walk around with ball caps and oversized jackets and baseball hats, because they just need to not look like they look at the tablet or not look like they look at TV. That's level 1. Let me jump from level 1 to level 3. Level 3 is all of your prosthetics, all the stuff you see in a conditioning hospital, your fake ears, your fake faces, your fat suits, your stilts inside your leg, your feet, all that's level 3. Whenever they make any kind of prosthetic disguise, that's a level 3 disguise, because prosthetics are very damning if you are caught with a prosthetic. If you're caught wearing a slightly wearing a baseball cap and sunglasses, nobody's going to say you're a spy. But when you're caught with a custom-made, nose prosthetic that changes the way your face looks, or when someone pops out a fake jaw and they see that your top teeth don't look like they did, in this prosthetic, then all of a sudden you got some very difficult questions to answer. So level 3 is extremely dangerous. Level 1 is easy. Level 2 is long-term. Level 2 is all the things that you can do to permanently change the way you look for a long period of time, so that whether you're addressed in the street, or whether something breaks into your hotel room or whatever, it's real. So maybe that's maybe you can tattoo, you cut your hair short, maybe you grow your hair long, maybe you go bald, maybe you start wearing glasses. Glasses are technically a prosthetic, but if you have to, if you gain 20 pounds, really gain 20 pounds or lose pounds, whatever you do, all of that's considered level 2. It's designed for a long-term mission so that people believe you are in that.
A lot of that is physical characteristics. What about what actors do, which is the method acting circumcised? developing a backstory in your own mind, and then you start pretending that you host a podcast and teach at university, and then you can do research and so on. It's just so that people can believe you're not actually a agent. What is that part of the disguise?
So yes, disguise has to do with physical character. That's what a disguise is. What you're talking about is known as a cover legend. When you go undercover, what you claim to be, who you claim to be, that's called your legend, your cover legend. Every disguise would theoretically have its own cover legend. Even if it's just to describe why you're wearing what you're wearing, it's all a cover. So the method acting, and this is a fantastic point that I don't think make a lot of this. The difference between CIA officers and is that method actors try to become the character. They try to shed all vestiges of who they really are and become the character. And that's part of what makes them so amazing. But it's also part of what makes them mentally unstable. It's part of the feed for depression and anxiety, their personal issues, because they lose sight of who they become. Field officers don't get that luxury. We have to always, we are a covert CIA intelligence officer collecting secrets in the field. We have to remember it. So we're taught a very specific skill to compartmentalize our true self separately, but make that true self the true identity. So then we can still live, act, and effectively carry out our cover legend without ever losing sight, without ever losing that compass true north of who we actually are. And then we can compartmentalize and secure all the information that we need, retain it, remember it, but in return to our true self, we get back to a position of safety.
Is it possible to do this? I just have kind of anecdotal evidence. So I really try to be the exact same person in all conditions, which makes it very easy. Like if you're not lying, it makes it very easy to, first of all, to exist, but also to communicate kind of authenticity and genuineness, which I think is really important. Like trust and integrity around trust is extremely important to me. It's the thing that opens doors and maintains relationships. And I tend to think, like, when I was in Ukraine, so the doors just opened to real high security areas and everywhere else too. Like, I just incredible people without any kind of concerns. Who's this guy? Is he gonna spread it? All that kind of stuff. And I tend to believe that you're able to communicate trustworthiness somehow if you just are who you are. And I think, I suppose, method actors are trying to achieve that by becoming something. And I just feel like there's very subtle cues extremely difficult to fit. If you really have to become that person, be that person. But you're saying, as a CIA agent, you have to remember that you are there to collect information. Do you think that gives you?
So one of the flaws in the argument is that you keep referring to how you feel. I feel that I feel that I feel that. That feeling is a predictable character trait of all human beings. It's a pink matter. We call it pink matter. It's a cognitive trait. You are not alone in trusting your feelings. All people trust their feelings. But because what CIA teaches us is how to systematically create artificial relationships where we're the one in control of the source that is giving us intelligence. And the core element to being able to control the relationship is understanding the pink matter truth of fear. What all people feel becomes their point of view on what reality is. So when you understand and you learn how to manipulate what people feel, then you can essentially direct them to feel any way you want them to feel. So if you want them to feel like they can trust you, you can make them feel that way. If you want them to feel like you're a good guy or a bad guy, if you want them to feel like they should give you secrets even though their government tells them not to, you can do that. There are men who make women feel like they love them and just sort of put them to sleep with them. There are women who make men feel like they love them just so the men will give them no money. Manipulation is a core behavioral trait of all the human species because we all understand to some level how powerful feelings are. But feelings are not the same thing as logical, rational thought. They're two different sides of the brain. CIA teaches us how to do is systematically tap into the right side, emotional side of the brain, so that we can quickly get past all the stuff you were just saying, all of the, well, don't you have to be convincing, and don't you have to really know your story, and don't you have to be able to defend it, don't you have to have authenticity, and don't you have to have genuine feelings. Yes, all those things are true if you're having a genuine relationship. But in an artificial relationship, there's ways to bypass all that and get right to the heart and make it seem feel comfortable and safe.
I guess the question I'm asking, and the thing I was implying, is that creating an artificial relationship is an extremely difficult skill to accomplish the level, like how good I am at being me and creating feeling in another person that I create. For you to do that artificially has got to be, my sense is you got to be really damn good. I would venture to say, I mean, I don't know how to measure how difficult it is, but especially when you're communicating with people whose job depends on forming trusting relationships, you're gonna smell bullshit. And to get past that bullshit, it's like it's tough. It's a tough skill.
Well, it's interesting. So I would say that,
Well, maybe I'm wrong actually.
I would say that once you understand the system, it makes a lot of sense. But I would also say that to your exact point, you are right that people smell bullshit. People smell bullshit. But here's the thing: if you come in smelling like goat shit, you still smell like shit, but you don't smell like bullshit. So they don't count you out right away. And if you come in smelling like rotten tomatoes, or if you come in smelling like rotten, or if you come in smelling like vanilla, or if you come in without any smell at all that matters is that you don't smell like bullshit. Here's the thing that's one of the secret sauces of CIA. When you look and act like a spy, people think you're a spy. If you look and act in any other way, you know what they never ever think you are? A spy. They might think you're an idiot. They might think you're trailer trash. They might think that you're a migrant worker. But they never think you're a spy. And that lesson in everyday life is immensely powerful. You're trying to take your boss's job. As long as you don't ever look like the boss, the employee who's trying to take the boss's job, the boss is focused on all the employees who are trying to take his job. Everybody's prioritizing who the number one. The goal is to just not be the one that they're targeting. Target them without them going hurt.
So people just, when they meet you, they put you in a group. And if you want to avoid being put in a group, then just point out like personality. To just show some kind of characteristics that they need.
Exactly right. You have to be in the den. Just choose the den. All right. So,
You knowing these methods, talking to people, how do you know who's lying to you? And
that gets to be more in the trained skill set. There's body cues. There's micro expressions. I'm not a big fan of. I don't believe that micro expressions are. I also don't believe that micro expressions without effective baseline do anything. So don't for a second think that all the people out there pitching that you can tell someone's lying to just by looking at their face, it's all below. In my world, that's below.
the way you move your eyes,
Without knowing the baseline, without knowing that individual, and you actually don't know. And an individual's baseline is based on education, culture, life experience, you name it. It's huge. But when you combine facial expressions with body movements, body language, nonverbal cues, and you add on top of that effective elicitation techniques that you are in control of, now you have a more robust platform to tell someone's mind.
so there's like a set of like interrogation trajectories that can go down. It can help you figure out a person.
Technically, they're interview concept. Correct. Because an interrogation is something very different. In the world of professionals, interrogation.
What's the difference? The nature of how relaxed that thing is.
So in an interrogation, there's a clear pattern of dialogue. There's no also there's no escape. You are there until the interrogator is done. Right? Anybody who's ever been represented by non-death knows what interrogation is. Anybody who's been told who's the result of that's what interrogation is. You don't leave until the boss says you. And you're there to say, to answer questions, the boss asks questions. An interview in control of this for sure. But if we were having coffee, I could take control if I wanted to take control. If I wanted to ask you personal questions at you, I wanted to talk to you about your background, I could. Why am I? Because the person in control is the person.
Oh, I'm sitting here as you spoke about my power with it is I'm quiet like listening.
You're exactly right. Guess where this conversation goes? You choose to take it because you're the one asking questions. Every time I answer a question, I'm creating a pattern of obedience to you, which subliminally, subconsciously, makes me that much more apt to answer your question.
Of course, you always turn around and start asking me questions. You know, so when you're saying that there's through this through conversation, you call it interview, you can start to see cracks in the story of the person, and the degree to which they exaggerate or lie, or to see how much they can be trusted, that kind of stuff.
What I'm saying is that through a conversation with baseline, right? Like even just in the first part of our conversation, I've been able to create some baseline elements. You've been able to create baseline elements. Yeah, maybe they're just not from those baselines. Now we can push through more intentional questions to test whether or not the person is being truthful because they're operating from the baseline. Or if you are triggering sensitivities outside of their baseline, and then you can start to see that.
That's baseline. Even like the charts, right? The eye contact. You probably already formed a baseline that I did not have trouble making eye contact. And so if you ask me difficult questions and I'm not making eye contact, maybe that's not a good signal to be mine or whatever. Because I hope it's not trouble making eye contact, stuff like that. That's really fascinating.
The majority of your own right, low right and left, right, which is usually someone who's, if you ask my co-expressionist, that's someone who's referencing facts. That's not necessarily a fact for you because you're pulling concepts out of the air. So it's also a place where you reference something other than that. It's a place for you to have creativity. So if I just thought that you were lying and you look at it right, I would be very jealous.
And a lot of it has to do with like habits of form and all these kinds of things. Or maybe some right hand, left hand type of situation.
Right eye dominance.
Yeah, right hand. Is this a science or art?
It's a bit of both. I would say that like all good art is taught from a foundation of skills. And the skills are played or taught in a very structured manner. And then the way that you use the skills after that, that's how I create specific skills. So I've always called espionage. Spying is an art. Being able to hack human beings is an art. But it's all based on the foundation of science. You still have to learn how to mix the color palette and use certain brushes.
Do you think that is a kind of the study of human psychology? Is that what psychology does to psychiatry? What from this process have you learned about human nature?
Human nature.
I mean, I suppose the answer to that could be a book, but probably would be a book. But so is there things that are surprising about human nature, surprising to us civilians that you can speak to?
Yes, one thing is extremely surprising, which is funny because that's not the answer I've said, so I'm glad you clarified this specific question. The thing that's surprising about human nature is that a human being like in their soul is like a painful longing to be with other people. And that's really surprising because we all want to pretend like we're strong, we all want to pretend like we're independent, we all want to pretend like we are the masters of our destiny, but it's truly consistent with the same people. It's longing to commune with others like us. My more practical answer about what I've learned, to be the truth, is that human nature is predictable. And that predictability is what gives people an incredible advantage over other people. But that's not the surprising piece. Even when CIA taught me that human nature is predictable, it just made sense. I said, oh, yeah, it makes sense. But what I never, ever anticipated was, no matter where I've been in the world, no matter who I talk to, no matter what socioeconomic bracket, is that man, it hurts. Loneliness sucks, and togetherness feels good, even if you're together. together with someone you know isn't the right person. It still feels better than being alone.
I mean, that's such a deep truth you speak to, and I could talk about that for a long time. There is, these conversations in general, whether it's recorded or not, I hunger to discover the other person that involved strictly with the other things, and then share that connection. And I particularly also detected that in people from all walks of life, including people that others might identify as hard, as really cold. It's there. It's there. They've hardened themselves in search. And who knows what dark place the brain is in, their heart is in. But that longing is still there. Even if it's a member, it's there. It's the reason why in World War One, World War Two, enemy combatants still shared cigarettes on the front lines, during periods of holidays or bad weather or whatever else, because that human connection that treasure to all. See, that's in part what I virtualize love, because I feel like if political leaders, people in conflict at the small scale and large scale, if able to tune into that longing, to seek in each other that basic longing for human connection, a lot of problems could be solved. But of course, it's difficult because it's a game of chicken. If you open yourself up to reveal that longing for connection with others, people can hurt you. Well, I'm going to go a step farther and I would say that taking the connection away, punishing, penalizing people by removing the connection is a powerful tool. And that's what we see. That's why we send people to jail. That's why we put economic sanctions on countries. That's why we ground our children and send them to the We are penalizing, whether we know it or not, using punitive damage by taking away that basic human connection of love for community. What was your recruitment process, training process, and things you could speak to in the CIA?
As I was leaving the Air Force, all that was on my mind, I don't know what you were like at 27, but I was a total shit ton of stuff. I'm not much better than that at 42. But I was, yeah, but I was like, I just wanted to be anything other than military officer. So I was actually in the process of applying for Peace Corps through this thing called the internet, which was still fairly rudimentary in 2007. I had a computer lab that we went to, and I had 10 computers in it. And slow internet and everything else. But anyways, I was filling out an online application to go work in the U.S. Peace Corps. I wanted to grow my hair out. I wanted to stop wearing shoes that were shiny. I wanted to be a hippie chick and have hippie babies while teaching Nigerian children. So
Played Red Dead Redemption on it.
There came the tape popped up.
Well, install it, dude.
Stop here. You may qualify for other positions.
Okay, pick one of your games. You don't have to do it right now. But I want to watch you play that game. That's a game I would really like to watch.
So, again, 27-year-old dipshit. Sure. I put myself on hold if I might qualify for other government opportunities. And then about a day later, I got a phone call.
You don't have to do it right now, but in the upcoming days, do it, and I will watch that. That's fascinating. I'll tell you to kill guys. I'll tell you to steal horses. Hey, are there Native Americans in Red Dead Redemption?
Asking me if I can tell you I qualify for a position in national security.
Not at all. They were real Native Americans. The Old West. That's like half the people.
They said Langley.
So there are not Native Americans in the game?
How cool is this? Or maybe this is all. So either way.
Oh, there are?
Yes. Nobody has my phone number. So yes.
No, there aren't, or are there?
This is
there are no Native Americans in Red Dead Redemption 2.
Overnight delivery of no phone ticket. It's on reservation.
I want all that. But wait. So you can't like team up with
Next thing,
Native Americans?
which I found out later on, you just do the next thing.
There are none in the game?
Before I knew it, I was interviewing in
Oh, that's ridiculous. Are there any black people in the game?
Their first name for a position with you.
So there are black people but no
You
Native
never really get a
Americans?
chance to think about it because it's a small step along the
Are
way.
there Asian people?
And your maybe your
Yes,
personality
no.
is such that
As an adventure,
Are there railroads?
you say see the negative consequences of the adventure. You don't think about
Okay.
any of that. You just step in.
So they have
it's easy to
They have-
do work.
they have African
Some of the
American
do no
people,
work. Where do you play? It's a lot like
but
basic
no
training.
Native American people?
Anybody who's ever been through basic training will tell you. They created the first few days.
Are you
by
fucking
then,
with me? Are there Native American people that are adventurers?
just did what you were told. Told you when to eat, you make decisions what to
Wow, that's a big
eat. March when they
cul-de-sac.
told you march, shine shoes, they told you shine shoes. Human beings tough. Being told what to do.
What about the training process?
I gotta find out why.
For becoming a covert agent?
Yeah, so the interview process is
Yeah, the interview process. Was that how rigorous was that?
it was very rigorous. That was where
Me too.
everything up to the first interview is easy. But there's 3 interviews. And some people are lucky enough to have 4 or 5 interviews if something goes wrong or something goes awry with the first 3. And again, this might be dated, but during the interview process is when they do your psychological evaluations, they do personality assessments, they do skills assessments. They'll start sending you back to where you're living with assignments, not intel assignments, but actual like homework assignments. Write an essay about 3 parts of the world that
There are Native
would be
Americans, but they're
most
not very
impactful in
common.
the next 3 to 5 years, or prioritize the top 3 strategic priorities for the United States. Put it into
Yeah,
2
our
or
song.
2,000 words, whatever else. Double space on this spot, yeah. Super specific stuff, kind of stressful, but it's just like one of those. So you go through all those apps, and then you submit the stuff to some PO box that doesn't have anything they're going to respond to you, and then you hope. Just send it into the ether, and you hope that you sent it right, hope that you wrote right, how enough, you hope that your assessment was right, whatever else it might be. You should get everything. Say we received your package, you did this next interview. And now we need to go to this other nondescript building, this other nondescript city. And then you start meeting, you start sitting in waiting rooms with other groups of people who are at the same place of interview, which were some of the coolest experiences that I've had still. One of my best friends to this day, who I don't get to talk to, is a guy I met. We met, so he was really pissed off. I was
Immediately connected and you like the people.
close. More like we immediately judged each other. We were all in training. So he looked at me and he was like, brown dude, crazy hair. I was dressed in a clubbing shirt. I don't know why I thought we could do the CIA shirt with my buttons on button down here. And he was like, yeah, you were after we got in. You were always really cool with this is a event I didn't get to. And I remember looking at him and being like, dude, you're just another white guy in a black suit. And I looked at you, well, here you are. So it was just those kinds of things. So you were totally wrong about what CIA. Until you're in, you have no idea what they're looking for. And you're just shooting it up.
Did they have you do it with live test?
Yes, it's called a polygraph.
How effective is our previous discussion? How effective is those?
Polygraphs are really interesting. So one of the things that people don't understand about polygraphs is the polygraphs aren't meant to detect the mind. Like they're called a lie detector, but they're not actually meant to detect the mind. They're built to detect variance from your physiological basis. So they're essentially meant to identify sensitivities to certain types of questions. And then as they identify a sensitivity to a question, it gives the interviewer an additional piece of information to direct the next round of questions. So then from there, they can kind of see how sensitive you are to a certain question. And your sensitivity could be a sign of dishonesty, but it could also be a sign of vulnerability. So the interrogator themselves, the interviewer themselves, they're the one who have to be. the judgment call as to which one it is, which is why you might see multiple interviews over the course of multiple polygraphs. But that's really what they're all about. So, I mean, outside of, they're extremely uncomfortable. Like, they're mentally uncomfortable, but then there's also, you sit in the pad, because the pad is supposed to be able to tell, like, your body movements, but also, like, your sphincter contractions or whatever. So you're sitting on this pad, you're plugged in, you're strapped in, you're tied up, and it takes so much time to get in there. And then they start asking you questions, baseline questions at first, and then other questions from there. And you're just answering the best you can. And you never know what they're seeing, and you never know what they're doing. It's really hard not to get anxious about it anyways. And then
they the whole time monitoring the reading?
Yeah, but like they got multiple screens. It's all information superiority. They have information superiority. You're the idiot looking away from them or looking sideways and trying not to move because you're afraid that if you have gas or if you move a little bit, it's going to wear you from the baseline. And the whole time you're worried, your heart's racing and blood pressure's increasing, which is a very interesting baseline. But yeah, I mean, it's an interesting part.
Or your baseline. Correct. Maybe there's some people there just chilling. And that's their baseline.
Right.
Because that's what they're doing. That's how I mean, I guess that means polygraph is a skill for you. Oh, absolutely.
So when people talk about beating a lie detector, it's not that they're talking about that. That's not hard. It's not hard to tell a lie to an interview. But the interviewer doesn't care if you're being honest or not honest about the content. What they're looking for is sensitivity. If they see no sensitivity, that's a big sign for them. That's a big sign that you probably pathological liar. If you show sensitivity to many things, then that's a sign that you're probably an anxious person. And they can still reset their baseline because they can tell how your anxiety is increasing, in 15 minutes. It's a unique skill. I mean, really good polygraphers. It's immensely valuable. But it's the misnomers and misconceptions about polygraphs.
You also mentioned personality tests. That's really interesting. So how effective a personality test? One for the hiring process, but also for
So personality is extremely important. I would say there's 1,000 different ways to look at personality. The only one that I count with any significance is the MBTI. And the MBTI is what all the leading scientists are on.
Well, that's kind of interesting to hear.
Oh, yeah.
So there's been criticisms of that test.
There have been criticisms for a long time.
Yeah, and you think there's value?
Absolutely. And there's a few reasons why, right? So first, MBTI makes the claim that your core personality doesn't change over time. And that's how it's calibrated. And one of the big arguments is that people say that your personality can't change. But in my experience, the MBTI is there. Your core personality does not change. Because your core personality is defined as your personality when all resources are available. So essentially, your emergency mode, your dire condition, that is your core personality. We can all act a little more extroverted. We can all, be a little more empathetic when we have tons of time, money, and patience. When you strip away all that time, money, and patience, how empathetic are you? How much do you like being around other people? How much do you like being alone? Do you make judgments or do you analyze information? That's what's so powerful about MBTI is it's talking about what people like to strip away resources. And then, because it's so consistent, it's also only 4 codes. It's super easy to be able to assess a human being through a dialogue, through a series of conversations, to be able to hone in with high accuracy what is their 4-letter code. There's only 16 options, and it becomes extremely valuable. Is it perfectly precise? Does everybody do it the same? I mean, most things are the answers to those. No. But is it operationally useful in a short period of time? That is a resounding.
Yeah, I don't even know. I think the first letter is introvert extrovert, right? I've taken the test before, just like a crude version of the test, and that's the same problem you have with the IQ test. There's the right thorough way of doing it. And do you mind sharing what your personality? Yes.
I'm an ENTP. That's an extrovert, intuitor, perceiver, thinker. ENT, thinker, P, perceiver. My wife is an ISFJ, which is the polar opposite of me. me, I'm extroverted, she's introverted. I'm an intuitor, she's a sensor. I'm a thinker, she's a feeler. I'm a pursuer, she's a judger.
Is there good science on like long-term success in relationships in terms of the dynamics of that? The 16. I wonder if there's good data.
I don't think there's a lot of good data in personalities writ large because there's not a lot of money to be made in personality testing. But I would say that there's that with experience, with a good MBTI test, with a good paid test, like 400, 500 question test, once you understand your own code, and then you're taught how to assess the code of that, with those two things kind of combined, because then you have experience and learning, it becomes very useful, and you can have high confidence in the conclusions that you reach about people's professions, about people's relationships with family, about people's relationships professionally, people's capabilities to deal with stress, how people will perform when pushed outside of their comfort zones. Really, really powerful, useful stuff in the corporate world and in the expert.
So in terms of compressed representation of another human being, you can't do much better than those 4 levels.
I don't believe it. My experience,
yeah, it is kind of difficult to realize that there is a proportion in the degree that's true. It seems to be true. It's even more difficult to realize that there is a stable, at least the science says so, a stable, consistent intelligence. Unfortunately, the G factor that they call that if you do a Rothschild test, that's going to consistently represent that G factor. We're all there with that, we can't fix it. And that defines so much of the side.
I don't see it as that because for me, the faster you learn it, the faster you learn what your own sort of natural strengths and weaknesses are, the faster you get to stop wasting time on things that you're never even good at, and you get to double down on things that you're already naturally skilled and interested in. So there's always a silver lining to the cloud. Like, I know now that I will never be a ballerina. I know that I'll never be an artist. I'll never be a musician. I'll never be anything. And when I was 18, that might have made me sad. But now at 42, I'm like, shit, awesome. I can go be something else good.
Why do you always being that? You're not the good.
I don't know. Because I'm not graceful.
You've learned this for years.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I don't know if there's an MBTI equivalent for grace.
I think it's called S. Sensor. Oh, yeah. Because a sensor is someone who's able to interact with the world around their 5 senses very effectively. If you talk to dancers can actually feel the grace in all of it. They know what position their finger is in. I don't know what position my feet are in. But look, I actually feel it flow.
Right? I definitely am. That's good to know. So I don't. I do have that.
You're a musician.
Well, the music, I don't
be able to play the guitar.
Sure, yeah, that's true. I think there was that physical part. But I think deep, because there's a technical aspect to that. It's just like it's less about feel, but I do know jiu-jitsu, rapper. I don't, there's some people that comes in and drop stuff and all that stuff. I don't. First of all, I don't know how that happens. But to me, I just have an awareness of stuff. Like there's a social orientation. Yeah, like I know that there's a small object I have to step over, and I have a good sense of that. It's so interesting. It's just like,
my wife is brilliant, and she still walks in the doors. She'll walk in the doorway, she'll bang her thing on the same wall that's been there for the last 50 years.
It's for some reason really hilarious. You've been asked, I think, on Reddit, are there big secrets that you know that could land you, our country, in terrible trouble if you came out to the public? You answered yes. I wish I could get that. So let me ask you just about secrecy in general. Are these secrets or just other secrets ones that the public will never know? Or will it come out in 10, 20, 50 years? I guess the deeper question is, what is the value of secrecy?
Yeah, so the standard classification for all human intelligence operations essence, anything that I've seen has the first chance of becoming public domain, declassified, after 50 years, unless there's some congressional requirement for it to be reviewed and tested. So by then, I'll be 80-something years old, or potentially dead, which is either way. That's when it can come out according to its typical classification. The value of secrets I have seen is that secrets create space. The secrets give opportunity for security, they give opportunity for thinking, they give space. And space is an incredibly advantageous thing. If you know something somebody else doesn't know, even if it's just 15 or 20 minutes different, you can change the course of fate. So I find secrets to be extremely valuable, extremely useful. Even at the place where secrets are being kept from large mass, part of what all Americans need to understand is that one of the trade-offs to building a system of government that allows us to be first world and wealthy and secure and successful, one of the trade-offs is that we have given up a great deal of personal freedom. And one of the personal freedoms that we give up is the freedom of knowing what we want to know. You get to know what the government tells you. You get to know what you need to know about what you've learned yourself, but you don't get to know secrets. People who do get to know secrets know them for a reason. That's why it's called.
How difficult is it to know secrets?
It's surprisingly difficult as technology. It's also surprisingly difficult as our culture becomes one where people want notoriety. People want to be the person who breaks the secret. 25 years ago, 40 years ago, that wasn't the case. There was a time in the United States where if someone gave you a secret, it was a point of personal honor not to share the secret. Now we're in a place where someone tells you a secret, that could turn into a Twitter post that gets you a bunch of thumbs up and a bunch of likes or whatever, an opportunity. Right? So the value of secrets has changed. Now there's almost a greater value of exposing secrets than there is keeping secrets. That makes it difficult, especially in technology.
Yeah, where is the line? And by the way, I'm one of those with people with the secrets. I think it's a karma thing. Again, back to the trust. I think in the short term, you benefit by sharing the secret. But in the long term, people know they can trust you. At the juicy of the secret, it's a test of sorts. If they know you can keep that secret, that means that you're somebody that can be trusted. And I believe that not just effectiveness in his life, but happiness in his life is informing the circle of people you can trust.
Right. We're taught that secrets and lies are similar in that they have a limited shelf life. If you treat them like food, secrets and lies have a very limited shelf life. So if you cash in on them while they're still fresh, you eat them before they spoil. You get to take advantage before they spoil. However, trust has no limit to its shelf life. So it's almost like you're trading a short-term victory and losing a long-term. It's always better to keep the secret. It's always better to let the lie live, because it will eventually come to light from somebody else, not from you, because it already has a limited shelf life. But what you win in exchange for not being the one to catch the secret is immense trust.
Let me ask you about lying and trust and so on. So I don't believe I've been contacted by or interacted with the CIA, the MI6, the FSB, Mossad, or a few other intelligence agencies. I'm kind of with that. Would I know about you on this? So from your perspective?
No, you would not. For sure you've been on the radar. Absolutely, you've got a file. You've got a dossier. So why? Because you're who's interested. It's not necessarily that you are interesting to someone as a foreign asset or an intelligence collection source, but your network is extremely interesting. If someone said correct, if someone had access to, if someone was able to come every time you cross a border, you go through some sort of security. If you've ever been pulled in the secondary and separated from the band, that's exactly you are an intelligence target. It just may be that you're not suitable to be a person who reports for intelligence. We've got to understand that all people are potential sources of valuable information to the national security infrastructure of our host country and any country that we visit. Someone like you, with your public footprint, with your notoriety, with your educational background, with your national identifications, becomes a viable and valuable target of information.
Yeah, but so to speak to that, I take security pretty seriously, but not to the degree that it runs my life. So I'm very careful about it.
So I'm glad you did.
So the moment you start to think about germs, right, like you start to freak out and you become sort of paralyzed by the stress. You have to balance those two things. If you think about all the things that can hurt you in this world and all the risks you can take, it can overrun your life. But that said, the cyber world is a weird world because it doesn't have the same. I know not to cross the street without looking each way because there's physical intuition about it. I'm not sure. You're a science guy, so I have some intuition. It's the cyber world. It's really hard to build an intuition for the safe. I've seen a lot of people who are just logging out of your devices. Just like that physical access stuff is a lot of people don't take. You can just like walk into the offices of a lot of CEOs and it's like everything's wide open for physical access to their systems, which is kind of incredible for somebody. It sounds really shady, but it's not. I've written key loggers, like things that report into you, type in miles a minute. And like I did that for my PhD, everything to do on your device and everything to do on your computer. So like people sign up to this study, they're willing to do this to understand behavior. I was trying to use machine learning to identify who you are based on different biometric and behavioral things, which allows me to study human behavior to see which is uniquely identifiable. And the goal there is to remove the password. But how easy it is to write in the logs everything you type, I was like, wait a minute. Like, I can probably get a lot of people in the world to run this for me. I could then get all of their passwords. You could do so much. Like, I can run the entirety of the say, just myself. And I imagine there's a lot of really good hackers like that out there, much better than me. So I try to prevent myself from being all the different low-hanging fruit attack vectors in my life. I try to make it difficult to do that. But then I'm also aware that there's probably people that are fast steps ahead.
You're doing the right thing. But what I always advocate is the low-hanging fruit is what keeps you from being a target of opportunity. Because your half-assed hackers, lazy hackers, your unskilled hackers, they're looking for low-hanging fruit. They're looking for the person who gets the Nigeria email about how you could be getting $5 million if you just give me your bank account. That's what they're looking for. The thing that's scary is that if you're not a target of opportunity, if you become a intentional target, then there's almost nothing you can do. Because once you become an intentional target, then your security apparatus, they will create a dedicated, customized vector of attacking your specific security apparatus. And because security is always active, right? There's a leading advantage and a trailing advantage. When it comes to attacks, the leader always has that advantage because they have to create the attack before anybody else can create a way to protect against it. So the attack always comes first, and they always have the advantage. You are always stuck just leaning on, this is the best security that I know of. Meanwhile, there's always somebody who can create a way of attacking the best security out there. And once they win, they have monopoly all that time until a new defensive measure is put.
Yeah, I tend to think exactly as you said, that only fruit protects against like crimes of opportunity. And then I assume that people can just hack in if they really want.
Think about how much anxiety you would be suffer. accepted that?
Well, there's several things you could do. First of all, to be honest, it keeps me honest. Not to be a douchebag or like not, yeah, to assume everything could be public and to sort of don't trade information that could hurt people for to be public. So I try to do that. And the thing I try to make sure is homeland style. Just I really would like to know if I'm mistaken, right? So I try to assume that I will be and detect it. Yeah, tripwise and not paranoid tripwise, just like open door. I think that's probably the future of life on this earth is to go. Everybody of interest is going to that hopefully inspires. Now this is outside of rules. These are individuals. I mean, there's, of course, if you're actually operating. I'm just I'm just a scientist person, podcasting person. So if I was actually running a company or was an integral part of some kind of military operation, then you probably have an entire team that's not doing that battle of like trying to be ahead of like the best actors in the world that are attacking. But that requires a team that full time is their focus. Even then, you still get in trouble.
Correct. Yeah. So what I've seen as the norm, what I've seen is the cutting edge standard for corporations and ultra wealth, and even intelligence organizations, is that we have tripwires. It's better if you can't prevent from being hacked. The next best thing is to know as soon as you get hacked, because then you can essentially terminate all the information. If you know it fast enough, you can just destroy the information. This is what the ultra wealth do. They have multiple phones, so as soon as one phone gets hacked, the tripwire goes off. The operating system is coded to get the data out on the phone, and a second phone is turned on with a whole new separate set of metadata. And now for them, there's no great concern. It's just, this one went black. It's got a warning on it that says it was hacked. So trash it, because they don't care about the rest of the phone, pick up the next phone, and move on. That's the best thing that you can do, essentially, outside of trying to out-hack the hackers. And then even in your intelligence and military world, with cyber warfare is happening, the people who are aggressing are not trying to create aggression that beats security. They're trying to find aggressive techniques, offensive techniques that have no security built around them. Because it's too cost and time intensive to protect against what you know is coming. It's so much more efficient and cost effective to go after new vectors. So it just becomes like, it becomes almost a silly game of your neighbor gets a guard dog, so you get a bigger guard dog, and then your neighbor gets a fence. So you just constantly do it. It's called the security theory. People just one up each other because it's never worth it. Just gets the same level. You're always trying to outdo each other.
Yeah, and then maybe like banks have to fight that fight, but yeah, no. So you're saying I operated state of the art with tripwires. This is good to know.
Absolutely.
And also just not using anybody else's services, doing everything myself. So that's harder to figure out what the heck this person is doing. So if I'm using somebody else's service, I did with QNAP. I have QNAP now as I use for cold storage of unquote things but at large videos. I don't know if you know, but QNAP is a company that does storage devices. And they got hacked. And everybody that didn't update as of a week ago from the point of the 0-day hack, everybody got hacked with 7,000 machines, and they asked, you can get your data back if you pay, I forget what it was, but it was about $1,000. And QNAP can get all the data back from the customers if they pay $2 million. But that came from me relying on the systems of others for security. I assumed this company would have their security handled. That was a very valuable lesson for me. I now have layers of security and also an understanding which data is really important, which is somewhat important, which is not that important, and layering that all together.
So just so you know, the U.S. government, the military, woke up to that exact same thing. It's still very good. They were sourcing, we took night vision goggles from them. They were sourcing components and engineering blueprints for night vision goggles from 3, 4, 5 different subcontractors all over the country, but they never asked themselves what the security status was of those subcontractors. So, fast forward, a few years, and all of a sudden they start getting faulty components. They start having night vision goggles that don't work. They start having supply chain issues where they have to change their provider, and the Army doesn't know that the provider is changing. This is a strategy. The idea of going through third-party systems is identifying the vulnerability in the supply chain. It's a savvy offensive practice for more than just cyber hackers.
Let me ask you about physical hacking. So I'm now introverted about all social interaction, but how much truth is there is kind of a funny question. How suspicious should I be when I'm traveling to different parts of the world when an attractive female walks up to me and shows any kind of attention? Is that like this kind of James Bond spy movie stuff, or is that kind of stuff used by intelligence agencies?
I don't think it's used. It's absolutely. It's called sex espionage. That's the term that we jokingly call sex espionage. But yeah, the art of attraction, appeal, the manifestation of feelings through sexual manipulation, all of that is super powerful too. The Chinese use it extremely well. The Russians use it extremely well. In the United States, we actively train our officers not to use it because in the end it leads to complications with any professional case. So we train our officers not to use it. However, you can't control other people's things. So if you're an attractive male or attractive female officer, you're trying to talk to an older general who just happens to be gay or happens to be straight and is attracted to you, of course they're going to be that much more willing to talk to an American who is also attractive. So it's hard to have that
in all definitions, so it could be all elements of charisma. That's so, attractiveness in the dynamic sense of the word. So it's visual attractiveness, the smile, the humor, the wit, the flirting, all that kind of stuff that can be used to correct to the art of conversation.
There's also elements of sexuality that people underestimate, right? So physical sexuality, physical attraction is the most obvious one that really talks about and thinks about. But then there's also sapiosexuality, which is being sexually attracted to thoughts, to intelligence. And then you got all the various varieties of personal preferences. Some people like people with a certain color skin, or they like big noses, they like small noses, they like big butts, they like small butts, they like tall guys, they like bald guys, whatever it might be. You can't ever predict what someone's preferences, sexual arousal preferences are going to be. So then you end up walking into a situation where then you discover, just imagine being an unattractive, overweight, married guy, and you're walking into an asset target meeting with like a middle-aged female who is also not very attractive and also married. And it turns out that person is deeply sexual and is extremely turned on by intelligent conversation. That's exactly what we're there to do. Our mission is to have intelligent conversation with this person to find out if they have access to secrets. And by virtue of you carrying out your mission, they become extremely aroused and attracted to you. That is a very complicated situation.
It's hard to know the trust. How do you know your wife? How does your wife know that you're not a double agent from Russia?
There's a large element of experience and time that goes into that. She's also trained. And I think my wife is also, my wife and I also have the benefit of being recruited young and together, where
so over time you can start to figure out things that are really difficult. You form a baseline, you start to understand
the most difficult thing in the world is consistency. It's the most difficult thing in the world. Some people say that discipline or self-discipline. What they're really talking about is consistency. When you have someone who performs consistently over long periods of time under various levels of stress, You can trust, again, you can trust them to behave within certain patterns. You can trust an asshole to be an asshole without trusting the asshole to take care of the kids, right? So I don't ever want to mix up the idea of personal trust versus trusting the outcome. You can always trust a person to operate within their pattern behavior. It just takes time for you to get consistent feedback as to what that baseline is.
To form a good model, predictive model.
Right. And it's fascinating. The challenge is building that model quickly. So technology is one of those tools that will be able to very quickly create a model of behavior because technology can pull in multiple data points in a very short period of time that the human brain simply can't fit in at the same place, at the same space, at the same speed.
That's actually what I did. HD on the side that Google is forming good representation, unique representation across the entire world based on the behavior of the person. The specific task there is so that you don't have to type in the password. The idea is to replace the password. It also allows you to actually study human behavior. All right, what is the unique representation of the person? How, because we have very specific patterns. A lot of humans are very similar in their patterns. What are the unique identifiers of those patterns of behavior? And that, I think that's, from a psychology perspective, a super fascinating question. And from a machine learning perspective, it's something that you can, as the systems get better and better and better, and as you get more and more digital data about each individual, you start to be able to do that kind of thing effectively.
And it's, when I think of the fact that you could create a dossier on somebody in 24, 48 hours, you can wire them in 2 days, right? Even if things style, put in their some chip that just reads everything. How heavy are they walking? How much time do they sleep? How many times do they open the refrigerator? When they log into a computer, how do they do it? Which hand do they use when they log in? What's their most common swipe? What's the most visited website? You could collect an enormous amount of data in a short period of time, where otherwise we're stuck the way that we do it now. Once or twice a week, we go out for a coffee for 2 hours. 2 hours at a time, for 6, 8 weeks, 12 weeks. You're coming up with a 50% assessment on just that time savings.
Something you've also spoken about is private intelligence, the power, the reach, and the scale, and the importance of private intelligence versus government intelligence. Can you elaborate on the role of what is private intelligence and what's the role of private intelligence in the scope of all the intelligence that is gathered and used in the AI?
Yeah, absolutely. It's something that so few people know about. And it became a more mainstream topic with the Trump administration because Trump made it no secret that he was going to hire private intelligence organizations to run and fund it. So that really brought it back. But going all the way back to 9/11, going all the way back to 2001, when the 9/11 attacks happened, there was a commission that was formed to determine the reasons it happened. And among the lists that they determined, of course, they found out the intelligence community was coordinating with each other. There were fight guns and there was infighting, and there wasn't good impression. But more than that, they identified that we were operating at Cold War, even though we were living in a time when terrorism was the new biggest threat to national security. So the big recommendation coming out of the 9/11 Commission was that the intelligence organizations, the intelligence community, significantly increased the presence of intelligence overseas and in terms of analytical capacity here in the United States. When they made that decision, it completely destroyed, totally was incongruent with the existing hiring process, because the existing hiring process for CIA and NSA is a 6 to 9 month process. The only way they could plus up their sizes fast enough was to bypass their hiring and instead go direct to private organizations. So naturally, the government contracted with the companies that they already had secure contracts with. Boeing, Raytheon, Northrop Grumman, Khaki, you name it. And then over time, from 2001 to now, or that started really in 2004 when they significantly increasing the presence of private intelligence. from then until now, it's become a budgetary thing. It's become a continuity of operations thing, and now the reason Northern Virginia has become one of the wealthiest zip codes in America is because of the incredible concentration of private intelligence that is supporting CIA, NSA, DIA, all of
By the way, this volunteer,
Palantir is one of those organizations that was trying to pitch their product to an intelligence community because it's a fantastic product on paper. But the challenge was the proprietary services, the proprietary systems that we used in CIA prior to Palantir continued to outperform Palantir. So just like any other business decision, if you've got homegrown systems that outperform external systems, then it's not worth to share the internal information.
got it. So, what the whole connection between Peter Thiel and Donald Trump, did that have a role to play in Donald Trump's leverage and private intelligence to effectively destroy?
I think that they're related, but only circumstantial. Because remember, Donald Trump wasn't really invested in CIA. So the last thing he wanted to do was spend his network, Moscow is trying to be Trump didn't want to use his Moscow, putting Thiel into CIA, only to lose Thiel's contract as soon as Trump lost. So instead, it was more valuable to put Thiel's tool to use in private intelligence. And then, of course, I think he nominated Thiel to be his Secretary of Defense, Secretary of State. At some point in time, he tried to presidentially appoint Peter Thiel into a position of government authority.
What do you think of figures like Peter Thiel? Do they really, and I'm sure there's figures similar scale and reach and power and private intelligence. What do you think about their role and power in this whole without public accountability?
Yes.
That you would think directly with CIA perhaps have.
So this is where private intelligence has both a strength and a weakness. The ultimate law overriding or overseeing private intelligence is not government legislation. It's the law of economics. If they produce a superior product, then they will have a buyer. If they do not produce a superior product, they will not have a buyer. And that's a very simple business principle. Whereas in the current national security infrastructure, you can create a crap product, but the taxpayer dollars are always going to spend. So it's really thrown things for a loop, especially during the Trump administration. And this is one of the things I will always say I like the Trump administration. It put a big blazing bright light on all of the flaws within our system. One of those flaws being this executive power over the intelligence organizations and the lack of accountability for intelligence organizations to produce a superior product. When that light got shown down, that's when you also saw Trump start to go after. If you remember, there was a period where he was taking security clearances away from retiring officers. That became a big, hot issue. That became something that people were very opposed to when they didn't realize that process of taking security clearances away, that incentivized seasoned senior officers to stay in service. Because with private intelligence paying premium during the Trump administration, because Trump was paying premium to private intelligence, when senior officers found it more profitable to retire early, keep their clearance, and go work for Raytheon, Trump saw that as bypassing servicing people. You've made a career in CIA, you've made a career in NSA, you should stay there. If you leave, you lose your clearance because you no longer have a need. He upset the apple cart with that. And unfortunately, the narrative that came out in many ways was a negative narrative against Trump, when in fact, he was actually doing quite a service to the American people, trying to take away the incentive of senior officials leaving their service in order to just volunteer in private.
So in that way, he was kind of supporting the CIA in making sure that competent people and experienced people stay in the CIA. incentivize this like that.
Correct. I think that there was definitely, he understood incentives. I mean, Donald Trump understood incentives. So he was trying to incentivize them to stay. But I think he was also playing a safety card because he didn't want former CIA officials who would not listen to him to then move into private organizations that he may hire, only to then have him undermine him from both sides. So there was a little bit of offensive calculation as well.
With the dynamics and the effectiveness of economics that you refer to that the private intelligence operates under, is that more or less ethical than the forces that maybe government agencies operate under? Like, what's your intuition? Does capitalism lead? You mentioned it leads to maximizations of efficiency and performance, but is that correlated with ethical behavior? When we're talking about such hairy activities like collection of
The question of ethics is a great question. So let me start this whole thing out by saying CIA hires people on a spectrum of our ability to be morally flexible, ethically flexible. All people at their heart are ethically flexible. I would never punch somebody in the face, right? Some people out there say, I would never hurt another human being. But as soon as a human being poses a direct threat to their daughter or their son or their mother, now all of a sudden they want to change their ethical stance in self-defense. Right? But at the end of the day, it's still hurting that person. So what CIA looks for is people who are able to swing across that spectrum for lesser offenses, right? More flexibility. I do not believe that private intelligence and laws and economics lend themselves to increased ethics or increased ethical behavior in the short term. But what ends up happening is that in the long term, in order to scale economic benefits, you are forced to act within norms of your customer base. So as the norms of that customer base dictate certain requirements, the company has to adapt to those requirements in order to continue to scale. So if a company tries to ostracize LGBTQ, or if they try to ostracize men or ostracize women, they're limiting their ability to grow economically. They have to adapt to whatever is the prevailing ethical requirement on their customer base.
this interesting question. You look at big pharma and pharmaceutical companies, and they have a quite poor reputation in the public eye, and some of it, maybe much of it, is considered racist. And so you start to wonder, well, the intelligence agencies use some of the same technique to manipulate the public, like what they believe about those agencies, in order to maximize profit as well. So finding shortcuts or unethical paths that allow you to not be ultimately responsible to the customer.
Absolutely. And I would go a step further to say the covert nature of intelligence operations is really attractive when it comes to the private sector. Because now they have all the same money with none of the oversight. And all they have to do is deliver. So without the oversight, what would happen? And in a lot of, for anybody who's ever run a business, anybody's ever started a startup or tried to make something succeed, we all know that there come those times where you have to skirt the boundaries of propriety or morality or commitments or promises to other people, because at the end of the day, if your business fails, it's on you. So if you promise to deliver something to a client, you've got to deliver to the client, even if that means you stay up late or if you lie on your taxes, whatever it might be. There's a certain level to that.
Yeah, I personally have that sort of optimistic view that ultimately the best way is to stay within ethical bounds. Having what you suggested, if you want to be a company that's extremely successful, is with confidence, not with cheating. Is cheating one, I believe, win in the long term. But in terms of being publicly responsible for decisions, it risk is too high to be a public person at all. And so I totally understand that. At the same time, I think if you're doing things by the book and you're the best in the world at your job, you have nothing to worry about. And you can advertise that, and you recruit, you help recruit. And that's the work of capitalism. You want to advertise that this is the place where the best people live. This is the people.
I think that your point of view is I would also say that the complexities of what makes somebody make a decision can only really be properly calculated with a baseline. So because there is no baseline that you or I have a deal, it's difficult to really ascertain why he does or doesn't accept impacts or why he just doesn't care.
Well, let me ask your opinion. The NSA, and then maybe we could mention about bulk collection in general in the CIA, but let's look at some history. NSA is known. What's your opinion on the mass surveillance that is reported to have been conducted by the NSA? We talked about ethics. Are you troubled by from a public perception, the unethical nature of mass surveillance, especially American citizens?
This is a topic that I never do talk about, but it's very rare that anyone ever really agrees. Just so. So
I see where I think there's a nuance in here. Maybe
the truth is that the American experience after 9/11 is nothing like the American experience now. So all the terminology, all this talk about privacy laws, mass surveillance, all this other stuff, it was a completely different time then. And that's not to say it was an excuse, because to this day I would still say mass collection, bulk collection of data that allows for an expedient identification of a threat to national security benefits all of us. But people don't understand what they want, and people don't understand what the value of their own privacy is. First of all, the fact that people think they have personal privacy is laughable. You have no privacy. The cell phone that you carry in your pocket, you're giving permission to those apps constantly. You're giving commercial organizations, who you and I have already said are less tied to ethical responsibility. You're giving them permission to collect enormous amounts of private data from you all the time. And do you know what happens if AT&T or Verizon sees some nefarious activity on your account? They do nothing. They might send a note to FBI because they have to put this on checklist. But when NSA was collecting intelligence on metadata from around the United States, they were very specifically looking for terrorist threats that would harm American lives. NSA can clone my phone. I will give them my children's phone. I will give them the passwords to every one of my accounts if it means that there's a likelihood that my family will be safer from a nefarious actor who's intent on hurting us. NSA doesn't care about your faith. NSA doesn't care if you're cheating on your taxes. NSA doesn't care if you talk shit about your boss or if you hate the U.S. president. Nobody cares about that. Your intelligence community is there to find threats to national security. That's what they're there to do. What Snowden did, and he outed that whole program. The fact that the justice system, the civilian justice system, went back and essentially overruled the ruling of the intelligence courts before that, just goes to show how the general mass community really shouldn't have a say in what happens in the intelligence community. They really shouldn't. You have politicians, and you have the opportunity to elect people to a position, and then you trust them. That's what a representative republic is. You vote the people in, you trust them to work on your behalf. They make decisions without running them by you. They make decisions that they believe are in the best interest of their constituency. And that's how our form of democracy works. It worked. We were safer. Now that we don't have that information, and now that there's this giant looming question of whether or not NSA is able to serve people or is collecting mass surveillance against all American people, that's not really a true accurate representation of what they were ever doing. series of transactions in metadata that was going to lead to American deaths. We are now less secure because they can't do that. And that bothers me.
So you said a few which things there. So because you are kind of an insider, you are a kind of insider, meaning you are able to bring up an intuition about the good, the bad, and ugly of these institutions. Specifically the good. A lot of people don't have a good sense of the good, and then the bad and the ugly, prefer the bad and the ugly. You mentioned that one of the key little thing there at the end, saying the NSA doesn't care about the behavior of the president. Now that's what people really worry about is they're not sure they can trust the government to not go into full dictatorial mode. And basically, with political preference, your opposition to basically one of the essential powers of the freedom of speech in the United States is the ability to criticize your government. That they're worried about can't the government get a hold of the NSA instead to ask the basic question, well, can you give me a list of people that criticize the government?
Think about, so let's just walk through that, right? Because it's a preponderance, it's a preponderance field, it's a ridiculous field. Because you would have to tap on multiple elements of government for anyone to happen. So for example, let's just say that somebody goes to the NSA and says, hey, can you give us a readout of all the people who are tweeting terrible things about the government? Okay, cool. Here's your 100 million people, whatever it is, right? Here's all the people saying negative things about the government. So now they have a list. What do they do next? Well, let's just make it simple. They stay with NSA, surveil them even, tap their phone, tap their computers, I don't know. And then they get this preponderance of evidence. What do you do with evidence? You take it to a court. Well, guess what no court is going to support? Anything that goes against the freedom of speech. So the court is not going to support what the executive asks you to do. Even before you take somebody to court, you have to involve law enforcement. Essentially, you have to send some sort of police force to go apprehend the individual who's in question. Well, guess what doesn't meet criteria for any police force anywhere in the United States? Arresting people who have risks who say negative things about the president. Now, if somebody poses a threat to the life of a public figure, or a threat to the life of a politician, that's a completely different case, which means the standards of evidence are much higher against that person. So unless you create a secret police force, then your actual public police force is never going to take action. So all these people who are afraid of this exact situation that you're outlining, they need the creation of a secret police force, the creation of a secret court that operates outside the judicial system, the creation of a secret intelligence service that operates outside of foreign intelligence collection, all so that a handful of people who don't like the president get what? Whisked away, assassinated, put in prison? Who knows what? Think about the resources that would be the amount of money and time and how hard it would be to keep that secret of all of those things in motion. The reason I worked in Russia, Soviet Germany, or Russia and Communist Germany was because everybody knew there was a secret police. Everybody knew that there was a threat to speaking out against the government. It's completely different.
Right. So there's a lot to say. So one, yes, I was a dictator. I wanted to speak in this way. But I think one of the more effective ways is, read this commandments. You can pick out a random person and public display, semi-public display, basically put them in jail for homes of government, whether they post or not. And the fear that sends a message to them.
That's exactly what you see happening in China. That's what you just laid out. It's genius. And that is the state.
We don't need the surveillance. But that said, if you did do the surveillance, so that's to support sort of the incentives on it's a lot of work to do what you need to do on the surveillance. But, yes, of course, with right? If you were to be able to get arrested, which I think that part you could do, but that would post the government. You could do that, just like you said, on Twitter publicly, you could make a list. And with that you can start to, especially if you have a lot of data on us, we can find ways of actually dig back up. Not because they best government, but because in some other way. Like parking tickets or unpaid taxes, probably common, or screwed up something about the taxes. I just, Russia and Ukraine, they're very good at this kind of stuff. Knowing how the citizens going to help, because especially in those countries, everybody's breaking the law. Because a corrupt nation have the laws are operating. Like, the number of people that pay taxes clearly in those nations is just very nuts. So they then use that breaking of the law to come up with an excuse to actually put you in jail based on that. Yeah, so it's possible to imagine. But yes, I think that's the ugly part of surveillance. But I do think, just like you said, the incentives are correct. If you really don't need to get all of the secret police and all of these kinds of organizations working, if you do have a charismatic, powerful leader that thinks of the network is able to control a lot of organizations to a level of authoritarianism in a government, they're just able to do the usual thing. One, gamble machine to tell narratives. Two, pick out, people that they can put in jail for opposing the state, and make it loud, like the press start silencing the press. There's like a playbook to this thing, right? It doesn't require surveillance. The surveillance, what is useful for the surveillance is the thing you mentioned in China, which is encourage everybody in the citizenry to watch each other. To say there's enemies in the state everywhere. And then you start having children reporting to their parents and that kind of stuff. Again, don't need a surveillance state for that. Not good in the surveillance system if it's operating within ethical balance, is that yes, it can protect. So you're saying like the good, given your understanding of these institutions, the good outweighs the bad.
Absolutely. So let me give you just a so people don't realize there's multiple surveillance states there. There are surveillance states that are close allies of the United States. One of those surveillance states is the United Arab Emirates, the UAE. Now, I lived in the UAE from 2019 to 2020. Came back on a repatriation flight after COVID broke out. And we were there for a full year. We were residents, we had IDs, we had everything. Now, when you get your national ID in the Emirates, you get a chip. And that chip connects you to everything. It connects you to cameras, it connects you to your license plate in your car, to your passport, to your credit card, everything. Everything is interconnected, everything is underneath. When you drive, there are no police. There are no police on the road. Every 50 to 100 meters, you cross a camera that reads your license plate, measures your speed, and if you're breaking the speed limit, it just immediately charges your credit card. And it's tied, it's all tied together. Totally surveillance. That technology was invented by the Israelis, who use it in Israel. When I was in Abu Dhabi, and I was rear-ended at high speed by what turned out to be an Emirati official, a senior ranking official of one of the. It was caught on camera. His ID was registered. My ID was registered. Everything was tied back to our IDs. The proof and the evidence was crystal clear. Even still, he was Emirati. I was not. So when I went to the police station to file a complaint, it was something that nobody was comfortable with because, generally speaking, Emiratis don't accept legal claims against their own foreigners. But the difference was that I was American and I was there on contract supporting the Emirati government. So I had these different variances, right? Long story short, in the end, the surveillance state is what made sure that justice was played because the proof was incontrovertible. There was so much evidence collected because of the surveillance nature of their state. Now, why do they have a surveillance state? It's not the people that lead. It's because they're constantly afraid of extremist terrorist activity happening inside Abu Dhabi or inside the UAE because they're under constant threat from Islam and from extremists and they're under constant threat from Iran. So that's what drives the people to want them to these states, to want the surveillance state. For them, their survival is paramount. They need the surveillance to have that survival. For us, we haven't tasted that level of desperation and fear yet, or hopefully never. But that's what makes us feel like there's something wrong with surveillance. Surveillance is all about the purpose, it's all about the intent.
Well, and like you said, companies do significant amount of surveillance to provide us with services that we take for granted. For example, just one of the things, give props to the digital efforts of the Zelensky administration. I'm aware that they have this digital transformation efforts where there's it's laughable to say in the United States, but they actually did a really good job by having a government app that has your passport on it, all the digital information, doctor, it's like everything that you would think America would be doing, like licensing, all that kind of stuff. It's in an app. The pay these payments to each other, and that's all coming by the contractors and all that thing. That's like under the flag of the government. So that's incredible technology, and I didn't just hear anybody talk about surveillance in that context. It is, but they all love it. It's super easy. Frankly, already it's so easy and convenient that we already take it for granted that, of course, this is what you do. Of course, your passport is on your phone.
With everything that now housed in a server that you don't know. It could be hacked at any time by a third party.
They don't ask these kinds of questions because it's so convenient, as we do for Google, Facebook, Twitter, Apple, Microsoft.
Security and convenience are two opposite sides of the spectrum. The more convenient something is, the less secure. And the more secure something is, the less convenient. That's it. It's a battle that we're always working with as individuals, and then we're trying to outsource that battle to our politicians, and our politicians are frankly just interested in politicians.
Yeah, that said, I mean, people are really worried about giving any one institution much power, especially when it's a federal government institution. Given some history, first of all, just history of the corruption, how they're corrupting individuals and institutions, and second of all, this the reality of certain institutions like the CIA misbehaving. But let me actually ask you about Edward Snowden. So you, outside of the utility that you're looking for the NSA surveillance, do you think Edward Snowden is a criminal or a hero?
In terms, in the eyes of the law, he's a criminal. He broke the law, he broke it. He was under secure information. And then when he ran away to all of the worst villains in the world from the U.S. perspective to basically seek protection. That's how you act in the face of accusation is in essence part of the case that you build for yourself. So running away to China, Russia, Cuba, Ecuador, that just paints a very negative picture. It does not suggest that you are doing anything that is ethically upright in favor of the American people who are willing to do things to support yourself. So for sure, in the eyes of the law, he's a criminal. In the eyes of a group of people who are largely ignorant to what they've lost, for them, he's a hero. To me, he's just kind of a sad case. I personally look at Snowden as a sad, unfortunate case. His life is ruined. His family name is tarnished. He's forever going to be a desperate pawn. And that's all because of the decisions that he made and the order that he made.
I'm not sure his name is tarnished. I think the case you're making is a difficult case to make. And so I think his name represents fighting one man. It's like Tiananmen Square instead of the tank. It's like one man fighting the government. And I think that there is some aspect to which, taking that case aside, that is the American spirit, which is hold the powerful accountable. So whenever there's somebody in power, one individual can change, can
one man can make a difference.
To make a difference. Yeah.
Very nice, right?
I mean, that's the American individualism. And so he represents that. And I think there's a huge skepticism against large federal institutions. And I think if you look at the long arc of history, that actually is a forcing function for the institutions to behave their best. So it basically hold them accountable.
If what's nice about this is that we can agree to disagree, and history will be the one that decides. But once, like, there's a reason that Edward Snowden needs to do something new every 16 or 18 months to remain relevant, right? Because if he didn't, he would just be forgotten. Because he was not a maverick who changed history for the better. He was a man who broke the law, and now he's on the run. And to some people, he is a hero. To other people, he is a criminal. But to the vast majority, he is just a blip on a radar of everyday life that really makes no difference to them at all.
So actually, let's linger on that. So just to clarify, do you think you make it a difficult case that the NSA mass surveillance program was one ethical and two made a better world?
I am making the case that at the time it was exactly what we needed to feel safe in our own homes.
What about to be safe? Actually be safe.
So this is what's difficult, because any proof that they collected that actually prevented an attack from happening is proof we'll never know. This is the really unfortunate side of intelligence operations. And I've been at the front end of this. You work your ass off. You take personal risk. You make personal sacrifice to make sure that something terrible doesn't happen. Nobody knows that ever happens.
Does that have to be that way? Does it have to remain secret every time the NSA or the CIA says their lives?
It does, for two reasons. First, the mythos. The same thing we were talking about with General Trump. You can't brag about your victories if you want to let the myth shape itself. You can't do that. The second thing is, it's once a victory is claimed, the danger comes from letting your enemy know that you claimed the victory. Because they can reverse engineer and they can start to change how they did things. If a terrorist cell tries to execute an operation, the operation fails. From their point of view, they don't know why it failed. They just know that. But then if the U.S. or the American government comes in and says, we took apart this amazing attack, now they have more information. Right? The whole power of secrets, like we talked about before, the power of secrets is in knowing that not everybody has them. There's only a shelf life. So take advantage of the shelf life. You get space. So you got to keep your secret. There is no tactical advantage from sharing a secret unless you are specifically trying to achieve a certain tactical advantage from sharing a secret, which is what we've seen so much of with U.S. intelligence in Ukraine. There's a tactical advantage from sharing a secret about Russian military movements or weaknesses in tanks or supply chain challenges, whatever.
Well, let me argue that there might be an advantage to share information with the American public with a terrorist attack. It's averted a lot of Americans are saved. Because what that does
is make every American think that they're not safe. There is no tactical advantage.
You think so?
Absolutely. If the Austin PD started telling you every day about these crazy crimes that they're committing, would that make you feel more safe? It would make you feel like they're doing their job.
That obviously make us feel less safe, because if you see competence, that there is extremely competent defenders of this territory, of these people, with that.
The human nature is not to assign competence. So empirically, humans overvalue losses and undervalue gains. That's something that we've seen from finance to betting and health. If the Austin Police Department starts telling you about all these heinous crimes that were avoided because of their hard work, the way that your brain is actually going to process the information is you are going to say, if this is all the stuff that can stop, how bad must this place be? Yeah. How much more haven't they started?
I take your point, powerful psychological point, but I, looking at the other picture, I look at the police force, the CIA, the NSA, those people now with the police, they're seeing there's such a negative feeling amongst Americans towards these institutions. Who the hell wants to work for the CIA and the police force? Like, you're going to be criticized. That's really bad for the CIA. It's terrible. Like, as opposed to being seen as a hero. Like, for example, currently, soldiers are, for the most part, seen as heroes that are protecting this nation. That's not the case for the CIA.
Soldiers are all seen as heroes, right? You got to remember that so first of all, public service is a sacrifice. We oftentimes forget that. We start to think, oh, government jobs are cushy and they're easy, and it must be so easy to be the president because then you're basically a celebrity overnight. Public service is a sacrifice. It's a grind. For all the soldiers, the submariners, the missileers, the police officers, intelligence specialists, they all know what it's like to keep things up, to serve a public that can turn its opinion at any given time. And history is what defines it. The more important thing is to understand that if you want a true, open, and fair democracy, you cannot control a narrative. And starting to share all of your victories, or starting to share your biggest victories, with the intent of shaping public opinion to be supportive of the police force, or supportive of CIA, or supportive of you name it, is shaping a narrative. That is intentional operational use of influence to drive public opinion. That is something nobody wants to get into. It is much more professional to be a silent sentinel, silent servant, humbly carrying the burden of public service in the United States, where we are a fair and open democracy.
Why not celebrate the killing of Big Man?
We did.
The search, discovery, and capture, and the killing of Bin Laden. Wasn't that actually the details of that? I mean, come to the details of that, how he was discovered. I think why not do that? Doesn't that make heroes out of the people that are servants? Or do people who serve, who do service to this nation, do they always have to operate in a thankless manner in the shadows?
I think that's a very good question. The folks who I left behind when I left CIA, who continue to serve as faceless, nameless heroes every day, I am grateful for them. The truth is that if they were motivated by something else, they wouldn't be as good as they are. And I see your point about shouldn't we be celebrating our victories? But when celebrating our victories runs the risk of informing our enemies how we operate, giving away our informational advantage, giving away our tactical battlefield, and running the risk of shaping a narrative intentionally among our own American people, now all of a sudden we're turning into exactly the thing that the American people trust us not to be.
Yeah, then you operate in secrecy, and there's corrupt and douchebag people everywhere. Sometimes even inside the CIA, criminals inside the CIA. There's criminals in all organizations, in all walks of life. Human nature is such that this is always the case. Then it breeds conspiracy theories.
And sometimes those conspiracy theories turn out to be true, but most times they don't. That's just part of the risk of being myth.
Can you speak to some of these? So MK Ultra. So not a myth. So this is a fascinating human experimentation program undertaken by the CIA to develop procedures for using drugs like LSD to interrogate people through, let's say, psychological manipulation and maybe even torture. The scale of the program is perhaps how do you make sense that this program exists?
Again, you got to look through the lens of time. You got to look at where we were historically at that time. It was the peak of the Cold War. our enemies were doing the same kind of experimentation. It was essentially another space race. What if they broke through a new weapon technology faster than we did? What would that mean for the safety and security of the American people? So, right decision or wrong decision, it was guided by and informed by national security priorities. So, from this program that was designed to use drugs to drive interrogation and torture people, it was doing something very productive, Operation Stargate, which was a chance to use remote viewing and metaphysics to try to collect intelligence. Now, even though in the end, the outcome of NT Ultra and the outcome of Stargate were mixed, nobody really knows if they did or didn't do what they were supposed to do, we still know that to this day, there's still a demand in the US government, in CIA, for people who have sensitivities to ethereal energies.
By the way, is there any proof that that kind of stuff works, or it just shows that there's interest. It shows that there's openness to consider those kinds of things. But is there any evidence that that kind of stuff works?
If there's evidence, I haven't seen it. Speaking from a science-based point of view only, if energy and matter can always be exchanged, then a person who can understand and become sensitive to energy is a person who could become sensitive to what does become energy.
Yeah, I mean, the basics of the physics might be there, but a lot of people probably are skeptical.
I'm skeptical too.
But you should be open-minded. That's actually that's what science is about. Is remain open-minded, even for the things that are long shots, because those are the things that actually define scientific revolutions. What about Operation Northwoods? It was a proposed 1962 false flag operation by the DoD and the CIA to be carried out by the CIA to commit acts of terrorism on Americans and blame them on Cuba. So JFK, the president, rejected the proposal. What do you make that this was on the table, Operation Northwoods?
So it's interesting. First, I'm glad that JFK rejected it. That's a good sign. So we have to understand that good ideas are oftentimes born from bad ideas. I had a really good friend of mine who actually went on to become a pastor. And he used to say all the time that he wanted all the bad ideas on the table. Give me all your bad ideas every time we had any kind of conversation. And I was always one of those people who was like, isn't a bad idea just a waste of time? And he was like, no, because the best ideas come from bad ideas. So again, through the missile crisis, mass hysteria in the United States about nuclear war, Cuba, missiles blowing up American cities faster than we could even see them coming. It makes sense to me that a president would go to, especially the part of CIA, which is the Special Activities Division. It makes perfect sense to me that the president would go to a division called Special Activities, whose job it is to create, crazy ideas that have presidential approval, but nobody knows they exist. So it makes sense that you challenge a group like that to come up with any wacky idea, right? Come up with anything. Let's start with something. We can't bring nothing to the table. We have to do something about this Cuban issue. And then that's how an operation like that can reasonably be born. Not because anybody wants to do it, but because they were tasked by the president to come up with 5 ideas, and it was one of the ideas. That still happens to this day. The president will still come in, but he'll basically send out a notice to his covert action department, and he will say, I need this, and I need it on Wednesday. People have to come back with options to the thing he asked for. A finding. He will issue a presidential finding, and then his covert action teams have to come back and say, here's how we would do this, and hide the hands behind it.
How gangster was it of JFK to reject it, though?
His baller, right? that is my truck right there. Nope, not doing that.
So,
yep, doing that.
A thing that crosses an ethical line, even in a time where the entirety of human civilization hangs in balance, still forfeit that power. That's the beautiful thing about the American experiment. It's a few times throughout its history that it's happened, including our first president, Washington. Well, let me ask about JFK.
25 times 2, and they still keep that stuff classified.
So, Do you think the CIA had a hand in the assassination?
I cannot imagine, in any reasonable point of view, that the organization of CIA had
It is not impossible to infiltrate CIA, a small part of the CIA, in order to attain political or criminal gains.
I think, yeah, absolutely it's possible to infiltrate CIA. There's a long history of foreign intelligence services infiltrating CIA, from Paul Games to Jerry Lee recently. So we know CIA can be infiltrated. Even if they are infiltrated, and even if that interlocutor executes on their own agenda, whether the agenda as directed by their foreign adversary, their foreign handler, that's different than organizational support for So I do think it's possible they could have been infiltrated at the time, especially. It was a massive, major priority for the Cubans and the Russians to infiltrate some aspect of U.S. intelligence. Multiple moles were caught in the years following. So it's not surprising that there would be priority for that. But to say that the organization of CIA was somehow in cahoots with to independently assassinate their own executive, that's a significant stretch. I've seen no evidence to support that, and it goes contrary to everything I learned from
Well, let me ask you, do you think CIA played part in enabling drug cartels and drug trafficking, which is another big kind of shadow that hangs over the CIA?
At the beginning of the drug war, I would imagine the CIA has done a division that's dedicated to fighting and preventing narcotics from coming into the United States. So when you paint the picture for me, like, do you think the CIA was complicit in helping drug trafficking or drug use? When I say yes, my
Want some
assumption
baby batter, girl?
for Americans is like the United States. If the CIA can basically set it up so that two different drug cartels shoot each other by assisting in the transaction of a sale to a third country and then leaking that sale happened to a competing cartel, that's just letting cartels do what they do, let them do things for us. So especially at the beginning of the drug war, I think there was tons of space, lots of room for CIA to get involved in the economics of drugs and then let the inevitable happen. And it was way more efficient, way more productive than us trying to send our own troops in to kill a bunch of cartel warriors. So that makes a ton of sense. It just seems efficient, seems very practical. I do not believe that CIA did that. I don't think all the accusations that either buy drugs and sell drugs and somehow make money on the side from it. That's not how it works.
So do you think there's on that point, a connection between Barry Seal, the great governor, and President Bill Clinton out of the North, and Vice President former CIA Director George W. Bush, in a little town, a little airport called Green Island?
So I am out of my element now. This is when I haven't heard my information.
So your sense is any drug trafficking has to do with criminal operations outside the United States, and the CIA just leveraging that to achieve its ends, with nothing to do with American citizens and American politicians.
With American citizens, again, speaking for organization, but that would be my sense.
Let me ask you about so back to Operation Liquid, because this is a powerful tool, sadly powerful tool, used by dictators throughout history to perform flag operation. So I think there's, and you said the terrorist attacks in 9/11 were changed a lot for us, for the United States, for Americans. It changed the way we see the world. It woke us up to the harshness of the world. I think there is, to my eyes at least, there's nothing that shows evidence that 9/11 was a quote inside job. But is CIA, intelligence agencies, or the U.S. government If that's the question. So, there's a bunch of shadiness about how it's reported on. I just can't. That's the thing I struggle with. While there's no evidence that there's an inside job, it raises the question to me, well, could something like this be an inside job? Sure as heck, now looking back 20 years, the amount of money that was spent on these wars, the military-industrial complex, the amount of interest in terms of power and money involved, organizationally, can something like that happen?
So, parenting is that you can never prescribe to conspiracy what could be explained through incompetence. Right? That is one of those are two fundamental guidelines that we follow all the time. Right? The simplest answer is oftentimes the best, and never prescribe to conspiracy that can be explained through incompetence.
Can you elaborate what you mean by
we as intelligence professionals.
So you think there's a deep truth to that second reason?
There is more than a truth. There's ages of experience for me and for others.
So in general, people are incompetent. Left to their own needs, they're more competent than they are malevolent at a large organization scale.
People are more incompetent of executing a conspiracy than they are of competently executing a conspiracy. That's really what it means, is that it's so difficult to carry out a complex lie. And most people don't have the competency to do it. So it doesn't make any sense to lead thinking of conspiracy. It makes more sense to lead assuming incompetence. When you look at all of the outcomes, all the findings from that, it speaks to incompetence. It speaks rationally and openly to incompetence. And nobody likes talking about it. FBI and CIA to this day hate hearing about it. The 9/11 Commission is going to go down in history as this painful example of the incompetence of the American intelligence community. And it's going to come back again and again. Every time there's an impact, it's going to come back again and again. What are you seeing even right now? We missed the U.S. intelligence infrastructure, misjudged Afghanistan, misjudged Hong Kong, misjudged Ukraine's and Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Those were three massive misjudgments in a few years.
It's just embarrassing to me.
Exactly right.
So all the sort of cover-up-looking things around 9/11 is just people being embarrassed by that.
If they're taking steps to cover anything up, it's just their own. It's a painful reminder of their lack of competency at the time. Now, I understand that conspiracy theorists want to take inklings of information and put them together in a way that is the most damning, but that goes back to our point about overvaluing losses and undervaluing gains. It's just predictive human behavior.
Let me ask you about this because it comes up often. So I'm from MIT, and there's a guy by the name of Jeffrey Epstein that still troubles me to this day, that so many people I respect were interacting with this individual and fell into his influence. So the charm, charisma, whatever the hell he used to delude these people, he did so successfully. I'm very open-minded about this thing. I would love to learn more, but a lot of people I respect that there are intelligence agencies behind this individual, so they were using Jeffrey Epstein for getting access to powerful people and then to control and manipulate those powerful people. The CIA, I believe, is not as often as Mossad. And so this goes back to the original aspect of our conversation, is how much each individual intelligence agencies is willing to go to control, to manipulate, to achieve its needs. Do you think can you educate me if, obviously you don't know, but you think that, what are the chances intelligence agencies are involved with the character of Jeffrey Epstein?
In some way, shape, or form with the character of Epstein, it's 100% guaranteed that some intelligence organization was involved. Let's talk about why. Let's talk about that, okay? There's intelligence reporting assets, there's access agents, and then there's agents of influence. Three different categories of intelligence, right? One is when you talk about foreign intelligence reporters, these are people who have access to secrets, and their job is to give you their secrets in exchange for gold or money or alcohol or prostitution or whatever. Right? Their job is to give you secrets, and then you pay them. Access agents, their job is to give you physical access or digital access to something of interest to you. So maybe they're the ones that open the door that should have been locked and let you come and stick the thumb drive in the computer. Or maybe they're the ones that share a phone number with somebody and then they're just like, just don't tell them you got the phone number. Their job is to give you access. Then you have these agents of influence. An agent of influence's job is to be part of your effort to influence the outcomes in some way that benefits your intelligence requirements, right? Of these three types of people, the least scrupulous and the most shady is your agent of influence. Because your agent of influence understands exactly what they're doing. They know they're working with money, and they know they're using the influence to manipulate some other guy. When it comes to powerful people, especially wealthy, powerful people, the only thing that interests them is power. Money is not a challenge anymore. Prestige, notoriety, none of those things are a challenge. The rest of us, we're busy trying to make money. We're busy trying to build a reputation. We're busy trying to build a career, keep a family. At the highest levels, they're good. They don't need anything. The only thing that they care about is being able to wield power. So a character like Jeffrey Epstein is exactly the kind of character that the Chinese would want, the Russians would want, the Mossad would want, the French would want. It's too easy because the man had access to a wide range of American influential people for corporate espionage reasons, for economic espionage reasons, for national security espionage reasons. It doesn't make any sense that a person like that wouldn't be targeted. It doesn't.
But the question is who and whether I think the really important distinction here is was this person Jeff Epstein created once he's achieved and built his network. So he then infiltrated. And that's a really sort of important difference. At which stage you connect with person like that, you start to notice maybe they're effective at building a network, and then you start to building a relationship to where at some point it's a job they're looking for you. Or do you literally create a person like that?
Yeah, so intelligence organizations have different strategies. In the United States, we never create. We don't have a budget cycle that allows us to create. I mean, the maximum budget cycle in the United States is 5 years. So even if we were to try to invest in some media operation or create some character influence, essentially every year you have to justify why you spend the budget. And that becomes very difficult and it's a democracy. However, Russia and China are extremely adept at seed operations, long-term operations. They are willing to invest and develop and create an agent that serves their purposes. Now, to create someone from scratch like Jeffrey Epstein, the probabilities are extremely high. They would have had to start with like 1,000 different targets and try to grow 1,000 different, influencers, and then hope that one of them hits, kind of like a venture capital firm, right? Invest in many, hope that a few hit. More likely, they observed him at some point in his own natural rise. They identified his personal vulnerability, very classic espionage technique, and then they stepped in, introduced themselves mid-career, and said, hey, we know you have this thing that you like that is kind of frowned upon by other people, but we don't frown upon it. We can help you both succeed and have an innocent ideas.
I recently talked to Ryan Reeves, who's a lieutenant, afterwards he was a fighter pilot, about many things. He also does work on autonomous weapon systems, drones, that kind of thing, including quantum computing. But he also happens to be one of the very few pilots that were willing to go on record and talk about the UFO sightings. Does the CIA and the federal government have interest
In my experience at CIA, that is an area that remains very part-time. That could be one of two reasons. It could be because there is significant interest in this by the department, or it could be because it's an area that's it's just not important. It's a distraction. So they compartment it so it doesn't distract from other operations. One of the areas that I've been quite interested in and where I've done a lot of research and I've done some work in private intelligence, private investigation side, is with UFOs. The place where UFOs really connect with the federal government is when it comes to aviation safety and predominance of power. So FAA and the U.S. Air Force and the U.S. military are very invested in knowing what's happening in the skies above the United States. And that's of primary interest to them. When they can rule out the direct threat to national security of UFOs, then they become less interested. That said, when you have unexplained aerial phenomenon that are unexplained, that can't directly be tied to anything that is known of the terrestrial world, then they're left without an answer to their question. They don't know if it's a threat or not a threat. But I think the scarier concern for the U.S. national government, the U.S. federal government, the scarier concern that nobody talks about is what if the UFO isn't alien? What if it is actually a cutting-edge war machine and we are eons behind for being able to
or the other concern is that it's a system with a machine of foreign power that's doing intelligence collection.
Correct.
So it's not just military purposes, it's actually collecting data.
Where they fall, a lot of times the federal government is the same. It's a hostile tool.
So collection of information is a hostile act.
Absolutely. That's why the espionage exists. That's why it's a criminal offense if you're committing espionage in the United States as a U.S. citizen or foreign citizen.
So I guess they keep digging until they can confirm it's not a threat. But it just, and you're saying that there's not, from your understanding, what Japanese that they're doing, so it could be because they're compartmentalized. But you're saying private intelligence institutions are trying to make progress on this. Yeah, it's really difficult to know.
There's an economic interest in the private intelligence world. Because, for example, if you understand why certain aerial phenomena are happening over a location, then you can use that to inform investors, whether to invest in that location or avoid investment in that location. But that's not a national security concern, so that doesn't matter to federal government.
Could these UFOs be aliens? No, I'm going to take territory with you as a human being wondering about all the alien civilizations that aren't there. The humbling question.
We are not alone.
Do you think we're not?
It's an improbability that we are alone. If by virtue of the fact that sentient human life exists, intelligent human life exists, all the probabilities that would have to be destroyed would have to be true. Simply speak, over the galaxies that exist, there's no possible way for life. It's a mathematical equation. It's a 1 or a 0, right? And for me, it has to exist. It's impossible otherwise, rationally, for me to think that we would truly be an intelligent life form in all of the universe. But to think that an alien life form is anything like us at all is equally as inconceivable. To think that they're carbon-based, bipedal, humanoid, alien species that just happen to fly around in metal machines and visit alien planets in a way that they become observed is it's just silly. It's the world of sci-fi.
Well,
every good scientist, we always assume that they're superior to us until when any scientist carries out an experiment, the whole objective of the experiment is to observe without being disclosed or being discovered. So why on earth do we think that the superior species makes the mistake of being discovered over and over?
So to push back on that idea, if we were to think about us humans trying to communicate with ants, first we observe for a while. There'll be a bunch of PhDs written, a bunch of people just sort of collecting data, taking notes, trying to understand that this thing that you detected it seems to be a linear thing, which is a very difficult thing to define from an alien perspective, or from our perspective, we find life on Mars or something like that. Okay, so you observe, but then if you want to actually interact with it, how would you interact with the ants? If I were to interact with the ants, I would try to infiltrate. I would try to figure out what is the language they use to communicate with each other. I would try to operate at their physical scale, in terms of the physics of their interaction, in terms of the information methods, mediums of information exchange, pheromones, or whatever. So I would try to mimic that. So in that sense, it makes sense that the objects we would see, you mentioned by Peter, yes, of course it's ridiculous that aliens would actually be very similar to us. But maybe they create forms like here, the humans will understand it, and this needs to be sufficiently different from humans to call it differently weird. I don't know. I think it's actually an incredibly difficult problem of bringing out concept to communicate with a thing that's really clever. I think people assume if you're smart, it's easy to talk to. But I think it's actually extremely difficult when the gap in intelligence is just orders of magnitude. And so of course you can observe, but once you notice the thing is sufficiently interesting, how do you communicate?
So this is where one of the things I always try to highlight is how conspiracies are born. Because many people don't understand how easy it is to fall into the conspiratorial cycle. So the first step to a conspiracy being born is to have a piece of evidence that is true. And then immediately following the true evidence is a gap in information. And then to fill in the gap of information, people create an idea, and then the next logical outcome is based on the idea that they just created, which is an idea that's based on something that was imagined in the first place. So the idea of the factual thing is now 2 steps away, and then 3 steps away, 4 steps away, as the things go. And then all of a sudden you have this kernel of truth and turn it into this wild conspiracy. So in our example, you talk about humans trying to communicate with ants. Ants are not intelligent. Ants are not intelligent species. They're drone species that's somehow commanded through whatever technology, whatever
like a typical human, yes.
Whatever biological thing is in the thing, right? But they're not. It's not a fair equivalent. You look at the gorillas. You look at something in the nuclear, right? Well, largely we agree that there is some sort of intelligence, or dolphins, some sort of intelligence, right? It is a human thing to want to observe and then communicate and integrate. That's a human thing, not an intelligent life form. So for us to even think that a foreign, intelligent alien species would want to engage and communicate at all is an extremely human assumption. And then from that assumption, then we start going through all the different steps. If they want to communicate, wouldn't they want to mimic? If they wanted to mimic, wouldn't they create devices like ours? So now we're 3 steps removed from the true fact of there's something unexplainable in the skies.
Yeah, so the fact is there's something unexplainable in the stars, and then we're filling in the gaps and all that. Our basic human biases and assumptions and that. But the thing is,
now we're going to right back to Project Morpheus. We need some plan. I don't care how crazy the idea is, guys. Give me some plan. So that's where we come up with. Maybe it's an alien species trying to communicate. Maybe it's an alien, a hostile threat that's trying to take over the world. Maybe it's.
I think that you have to somehow construct hypotheses and theories for anomalies, and then from that, in this giant pile of the ridiculous emerges perhaps a deeper truth over a period of decades, and at first that truth is ridiculed and accepted in that process.
So that's revolving around the sun.
It's revolving around the sun. To me, it's interesting because that's us looking out there, setting, just looking for life, is forcing us to really ask questions about ourselves, about what is life, how special. First of all, what is intelligence? How special is intelligence in the cosmos? And I think it's inspiring and challenging to us as human beings, both on a scientific and engineering level, but also on a philosophical level. All of those questions are laid before us when you start to think about it.
So you interviewed Joe Rogan, and he said something that I thought was really, really brilliant during our episode. He said that
He's gonna love you. Look at that.
he said that he realized at some point that the turn in his opinion about UFOs happened when he realized how desperately he wanted it to be true. This is the human condition. Our pink matter works the same way as everybody's pink matter. And one of the ways that our pink matter works is with this thing, what's known as cognitive bias. It's a mental shortcut. Essentially, your brain doesn't want to process new facts with overview. Instead, it wants to assume certain facts are in place and just jump right to the conclusion. It saves energy, it saves megabytes. So what Joe Rogan, what Joe identified on his own, what Mr. Rogan identified on his own was his own cognitive loop. And then he immediately grew suspicious of that loop. That is a super powerful tool. That is something that most people never become self-actualized enough to realize, that they have a cognitive loop, let alone questioning their own cognitive loop. So that was, when it came to this topic specifically, that was really powerful. Because you learned to not trust them.
After drinks one whiskey, all that goes out. I think that was just in that moment in time. Like, you know, and I'm going to go because I think he's still on his.
I'm going to be on the AFK again. I'm going back to sleep, my man.
He's definitely one of the things that inspires me about Joe is how quiet he is, how curious he is. He refuses to let
enjoy. Check me out tonight. We'll talk. Take care, baby.
Kind of curiosity. Asking what, as a whole, it's entirely possible. I think that's a beautiful thing. It actually represents what the best of science is, a childlike curiosity. But so it's good to balance those two things, and then to wake up to it. Like, is there a chance this is true, or do I just really want it to be true? And what the heck of a question you see? For a brief moment. There's actually a deeper explanation for it that I'll tell you off the mic. That perhaps a lot of people can figure out. Anyway,
just to take it one step further, because I love this stuff. Personally, I love pink matter stuff. In your interview with Jack Parsons, Jack's good friend of mine, good dude. Yeah. In your conversation with Jack Parsons, you guys, he started talking to you about how his recruiters were feeding back to him his own opinions about himself, how smart he was, how good he was, how uniquely qualified he was. That's all pink matter manipulation. Feeding right back to the person what they already think of themselves is a way to get them to invest and trust you faster. Because obviously you value them for all the right reasons, because that's how they see themselves. So that loop that the KGB was using with Jack did not wake up to that loop at that time. He woke up to it later. So it happens to all of us. We're all in a loop. It's just whether it's about oat milk, whether it's about aliens, or whether it's about the Democrats trying to take your guns, whatever it is, everybody's in a loop. We've got to wake up to ask ourselves, just like you said, is it true? Do we just really want it to be true? So you ask yourself that question, you're just one of the masses trying to do it.
Yeah, that's the really nature gazing into the abyss. It's a dangerous thing. That's the path to insanity, is to ask that question. If you want to be doing it carefully, but it's also the place where you can truly discover something fundamental about this world that people don't understand. And then that lay the groundwork for progress, scientific, cultural, all that stuff. What is one spy trick? What's one spy trick? In your full of a million spy tricks. People should follow you. You're a music podcast. You're just an amazing person. what is the one spy trick you would teach everyone that they can use to improve their life instantly? Now, you already mentioned quite a few, but what else could jump to mind?
My go-to answer for this is not really changed much over the last few years. So the first, the most important factor to change everything immediately is something called perception versus perspective. We all look at the world through our own perception. My dad used to tell me, my stepdad used to tell me that perception is reality. I was arguing this with him when I was 14 years old. I told you so, Dad, you're still wrong. But perception is your interpretation of the world around you. But it's unique only to you. There's no advantage in your perception. That's why so many people find themselves arguing all the time, trying to convince other people of their own perception. The way that you win any argument, the way that you get ahead in your career, the way that you outsell or outrace anybody is when you move off of perception and move into perspective. Perspective is the act or the art of observing the world from outside of yourself. Whether that's outside of yourself as like an entity just observing or from a different point of view, or even more powerful, you sit in the shoes, you sit in the seat of the person opposite you, and you think to yourself, what is their life like? What do they feel right now? Are they comfortable? Are they uncomfortable? Are they afraid? Are they scared? What's the stressor that they woke up to this morning? What's the stressor that they're going to go to sleep with tonight? When you shift places and get out of your own perception and into someone else's perspective, now you're thinking like them, which is giving you an informational advantage. But you know what they're all doing? Everyone else out there is trapped in their perception, not thinking a different perspective. So immediately you have superior information, superior positioning. You have an advantage that they don't have. And if you do that to your boss, it's going to change your career. If you do that to your spouse, it's going to change your marriage. If you do that to your kids, it's going to change your family legacy. Because nobody else out there is doing it.
It's so interesting how difficult empathy is for people and how powerful it is, especially for like the central spouse, like intimacy.
Yeah.
Like stepping outside of yourself and really putting yourself in the shoes of the other person to think how they see the world. And that's I really enjoy that. Because, how does that exactly lead to connection? And I think when you start to understand the way the other person sees the world, you start to enjoy the world through their eyes, and you start to be able to share, in terms of intimacy, share the beauty that they see together, because you understand their perspective, and somehow you can converge as well. Of course, that allows you to get information better, and like that allows you to work together better to share all different kinds of ways of intimacy activity. And also for actually like people you really disagree with, people on the internet you disagree with. So I find empathy is such a powerful way to resolve your tensions there. Even like people like trolls or all that kind of stuff, I don't deride them and just kind of put myself in their shoes, and it becomes like an enjoyable camaraderie with them.
So I want to draw a pretty hard line between perspective and empathy. Because empathy is frankly an overused term by people who don't really know what they're saying sometimes. I think you know what you're saying, but the vast majority of people listening
Just say that because
as soon as you say empathy, people go, oh yeah, I know, I've heard this 1,000 times. Empathy is about feeling what other people feel. And
it's
or understanding.
would you say?
Yeah, it's about feeling. It's about understanding something. Feeling, it's not the same as sympathy. You feel it. Empathy is about recognizing you have feelings, recognizing perspective is more than just it's about brain, it's about deep matter in the left side and the right side of the brain. Yes, I care about feelings. And this goes directly to the point about connection. Yes, I care about feelings. But I also care about objectives. What is your life? What is your aspirational goal? What was it like to grow up as you? What was it like to experience this, and how did this shape your opinion on that? And you know, what is it that you're going through next? More than just feelings, actual tactical action. And that becomes extremely valuable in operation. Because if you can get into someone's head, or you have like the feelings and love, you can start anticipating what actions they're going to take next. You can direct the actions that they're going to take next because you're basically telling them the story that's in their head. When it comes to relationship and personal connection, we talked about earlier, the thing that people want the most is community. They want someone else who understands them. They want to be with people. They don't want to be alone. The more you practice perspective, empathy or no empathy, the more you just validate that a person is there and in this time and space with you in this moment. Feelings aside, right? That is powerful. That is intimate. Whether you're talking about lovers, or you're talking about business exchange, or whether you're talking about collaborators in crime, I'm here with you like a guy. Let's do it. Right? That's powerful.
How much of what you learned in your role at the CIA transfer over to relationships, to business relationships, to other aspects of life? This is something you work closely with powerful people to help you out. What have you learned with the commonalities?
Yeah, I would say that a solid 95% of what I learned at CIA carries over to business. That 5% that doesn't is it would carry over in a disaster. There's knowing how to shoot on target with my non-violent hand really only has one purpose. It's not going to happen day to day, right? Knowing how to do a dead drop that isn't discoverable by the police force isn't going to be useful right now. It could be useful in the next. But the 95% of stuff is useful. It's all tied to the human condition. It's all tied to being able to understand what someone's thinking, understand what someone's feeling, direct their thoughts, direct their emotions, direct their thought process, win their attention, win their loyalty, win influence, grow your network, grow your own circle of influence. I mean, all of that is immensely valuable. As an example, disguise. The disguise thing that we talked about. Disguise in and of itself has mixed utility. If you're Brad Pitt, you know anybody knows Brad Pitt, well, never disguise. Or maybe you call me and walk you through level 2 disguise so that you can go to Peru. Maybe it's whatever. But even there, with the 5% that doesn't apply to everyday life, there's still elements that do. For example, when a person looks at a human being's face, the first place they look is the same part of the face as if they were reading history. So in English, we start from top left to right top. So when an English-speaking person interacts with another person, the first thing they look at isn't their eyes. It's the upper left from their point of view, the corner of their face. Right? They look there, and that's it. The information they get is hair color, hair pattern, skin color. Right? That's it. Before they know anything else about the face. This is one of the reasons why somebody can look at you and you ask them what color my eyes. Because the way they read the face is right, top to bottom. So they're paying a lot of attention to the first few things they see, and then they're paying less attention as they go down the face. The same scrolling behavior that you see on the internet, right? So when you understand that through the lens of disguise, it allows you to make a very powerful disguise. The most important part of your disguise is here if you're English speaking, right here if you're speaking some foreign language that you work with. If it's Chinese, you know that you're going to work your computer down because they read left. Yeah. So it's so interesting.
So yeah, knowing that really helps you sort of think of things in terms of physical terms.
Correct. So when it comes to how to make a disguise, not so useful to the usually. But when it comes to how to read the face, or more importantly, how people are going to read your face, it's extremely important because now you know where to find the first signs of deception and baseline.
You mentioned that the idea of having privacy is one that we think we can, but really don't. Is it possible for maybe somebody like me or a regular person to disappear?
Absolutely. Yeah, and it's not as hard as you might think. It's not convenient. Again, convenience and security. You can disappear tomorrow. Right? I can walk you through 3 steps right now. But none of them are convenient. They're all extremely secure. Right? The first thing you do is every piece of digital technology you have that is connected to you in any way is now dead. You just let the battery run.
Right.
Forever. You never touch it again, starting at this moment. What you have to do is go out and acquire a new one. Realistically, you will not be able to acquire a new one in the United States by buying it. Because to do so, you would tie it to your credit card, you would tie it to a location, a time, place, a registry, and whatever else. So you would have to acquire it essentially by debt. Or if you could left it. So you would want something because you're going to need the advantage of technology without it being in your name. So you go out and you steal a phone, or you steal a laptop, you do whatever you have to do to make sure that you can get the password or whatever else. It might be as dirty or as clean as you want that to be, or as flexible as but now you have a technological device that you can work with. And then from there on, you're just doing whatever you have to do, whether you're stealing every step of the way, or whether if you run a massive con. Keep in mind that we often talk about con and cons. You know that the word that con is a root word for confidence. That's what con man is. Con man is a confidence man. Just somebody who is so crazily confident that the people around them living in their own perception, not perspective. In their perception, they're like, he's talking. So, do what he says. So you can run a massive con, and that can take care of your finance, that can take care of your fashion, whatever not, whatever it is. You are whoever you present yourself to be. So if you want to be Bill for the afternoon, just go tell people your name is Bill.
So the intelligence, natural web intelligence gathering systems we have in the United States and in the world, are they going to believe for long ago? Are they
until you do something basically otherwise? If you are consistent, we talk about consistency being the secret. If you are consistent, they will think you both right.
how difficult is it?
It's not convenient. It's quite difficult.
Does that like require training?
It does require training.
Because why do criminals always get caught?
Because they step in. Criminals, I never hesitate to admit this, but people tell me to admit this. Now I hesitate because of the guidance I got into hesitate, right? Yeah. I like criminals. I'm friends with a number of criminals. Because the only people who get me, right away, who get me, are criminals. Because we know what it's like to basically abandon all the rules, do our own thing our own way, the world just keep turning. Most people are so stuck in the trap of normal thought and behavior that when I tell them, they just don't. Just go tell people your name is Bill. Most people are going to say, shh, that's not true, bro. But a criminal goes, oh yeah, I did that. Yeah. I just told everybody my name is Anson. And I do. You still believe me. Yeah. Criminals is dead, right? So what happens with criminals is they go to the school of hard knocks. They learn criminal behavior on the job. Spies go to school. We go to the best spy school in the world. We go to Langley's, the farm, right? This is the Steel Trade Corporation, FTC. Covert location for covert period of time. Covert. Something that the CIA is watching. We're not breaking any rules. That's all on Wikipedia, but it's not coming from me.
Yeah.
But we do. That's how we do. They train us from 100 years of experience in the best ways to carry out covert operations, which are all just criminal activities overseas. We learn how to do it the right way, so that we don't protect. We learn how to be consistent. More importantly, we learn how to create an operation that has a limited lifespan. Because the longer it lives, the more at risk you are. So you want operations to be short, concise, on the X, off the X, limit your room for mistakes. Criminals they default to wanting these long-term operations because they don't want to have to recreate a new way to make money every 15 days.
You mentioned family from the CIA is watching, so I've seen you talk about the fact that sort of people that are currently working at the CIA would kind of look down on the people who live the CIA and that they run them, especially if you go public, especially if things are built and all that kind of stuff. Do you feel the pressure of that to be quiet, to not do something like this conversation we're doing today?
I feel the silent judgment. That's very weird. I feel it for myself and I feel it for my wife who doesn't appear on camera very often, but who's also from the CIA. We both feel the judgment. We know that right now, 3 days after this is released, somebody's going to send an email and a closed network system inside CIA headquarters. And there's a bunch of people who are going to laugh at it. A bunch of people who are going to say that, who knows what, it's not
A bunch of people who
a bunch of people who I'm trying to bring up. Whether I know them or respect them as a witness, these are people who are out there doing the deed every day. And I want to bring them on. And I want to do that in a way that I get to share what they can't share and what they won't share when they leave, because they will also feel the silent pressure. The pressure to the shame of judgment, right? But the truth is that I've done this now long enough. The first few times that I spoke out publicly, the response to being a positive voice of what the sacrifices that people are making. It's so refreshing to be an honest voice that people don't normally hear, that it's too important. One day I'm going to be gone, and the kids are going to look back on all this, and they're going to see their dad trying to do the right thing for the right reasons. And even if my son or daughter ends up at CIA, even if they get ridiculed for being, oh, you're the Bustamante kid, your dad's a huge sellout, whatever it may be, I want them to know that dad was doing what he could to bring honor to the organization, even when he couldn't stay.
So you said when you were 27, you think you didn't know how we go. So now that you're a few years older and wiser, let me ask you to put on your wise sage hat and give advice to other 27-year-olds or even younger 17, 18-year-olds that are just out of high school, maybe going to college, trying to figure out this life, this career thing that they're on. What advice would you give them about how to have a career or how to have a life?
It's a powerful question.
Can you think about it or something?
I think I'm a grand total of 7 days smart. Not a good average.
There's still time.
Still time. So for all the young people out there deciding what to do, I would just say the same thing that I do say in the real estate. You only have one life. You only have one chance. If you spend it doing what other people expect you to do, you will wake up to your regret at some point. I woke up when I was 38 years old. My wife, in many ways, is still waking up to it as she watches her grandparents pass and the older generation pass away. The folks that really have a nice life, the people who learn early on to live their own route, live their own way, and live every day as if it's the last day. Not necessarily to waste it, or be wasteful or silly, but to recognize that today is a day to be productive and constructive for yourself. If you don't want a career, today's not the day to start pursuing a career just because someone else told you to. If you want to learn a language, today's the day to find a way to buy a ticket to another country and learn to immersion. If you want a date, if you want to get married, if you want a business, today is the day to just go out and take one step in that direction. And as long as you, every day, just make one new step, just like CIA recruited me, just do the next thing. If the step seems like it's too big, then there's probably 2 other steps that you can do before that. Just make constant progress, build momentum, move forward, live on your own terms. That way you don't ever wake up.
You'll be over before you know it.
Whether you regret it or not.
What do you think is the
That's a fast answer. There's a story behind it, if you want the story. There's a covert training base in Alabama, in the south, far south, like the armpit of America, where elite tier 1 operators go to learn human intelligence stuff. And there's a bar inside the base, and on the wall is just it's scribbles of opinions. The question in the middle of the wall says, what's the meaning of life? And all these elite operators over the last 25 or 30 years, they all go, get drunk, and they scribble their answer in a circle of their shirt. Right? Love, family, America, freedom, right? And then the only thing they have to do is if they're going to write something on it, they have to connect it with something else involved. At least one other thing. So if they write love, they can't just leave it floating there. They have to write love in a little bubble and connect it to something. When you look at that wall, the word self-respect, and it's got a circle, and then you can't see any other word because of all the things that connect to self-respect. Just dozens of people have written over, have written their words down and been drawn and scribbled over because of all the lines that connect to self-respect. So what's the meaning of life? From my point of view, I've never seen a better answer. It's all self-respect. If you don't respect yourself, how can you do anything else? How can you love someone else if you don't have self-respect? How can you build a business you're proud of if you don't have self-respect? How can you raise kids? How can you make a difference? How can you pioneer anything? How can you just wake up and have a good day if you don't have self-respect?
Power of the individual. That's what makes this country great. I have to say, after traveling quite a bit in Europe, especially in places of war, coming back to the United States makes me really appreciate about the better angels of this nation that deal is responsible. And I'd like to thank you for serving this nation for a time and humanity for a time, and for being brave enough and bold enough to inspire others, to educate others, for having many amazing conversations, for honoring me having this conversation today. You're an amazing human. Thanks so much for talking.
Lex, I appreciate you inviting me.
Thanks for listening to this conversation. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, let me leave you with some words of Sun Tzu in the art of war. Let your plans be dark and impenetrable as night. And you move, fall, like a thunderbolt. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
I remember the reaction. He had drawn these characters and was slowly moving around. And people had no experience with 3D navigation. It was all still keyboard. We didn't even have mice set up at that time. But slowly moving, going up, picked up a key, go to the wall disappears in a little animation. There's a monster right there. And he practically fell out of his chair. It was just like, ah! And games just didn't do that. You know, the games were the God's eye view. You were a little invested in your little guy, like, you know, happy or sad when things happen, but you just did not get that kind of startle reaction.
You weren't inside
Something in your face, something in the back of your brain, some reptile brain thing is just going, oh shit, something just happened. And that was one of those early points where, yeah, this is going to make a difference. This is going to be powerful, and it's going to matter.
Following this conversation with John Connor, widely considered to be one of the greatest programmers ever. He was the co-founder of id Software and the lead programmer of several games that revolutionized technology, the experience, and the role of gaming in our society, including Commander Keen, Wolfenstein 3D, Doom. He spent many years as the CTO of Oculus VR, helping to create portals into virtual worlds to define the technological power of the metaverse. Now, he has been shifting some of his attention to the problem of artificial general intelligence. This was the longest conversation on this podcast at over 5 hours. And still, I can talk to John many, many more times. We hope to just that. This is the Rex Weekend Podcast. Support it. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, your friends, here's John. Come back. What was the first program you ever?
Yeah, I do. So I remember being at a Radio Shack, going up to the CRS-80 computers and learning just enough to be able to do 10 print John Carmack. And it's kind of interesting how, of course, Cardigan and Ritchie kind of standardized hello world was the first thing that you do in every computer programming language and every computer, but not having any interaction with the cultures of Unix or any other
standardized things. It was just, well, what am I going to say? I'm going to say my name. And then you learn how to do go to 10 and have it scroll all off the screen. And that was definitely the first thing that.
Can I ask you programming advice? I was always told in the beginning you're not allowed to use go-to statements. That's really bad program. Is this correct? I'm not jumping around, but we need to look at the philosophy and the technical aspects of the go-to statement. That seems something to me.
Back in the day, in basic programming languages, you didn't have proper loops. You didn't have for whiles and repeats. That was the land of Pascal for people who kind of generally had access to it back then. So you had no choice but to use go-tos. And as you made what were big programs back then, which were 1,000-line basic programs, a really big program, they did tend to sort of degenerate into madness. You didn't have good editors or code exploration tools, so you would wind up fixing things in one place and had a little patch. And there's reasons why structured programming generally helps understand them, but go-tos aren't always. Sometimes they're the right thing to do. Usually it's because there's a language feature missing, like nested breaks or something, where it can sometimes be better to do a go-to cleanup or go-to error rather than having multiple flags, multiple if statements littered throughout things. But it is great. If you grep through all of my code right now, I don't think any of my current code bases would actually have a go-to, but deep within sort of the technical underpinnings of a major game engine, you're going to have some go-tos.
Yeah, the infrastructure on top of, like, the closer you get to machine code, the more go-tos you're going to see, the more things like hacks you're going to see, because the set of features available to you in all other programming languages is not is limited. So, according to John Conrad, what is the first time, if we could talk about love, that you found love? You said, like, this is really something special.
It really was something that was one of those first sight things where just really from the time that I understood what a computer was, even, I remember looking through old encyclopedias of black and white photos of the IBM mainframes with reel-to-reel tape decks. And for people nowadays, it can be a little hard to understand what the world was like then for information gathering. I would go to the libraries and there would be a couple books on the shelf about computers, and they would be very out of date even at that point. Just not a lot of information, but I would grab everything that I could find and devour everything. Whenever Time or Newsweek had some article about computers, I would cut it out with scissors and put it somewhere. It felt like this magical thing, this idea that the computer would just do exactly what you told it to. And there's a little bit of the genie monkey's paw sort of issues there where you better be really, really careful with what you're telling it to do. But it wasn't going to backtalk you. It wasn't going to have a different point of view. It was going to carry out what you told it to do. And if you had the right commands, you could make it do these pretty magical things.
And so what kind of programs did you write first? So beyond the parents, John Conrad.
So I can remember as going through the learning process where you find at the start you're just learning how to do the most basic possible things. And I can remember stuff like Superman Atomic Radio Shack mission to have Superman had lost some of his super brain and kids had to use Radio Shack TRS-80 computers to do calculations to help him kind of complete his heroics. And I find little things like that and then get a few basic books to be able to kind of work my way up. And it was so precious back then. I had a couple books that would teach me important things about it. I had one book that I could start to learn a little bit of assembly language from. I have a few books on BASIC and things that I could get from the libraries. But my goals in the early days was almost always to make games. I loved the arcade games and the Atari 2600 games, and being able to do some of those things myself on the computers was very much what I aspired to. And it was a whole journey. If you learn normal BASIC, you can't do any kind of an action. You can write adventure games, you can write things where you say, what do you do here? Get sword, attack troll, that type of thing. And that can be done in the context of BASIC. But to do things that had moving graphics, they were only the most limited things you could possibly do. You could maybe do breakout or Pong or that sort of thing, low resolution graphics. And in fact, one of my first sort of major technical hacks that I was kind of fond of was on the Apple II computers. They had a mode
was a grid of 30 by 40 pixels, but it could have 16 different colors. And I wanted to make a game kind of like the arcade game Vanguard, just a scrolling game. I wanted to just kind of have it scroll vertically up. And I could move a little ship around it. You could manage to do that basic. There's no way you could redraw the whole screen. And I remember at the time just coming up with what felt like a brainstorm to me, where I knew enough about the way the hardware was controlled, where the text screen and the low resolution graphics were basically the same thing. And all those computers could scroll their text screen reasonably. They could do listing and could scroll things up. And I figured out that I could kind of tweak just a couple of things that I barely understood. I put it into a graphics mode, I could draw graphics, and then I could just do a line feed at the very bottom of the screen, and then the system would scroll it all up using an assembly language routine that I didn't know how to write back then. So that was like this first great hack that sort of had analogs later on in my career for a lot of different things. So I found out that I could draw a screen, I could do a line feed at the bottom, I could scroll it up once, I could draw a couple more lines of stuff at the bottom, and that was my first way to scroll the screen, which was interesting, and that played a big part in it.
To do efficient drawing, so where you don't have to draw the whole screen, where you draw from the bottom using the thing that was designed in the hardware for text.
Yeah, we have so much of, until recently, game design was limited by what you could actually get the computer to do. Where it's easy to say, like, okay, I want to scroll the screen, just redraw the entire screen at a slight offset. And nowadays, that works just fine. Computers are ludicrously fast. But up until a decade ago or so, there were all these things everybody wanted to do. But if they knew enough programming to be able to make it happen, it would happen too slow to be a good experience. Either just ridiculously slow or just slow enough that it wasn't fun to experience it like that. So much of the first couple of decades of the programming work that I did was largely figuring out how to do something. Everybody knows how they want it to happen. It just has to happen 2 to 10 times faster than sort of the straightforward way of doing things would make it happen. And it's different now because at this point, lots of things you can just do in the most naive possible way and it still works out. You don't have nearly the creative limitations or the incentives for optimizing on that level. There's a lot of pros and cons to it, but I do generally, I'm not going to do the angry old man shaking my fist at the clouds bit. Back in my day, programmers had to do real programming. It's amazing that you can just kind of pick an idea and go do it right now. You don't have to be some assembly language wizard or deep GPU arcanist to be able to figure out how to make your wishes happen.
But there's still, see, that's true. But let me put on my own and say that probably the thing that will define the future still requires you to operate at the limits of the current system. So we'll probably talk about this, but if you talk about building the metaverse and building a VR experience that's compelling, it probably requires you to not to go to assembly, or maybe not literally, spiritually, to go to the limits of what the system is capable of.
And that really was why virtual reality was specifically interesting. It had all the ties to it. You could say that even back in the early days, I have some old magazine articles that's talking about Doom as a virtual reality experience back when just seeing anything in 3D. So you could say that we've been trying to build those virtual experiences from the very beginning. And in the modern era of virtual reality, especially on the mobile side of things, when it's standalone and you're basically using a cell phone chip to be able to produce these very immersive experiences, it does require work. It's not at the level of what an old school console game programmer would have operated at, where you're looking at hardware registers and you're scheduling all the DMA accesses. But it is still definitely a different level than what a web developer or even a PC Steam game developer usually has to work at. And again, it's great. There's opportunities for people that want to operate either end of that spectrum there and still provide content.
Let me ask you sort of a big question about preference. What would you say is the best program? Your favorite, but also the best you've seen throughout your career, would you say by many to be the greatest programmer ever? I mean, it's so difficult to place that label on anyone, but if you could put on anyone as you, So let me ask you these kind of ridiculous questions. What's the best band of all time? But in your case, what's the best programming language?
Everything has all the caveats about it. So what I use, so nowadays, I do program a reasonable amount of Python from AI, ML sorts of work. I'm not a native Python programmer. It's something I came to very late in my career. I understand what it's good for.
Or you don't read Python?
I do not. And it has some of those things where there's some amazing stats when you say if you make a loop, a triply nested loop and start doing operations in Python, you can be thousands to potentially 1,000,000 times slower than a proper GPU tensor operation. And these are staggering numbers. You can be as much slower as we've almost gotten faster in our pace of progress. And all this stuff.
So your intuitions about inefficiencies within the Python. So
it keeps hitting me upside the face where it's gotten to the point now I understand. It's like, okay, you just can't do a loop if you care about performance in Python. You have to figure out how you can reformat this into some big vector operation or something that's going to be done completely within a C++ library. On the other hand, it's amazingly convenient, and you just see stuff that people are able to cobble together by just import a few different things, and you can do stuff that nobody on Earth could do 10 years ago. You can do it in a little cookbook thing, you copy paste it out of the website. So that is really great. When I'm sitting down to do what I consider serious programming, it's still in C++, and it's really kind of a C-flavored C++ at that, where I'm not big into the modern template meta programming sorts of things. I see a lot of train wrecks coming from some of that over abstraction. I spent a few years really going kind of deep into the historical disk work and Haskell and some functional programming sides of things. And there is a lot of value there in the way you think about things, and I changed a lot of the way I write my C and C++ code based on what I learned about the value that comes out of not having this random mutable state that kind of lose track of. Because something that many people don't really appreciate the way they've had it for a long time is that it's not the writing of the program initially, it's the whole lifespan of the program, and that's when it's not necessarily just how fast you wrote it or about how fast it operates, but it's how can it bend and adapt as situations change. And then the thing that I've really been learning in my time in Meta with the Octopus and VR work is it's also how well it hands off between the continuous revolving door programmers taking over maintenance of different things, and how you get people up to speed in different areas, all these other different aspects of it. So
is C++ good language for handover between engineers?
Probably not the best. And there's some really interesting aspects to this, where in some cases languages that are not generally thought well of for many reasons, like C is derided pretty broadly. That yes, obviously all of these security flaws that happen with memory and unsafeness and buffer overruns, things we've got there. But there is this underappreciated aspect to the language is so simple, anyone can go and, if you know C, you can generally jump in someplace and not have to learn what paradigms they're using, because there just aren't that many available. I think there's some really, really well-written C code. I find it great that if I'm messing around with something in OpenBSD, I can be walking around in the kernel. I understand everything that's going on. It's not hard for me to figure out what I need to do to make whatever change that I need to. While you can have more significant languages, it's a downside of Lisp, where I don't regret the time that I spent with Lisp. I think that it did help my thinking about programming in some ways. But the people that are biggest defenders of Lisp are saying how malleable of a language it is, that if you write a huge Lisp program, you basically invented your own kind of language and structure, because it's not the primitives of the language you're using very much, it's all of the things you built on top of that. And then a language like Racket, kind of one of the more modern Lisp versions, it's essentially touted as a language for building other languages. And I understand the value of that for a tiny little project, but the idea of that for one of these long-term supported by lots of people kind of horrifies me, where all of those abstractions that are like, okay, you can't touch this code till you educate yourself on all of these things that we've built on top of it. And it was interesting to see how when Google made Go, a lot of criticisms of that are, it's like, wow, this is not a state-of-the-art language. This language is just so simple, almost crude, and you could see the programming language people just looking down at it. But it does seem to be quite popular as basically saying, this is the good things about C. Everybody can just jump right in and use it. You don't need to restructure your brain to write good code. So I wish that I had more opportunity for doing some work in Go. Rust is the other modern language that everybody talks about that I'm not fit to pass judgment on. I've done a little bit beyond Hello World. I wrote some video decompression work in Rust just as an exercise, but that was a few years ago, and I haven't really used it since. The best programming language is the one that works generally to concurrently use it, because that's another trap. In almost every case I've seen when people mix languages on a project, that's a mistake. I would rather stay just in one language so that everybody can work across the entire thing. And we have, again, Meta, we have a lot of projects that use React frameworks, so we've got JavaScript here, and then you have C++ for real work, and then you may have Java interfacing with some other part of the Android system. And those are all kind of horrible things. And that was one thing that I remember talking with Oz at Facebook about it, where, man, I wish we could have just said, we're only hiring C++ programmers. And he just thought from the Facebook Meta perspective, well, we just want to be able to find it. With thousands of programmers that got there, it is not necessarily a dying breed, but you can sure find a lot more Java or JavaScript programmers. And I kind of mentioned that to Elon one time, and he was kind of flabbergasted about that. Like, you go out and you find those programmers, you don't hire the other programmers that don't do languages that you want to use. But right now, I guess, yeah, they're using JavaScript on a bunch of the SpaceX work for the UI side of things. When you find UI programmers, they're JavaScript programmers.
I wonder if that's because there's a lot of JavaScript programmers. Because I do think that great programmers rare. That it's not, if you just look at statistics of how many people are using different programming languages, that doesn't tell you the story of what the great programmers are. And so you have to really look at what you're speaking to, just how many of this is the language. What does it encourage? How does it encourage you to think? What kind of systems does it encourage you to build? There is something about C++ that has elements of creativity, but forces you to be an adult. About the programming, which is
Actually, to be an adult.
and so it brings out people that are going to be creative in terms of building large systems and coming up with interesting solutions, but at the same time have the sort of the good software engineering practices that lend themselves to real world systems. Let me ask you this language. So if we, aliens visit in thousands of years and humans are long gone, something tells me that most of the systems they find will be like JavaScript. I kind of think that if we're living a simulation tree, it's written in JavaScript. For the longest time, even still, JavaScript is getting respect, and yet it runs so much of the world. Is it possible that everything will be written in JavaScript?
So the engineering under JavaScript is really pretty phenomenal. The systems that make JavaScript run as fast as it does right now are kind of miracles of modern engineering. It does feel like it is not an optimal language for all the things that it's being used for, or an optimal distribution system to build huge apps in something like this without type systems and so on. But I think for a lot of people, it does reasonably the necessary things. It's still a C-flavored language. It's still braces and semicolon language. It's not hard for people to be trained in JavaScript and then understand the roots of where it came from. I think garbage collection is unequivocally a good thing for most programs to be written. It's funny that just this morning, I was seeing a Twitter thread of a bunch of really senior game dev people arguing about the virtues and costs of garbage collection. You were running into some people that are top-notch programmers that just say, no, this is literally not a good thing.
Because it makes you lazy?
Yes, that it makes you not think about things. And I do disagree. I think that there is so vulnerabilities that have happened in C and C++ programs, sometimes written by the best programmers in the world. It's like nobody is good enough to avoid ever shooting themselves in the foot with it. Write enough C code, you're going to shoot yourself in the foot. And garbage collection is a very great thing for the vast majority of programs. Only when you get into the tightest of real-time things that you start saying it's like, no, the garbage collection has more costs than it has benefits already there. But that's not 99+% of all software in the world. So JavaScript is not terrible in those ways, and so much of programming is not the language itself; it's the infrastructure around everything that surrounds it, all the libraries that you can get, different stuff, different ways you can deploy it, the portability that it gives you. And JavaScript is really strong on a lot of those things, where for a long time, and it still does if I look at it, but the web stack about everything that has to go when you do something really trivial in JavaScript and it shows up on a web browser, to kind of x-ray through that and see everything that has to happen for your one little JavaScript statement to turn into something visible in your web browser. It's very, very disquieting, just the depth of that stack and the fact that so few people can even comprehend all of the levels that are going on there. But it's, again, I have to caution myself to not be the good old days old man about it, because clearly there's enormous value. The world does run on JavaScript, a pretty good approximation, and it's not falling apart. There's a bunch of scary stuff where you look at console logs and you just see all of these bad things that are happening, but it's still kind of limping along and nobody really notices. But so much of my systems design and systems analysis goes around, you should understand what the speed of light is, like what would be the best you could possibly do here. And it sounds horrible, but in a lot of cases, you could be 1,000 times off your speed of light velocity for something, and it still be okay. And in fact, it can even sometimes still be the optimal thing in a larger system standpoint, where there's a lot of things that you don't want to have to parachute in someone like me to go in and say, make this web page run 1,000 times faster, make this web app into a hardcore native application that starts up in 37 milliseconds and everything responds in less than 1 frame latency. That's just not necessary. And if somebody wants to go pay me millions of dollars to do software like that, when they can take somebody right out of the boot camp and say, spin up an application for this, often being efficient is not really the best metric. It's like that applies in a lot of areas where it's kind of interesting how a lot of our appliances and everything are all built around energy efficiency, sometimes at the expense of robustness in some other ways, or higher costs in other ways, where there's interesting things where energy or electricity could become much cheaper in a future, and that could change our engineering trade-offs for the way we build certain things, where you could throw away efficiency and actually get more benefits that actually matter. And that's one of the directions I was considering swerving into was nuclear energy. And I was kind of like, what do I want to do next? It was either going to be cost-effective nuclear fission or artificial general intelligence. And one of my pet ideas there was like, people don't understand how cheap nuclear fuel is, and there would be ways that you could be a quarter the efficiency or less, but if it wound up making the plant 10 times cheaper, that could be a radical innovation in something like that. So there's some of these thoughts around like direct fission energy conversion, fission fragment conversion, that maybe you build something that doesn't require all the steam turbines and everything, even if it winds up being less efficient. So that applies a lot in programming, where it's always good to know what you could do if you really sat down and took it thought. Because sometimes there's discontinuities, like around user reaction times. There are some points where the difference between operating in 1 second and 750 milliseconds, not that huge. You'll see it in web page statistics, but most of the usability stuff, not that great. But if you get down to 50 milliseconds, then all of a sudden this just feels amazing. It's just like doing your bidding instantly rather than you're giving it a command, twiddling your thumbs, waiting for it to respond. So sometimes it's important to really crunch hard to get over some pressure. But there are broad bases that value metric for lots of work where it just doesn't pay to go that extra. And there are craftsmen that they just don't want to buy that. And more power to them. If somebody just wants to say, no, I'm going to be, my pride is in my work. I'm never going to do something that's not as good as I could possibly make it. I respect that, and sometimes I am that person, but I try to focus more on the larger value picture, and you do pick your battles, and you deploy your resources in a way that's going to give you sort of the best user value in the end.
Well, if you look at the evolution of life on Earth, it's a kind of programming effort. It seems like efficiency isn't the thing that's being optimized. Like natural selection is very inefficient, but it kind of adapts, and through the process of adaptation is building more and more complex systems that are more and more intelligent. The final result is kind of pretty interesting. And so I think what John's going to say, it's like this giant mess that, things naturally die off if they don't work. And if they start becoming useful to people, they kind of naturally build this community, the large community of people that are generating code, and some code is sticky, some is not. And nobody knows the inefficiencies and the efficiencies or the breaking points of how reliable this code is, and you kind of just run it, assume it works, and then gets unpleasantly surprised. And that's kind of the evolutionary process.
So that's a really good analogy, and we know a lot of places like that, where in the earliest days of programming, you had finite, you could count the bytes that you had to work on. You had all the kind of hackers playing code golf to be one less instruction than the other person's multiply routine. You had to get through it, and it was so perfectly crafted. It was a crystal piece of art when you had a program, because there just were not that many. You couldn't afford to be lazy in different ways. And in many ways, I see that as akin to the symbolic AI, where again, if you did not have the resources to just say, well, we're going to do billions and billions of programmable weights here, you have to turn it down into something that is symbolic and crafted. But that's definitely not the way DNA and life and biological evolution and things work. On the one hand, it's almost humbling how little programming code is in our bodies. We've got a couple billion base pairs. It's like this all fits on a thumb drive for years now. And then our brains are even a smaller section of that, 50 megabytes. And this is not like Shannon limit, perfectly information dense conveyances. Like, these are messy codes broken up into amino acids. A lot of them don't do important things, or they do things in very awkward ways. But it is this process of just accumulation on top of things, and you need scale. Both you need scale for sort of the population for that to work out. And in the early days, in the 50s and 60s, the kind of ancient era of computers, where you could count, when they said, like when the internet started, even in the 70s, there were 18 hosts or something. It was this small finite number, and you were still optimizing everything to be as good as you possibly could. But now it's billions and billions of devices and everything going on. And you can't have this very much natural evolution going on, where lots of things are tried, lots of things are blowing up, venture capitalists lose their money on, and a startup invested in the wrong tech stack and things completely fail to scale. But good things do come out of it. And it's interesting to see that the genetic evolution of the way different things happen. I mentioned in the world, that's it's funny how some little thing like that, where every programmer knows hello world now, that was a completely arbitrary sort of decision. It just came out of the dominance of Unix and C and early examples of things like that. So millions of experiments are going on all the time, but some things do kind of rise to the top and win the fitness report, whether it's mind space or programming techniques.
Like there's a site on Stack Exchange called Code Golf where people compete to write the shortest possible program for a particular task in all the different kinds of languages. And it's really interesting to see folks kind of, they're masters of their craft, really play the limits of programming. It's really good across all the different programming languages. You get to see some of these weird programming languages, the mainstream ones, Python different between Python 2 and 3. You get to see C and C++, Java, you get to see JavaScript, all of that. It's kind of inspiring to see how much depth possibility there is in programming languages that come off kind of tasks we give. Most of us who do any kind of programming kind of work very vanilla type of code. That's the way to build a lot of systems. But it's nice to see the possibility of creative genius still within those languages. It's written in languages. So given that you are once again one of the greatest programmers ever, what do you think makes maybe a good model?
So I just gave a long rant slash lecture at Meta to the TPM organization, and my biggest point was everything that we're doing really should flow from user value. All the good things that we're doing. It's like we're not technical people. It's like you shouldn't be taking pride just in a specific thing. Like Codeball is the sort of thing. It's a fun puzzle game, but that really should not be a major motivator. It's like we're solving problems for people, or we're providing entertainment to people. We're doing something of value to people that's displacing something else in their lives. We want to be providing a net value over what they could be doing, but instead they're choosing to use our products. And that's where, it sounds trite or corny, but I fundamentally do think that's how you make the world a better place. If you have given more value to people than it took you and your team to create, then the world's a better place. People have, they've gone for something lesser value, use your product, and their life feels better for that. And if you produce that economically, that's a really good thing. On the other hand, if you spent ridiculous amounts of money, you've just kind of shoveled a lot of cash into a wood chipper there, and you should maybe not feel so good about what you're doing. So being proud about like a specific architecture or specific technology or a specific code sequence that you've done, it's great to get a little smile and a tiny little dopamine hit for that, but the top level metric should be that you're building things around you. Now, you can get into the argument about how what is user value, how you actually quantify that, and there can be big arguments about that, but it's easy to be able to say, okay, this pissed off user there is not getting value from what you're doing. This user over there with a big smile on their face, I have a moment of delight when something happened. There's a value that's happened there. You have to at least accept that there is a concept of user value. If you have trouble exactly quantifying it, you can usually make relative arguments about it. Well, this was better than this. We've improved things. So, being a servant to the user is your job when you're a developer. You want to be producing something that other people are going to find valuable. And if you are technically inclined, then finding the right levers to be able to pull, to be able to make a design that's going to produce the most value for the least amount of effort. And it always has to be kind of divide. There's a ratio there where it's a problem at the big tech companies, whether it's Meta, Google, Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, companies that have almost infinite money. I know there are people who will complain that it's not infinite money, but from most developer standpoints, it really does feel like it. And it's almost counterintuitive that if you're working hard as a developer on something, there's always this thought, if only I had more resources, more people, more RAM, more megahertz, then my product will be better. And that sense that at certain points, it's certainly true that if you are really hamstrung by this, removing an obstacle will make a better product, make more value. But if you're not making your core design decisions in this fiercely competitive way, where you're saying feature A or feature B, you can't just say, let's do both, because then you're not making a value judgment. You're just saying, well, they both seem good. I don't want to necessarily have to pick out which one is better or how much better and tell Team B that, sorry, we're not going to do this because A is more important. But that notion of always having to really critically value what you're doing, your time, the resources you expend, even the opportunity cost of doing something else, that's super important.
Well, let me ask you about this debate that you mentioned of how to measure value. Is it possible to measure it kind of numerically, or can you do the sort of Johnny I, the design route of imagining sort of somebody using the thing and imagining a smile and imagining the experience of love and joy as he used it? guess from a design perspective, or if you're building more like a lower level thing for Linux, you imagine a developer might come across this and use it and become uh, happy and better off because of it. So where do you land on those? Is it measurable? I imagine like Meta and Google would probably try to measure it and try to, it's like you're trying to optimize engagement or something. Let's measure engagement. And then I think there is a kind of, I admire the design ethic of like, think of a future that's immeasurable. And you try to make somebody in that future as difficult as you can.
So I do usually favor, if you can get any kind of a metric that's good, by all means listen to the data. But you can go too far. We've had problems where, like, hey, we had a performance regression because our fancy new telemetry system is doing a bazillion file writes to kind of archive this stuff because we needed to collect information to determine if we were doing, if our plans were good. So when information is available, you should never ignore it.
For actual users using the thing, human beings using the thing, a large number of human beings, and you get to see through that.
So there's the 2-in-1 problem, but when you're doing something really new, you do kind of have to make a guess. But one of the points that I've been making at Meta is we have more than enough users now that anything somebody wants to try in VR, we have users that will be interested in that. You do not get to make a completely greenfield, blue sky pitch and say, I'm going to do this because I think it might be interesting. I challenge everyone. There are going to be people, whether it's working in VR on your like on your desktop replacement, or communicating with people in different ways, or playing the games. There are going to be probably millions of people, or at least if you pick some tiny niche that we're not in right now, there's still going to be thousands of people out there that have the headsets that would be your target market. And I tell people, pay attention to them. Don't invent fictional users. Don't make an Alice, Bob, Charlie that fits whatever matrix of tendencies that you want to break the market down to, because it's a mistake to think about imaginary users when you've got real users that you could be working with. But on the other hand, there is value to having a fullness of vision for a product, and companies like Meta have. They understand the trade-offs where you can have a company like SpaceX or Apple in the Steve Jobs era, where you have a very powerful leading personality that where they can micromanage at a very low level and say it's like, no, that handle needs to be different, or that icon needs to change the tint there. And they clearly get a lot of value out of it. They also burn through a lot of employees that have horror stories to tell about working there afterwards. My position is that you're at your best when you've got a leader that is at their limit of what they can kind of comprehend of everything below them, and they can have an informed opinion about everything that's going on. And you take somebody, you've got to believe that somebody that has 30, 40 years of experience, you would hope that they've got wisdom that the just out of boot camp person contributing doesn't have, and that if they're like, well, that's wrong there, you probably shouldn't do it that way, or even just don't do it that way, do it another way. So there's value there, but it can't go beyond a certain level. I have Steve Jobs stories of him saying things that are just wrong right in front of me about technical things because he was not operating at that level. But when it does work, and you do get that compassionate leader that's thinking about the entire product and just really deeply cares about not letting anything slip through the cracks, I think that's got a lot of value. But the other side of that is the people saying that, well, we want to have these independent teams that are bubbling up the ideas because, like, it's anti-capitalist or anti-free market to say it's like I want my great leader to go ahead and dictate all these points there. Where clearly, free markets bring up things that you don't expect. In VR, we saw a bunch of things like it didn't turn out at all the way the early people thought were going to be the key applications, and things that would not have been approved by the dark cabal making the decisions about what gets into the store turn out to, in some cases, be extremely successful. So yeah, I definitely kind of wanted to be. There was a point where I did make a pitch. It's like, hey, make me VR dictator, and I'll do it, get shit done. Yeah, that's just, it's not in the culture. They understand the trade-offs. And that's just not the way. That's not the company that they want, the team that they
It's fascinating because VR, and we talk about it, it's still unclear to me in what way VR will change the world. Because it does seem clear that VR will somehow fundamentally transform this world, and it's unclear to me how. Yeah. And it's
You know, when you want to get in.
hold on a second. So, we stick to the you being the best programmer ever. Okay, in the early days when you didn't have the self responsibilities of leading teams and all that kind of stuff, and you can focus on just being a programmer. What did the productive day in life of John Connor look like? How many hours at the keyboard? How much sleep? What was the source of calories that fueled the brain? What was it like? What time did you wake up?
So I was able to be remarkably consistent about what was good working conditions for me for a very long time. I was never one of the programmers that would do all-nighters going through work for 20 hours straight. It's like my brain generally starts turning to mush after 12 hours or so. But the hard work is really important, and I would work for decades. I would work 60 hours a week. I would work 10-hour day, 6 days a week, and try to be productive at that. Now, my schedule shifted around a fair amount when I was young without any kids and any other responsibilities. I was on one of those cycling schedules where I kind of get in an hour later each day and roll around through the entire time. And I'd wind up kind of pulling in at 2 or 3 in the afternoon sometimes, and then working again past midnight or 2 in the morning. And that was when it was just me trying to make things happen. And I was usually isolated off in my office. People generally didn't bother me much at it, and I could get a lot of programming work done that way. I did settle into a more normal schedule when I was taking kids to school and things like that.
So kids were the forcing function that got to wake up with us at the same time.
It's not clear to me that there was much of a difference in productivity with that, where I kind of feel if I just get up when I feel like it, it's usually a little later each day, but I just recently made the focusing decision to try to push my schedule back a little bit earlier to getting up at 8 in the morning and trying to shift things around. Like I'm often doing experiments with myself about what should I be doing to be more productive. And one of the things that I did realize was happening in recent months where I would go for a walk or a run. I cover like 4 miles a day, and I would usually do that just as the sun's going down. Here in Texas now, and it's still really damn hot. But I'd go out at 8:30 or something, and cover the time there, and then the showering, and it was putting a hold on my day where I would have still a couple of hours after that. Sometimes my best hours were at night when nobody else is around, nobody's bothering me. But that hole in the day was a problem. So just a couple of weeks ago, I made the change to go ahead and say, all right, get up a little earlier, do a walk or get out there first so I can have more uninterrupted time. So I'm still playing with factors like this as I kind of optimize my work efforts. But it's always been, it was 60 hours a week for a very long time. To some degree, I had a little thing in the back of my head where I was almost jealous of some of the programmers that would do these marathon sessions. And I had like Dave Taylor, one of the guys that he would be one of those people that fall asleep under his desk sometimes, and all the kind of classic hacker tropes about things. And a part of me was like always a little bothered that wasn't that I would go program 20 hours straight because I'm falling apart and not being very effective after 12 hours. Yeah, 12-hour programming, that's fine when you're doing that, but you're not doing smart work much after, at least I'm not. But there's a range of people. That's something that a lot of people don't really get in their gut, where there are people that work on 4 hours of sleep and are smart and can continue to do good work. Then there's a lot of people that just fall apart. So I do tell people that I always try to get 8 hours of sleep. It's not this push yourself harder, get up earlier. I just do worse work where you can work 100 hours a week and still get 8 hours of sleep if you just prioritize things correctly. But I do believe in working hard, working a lot. There was a comment that a game dev made that I know there's a backlash against really hard work in a lot of cases, and I get into all my arguments about this all the time. But he was basically saying, yeah, 40 hours a week, that's kind of a part-time job. And if you were really in it and doing what you think is important, what you're passionate about, working more gets more done. And it's just really not possible to argue with that if you've been around the people that work with that level of intensity and just say, it's like, no, they should just stop. And we kind of came back around to that a couple of years ago where I was using the fictional example of, all right, some people they'll say with a straight face, they think, no, you are less productive if you work more than 40 hours a week. And they're generally misinterpreting things where your marginal productivity for an hour after 8 hours is less than in one of your peak hours. But you're not literally getting less done. There's a point where you start breaking things and getting worse behavior and everything out of it, where you're literally going backwards. But it's not an 8 or 10 or 12 hours. And the fictional example I would use was, imagine there's an asteroid coming to impact the Earth, to crash into Earth, destroy all of human life. Do you want Elon Musk or the people working at SpaceX that are building the interceptor that's going to deflect the asteroid, do you want them to clock out at 5 because, damn it, they're just going to go do worse work if they work another couple hours? And it seems absurd. And that's a hypothetical, though, and everyone can dismiss that. But then when coronavirus was hitting, and you have all of these medical personnel that are clearly pushing themselves really, really hard, and I'd say it's like, okay, do you want all of these scientists working on treatments and vaccines and caring for all of these people? Are they really screwing everything up by working more than 8 hours a day? And of course, people say I'm just an asshole to say something like that, but it's the truth. Working longer gets more done.
Well, so that's kind of the layer one. But I'd like to also say that, at least I believe, depending on the person, depending on the task, working more and harder will make you better for the next week in those peak hours. So there's something about a deep dedication to a thing that kind of gets deep in you. So the hard work isn't just about the raw hours of productivity. It's the thing it does to you in the weeks and months after too.
You're tempering yourself in some ways.
And I think, it's like the Joe Jones of sushi. If you really dedicate yourself completely to making sushi, like to really putting in the long hours, day after day after day, you become a true craftsman of the thing you're doing. Now, there's, of course, discussions about, are you sacrificing a lot of personal relationships? Are you sacrificing a lot of other possible things you could do with that time? If you're talking about purely being a master or a craftsman of your art, that more hours isn't just about doing more, it's about becoming better at the thing you're doing.
I don't gainsay anybody that wants to work the minimum amount. They've got other priorities in their life. My only argument that I'm making is not that everybody should work harder. It's that if you want to accomplish something, working longer and harder is the path to getting it accomplished.
Well, let me ask you about this then. The mythical work-life balance. For an engineer, it seems like that's one of the professions in the program where working hard does lead to greater productivity. But it also raises the question of personal relationships and all that kind of stuff, family. And how were you able to find? Is there advice you can give, maybe even outside of yourself? Have you been able to arrive at any wisdom on this part?
So I do think that there's a wide range of people where different people have different needs. It's not a one-size-fits-all. Certainly what works for me. I can tell enough that I'm different than a typical average person in the way things impact me, the things that I want to do. My goals are different, and sort of the levers to impact things are different. Where I have literally never felt burnout, and I know there's lots of really smart people that do world-leading work that get burned out, and it's never hit me. I've never been at a point where I'm like, I just don't care about this. I don't want to do this anymore. But I've always had the flexibility to work on lots of interesting things. I can always just turn my gaze to something else and have a great time working on that. And so much of the ability to actually work hard is the ability to have multiple things to choose from and to use your time on the most appropriate thing. There are time periods where I am it's the best time for me to read a new research paper that I need to really be thinking hard about it. And there's a time that maybe I should just scan and organize my own notes because I'm just not on top of things. And then there's the time that, all right, let's go bang out a few hundred lines of code for something. So switching between them has been real valuable.
You always have kind of joy in your heart for all the things you're doing, and that is the kind of work-life balance is the first sort of step.
Yeah,
So you're always happy.
I do.
Well, happy.
Yeah, I mean, that's like a lot of people would say that often I look like kind of a grim person, with just sitting there with a neutral expression or even like knitted brows and a frown on my face as I'm staring at something.
That's what happens. Just looks like for you.
Yeah, it's kind of true. Or that like, okay, I'm pushing through this, I'm making progress here. I know that doesn't work for me. I know it doesn't work for most people. But what I always try to do in those cases is I don't want to let somebody that might be a person like that be told by someone else that no, don't even try that out as an option. Where work-life balance versus life split, where there is a small subset of the people that can be very happy being obsessive about that. And obsession can often get things done that just practical, prudent, pedestrian work won't, or at least won't for very long.
There's legends your nutritional intake in the early days. What can you say about sort of as a being a former as a kind of athlete? So what was the nutrition?
So I have never been that great on really paying attention to it. Where I'm good enough that I don't eat a lot. I've never been like a big heavy guy, but it was interesting where one of the things that I can remember being an unhappy teenager, not having enough money, and like one of the things that bothered me about not having enough money is I couldn't buy pizza whenever I wanted to. So I got rich, and then I bought a whole lot of pizza.
So that was just defining, like that's what being rich felt like.
A lot of little things, like I could buy all the pizza and comic books and video games that I wanted to, and it really didn't take that much. But the pizza was one of those things that it's absolutely true that for a long time it did software. I had a pizza delivered every single day. The delivery guy knew me by name, and I didn't find out until years later that apparently I was such a good customer that they just never raised the price on me. I was using this 6-year-old price for the pizzas that they were still kind of sending my way every day.
So you were doing eating once a day? Or were you?
It would be spread out. You have a few pieces of pizza, you have some more later on, and I'd maybe have something at home. It was one of the nice things that Facebook Meta is they feed you quite well. You get a different, now it's DoorDash sorts of things delivered, but they take care of making sure that everybody does get well fed. I probably had better food those 6 years that I was working in the Meta office there than I used to before. But it's worked out okay for me. My health has always been good. I get a pretty good amount of exercise, and I don't eat to excess. And I do a lot of other kind of not so good for you things. So I'm still doing quite well.
Did you have a kind of spiritual experience with food or coffee or any of that kind of stuff? I mean, the programming experience, with music or like I listen to music, creating an environment and things you take into your body, just everything you construct can become a kind of ritual that empowers the whole process. Did you have that relationship with pizza? Or,
it would really be with my. There still is that sense of, drop the can down, crack open the can of Diet Coke. All right, now I'm in business. We're getting to work here.
Still, to this day,
yeah.
This Diet Coke is still.
Yeah, probably 8 or 9 a day.
Nice. Okay. What about your set? How many screens? What kind of keyboard is there? Something interesting? What kind of do you need? Emacs PIM or something modern? Linux, what operating system, laptop, or any interesting thing that brings you joy?
So I kind of migrated cultures where early on through all of game dev, there was sort of one culture there, which was really quite distinct from the more Silicon Valley venture culture for things. They're different groups and they have pretty different areas in the way they think about things. And I still do think a lot of the big companies can learn things from the hardcore game development side of things. It still boggles my mind how hostile to debuggers and IDEs that so much of the kind of big money, get billions of dollars, Silicon Valley venture-backed funds are.
This is sorry. So you're saying like big companies like Google, Meta, are hostile to?
They are not big on debuggers and IDEs. Like so much of it is like Emacs vim for things, and we just assume that debuggers don't work most of the time for the systems, and a lot of this comes from a sort of Linux bias on a lot of things. Where I did come up through the personal computers and the DOS and then Windows, and it was Orlin tools and the Visual Studio, and
You appreciate the buggers.
very much so. I mean, a debugger is how you get a view of the system that's too complicated to understand. I mean, anybody that thinks just read the code and think about it, that's an insane statement. You can't even read all the code of a big system. You have to do experiments on the system. And doing that by adding log statements, recompiling, and rerunning it is an incredibly inefficient way of doing it. I mean, yes, you can always get things done, even if you're working with stone knives and various things. That is the mark of a good programmer, is that given any tools, you will figure out a way to get it done. But it's amazing what you can do with sometimes much, much better tools, where instead of just going through this iterative compile, run, debug cycle, you have the old Lisp direction of like you've got a REPL and you're working interactively, doing amazing things there. But in many cases, a debugger has a very powerful user interface that can stop, examine all different things in your programs, set all these different breakpoints. And of course, you can do that with GDB or whatever there. But this is one of the user interface fundamental principles where when something is complicated to do, you won't use it very often. There's people that will break out GDB when they're at their wits' end and they just have beat their head against a problem for so long. But for somebody that grew up with game dev, it's like they were running into the debugger anyways before they even knew there was a problem. And you would just stop and see, what was happening. And sometimes you could fix things even before you did one compile cycle. You could be in the debugger and you'd say, well, I'm just going to change this right here. And yep, that did the job.
And for people who don't know, GDB is sort of popular, I guess, Linux debugger, primarily for C++.
They handle most languages, but it's based on C as the original language.
And it's kind of like command line. It's not user friendly. It doesn't allow for clean visualizations. And you're exactly right. So you're using this kind of debugger usually when you're at wit's end and there's a problem. You can't figure out why by just looking at the code. That's how I guess normal programmers use it. But you're saying there should be tools that kind of visualize and help you as part of the programming process, just a normal programming process, but to understand the code deeper.
When I'm working on C, code, I'm always running it from the debugger. I type in the code, I run it. Many times the first thing I do after writing code is set a breakpoint and step through the function. Now, other people will say, oh, I do that in my head. Well, your head is a faulty interpreter of all those things there. And I've written brand new code. I want to step in there, single step through that, examine lots of things, and see if it's actually doing what I expected it to.
It is a kind of companion debugger. Like you're not coding in an interactive way with another being. The debugger is a kind of dumb being, it's a reliable being. But that is an interesting question of what role does AI play? The codecs and this kind of ability to generate code you might start having tools that understand the code in interesting, deep ways that can work with you.
There's a whole spectrum there from static code analyzers and various kind of dynamic tools that are up to AI that can conceivably grok these programs that literally no human can understand. They're too big, too intertwined, too connected. But it's not beyond the possibility of understanding. It's just beyond what we can hold in our heads as a beautiful state while we're working on things. And I'm a big proponent, again, of things like static analyzers and some of that stuff, where you'll find some people that don't like being scolded by a program for how they've written something. It's like, oh, I know better. And sometimes you do, but that was something that it was very, very valuable for me when not too many people get an opportunity like this to have. This is almost one of those spiritual experiences as a programmer, awakening to the software code bases were a couple million lines of code, and at one point, I had used a few of the different analysis tools, but I made a point to really go through and scrub the code base using every tool that I could find. And it was eye-opening, where we had a reputation for having some of the most robust, strongest code. There were some great things that I remember hearing from Microsoft telling us about crashes on Xbox, that we had this tiny number that they said were probably literally hardware errors. Then you have other significant titles that just have millions of faults that are getting reported all the time. So I was proud of our code on a lot of levels, but when I took this code analysis squeegee through everything, it was shocking how many errors there were in there. Things that you could say, okay, this was a copy paste, not changing something right here. Lots of things that were the most common problem was something in a printf format string was the wrong data type that could cause crashes there. And you really want the warnings for things like that. And the next most common was missing a check for null that could actually happen, that could blow things up. And those are obviously the top C++ things. Everybody has those problems. But the long tail of all of the different little things that could go wrong there, we had good programmers. And my own code, stuff that I'd be looking at, like, oh, I wrote that code, that's definitely wrong. We've been using this for a year, and it's this submarine, this mine sitting there waiting for us to step on. And it was humbling. It was, and I reached the conclusion that anything that can be syntactically allowed in your language, if it's going to show up eventually in a large enough code base. You're not going to, good intentions aren't going to keep it from happening. You need automated tools and guardrails for things. And those start with things like static types and where you type things in more dynamic languages. But the people that rebel against that basically say that slows me down doing that, there's something to that. I get that. I've written, I've cobbled things together in a notebook. I'm like, wow, this is great that it just happened. But yeah, that's kind of sketchy, but it's working fine. I don't care. It does come back to that value analysis where sometimes it's right to not care. But when you do care, if it's going to be something that's going to live for years and it's going to have other people working on it, and it's going to be deployed to millions of people, then you want to use all of these tools. You want to be told, it's like, no, you screwed up here, here, and here. And that does require kind of an ego check, where you have to be open to the fact that everything you're doing is just littered with tools. It's not that, oh, you occasionally have a bad day. It's just whatever stream of code you output, there's going to be a statistical regularity of things that you just make mistakes on. And I do think there's a whole argument about test-driven design and unit testing versus kind of analysis and different things. I am more in favor of the analysis and the stuff that just like you can't run your program until you fix this, rather than you can run it and hopefully a unit test will catch it.
Yeah, in my private code, I have a service everywhere.
Yeah.
There's something pleasurable to me about, say, the dictatorial rule of like, this should be true at this point. And too many times, I've made mistakes that shouldn't have been made. And I would assume I wouldn't be the kind of person who would make that mistake, but I keep making that mistake. Therefore, when a cert really catches me, really helps all the time. So I would say like 10 to 20% of my private code, just for personal use, is probably
It's active commons. One of those things that in theory, they don't make any difference to the program, and if it was all operating the way you expected it would be, then they will never fire. But even if you have it right and you wrote the code right initially, then circumstances change. The world outside your program changes. And in fact, that's one of the things where I'm kind of fond in a lot of cases of static array size declarations, where I went through this period where, okay, now we have general collection classes, which you just make everything variable. Because I had this history of, in the early days, you get doomed at some fixed limits on it, then everybody started making crazier and crazier things, kept bumping up the different limits, this many lines, this many sectors, and it seemed like a good idea. Well, we should just make this completely generic and go up to whatever. And there's cases where that's the right thing to do, but it also, the other aspect of the world changing around you is it's good to be informed when the world has changed more than you thought it would. And if you've got a continuously growing collection, you're never going to find out. You might have this quadratic slowdown on something where you thought, going to have a handful of these, but something changes and there's a new design style, and all of a sudden you've got 10,000. So I kind of like, in many cases, taking the number, a nice round power of 2 number, and setting it up in there and having an assert saying, hey, you hit this limit. You should probably think, are the choices that you made around all of this still relevant if somebody's using 10 times more than you thought?
Yeah, this code was originally written with this kind of worldview, with this kind of set of constraints. You're thinking of the world in this way. If something breaks, that means you got to rethink the initial stuff. And it's nice for it to do that. Is there any stuff like keyboard or monitor?
I'm fairly pedestrian on a lot of that, where I did move to triple monitors like several years ago. I had been dual monitor for a very long time, and it was one of those things where probably years later than I should have, well, the video cards now generally have 3 output ports. I should just put the 3rd monitor up there. That's been a period. I've been very happy with that. But no, I don't have fancy keyboard or mouse. Anything.
The key things is an IDE that has helpful debuggers, that helpful tools. It's not inbound and then.
So I did spend, I spent one of my week-long retreats where I'm like, okay, I'm going to make myself use. It was actually classic BI, which I know people will say you should never have done that. You should just use BIM directly. But I gave it the good try. It's like, okay, I'm being in kind of classic Unix developer mode here, and I worked for a week on it. I had used Anki to teach myself the different little key combinations for things like that. And at the end, it's just like, all right, this was kind of like my Civil War reenactment phase. It's like I'm going out there doing it like you used to in the old days. It was kind of fun in that regard.
So many people right now.
But it was
screaming as they're listening to that.
Look at the out is this is not modern film, but still, yes, I was very happy to get back to Visual Studio.
Yeah, I struggle with this a lot because I'm using Kinesis keyboard and using. And I feel like I exactly as you said. I can understand the code, I can navigate the code, there's a lot of stuff you can build. And then Emacs, using Lisp, you can customize a lot of things for yourself to help you introspect, help you understand the code and visualize it. Or you can run debuggers, but it's work. And the world moves past you. Better and better ideas constantly being built. That puts a kind of. I need to take the same kind of retreat as you're talking about, but now I'm still fighting the Civil War. I need to kind of move into the 21st century.
And it does seem like the world is, a large chunk of the world is moving towards Visual Studio Code, which is kind of interesting to me. It's the JavaScript ecosystem on the one hand, and IDEs are one of those things that you want to be infinitely fast. You want them to just kind of immediately respond. And I've got, there's someone I know, an old school game dev guy that still uses Visual Studio 6. And on a modern computer, everything is just absolutely instant on something like that because it was made to work on a computer that's 10,000 or 100,000 times slower. So just everything happens immediately. And all the modern systems just feel, they feel so crafty when, why is this refreshing the screen and moving around and updating over here and something blinks down there and we should update this. And there's, there are things that we've lost with that incredible flexibility, but lots of people get tons of value from it, and I am super happy that seems to be winning over even a lot of the old Emacs people. They're kind of like, hey, Visual Studio Code's maybe not so bad. That may be the final peacekeeping solution. Everybody is reasonably happy with something like that.
So, can you explain what a dot plan file is and what role that played in your life? Does it still continue to play a role?
Back in the early days of its one of our big things that was unique with what we did is I had adopted next stations or next step systems from Steve Jobs' out in the woods from Apple. And they were basically, it was kind of interesting because I did not really have a background with the Unix system. So many of the people that get immersed in that in college, and that sets a lot of cultural expectations for them. And I didn't have any of that, but I knew that my background was I was a huge Apple II fanboy. I was always a little suspicious of the Mac. It was not really what kind of I wanted to go with. But when Steve Jobs left Apple and started Next, this computer did just seem like one of those amazing things from the future, where it had all of this cool stuff in it. And we were still, back in those days, working on DOS. Everything blew up. You had reset buttons because your computer would just freeze. You'd be doing development literally dozens of times a day. The computer was just rebooting constantly. And so this idea of, yes, any of the Unix workstations would have given a stable development platform where you don't crash and reboot all the time. But Next also had this really amazing graphical interface, and it was great for building tools. It used Objective-C as kind of an interesting bit into
So
it.
Next was Unix based. It's had Objective-C. So there's a lot of the elements.
That became Mac. I mean, it had a reverse acquisition of Apple by Next, where that took over and became what the modern Mac system
And
is.
to find some of the developer, like the tools and the community.
Yeah, you've still got, if you're programming on Apple stuff now, there's still all these NS somethings, which was originally Next Step objects with different things. But one of the aspects of those Unix systems was they had this notion of a dot plan file, where a dot file is an invisible file, usually in your home directory or something, and there was a trivial server running on most Unix systems at the time that when somebody ran a trivial little command, ping command, you could do finger and then somebody's address. It could be anywhere on the internet if you're connected currently. That all that server would do was read the dot plan file in that user's home directory and then just spit it out. And originally the idea was that could be whether you're on vacation, what your current project was. It's supposed to be like a plan of what you're doing. And people would use it for various purposes, but all it did was dump that file over to the terminal of whoever issued the finger command. And at one point I started just keeping a list of what I was doing, which would be what I was working on in the day. And I have this little syntax I kind of got to myself about. Here's something that I'm working on. I put a star when I finish it. I have a few other little bits of punctuation. And at the time, it started off as being just like my to-do list. It would be these trivial, obscure little things like I fixed something with collision detection code, made Fireball do something different. And just little one-liners that people that were following the games could kind of decipher. But I did wind up starting to write much more in-depth because I would have little notes of thoughts and insights, and then I would eventually start having little essays I would sometimes dump into the plan files, interspersed with the work logs of things that I was doing. So in some ways, it was super early proto-blog where I was just dumping out what I was working on, but it was interesting enough that there were a lot of people that were interested in this. So most of the people didn't have Unix workstations, so there were the websites back in the day that would follow the Doom and Quake development that would basically make a little service that would go grab all the changes that you could just get with the web browser. And there was a period where all of the little kind of Dallas gaming diaspora of people that were all in that orbit, there were a couple dozen plan files going on, which was, this was some years before blogging really became kind of a thing. And that was kind of a premonition of sort of the way things would go. And there was it's all been collected. It's available online in different places, and it's kind of fun to go back and look through what I was thinking, what I was doing in different areas.
Have you had a chance to look back? Is there some interesting, very low level specific to-do items, maybe things you've never completed, all that kind of stuff, and high level philosophical essay type of stuff?
There's some stuff on both where a lot of it was low level nitpicky details about game dev. I've learned enough things where there's no project that I worked on that I couldn't go back and do a better job on now. It was just, you learn things, hopefully, if you're doing it right, you learn things as you get older, and you should be able to do a better job at all of the early things. There's stuff in Wolfenstein, Doom, Quake. Clearly, I could go back and do a better job at this, whether it's something on the rendering engine side or how they implemented the monster behaviors, manage the resources.
Do you see the flaws in your thinking now?
Yeah,
looking back?
Yeah, I do. I mean, sometimes I'll get I'll look at it and say, yeah, I had a pretty clear view of I was doing good work there, and I really hit the point where there was another programmer, Graham Devine, in this he worked at id, seventh guest, and he made some comment one time where he said he looked back at some of his old notes and was like, "Wow, I was really smart back then." And I don't hit that so much. Where when I look at it, I always know that there's all the age you get certain changes in how you're able to work problems, but all of the problems that I've worked, I'm sure that I could do a better job on all of them.
So you could still step right in if you travel back in time and talk to that guy, you would teach him a few things.
Yeah.
That's awesome. And what about the high roller philosophical stuff? Is there some insights you stand out that you can?
There's things that I was understanding about development and the industry and so on that were in a more primitive stage where I definitely learned a lot more in the later years about business and organization and team structure. There were definitely things that I was not the best person or even a very good person about managing, like how a team should operate internally, how people should work together. I was just get out of my way and let me work on the code and do this. And more and more I learned how, in the larger scheme of things, how sometimes relatively unimportant some of those things are. There is this user value generation that's the overarching importance for all of that. And I didn't necessarily have my eye on it all correctly through a lot of my earlier years, and there's things that I could have gotten more out of people handling things in different ways. I could have made, in some ways, more successful products by following things in different ways. There's mistakes that we made that we couldn't really have known how things would have worked out, but it was interesting to see in later years companies like Activation showing, hey, you really can just do the same game, make it better every year. And you can look at that from a negative standpoint and say, oh, that's just being derivative and all that. But if you step back again and say, it's like, well, are the people buying it still enjoying it? Are they enjoying it more than what they might have thought otherwise? And you can see, that's actually a great value creation engine to do that if you're in a position where you can. Don't be forced into reinventing everything just because you think that you need to. Lots of things about business and team stuff that could be done better. But the technical work, the kind of technical visionary type stuff that I laid out, I still feel pretty good about. There are some classic old ones about my defending of OpenGL versus D3D, which turned out to be one of the more probably important momentous things there, where it was always a rear guard action on Windows where Microsoft was just not going to let that win. But when I look back on it now, that fight to keep OpenGL relevant for a number of years there meant that OpenGL was there when mobile started happening, and OpenGL ES was the thing that drove all of the acceleration of the local industry. And it's really only in the last few years, as Apple's moved to Metal and some of the other companies have moved to Vulkan, that's moved away. But really stepping back and looking at it, it's like, yeah, I sold tens of millions of games for different things, but billions and billions of devices wound up with an appropriate, capable graphics API due in no small part to me thinking that was really important, that we not just give up and use Microsoft's at that time really terrible API. The thing about Microsoft is the APIs don't stay terrible. They were terrible at the start, but a few versions on, they were actually quite good. There was a completely fair argument to be made that by the time DX9 was out, it was probably a better programming environment than OpenGL, but it was still a wonderful, good thing that we had an open standard that could show up on Linux and Android, iOS, eventually WebGL still to this day. So that would be on my greatest hits list of things that I had.
The impact it had on billions of devices, yes. So let's talk about it. Can you tell the origin story of id Software? Again, one of the greatest game developer companies ever created. Works that 50 games that define my life also in many ways. As a thing that made me realize what computers are capable of in terms of graphics, in terms of performance, it just unlocked something deep in me and understanding what these machines are. games can do it. So Wolfenstein 3D, do it, Quake, and just all the incredible engineering innovation. So how do
So a caveat up front that I usually don't consider myself the historian of the software side of things. I usually do kind of point people at John Romero for stories about the early days where I've never been like I've commented that I'm a remarkably unsentimental person in some ways, where I don't really spend a lot of time unless I'm explicitly prodded to go back and think about the early days of things. And I didn't necessarily make the effort to archive everything exactly in my brain. The more that I work on machine learning and AI and the aspects of memory and how when you go back and polish certain things, it's not necessarily exactly the way it happened. But having said all of that, from my view, the way everything happened that led up to that was after I was an adult, kind of taking a few college classes, deciding to drop out. I was hard scrabble contract programming, really struggling to kind of keep groceries and pay my rent and things. And the company that I was doing the most work for was a company called Soft Disk Publishing, which had the sounds bizarre now business model of monthly subscription software. Before there was an internet that people could connect to and get software, you would pay a certain amount, and every month they would send you a disk that had some random software. And people that were into computers thought this was kind of cool, and they had different ones for the Apple II, the 2GS, the PC, the Mac, the Amiga, lots of different things. So quirky little business, but I was doing a lot of contract programming, write tiny little games and sell them for $300 and $500. And one of the things that I was doing, again, to keep my head above water here, was I decided that I could make one program and I could port it to multiple systems. I would write a game like Dark Design or Catacombs, and I would develop it on the Apple II, the 2GS, and the IBM PC, which apparently was the thing that really kind of piqued the attention of the people working there. Jay Wilbur was my primary editor, and Tom Hall was a secondary editor. And they kept asking me, it's like, hey, you should come down and work on this. And I pushed it off a couple times because I was really enjoying the freedom of being off on my own, even if I was barely getting by. I was doing nothing but programming all day. But I did have enough close scrapes with, like, damn, I'm just really out of money that maybe I should get an actual job rather than contracting these one-at-a-time things. And James Wilfer was great. He was like FedExing me the checks when I would need them to kind of get over whatever hump I was at. So I finally took them up on their offer to come down to Shreveport, Louisiana. I was in Kansas City at the time. Drove down to through the Ozarks and everything down to Louisiana and saw the Soft Disk offices, talked to a bunch of people, met the people I had been working with remotely at that time. But the most important thing for me was I met two programmers that were John Romero and Clay Walsh. That first time ever, I had met programmers that knew more cool stuff than I did, where the world was just different back then. I was in Kansas City. It was one of those smartest kid in the school, does all the computer stuff. The teachers don't have anything to teach him. But all I had to learn from was these few books at the library. It was not much at all. And there were some aspects of programming that were kind of black magic to me. It's like, oh, he knows how to format a track on a low-level drive programming, things. And I was still not at all sure I was going to take the job, but I met these awesome programmers that were doing cool stuff. Romero had worked at Merchant Systems and had done so many different games ahead of time that I did very quickly decide that, yeah, I'll go take the job down there. And I settled down there, moved in, and started working on 4 little projects. And the first kind of big change that happened down there was the company wanted to make a gaming-focused, PC gaming-focused subscription. Just like all their others, the same formula that they use for everything. Pay a monthly fee and you'll get a disc with 1 or 2 games just every month. No choice in what you get, but we think it'll be fun. And that was the model they were comfortable with. And said, all right, we're going to start this Gamers Edge department. And all of us that were interested in that, being Romero, Tom Hall was kind of helping us from his side of things. He would peek in and few other programmers working with us at the time, and we were going to just start making games, just the same model, and we dived in, and it was fantastic.
You have to make new games
every
month.
Yeah, and this, in retrospect, looking back at it, that sense that I had done all this contract programming, John Romero had done by far more of this, where he had done one of his teaching himself efforts was he made a game for every letter of the alphabet. That sense of like, I'm just going to go make 26 different games, give them a different theme, and you learn so much when you go through and you crank these things out on a bi-weekly, monthly basis.
From start to finish. It's not like just an idea. It's not just from the very beginning to the very end. It's done. It has to be done. There's no delay. It's done.
You've got deadlines. And that kind of rapid iteration, pressure cooker environment was super important for all of us developing the skills that brought us to where we eventually went to. I mean, people would say, like in the history of the Beatles, like it wasn't them being the Beatles, it was them playing all of these other early works, that opportunity to craft all of their skills before they were famous, that was very critical to their later successes. I think there's a lot of that here, where we did these games that nobody remembers, lots of little things that contributed to building up the skill set for the things that eventually did make us famous.
That Dostoevsky wrote The Gambler, had to write it in a month just to make money. And nobody remembers that part because he had to figure out, it's literally, he didn't have enough time to write it fast enough, so he had to come up with hacks. Literally,
it comes down to that point where pressure and limitation of resources is surprisingly important. And it's counterintuitive in a lot of ways, where you just think that if you've got all the time in the world and you've got all the resources in the world, of course you're going to get something better. But sometimes it really does work out that innovations are a necessity, and resource constraints have to do things where you don't have a choice. It's surprising what you can do.
Is there any good games written in that time? We could say
some of them are still fun to go back and play, where you get they were all about kind of the more modern term is game feel, about how just the exact feel of things. It's not the grand strategy of the design, but how running and jumping and shooting and those things feel in the moment. And some of those are still, if you sat down out on the kind of go, it's a little bit different. It doesn't have the same movement feel, but you move over and like bang, jump, bang. You're like, hey, that's kind of cool still.
So you can get lost in the rhythm of the game, like is that what you mean by feel? Just like there's something about it that pulls you in.
Nowadays, again, people talk about compulsion loops and things, where it's that sense of exactly what you're doing, what your fingers are doing on the keyboard, what your eyes are seeing, and there are going to be these sequences of things: grab the loot, shoot the monster, jump over the obstacle, get to the end of the level. These are eternal aspects of game design in a lot of ways, but there are better and worse ways to do all of them. And we did so many of these games that it was we got a lot of practice. So one of the kind of weird things that was happening at this time is John Romero was getting some strange fan mail. So back in these days, this is before email, so we literally got letters sometimes and telling him, it's like, oh, I want to talk to you about your games, I want to reach out, different things. And eventually it turned out that these were all coming from Scott Miller at Apogee Software, and he was reaching out through, he didn't think he could contact John directly, that he could get intercepted, so he was trying to get him to contact him through like back channel fan mail, because he basically was saying, hey, I'm making all this money on shareware games. I want you to make shareware games, because he had seen some of the games that Romero had done. And, we looked at Scott Miller's games, and we didn't think they were very good. We were like, that can't be making the kind of money that he's saying he's making 10 grand or something off of this game. And we really thought that he was full of shit, that it was a lie trying to get him into this. But so that was kind of going on at one level. And it was funny the moment when Romero realized that yet some of these letters pinned up on his wall, like all of his fans. And then we noticed that they all had the same return address with different names, which was a little bit of a two-edged sword there.
Trying to figure out the puzzle laid off before.
Yeah, what happened after kind of coincident with that was I was working on a lot of the new technologies, where I was now full on the IBM PC for the first time, where I was really a long holdout on Apple II forever, and I loved my Apple II. It was the computer I always wished I had when I was growing up, and when I finally did have one, I was kind of clinging on to that well past its sort of good use.
Is it the best computer ever made, can you say?
I wouldn't make judgments like that about it, but it was positioned in such a way, especially in the school systems, that it impacted a whole lot of American programmers at least, where there was programs that the Apple IIs got into the schools, and they had enough capability that lots of interesting things happened with them. So in Europe, it was different. You had your Amigas and Ataris and Acorns in the UK and things that had different things. But in the United States, it was probably the Apple II that made the most impact for a lot of programmers of my generation. But so I was really digging into the IBM, and this was even more so with the total focus because I moved to another city where I didn't know anybody that I wasn't working with. I had a little apartment, and then at Softdisk, again, the things that drew me to it, I had a couple of programmers that knew more than I did, and they had a library. They had a set of books and a set of magazines. They had a couple of years of magazines, the old Dr. Bob's Journal, and all of these magazines that have information about things. And so I was just in total immersion. It was eat, breathe, sleep, computer programming, particularly the IBM, everything that I was doing. And I was digging into a lot of these low-level hardware details that people weren't usually paying attention to, the way that the IBM EGA cards worked, which was fun for me. I hadn't had experience with things at that level, and back then, you could get hardware documentation just down at the register levels. This is where the CRTC register is. This is how the color registers work and how the things are applied. And they were designed for a certain reason. They were designed for an application. They had an intended use in mind. But I was starting to look at other ways that they could perhaps be exploited that they weren't initially intended for.
Could you comment on like what operating system was there? What instruction set was it? Like what did they? What are we talking?
So this was DOS and x86. So 16-bit 8086. The 286s were there. 386s existed. They were rare. We had a couple for development systems, but we were still targeting the broad. It was all DOS 16-bit. None of this was kind of DOS extenders and things.
How different is it from the systems of today? Is it kind of the precursor that's similar?
Very little. If you open up command.exe on Windows, you see some of the remnants of all of that, but it was a different world. It was the 640K is enough world, and nothing was protected. It crashed all the time. You had TSRs or terminate and stay resident hacks on top of things that would cause configuration problems. All the hardware was manually configured in other things. So it was a very different world. But
the code is still the same, similar.
You could still write it. My earliest code there was written in Pascal, is what I had learned.
Pascal. So between BASIC and C++, there's Pascal.
So basic assembly language. Some of my intermediate stuff was, well, you had to performance. BASIC was just too slow. So most of the work that I was doing as contract programming in my teenage years was assembly language.
Or you wrote
complete games in language. And it's thousands and thousands of lines of 3-letter acronyms for the instructions.
You don't earn the once again greatest programmer ever labeled after you give you something. Okay.
That's it. Everybody wrote there. Everybody serious wrote there. It was kind of a
serious. You already said everybody's serious. Yeah.
It was an outlier to use Pascal a little bit. Where there was one famous program called Wizard. It was like one of the great early role-playing games that was written in Pascal, but it was almost nothing to use Pascal. But I did learn Pascal, and I remember doing all of my, like to this day, I sketch in data structures. When I'm thinking about something, I'll open up a file and I'll start writing struct definitions for how data is going to be laid out. And Pascal was kind of formative to that because I remember designing my RPGs in Pascal record structures and things like that. And so I had got the Pascal compiler for the Apple IIgs that I could work on. And the first IBM game that I developed, I did in Pascal. And that's actually kind of an interesting story, again, talking about the constraints and resources, where I had an Apple IIgs, I didn't have an IBM PC, and I wanted to port my applications to IBM because I thought I could make more money on it. So what I wound up doing is I rented a PC for a week and bought a copy of Turbo Pascal and And so I had a hard 1 week, and this was cutting into what minimal profit margin I had. I had this computer for a week. I had to get my program ported before I had to return the PC.
Yeah.
And that was kind of what the first thing that I had done on the IBM PC and what led me to taking the job in Softdisk.
And Turbo Pascal, how's it different from regular Pascal? Is it different compiler or something like
So
that?
it was a product of Borland, which before Microsoft kind of killed them, they were the hot stuff developer tools company. Yeah, Borland, Turbo Pascal, Turbo C, and Prolog, I mean, all the different things. But what they did was they took a really pragmatic approach of making something useful. It was one of these great examples where Pascal was an academic language, and you had things like the UCSBP system that Wizardry was actually written in, that they did manage to make a game with that, but it was not a super practical system. While Turbo Pascal was called Turbo because it was blazingly fast to compile, really ridiculously 10 to 20 times faster than most other compilers at the time. But it also had very pragmatic access to, look, you can just poke at the hardware in these different ways, and we have libraries that let you do things. And it was a perfectly good way to write games. And this is one of those things where people have talked about different paths that computer development could have taken, where C took over the world for reasons that came out of Unix and eventually Guinness. And that was not a foregone conclusion at all. People can make real, reasoned, rational arguments that the world might have been better if it had gone a Pascal route. I'm somewhat agnostic on that, where I do know from experience it was perfectly good enough to do that. And it has fundamental improvements, like it had range checked arrays as an option there, which could avoid many of C's real hazards that happen in the security space. But C1, they were basically operating about the same level of abstraction. It was a systems programming language. But
You said Pascal had a more emphasis on data structure. Actually, in the tree of languages, did Pascal come before C? Did it
they were
inspire
pretty
by?
contemporaneous. So Pascal's lineage went to Modula 2, eventually Uberon, which was another Nicholas work kind of experimental language. But they were all good enough at that level. Now, some of the classic academic-oriented Pascals were just missing fundamental things like, oh, you can't access this core system thing because we're just using it to teach students. But Turbo Pascal showed that really modest changes to it really did make it a completely capable language. And it had some reasons why you can implement it as a single pass compiler, so it could be way, way faster, although less scope for optimizations if you do it that way. And it did have some range checking options. It had a little bit better typing capability, properly typed email sorts of things, and other stuff that C lacked. But C was also clearly good enough that it wound up with a huge inertia from the Unix ecosystem.
And Pascal didn't have garbage collection.
No, it was not garbage collected.
Same kind of
Same manual. So you could still have your use after freeze and all those other things, but over just getting rid of array of runs, at least if you compile with that debugging option, certainly would have avoided a lot of problems and could have a lot of benefits. But so anyways, that was the next thing I had to learn C, because C was where it seemed like most of the things were going. So I abandoned Pascal and I started working at C. I started hacking on these hardware things, dealing with the graphics controllers and the VGA systems. And what we most wanted to do was, at that time, we were sitting in our darkened office playing all the different console video games, and we were figuring out what do we want to, what games do we want to make for our Gamers Edge product. So we had one of the first Super Nintendos sitting there. We had an older Nintendo, looking at all those games. And the cool thing that those consoles did that you just didn't get on PC games was its ability to have a massive scrolling where most of the games that you would make on the PC, earlier personal computers, would be a static screen, move little things around on it, and you interact like that. Maybe you go to additional screens as you move. But arcade games and consoles had this wonderful ability to just have a big world that you're slowly moving your window through. And that was, for those types of games, like action, exploration, adventure games, that was a super, super important thing. And PC games just didn't do that. And what I had come across was a couple different techniques for implementing that on PC. And they're not hard, complicated things. When I explain them now, they're pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
Because I don't use do it.
You sound like Einstein describing his 5 pages. It's pretty straightforward. I understand. genius invention.
Slider vertical, and some of the consoles had different limitations about you could do one and not the other. And there were similar things going on as advancements even into consoles. So you have the original Mario game was just horizontal scrolling, and then later Mario games added vertical aspects to it, different things that you were doing to explore, kind of expand the capabilities. So much of the early game design for decades was removing limitations, letting you do things that you envisioned as a designer you wanted the player to experience, but the hardware just couldn't really, or you didn't know how to make it happen. It felt impossible.
You can imagine that you want to create this big world through which you can side scroll, through which you can walk, and then you ask yourself the question: how do I actually build that in a way that's the latency is low enough, and the hardware can actually deliver that in such a way that it's competitive.
Yeah, and we knew what we wanted to do because we were playing all of these console games, playing all these Nintendo games and arcade games. Clearly, there was a whole world of awesome things there that we just couldn't do on PC, at least initially. Because every programmer can tell, it's like if you want to scroll, you just redraw the whole screen. But then it turns out, well, you're going 5 frames per second. That's not an interactive, fun experience. You want to be going 30 or 60 frames per second or something. And it just didn't feel like that was possible. But like the PCs had to get 5 times faster for you to make a playable game. And interestingly, I wound up with 2 completely different solutions for the scrolling problem. And this is a theme that runs through everything, where all of these big technical advancements, it turns out there's always a couple different ways of doing it. And it's not like you found the one true way of doing it. And we'll see this as we go into 3D games and things later. But so the first set of scrolling tricks that I got was the hardware has this ability to, you could shift inside the window of memory. So the ETA cards at the time had 256 kilobytes of memory, and it was awkwardly set up in this planar form where instead of having 256 or 24 million colors, you had 16 colors, which is 4 bits. So you had 4-bit planes, 64K piece. 64K is a nice round number, 16-bit address. So your graphics card had a 16-bit window that you could look at, and you could tell it to start the video scan anywhere inside. So there were a couple games that had taken this approach of you could make a 2x2 screen or a 1x4 screen, and you could do scrolling really easily like that. You could just lay it all out and just pan around it, but you just couldn't make it any bigger because that's all the memory was there. The first insight to the scrolling that I had was, well, if we make a screen that's just one tile large, we usually had tiles that were 16 pixels by 16 pixels, the little classic Mario block that you run into. Lots of art that's drawn that way. And your screen is a certain number of tiles. But if you have one little buffer region outside of that, you can easily pan around inside that 16 pixel region. That could be perfectly smooth. But then what happens if you get to the edge and you want to keep going? The first way we did scrolling was what I called adaptive tiling, which was really just a matter of you get to the edge and then you go back to the original point and then only change the tiles that are different between where it was. In most of the games at the time, if you think about sort of your classic Super Mario Brothers game, you've got big fields of blue sky, long rows of the same brick texture, and there's a lot of commonality. It's kind of like a data compression. You take the screen and you set it down on top of each other. In general, only about 10% of the tiles were actually different. So this was a way to go ahead and say, well, I'm going to move it back, and I'm only going to change those 10, 20, whatever percent tiles there. And that meant that it was essentially 5 times faster if you were redrawing all of the tiles. And that worked well enough for us to do a bunch of these games for Gamer's Edge. We had a lot of these scrolling games like Stormax and Shadow Knights and things like that we were cranking out at this high rate that had this scrolling effect. And it worked well enough. There were design challenges there where if you made, the worst case, you made a checkerboard over the entire screen. You scroll over one, and every single tile changes, and it's 5 frames per second because it had to redraw everything. So the designers had a little bit that they had to worry about. They had to make these relatively plain-looking levels, but it was still pretty magical. It was something that we hadn't seen before. And First thing that we wound up doing with that was I had just got this working. Tom Hall was sitting there with me, and we were looking over at our Super Nintendo on the side there, Super Mario 3 running. And we had technology, we had the tools set up there, and we stayed up all night, and we basically cloned the first level of Super Mario.
Performance wise as well.
Yeah, and so and we had our little character running and jumping in there. It was, it wasn't. It was close to pixel accurate as far as all the backgrounds and everything, but the gaming was just stuff we cobbled together from previous games that I had written. I just kind of like really kit-bashed the whole thing together to make this demo. And that was one of the rare cases where I said I don't usually do these all-night programming things. There's probably only two memorable ones that I can think about. One was the all-nighter to go ahead and get our Dangerous Dave and copyright infringement is how we titled it, because we had a game called Dangerous Dave, which running around with the shotgun shooting things, and we were just taking our most beloved game at the time there, Super Mario 3, and sort of sticking Dave inside that with this new scrolling technology that was going perfectly smooth for as it ran. And Tom and I just kind of blearily the next morning, kind of left the disc on the desk for John Romero and Jay Rover to see, just said, run this. And we eventually made it back in later in the day, and it was, they grabbed us and pulled us into the room. That was the point where they were like, we got to do something with this. We're going to make a company. We're going to go make our own games. This was something that we were able to just kind of hit them with a hammer of experience. Like, wow, this is just like so much cooler than what we thought was possible. And initially, we tried to get Nintendo to let us make Super Mario 3 on the PC. That's really what we wanted to do. We were like, hey, we could finish this. If line of sight, this would be great. And we sent something to Nintendo, and we heard that it did get looked at in Japan, and they just weren't interested in that. But that's another one of those, life could have gone a very different way, where we could have been like Nintendo's house PC team, at that point.
And define the direction of, Wolfenstein and Doom and Quake could have been Nintendo creation.
Yeah. So at the same time that we were just doing our first scrolling demos, we reached out to Scott Miller at Apogee and said, like, hey, we do want to make some games. These things that you think you want, those are nothing. What do you see what we can actually do? This is going to be amazing. And he just like popped right up and sent a check to us. At that point, we still thought he might be a fraud, that he was just lying about all of this, but he was totally correct on how much money he was making with his share titles. And this was his kind of real brainstorm about this, where shareware was this idea that software doesn't have a fixed price. If you use it, you send out of goodness of your heart some money to the creator. And there were a couple of utilities that did make some significant success like that, but for the most part, it didn't really work. There wasn't much software in a pure shareware model that was successful. The Apogee innovation was to take something, call it shareware, split it into three pieces. You always made a trilogy. And you would put the first piece out, but then you buy the whole trilogy for some shareware amount, which in reality it meant that the first part was a demo, where you kind of like the demo went everywhere for free and you paid money to get the whole set. But it was still played as shareware. We were happy to have the first one go everywhere. And it wasn't a crippled demo where the first episode of all these trilogies, it was a real complete game. Probably 20 times as many people played that part of it, thought they had a great game, had fond memories of it, but never paid us a dime. But enough people were happy with that, where it was really quite successful. These early games that we didn't think very much of compared to commercial quality games, but they were doing really good business. Some fairly crude things, and people, it was good business. People enjoyed it, and it wasn't like you were taking a crapshoot on what you were getting. You just played it, heard the experience, and you loved it enough to handwrite out a check, put it in an envelope, and address it, and send it out to Apogee to get the rest of it. So it was a really pretty feel-good business prospect there, because everybody was happy. They knew what they were getting. When they sent it in, they would send in fan mail. You go to the trouble of addressing a letter and filling out an envelope. If you write something in it, and there were just the literal bags of fan mail for the shareware games that people loved it.
view the definition of wealth as being able to have pizza whenever you want. For me, there was a dream because I would play shadow games over and over again. The part that's free over and over. It was a very deeply fulfilling experience, but I dreamed of a time when I could actually afford the full experience. And this is kind of this dream that beyond the horizon, where you could find out what else is there. In some sense, even just playing the shareware was it's the limitation of that. Life is limited. Eventually, we're gonna die. And that way, shareware is somehow really fulfilling to have this kind of mysterious thing beyond what's free that was there. It's kind of I don't know. Maybe it's because of part of my childhood. I'm sure that was a really fulfilling experience. It's so interesting how that model still brought joy to so many people.
Yeah,
the 20x people that played it.
I felt very good about that. I would run into people, it's like, that would say, "Oh, I loved that game that you had earlier on Commander Keen, whatever." And no, they meant just the first episode that they got to see everything.
That's me. It plays the crap out of Commander Keen.
That was all good.
Yeah.
But so we were in this position where Scott Miller was just fronting us cash and said, "Yeah, make a game." But we did not properly pull the trigger and say, "All right, we're quitting our jobs." We were like, "We're going to do both. We're going to keep working at Software, working on this, and then we're going to go ahead and make a new game for Apogee at the same time." And this eventually did lead to some legal problems, and we had trouble. It all got worked out in the end, but it was not a good call at the time.
And your legal mind at the time was not stellar. You were not thinking legal.
No, I definitely wasn't. None of us were. In hindsight, yes, I didn't think we were going to get away with even using our work computers to write software for our breakaway new company. It was not a good plan.
I committed to.
So the design process, we would start from, we had some idea of what we wanted to do. We wanted to do a Mario-like game. It was going to be a side-scroller. It was going to use the technology. We had some sense of what it would have to look like because of the limitations of this adaptive tile refresh technology. It had to have fields of relatively constant tiles. You couldn't just paint up a background and then move that around. The early design, or all the design, and the team really came from Tom Hall, where he was kind of the creative mind for the early software stuff, where we had an interesting division of things where Tom was all creative and design, I was all programming. John Romero was an interesting bridge, where he was both a very good programmer and also a very good designer and artist, and kind of straddled between the areas. But Commander Keen was very much Tom Hall's baby, and he came up with all the design and backstory for the different things. Kind of a mad scientist little kid with building a rocket ship and a zap gun and visiting alien worlds and doing all of this, the background and relay the game inside. And there's not a whole lot to any of these things. The design for us was always just what we needed to do to make the game that was going to be so much fun to play. And we laid out our first trilogy of games. Shareware formula. It's going to be 3 pieces. 1, 2, and 3. And we just really started busting on all that work, and it went together really quickly. It was like 3 months or something. While we were still making games, for gamers, that we were sharing technology with them. We had to write a bunch of code for this. We just kind of use it for both. Again, not a particularly good idea. It had consequences, to be honest. But in 3 months, we got our first game out, and all of a sudden, it was 3 times as successful as the most successful thing Apogee had before. Making $30,000 a month immediately from the Commander Keen stuff. And that was, again, a surprise to us. It was more than we thought that was going to make. And we said, well, we're going to certainly roll into another set of titles. And in that 3 months, I had come up with a much better way of doing the scroll menu technology. It was not the adaptive tile refresh, which in some ways was even simpler. And these things, so many of the great ideas of technology are things that are back of the envelope designs. I make this comment about modern machine learning, where all the things that are really important understand technology. And so the second scrolling trick was just a matter of like, okay, we know we've got this 64K window, and the question was always like, well, you could make a 2x2, but you can't go off the edge. But I finally asked, well, what actually happens if you just go off the edge? If you take your start, like you say, it's like, okay, I can move over, I'm scrolling, I can move over, I can move down, I'm scrolling. I get to what should be the bottom of the memory window. Well, what if I just keep going and I say I'm going to start at, what happens if I start at FMFE at the very end of the 64K block? And it turns out it just wraps back around to the top of the block. And I'm like, oh, well, this makes everything easy. You can just scroll the screen everywhere. All you have to draw is just one new line of tiles, which everything you expose, it might be underlined off various parts of the screen memory, but it just works. That no longer had the problem of you had to have fields of the similar colors because it doesn't matter what you're doing. You could be having a completely unique world, and you're just drawing the new strip as it comes on.
It may be, so it can be all over the place.
It turns out it doesn't matter. We have two page flip screens as long as they get overlapped with moved-in series through this two-dimensional window of graphics. And that was one of those like, this is so simple. This just works. It's faster. It seemed like there was no downside. Funny thing was, it turned out after we shipped titles with this, there were what they call super VGA cards, cards that would allow higher resolutions and different features that the standard ones didn't. And on some of those cards, this was a weird compatibility thing to get because nobody thought this was not what it was designed to do. And some of those cards had more memory. They had more than just 256K and 4 planes. They had 512K or a megabyte. And on some of those cards, I scroll my window down, and then it goes into the uninitialized memory that actually exists there, rather than wrapping back around to the top. And then I was in a tough position of, do I have to track every single one of these? It was a madhouse back then. There were 20 different video card vendors with all slightly different implementations of the standard functionality. So either I needed to natively program all of the VGA products there to map in that memory and keep scrolling down through all of that. Or I kind of hunted and took the easy solution of when you finally did run to the edge of the screen, I accepted a hit and just copied the whole screen out. So on some of those cards, it was compatibility. And the normal ones all worked fine, everything was just beautifully smooth. But if you had one of those cards where it did not wrap the way I wanted it to, you'd be scrolling around, and then eventually you have a little hitch for 200 milliseconds or something that was not super smooth as it goes to the
And this was the binary thing, is in standard screens.
Yeah. So we would default to, and I think that was one of those that changed over the kind of course of deployment where early on you would have normal ones that you would enable the compatibility flag if your screen did this crazy flippery thing when you got to a certain point in the game. And then later I think it probably got enabled by default because just more and more of the cards did not do exactly the right thing. And that's the two word of doing unconventional things with technology where you can find something that nobody thought about doing that kind of scrolling trick when they set up those cards. But the fact that nobody thought that was the primary reason when I was relying on that, then I wound up being broken on some of the cards.
Let me take a bit of a tangent, but ask you about the hacker ethic, because you mentioned shareware. It's an interesting world, the world of people that make money, business, and people build systems, the engineers. And what is the hacker ethic? You've been a man of people, and you've embodied at least the parts of that ethic. What does it mean? What did it mean to you at the time?
So Stephen Levy's book Hackers was a really formative book for me as a teenager. I read it several times, and there was all of the great lore of the early MIT era hackers, and ending up at the end of it. It kind of went through the early MIT hackers, and then the Silicon Valley hardware hackers, and then the game hackers in part 3. And at that time, as a teenager, I really was kind of bitter in some ways. Like, I thought I was born too late. I thought I missed the window there. belonged in that third section of that book with the game hackers, and they were talking about the Williams at Sierra and Origin Systems with Richard Garriott, and it's like I really wanted to be there, and I knew that was now a few years in the past. It was not to be, but the early days, especially the early MIT hacker days, talking a lot about this sense of hacker ethic. There was this sense that it was about sharing information, being good, not keeping it to yourself, and that it's not a zero-sum game, that you can share something with another programmer, and it doesn't take it away from you. You then have somebody else doing something. And I also think that there's an aspect of it where it's this ability to take joy in other people's accomplishments, where it's not the cutthroat bit of, like, I have to be first, I have to be recognized as the one that did this in some way, but being able to see somebody else do something and say, holy shit, that's amazing, and just taking joy in the ability of something amazing that somebody else does. And the big thing that I was able to do through id Software was this ability to eventually release the source code for most of all of our really seminal game titles. And that was a stepping stone process where we were kind of surprised early on where people were able to hack the existing games. And of course, I had experience with that. I remember hacking my copies of Ultima, so I'd give myself 9999 gold and raise my levels and break out the sector editor. So I was familiar with all of that. So it was with a smile when I started to see people doing that in our games. I was making level editors for Commander Keen or hacking up with Side 3D. But I made the pitch internally that we should actually release our own tools for like what we did, what we used to create the games. And that was a little bit debatable about, this we'll give people a leg up. Always like, what's that going to do for the competition? But the really hard pitch was to actually release the full source code for the games. And it was a balancing act with the other people inside the company where it's interesting how the programmers generally did get, certainly people that I worked closely with, they did kind of get that hacker ethic bit where you wanted to share your code, you were proud of it, you wanted other people to take it, do cool things with it. But interestingly, the broader game industry is a little more hesitant to embrace that than like the group of people that we happen to have at id Software, where it was always a little interesting to me seeing how a lot of people in the game modding community were very possessive of their code. They did not want to share their code. They wanted it to be theirs. It was their claim to fame. And that was much more like what we tended to see with artists, where the artists understand something about credit and wanting it to be known as their work. And a lot of the game programmers felt a little bit more like artists than like hacker programmers, in that it was about building something that maybe felt more like art to them than the more tool-based, exploration-based hacking culture side.
It's so interesting, this kind of fear that credit will not be sufficiently attributed to you.
And that's one of the things that I do bump into a lot, because I try not to go. I mean, it's easy for me to say because so much credit is heaped up with the id Software side of things, but when people come up and they want to pick a fight and say, no, it's like that wasn't where first-person gaming came from. You could point to some of like things on obscure titles that I was never aware of, or like those Play-Doh systems, or each personal computer had something that was 3D-ish and moving around. And I'm happy to say it's like, no, I saw thousands of Star Wars in the arcades. I had seen 3D graphics. I had seen all these things. I was standing on the shoulders of lots of other people. But sometimes these examples they call out, I didn't know that existed. I had never heard of that before that. That didn't contribute to what I made, but there's plenty of stuff that did. And I think there's good cases to be made that obviously Doom and Quake and Wolfenstein were formative examples for what everything that came after that. But I don't feel the need to go fight and claim primacy or initial invention or anything like that. But a lot of people do.
I think when you fight with the credit in that way, and it does go against the hacker ethic, you destroy something fundamental about the culture, about the community that builds for cool stuff. I think credit ultimately. So I had this sort of there's a famous wrestling freestyle wrestling champion with my star Satya, and he always preached that you should just focus on the art of the wrestling and let people write your story all they want. The highest form of the art is just something. There is something about the act of it. It's just focused on building cool stuff, sharing it with really cool people, and credit will get assigned correctly in the long arc of history.
I generally think that's true. You've got, like there's some things there's a graphics technique that got labeled Carmax reverse. Clearly made that, and it turned out that I wasn't the first person to figure that out. Like most scientific things or mathematical things, it's like, oh, this other person had actually done that somewhat before. And then there's things that get attributed to me, like inverse square root math, but I actually didn't do it. I flat out that wasn't me, and it's like it's weird how the kinetic power of the internet I cannot.
You're like the dark point of a program. It's everything gets attributed to you, even though you've never sought that the credit of things. But part of the fact of humility behind that is what attracts the attribution. Let's talk about the game. For me, one of the greatest things I've made. I know we can talk about doing Quake and stuff, but to be able to snap 3D was like it blew my mind. So, how did Wolfenstein 3D come to be? In terms of the program, in terms of design, in terms of some memorable technical challenges. And also, actually, just something you haven't mentioned, how did these ideas come to be inside your mind? The adaptive science component, so the solutions to these technical challenges.
So I usually can introspectively pull back pretty detailed accounts of how technology solutions and design choices on my part came to be, where technically we had done 2 games, 3D games like that before, where Hover Tank was the first one, which had flat shaded walls but did have the scaled enemies inside it. And then Catacombs 3D, which had textured walls, scaled enemies, and some more functionality, like disappearing walls and some other stuff. But what's really interesting from a game development standpoint is those games, Catacombs 3D, Hover Tank, and Wolfenstein, they literally used the same code for a lot of the character behavior that the 2D game that I made earlier called Catacombs did, where it was an overhead view game, kind of like running around and open up doors, pick up items, basic game stuff. And the thought was that this exact same game experience, just presented in a different perspective. It could be literally the same game, just with a different view into it, would have a dramatically different impact.
So it wasn't the truth. You were saying that you can take it, you can scale enemies being into a farther way, smaller.
So from the game was a 2D map. Like all of our games use the same tool for creation. We use the same map editor for creating Keen as Wolfenstein and Hover Tank and Catacombs and all this. So the game was a 2D grid made out of blocks, and you could say, well, these are walls, these are where the enemies start, and they start moving around. And these early games like Catacombs, you played it strictly in a 2D view. This is scrolling 2D view that was using adaptive tile refresh at the time to be able to do something like that. And then the thought that these early games, all it did was take the same basic enemy logic, and instead of seeing it from the God's eye view on top, you were inside it, turning from side to side, drawing your unit, moving forwards and backwards and side to side. And it's a striking thing where you always talk about wanting to isolate factor changes in values, and this was one of those most pure cases there where the rest of the game changed very little. So we'll kind of change the colors on something and draw a different picture for it, but kind of the same thing. But the perspective changed in a really fundamental way, and it was dramatically different. I can remember the reactions where the artist, Adrian, that had been drawing the pictures, we had a cool big troll from the Catacombs 3D, and we had these walls that you get a key and you could make the blocks disappear. It's really simple stuff. Blocks could either be there or not there. So our idea of a door was being able to make a set of blocks just disappear. And I remember the reaction when we had drawn these characters and it was slowly moving around. And people had no experience with 3D navigation. It was all still keyboard. We didn't even have mice set up at the time. But slowly moving, going up, pick up a key, go to a wall. The wall disappears in a little animation. There's a monster right there. He practically fell out of his chair. He's like, ah! And games just didn't do that. You know, the games were the God's eye view. You were a little invested in your little guy. You could, like, you know, happy or sad when things happen, but you just did not get that kind of startle reaction.
You weren't inside.
Something in your face, something in the back of your brain, some reptile brain thing is just going, oh shit, something just happened. And that was one of those early points where it's like, yeah, this is going to make a difference. This is going to be powerful, and it's going to matter.
Were you able to imagine that in the idea stage? No.
So, not that exact thing. So again, we had cases like the arcade games, Battlezone and Star Wars, that you could kind of see a 3D world with things coming at you, and you get some sense of it, but nothing had done the kind of worlds that we were doing and the sort of action-based things. 3D at the time was really largely about the simulation. And this is something that really might have trended differently if not for the id Software approach in the games, where there were flight simulators and driving simulators, you had car driving, Microsoft Flight Simulator, and these were doing 3D and general purpose 3D in ways that were more flexible than what we were doing in our games, but they were looked at as simulations. They weren't trying to necessarily be fast or responsive by letting you do kind of exciting maneuvers, because they were trying to simulate reality and they were taking their cues from the big systems, the Evans and Sutherlands and the Silicon Graphics that were doing things. But we were taking our cues from the console and arcade games. We wanted things that were sort of quarter eaters that were doing fast-paced things that would smack you around rather than just smoothly gliding you from place to place. So, and you know, the funny thing is, so much that built into us that Wolfenstein still has lives. We had like one of the biggest power-ups in all these things, like, was an extra life, because you start off with 3 lives and you lose your lives and then it's game over. And there weren't save games in most of this stuff. It was, and it sounds almost crazy to say this, but it was an innovation in Doom to not have lives. You could just play Doom as long as you want. Just restart at the start of the level. And why not? This is like, we aren't trying to take people's quarters. They've already paid for the entire game. We want them to have a good time. You would have some, some old-timer purist that might think that there's something to the epic journey of making it to the end, having to restart all the way from the beginning after a certain number of tries. But now, more fun is had when you just let people kind of keep trying when they're stuck, rather than having to go all the way back and learn different things.
So you recommended the book Game Engine Black Book Wolfenstein 3D for technical exploration of the game. Looking back 30 years, what are some memorable technical innovations that made this perspective shift into this world that's sort of most of it scares you? What are some things that you saw?
So one of the interesting things, back to the theme of deadlines and resource constraints, the game Catacombs 3D, we were supposed to be shipping this for Gamer's Edge on a monthly cadence, and I had slipped. I was actually, it slipped like 6 weeks, because this was texture map walls, doing stuff that I hadn't done before, and at the 6-week point, it was still kind of glitchy and buggy. There were things that I knew that if you had a wall that was almost edge on, you could slide over to it, you could see some things freak out or vanish or not work, and I hated that. I thought I was up against the wall. I had to ship the game. It was still a lot of fun to play. It was novel. Nobody had seen it. It gave you that startle reflex reaction. So it was worth shipping, but it had these things that I knew were kind of flaky and janky and not what I was really proud of. So one of the things that I did very differently in Wolfenstein was I went, Catacombs used almost a conventional thing where you had segments that were one-dimensional polygons basically that were clipped and back-based and done kind of like a very crude 3D engine from the professionals, but I wasn't getting it done right. I was not doing a good enough job. I didn't really have line of sight to fix it right. There's stuff that, of course, I look back, it's obvious how to do this, do the math right, do your flipping
you wrote that on 3D.
The hover tank had been a little bit before that, but that had the flat shaded walls. So the texture mapping on the walls was what was bringing in some of these challenges. That was hard for me. I couldn't solve it right at the time.
Can you describe the flat shading as a texture map?
So in the walls were solid color, one of 16 colors in hover tank. So that's easy, it's fast, just draw the solid color for texture mapping is what we all see today, where you have an image that is stretched and distorted onto the walls or the surfaces that you're working with. And it was a long time for me to just figure out how to do that without it distorting in the wrong ways. And I did not get it all exactly right in categories. I had the two laws. So that was important enough to me that rather than continuing to bang my head on that, I wasn't positive I was going to get it. I went with a completely different approach for drawing or figuring out where the walls were, which was a raycasting approach, which I had done in Category 3D. I had a bunch of C code trying to make this work, and it wasn't working right. In Wolfenstein, I wound up going to a very small amount of assembly code. So in some ways, they should be a slower way of doing it, but by making it a smaller amount of work and more tightly optimized, it worked out. And Wolfenstein 3D was just absolutely rock solid. It was, nothing glitched in there. The game just was pretty much flawless all around. I was super proud of it. But eventually, like in the later games, I went back to the more span-based things where I could get more total efficiency once I really did figure out how to do it. So there were two sort of key technical things with Wolfenstein. One was this raycasting approach, which you still, to this day, you see people go and say, let's break the raycasting engine, because it's an understandable way of doing things that lets you make games very much like that. So you see raycasters in JavaScript, raycasters in Python, people that are basically going and re-implementing that approach to taking a tiled world and casting it out into it. It works pretty well, but it's not the fastest way of doing it.
Can you describe the raycasting is?
So you start off and you've got your screen, which is 320 pixels across at the time, and you have it sized down the window for greater speed. And every pixel, there's going to be an angle where you've got your position in the world, and you're going to just run along that angle and keep going until you get across it. So up to 320 times across there, it's going to throw a cast array out into the world, where the origin is, until it runs into a wall, and then it can figure out exactly where it's the wall it hits. The performance challenge of that is, as it's going out, every block it's crossing, it checks, is this a solid wall? So that means that in like the early Wolfenstein levels, where in small jail cells or kind of in a small hallway, it's super efficient for that. You're only stepping across 3 or 4 blocks. But then if somebody makes a room that covers, that's limited to 64 by 64 blocks. If you made one room that was nothing but walls of floor space, it would go pretty slow because it would be stepping across 80 tile tests or something.
By the way, the physics of our universe used to be competing this very thing. So this maps nicely to the actual physics of our world.
Yeah, you get, I follow a little bit of some like Stephen Wolfram's work on interconnected network information states of that, and it's beyond what I can have an informed opinion on it, but it's interesting that people are considering things like that and have things that can back it up. Yeah, there's whole different sets of interesting stuff.
So Wolfenstein 2D had raycasting.
Raycasting, and then the other kind of key aspect was what I call compiled scalars, where the idea of you saw this in the earlier classic arcade games like Space Harrier and stuff, where you would take a picture, which is normally drawn directly off the screen, and then if you have the ability to bigger or smaller, big chunky pixels or easily small drop sample pixels, that's the fundamental aspect of what our characters were doing in this 3D game. You would have, just like you might have drawn a tiny little character, but now we can really big, it was really small, moving around. That was the limited kind of 3D that we had for characters. They could turn, there were literally 8 different views of them. You didn't actually have a 3D model that would rotate, you just had these cardboard cutouts. But that was good enough for that start of the fight reaction, and it was what we had to do the field. So a straightforward approach to do that, you could just write out your doubly nested loop of you've got your stretch factor, you've got a point, stretch by a little bit, might be on the same pixel, might be on the next pixel, might skip the pixel. You can write that out, but it's not going to be fast enough where it's especially you get a character for that right in your face, monster covering almost the entire screen. Doing that with a general purpose scaling routine would have just been much too slow. It would work when they're small characters, but then it would get slower and slower as they got closer to you. So right at the time, most care about having a fast reaction time to be able to chunk them down. So the fastest possible way to draw pixels at that time was to, instead of saying I've got a general purpose version that can handle any scale, I used a program to make essentially 100 or more separate little programs that was optimized for, I would take an image and I would draw it 12 pixels tall. Take an image, I'll draw it 14 pixels tall. Up by every 2 pixels even for that. So you would have the most optimized curve so that in the normal case where most of the world is fairly large, like the pixels are big, we do not have a lot of memory. So in most cases, that meant that you would load a pixel color and then you would store it multiple times. So that was faster than copying an image in a normal conventional case, because most of the time the image is expanded. So instead of doing one read, one write for a simple copy, you might be doing one read and 3 or 4 writes as it got really big. And that had the beneficial aspect of just when you needed the performance most, when things were covering the screen, it was giving you the most acceleration.
By the way, were you able to understand this through thinking about it, or were you testing at the right speed?
So this again comes back to, I can find the antecedents for things like this. So in back in the Apple II days, the graphics were essentially single bits at a time. And if you wanted to make your little spaceship, if you wanted to make it smoothly go across the world, if you just took the image and you drew it out of the next location, you would move by 7 pixels at a time. So chunk, chunk, chunk. If you wanted to make it move smoothly, you actually had to make 7 versions of the ship that were pre-shipped. You could write a program that was shifted dynamically, but on a 1 megahertz processor, that's not really any difference. So if you wanted to do a smooth moving fast action game, you made separate versions of each of these sprites. Now there were a few more tricks you could pull that if it still wasn't fast enough, you could make a compiled shape where instead of this program that normally copies an image, it says like, get this byte from here, store here, get this byte, store this byte. If you've got the memory space, you could say, I'm going to write a program that does nothing but draw this shape. It's going to be like, I'm going to load the immediate value from 25, which is some bit passes, and then I'm going to store that at this location. Rather than loading something from memory that would involve indexing registers and this other sort of stuff, you could go ahead and say, no, I'm going to hard code the exact values of all of the images right into the program. This was always a horrible trade-off because you didn't have much memory and you didn't have much sleep. But if you had something that you wanted to go really fast, you could turn it into a program. And that was, knowing about that technique is what made me think about some of these unwinding it for the PC, where people that didn't come from that background were less likely to think about it.
I mean, there's deep parallels probably to human cognition as well. There's something about optimizing and compressing the processing of the new information that requires you to predict the possible ways in which the game or the world might unroll. And you have something like compiled scalar is always there. So you have like you have a prediction of how the world will unroll, and you have some kind of optimized data structure for that prediction, and then you can modify it. It turns out to be different from modify it slightly.
And as far as building out techniques, so much of the brain is about the associated context. Just when you learn something, it's in the context of something else, and you can have faint, tiny little hints of things. And I do think there are some deep things around as far as distributed memories and boosting that it's like if you could just be slightly above the noise floor, having some hint of something, you can have things refined into pulling the memory back up. So having a programmer and having a toolbox of all of these things that I did in all of these previous lives and programming things, that still matters to me about how I'm able to pull up some of these things. Like in that case, it was something I did on the Apple II that being relevant for the PC. And I have still cases when I would work on mobile development. Okay, I did something like this back in the Dune days, but now it's a different environment. But I still have that pie. I can bring it in and transform or really the analysis that are exactly what was going on.
So you're saying some of these very specific solutions for different games, you find that there's a kernel of a deep idea that's generalizable to other games.
Yeah, you can't predict what it's going to be, but that idea, I called out that compiled shaders in the code that I wrote for that game into Blackboard as, it's kind of an endpoint of unrolling code, but that's one of those things that thinking about that and having that in your mind. I'm sure there are some programmers that hear about that, think about it a little bit, and have the mind blown a little bit. It's like, oh, you can just turn all of that data into code. And nowadays, you have instruction cache issues, and that's not necessarily the best idea, but there were different. It's an idea that has power and has probably relevance in some other areas. Maybe it's a hardware point of view. There's a way you approach building hardware that has that same. You don't even have to think about iterating. You just make everything all the way into place.
What is the story of how you came to program do? What are some memorable technical challenges or reach?
So the path that we went after Wolfenstein got out, we were on this crazy run. Team 1 through 3, more success than we thought. Team 4 through 6, even more success. Wolfenstein, even more success. So we were on this crazy trajectory for things. So actually, our first box commercial project was a Commander Keen game, but then Wolfenstein was going to have a game called Spear of Destiny, which was a commercial version of 10 levels. So the rest of the team took the game engine pretty much as it was and started working on that. We got new monsters, but it's basically reskins and things. There's a really interesting aspect about that I didn't appreciate until much later, about how Wolfenstein clearly did tap out its limit about what you want to play, all the levels and some of our licensed things. There was a hard creative role that you did not really benefit much by continuing to feed it. But a game like Doom and other more modern games, Minecraft or something, there's kind of a turn completeness level of design freedom that you get in games. Wolfenstein really sat on one side. All the creative people in the world could not go and do a masterpiece just with the technology that Wolfenstein had. Wolfenstein could do Wolfenstein, but we really couldn't do something crazy and different. But it didn't take that much more capability to get to Wolfenstein with the freeform lines and a little bit more artistic freedom to get to the point where people still announce new Doom levels today, all these years after, without having completely tapped out the creativity.
Would you put it Turing complete?
Turing complete design space. We have that kind of computational universality in a lot of things. But yeah, there's things where a box can be too small, but above a certain point, you kind of are at the point where you really have all this unbounded creative ability.
And Doom was the first time you crossed that line.
Yeah, where there were thousands of Doom levels created, and some of them still have something new and interesting to say to it.
Is that line, can you introspect what that line was? Is it design space? Is it something about the programming capabilities that you were able to add?
So the graphics fidelity was a necessary part. Because the block limitations in Wolfenstein, what we had right there was not a full-scale block. Although Minecraft really did show that perhaps blocks stacked in 3D and at 1/4 the scale of that 1/8 in volume is then sufficient to have all of that. But the wall-sized blocks that we had in Wolfenstein was too much of a limitation. We licensed the technology to a few other teams. None of them made too much of a dent with that. It just wasn't enough creative ability. But a little bit more, whether it was the variable floors and ceilings and arbitrary angles in Doom, or the smaller voxel blocks in Minecraft, is then enough to open it up to just worlds and worlds of new capabilities.
What is binary space partitioning?
So
Which is one of the technologies.
Yes, jump around a little bit on the story path there.
Yes.
So while the team was working on Spear of Destiny for Wolfenstein, we had met another development team, Raven Software, following Wisconsin, and they had RPG background, and I still kind of loved that. I offered to do a game engine for them, let them do a 3D rendered RPG instead of most RPG games were kind of hand drawn. They made it look kind of 3D, but it was done just all with artist work rather than a real engine. And after Wolfenstein, this was still a tile-based world, but I had floors and ceilings and some lighting and the ability to have some sloped floors in different areas. That was my intermediate step for a game called Shadow. And it had slowed down enough. It was not fast enough to do our type of action things, so that they had the screen cropped down a little bit, so you couldn't go to full screen width like we would try to do in Wolfenstein. But I learned a lot. I got the floors and ceilings and lighting, and it looked great. They were great artists. It was an inspiration for us to look at some of that stuff. But I had learned enough from that I had the plan for new, faster ways to do the lighting and shadowing. I wanted to do this freeform geometry. We wanted to break out of this tile-based 90-degree world limitations. So we had, that was when we got our next stations. We were working with these higher-powered systems. And we built an editor that let us draw arbitrary line segments. And I was working hard to try to make something that could render this fast enough. I was pushing myself pretty hard, and we were at a point where we could see some things that were amazingly cool, but it wasn't really fast enough. The way I was doing it, for this flexibility was no longer. I couldn't just raycast into it. I had these very complex sets of lines. Simple little rules were okay, but cool things that we wanted to do just weren't quite fast enough. And I wound up taking a break at that point, and I did the port. I did 2 ports of our games, Wolfenstein to the Super Nintendo. It was a crazy difficult thing to do. It was an even slower processor. It was a couple megahertz processor, and it had been this whole thing where we found out the work, and it wasn't going well, and I took it back over, and trying to make it go fast on there, where it really did not have much processing power. The pixels were stretched hugely, and it was pretty ugly when you looked at it, but in the end, it did come out fast enough to play. It still became good for that. But that was where I started using BSP trees, binary space partition trees. It was one of those things I had to make it faster there. It was a stepping stone where it was reasonably easy to understand with the grid world of Wolfenstein, where it was all still 90-degree angles. BSP trees were, I eased myself into it, and it was a big success. Then when I came back to working on Doom, I had this new tool in my toolbox. It was going to be a lot harder with arbitrary angles of Doom. This was where I really started grappling with epsilon problems, and just, up until that point, I hadn't really had to deal with the fact that so many numeric things. It's almost felt like a betrayal to me, where people had told me that I had mathematicians up on a bit of a pedestal, where people think math was not. Everything that I did was really done with a solid high school math understanding. Algebra 2 trigonometry, and that was what got me all the way through Doom and Quake and all of that. Just understanding the basics of matrices and knowing it well enough to do something.
What's the epsilon problems you ran into?
So when you wind up taking like a slope line, and you say, I'm going to intersect it with another slope line, then you wind up with something that's not going to be on these nice grid boundaries. With the Wolfenstein tile maps, all you've got is horizontal and vertical lines looking at it from above. And if you cut one of them, it's just obvious that everyone gets cut exactly at that point. But when you have angled lines, you're doing a slope intercept problem, that you wind up with rational numbers there, where things that are not going to evenly land on an integer or even on any fixed point value that you've got. So everything winds up having to snap to some fixed point value. So the lines slightly change their angle. You wind up, if you put something here, this one's going to get a little this way, and it's not going to be completely straight. And then you come down to all these questions of, well, this one is a point on an angled line. You can't answer that in finite precision unless you're doing something with actual rational numbers. And later on, I did waste far too much time chasing things like how do you do precise arithmetic with rational numbers. It all blows up eventually, exponentially as you do it.
So these kind of things are impossible with computers.
So they're possible. Again, there are paths to doing it, but you can't fit them conveniently in any of the numbers. You need to start using big nums and different factor trackings and instruments.
So you have to, if you have any elements of OCD and you want to do something perfectly, you're screwed if you're working with floating point.
Yes.
So you have to deal with this for the first time.
And there were lots of challenges there about, okay, the next thing, and then it comes up and it's all perfect for you. That's slow because you don't want to actually draw everything like. But you can also flip it around and draw the closest thing to you. And then if you're clever about it, you can figure out what you need to draw that's visible beyond.
And that's what BSB trees allow you to do.
Yeah, so it's combined with a bunch of other things, but it gives you that order. It's a clever way to do it. And I remember I had learned this from one of my graphics Bible at the time, a book called Foley and Van Dyke. It's a different world back then. There was a small integer number of books. And this book, there was a big fat college textbook that I read through many times. I didn't understand everything in it, but it wasn't useful. Like they had the little thing about finite ordering, so you draw a little T-shaped thing. You could say you can make fixed ahead of time order from this, and you could generalize this with the BSP trays. And I got a little bit more information about that. It was kind of fun later while I was working on Quake. I got to meet Bruce Taylor, who was one of the original researchers that developed those technologies for academic literature. And that was kind of fun. But I was very much just finding a tool that would help me solve what I was doing. And I was using it in this very crude way in two-dimensional fashion with general 3D. Yes, we'll talk about much worse Quake in 3 dimensions when they angle it everywhere. But eventually I did sort out how to do it reliably. There were still a few edge cases in Doom that were not absolutely perfect, where they even got terminologies in the communities. Like when you got to something where it was messed up, there was a hall of mirrors at that. So you buy, draw something there, and you just wind up with a leftover remnants the 2 pages. But these new trees weren't important for it. But it's again worth noting that after we did do our major competition came from Ken Silverman is Build Engine, which was used for duplicate 3D and some of the other games for the 3D realms. And he used completely different technology, nothing to do with BSP trees. So there's not just a one true way of doing it. There were critical things about to make any of those games fast. You had to separate your drawing into vertical lines and horizontal lines, just changing exactly what you would draw. That was critical for the technologies at that time, and all the games were kind of like that. We ended up doing something similar, but there were still a bunch of other decisions that could be made, and we made good enough decisions on everything we do. We brought in multiplayer significantly, and it was our first game that was designed to be by the user. We had this whole setup of our WAD files and WADs and things that people could build with tools that we released to them, and they eventually rewrote to be better than what we released. But they could build things and we could add it to the game without destructively modifying it, which is what you had to do with all your literally have to edit the data files that you executed. Doom was set up in this flexible way so that you could just say, run the normal game with this added on top, and overlay just the things that you wanted to.
Would you say that Doom was kind of the first true 3D game you created?
So no, it's still Doom would usually be called a 2.5D game, where it had 3-dimensional points on it. And this is another one of these kind of pedantic things that people love to argue about. It was the first 3D game. I still, every month probably, I hear from somebody, well, was Doom really a 3D game or something? And I give that point where characters had 3 coordinates. So you have like an X, Y, and Z. The cabinet could be coming in very high and coming down towards you. The walls had 3 coordinates on them. So in some sense, it's a 3D game engine. But it was not a fully general 3D game engine. You could not build a pyramid engine because you couldn't build a smoke wall. Which was slightly different where in that previous Shadowcaster game, I could have vertexes and have a smoke floor there. But changes that I made for Doom to get higher speed and a different set of flexibility traded away from it. But you literally couldn't make it. You could not, you could make different heights of passages, but you could not make a bridge over another area. You could not go over it from it. So it still had some 2D limitations to it.
It's more about the building versus the actual experience. The experience
It felt like things would come at you, but again, you couldn't look up either. You could only pitch. It was 4 degrees of freedom rather than 6 degrees of freedom. You did not have the ability to tilt your head this way or pitch.
that takes us to Quake. What was the leap there? What was some fascinating technical challenges and a lot, or not challenges, but innovations people come up with.
So Quake was kind of the first thing where I did have to kind of come face to face with my limitations. Where it was the first thing where I really did kind of give it my all and still come up a little bit short in terms of when I wanted to get it done. And the company had some serious stresses through the whole project, and we bit off a lot. So the things that we set out was it was going to be really a true you could do 6 degree of freedom. You could have all the viewpoints. You could model anything. It had a really remarkable new writing with the surface caching and things. That was one of those where it was starting to do some things that they weren't doing even on the very high-end systems. And it was going to be completely programmable in a modern standpoint, where the thing that you couldn't do, you could replace almost all of the media, but you couldn't really change the game. There were still some people that were doing the hex editing and the executable with the hack things where you could change a few things about rules, and people made some early capture flag type things like hacking the executable, but it wasn't really set out to do that. Quake was going to have its own programming language that the game was going to be implemented in. That would be able to be overwritten just like anything. The code was going to be data for that. You would be able to have expansion packs that changed fundamental things, pods, and so on. And the multiplayer was going to be playable over the internet. It was going to support client server over peer-to-peer. So we had the possibility of supporting larger numbers of players in disparate locations with this full flexibility of programming overrides, with full 6 degree of freedom, modeling and viewing, and with this fancy new white map and surface caching. It was a lot. This was one of those things that if I could go back and tell younger me to do something different, it would have been to split those innovations up into two phases, two separate games.
What would be phase 1 and phase 2?
So it probably would have been taking the Doom rendering engine and bringing in the TCP/IP client server, the multiplayer, and the Quake C, the Doom C programming language. So I would have put that into programming language and networking with the same Doom engine, rather than forcing everybody to go towards Quake engine, which really meant while it ran on a 486, it was not a great experience. We could have made more people happier, got 2 games done in 50% more time.
Speaking of people happier, mutual friend Joe Robin, it seems like the most important moment of his life is essentially Quake. So it was a definitive part of his life. So would you agree with your thinking that they should split? So he as a person loves Quake. People who played Quake a lot. Would he agree that you should have done with Doom engine, focus on the multiplayer phase 1? Or in your looking back, is the 3D world that Quake created is also fundamental to the
I would say that what would have happened is you would have had a Doom-looking but Quake-feeling game 8 months earlier, and then maybe 6 months after Quake actually shipped, then there would have been the full running on NTM 6 degree of freedom graphics engine type things there. So it's not that it wouldn't have been there. It would have been something amazingly cool earlier and something even cooler somewhat later, where I would much rather have gone into 2 one-year development efforts. Cycle it through, be a little more pragmatic about that, rather than killing us ourselves or Quake for that. But I say it's obviously things worked out well in the end. But looking back and saying, how would I optimize and do things differently? That did seem to be a clear case where going ahead and we had enormous momentum on Doom. We did Doom 2 as the kind of commercial box version after our shareware success with the original. But we could have just made another Doom game, adding those new features. It would have been huge. We would have learned all the same lessons, but faster. And we would have given 6 degree of freedom NTM class systems a little bit more time to get things. Because we did cut out a lot of people with hardware requirements.
Was there any dark moments for you personally, psychologically, in having in having such harsh deadlines, having to solve so many difficult technical challenges?
So I've never really had really dark black places. I can't necessarily put myself in anyone else's shoes, but I understand a lot of people have significant challenges with their mental health and well-being. And I've been super stressed. I've been unhappy as a teenager in various ways, but I've never really gone to a very dark place. I just seem to be largely immune to what really breaks me. I mean, I've had plenty of time when I was very unhappy and miserable about something, but it's never hit me like I believe it winds up hitting some born up well under whatever stresses have kind of fallen. And I've always coped best at that. All I need to do is usually just put bear down my words. I pull myself out of whatever hole I might be slipping into by actually making progress. Maybe if I was in a position where I was never able to make that progress, I could have slid down further. I've always been in a place where, hey, a little bit more work, maybe I'm in a tough spot here, but I always know it. If I just keep pushing, eventually I break through and make progress and feel good about this. And that's been enough for me so far.
You see the distance, ideas of depression, contemplating suicide, and you see those things far.
So it was interesting when I was a teenager. I was probably at some level of troubled youth. I was unhappy most of my teenage years. I wanted to be on my own, doing programs all the time. As soon as I was 18, 19, even though I was poor, I was doing exactly what I wanted. I was very happy. But high school was not a great time. I had a conversation with the school counselor. They're kind of running their script. Okay, it's kind of a weird kid here that's carefully pulled around. It's like, you ever think about ending it all? Like, no, of course not. Never, not at all. This is temporary. Things are going to be better. And that's always been the case for me. Obviously, it's not that way for everyone. Other people do react.
What was your escape from the troubled youth? Like, music, video games, books. How did you escape the world that's stuff?
I was not victim of food kids. Like I was an unhappy, somewhat petulant youth, in life where I'm not putting myself up with anybody else's suffering, but I was unhappy objectively. And the things that I did that very much characterized my childhood. I had books, comic books, Dungeons and Dragons, arcade games, video games. Like some of my fondest childhood memories are the convenience stores, the 7-Elevens and Quick Trips. They had a spinner wrapped with comic books, and they had a little side room with 2 or 3 video games, arcade games. And that was very much my happy place. I get my comic books, and then I could go to a library and go through those little 000 section where computer books were supposed to be, and there were a few Samuel books there, but still just being able to sit down and go through that. I read a ridiculous number of books, fiction and nonfiction, as a teenager. My rebelling in high school was just sitting there with my nose in a book and ignoring class. Teachers had a range of reactions to that, some more accepting of it than others.
I'm with you on that. So where does it turn to Quake for the technical challenges? What everything together from the networking to the graphics? What are some things you remember? Your innovations that you come up with?
Yes, remember where on the one hand, the idea that I built my own programming language and looking back, I try to tell people every high-level programmer sometime in their career goes through a mentor of language. It just seems to give them the pretty broadly done. People be like, I'm going to go write a computer programming language. And I don't regret having done it, but after that, I switched from Quake C, my quirky little object-oriented or entity-oriented language there. Quake 2 went back to using DLLs with C, and then Quake 3, I flipped it BNF syntax of a language. It's because the language lets you do something that you cared about.
And here's very much you could do something whole beautiful to
Yeah, and the idea of the fact that the code of the game is out there, you can say, I like the shotgun, but I want it to be more badass. You go in there and say, okay, now just 200 points damage. You go around with a big grin on your face, blowing up monsters all over. So yeah, it is not what I would do today going back with that language, but that was a big part. Learning about the networking stuff. It's interesting where I learned these things by reading books. So I would get a book on networking and something, I read all about it. Okay, packets that you out of order, lost, or duplicated. These are all the things that can theoretically happen in packets. So I wind up spending all this time thinking about how do we deal about all of this. And it turns out, of course, in the real world, those are things that, yes, theoretically can happen with multiple rounds, but they really are things that your 99.999% of your packets have to deal with. So there was learning experiences about lots of that, like why, when TCP is appropriate versus UDP, and how if you do things in UDP, you wind up reinventing TCP family in almost all cases. So there's good arguments for using both for different game technology, different parts of the game process, transition. But the graphics were the showcase of what Quake was all about. It was this graphics technology that nobody had seen, and it was a while before there were competitive things out. And it went a long time internally really not working, where we were even building levels where the game just was not at all shippable. With large fractions of the world disappearing, not being there, or being really slow in various parts of it. And it was this act of faith. It's like, I think I'm going to be able to fix this. I think I'm going to be able to make this work. And lots of stuff changed where designers would build something and have to throw it away as something fundamental, and the kind of graphics or level technology changed. And so there were two big things that contributed to making it possible at that time. Two new things. There was certainly hardcore optimized low-level assembly. This was where I had hired Michael A. Brash away from Microsoft. And he had been one of my early inspirations, where back in the softest days, the library of magazines that they had, some of my most treasured ones were Michael A. Brash's articles in Dr. Bob's Journal. And it was amazing after all of our success at Duke, we were able to kind of hit him up and say, hey, we'd like you to come work at Insomnia. He was in the senior technical role at Microsoft. And he was on track for it. This was right when Microsoft was starting to take off. And I did eventually convince him that what we were doing was going to be really amazing. It was going to be something nobody had seen before. It had these aspects of what we were talking about. We had metaverse talk back then too. We read So Crash, and we knew about this. Michael was big into the science fiction. We talked about all that and kind of spin this tale. It was some of the same conversations that we have today about the metaverse, how you could have different areas linked together by portals, and you could have user-generated content, changing out all these things.
So you really work with the metaverse?
We talked about things like Duke used to be advertised as a virtual reality experience. And that was the first wave of virtual reality was in the late 80s and early 90s. You had like Clever and Ruby and at time in Newsweek talking about early VPL headsets. And of course that created so hard that people just weren't looking at virtual reality for decades afterwards. It was smoke and mirrors. It was not real in the sense that you could actually do something real and valuable with it. But still, we had that kind of common set of talking points, and we were talking about what these games could become, how you'd like to see people build all of these creative things, because we were seeing an explosion of work during that time, where people were doing amazingly cool things. We saw the code levels that we had built coming out of the user people finding ways to change the characters in different ways, and it was great. And we knew what we were doing in Quake was removing those last things. There was some quirky things with a couple of the data types that didn't work right for overriding, and then the core thing about the programming. And I was definitely going to hit over those. But the graphics side of it was still, I knew what I wanted to do, and it was one of these huge things where, well, so far I've been able to kind of kick everything that I set out to go do. But with definitely a little bit more that could be comfortably cheaper at that point. And but Michael was one of the strongest programmers, graphics programmers that I did. He was one of the people that I trusted to write assembly code better than I could. And there's a few people that I can point to about things like this where I'm a world-class optimizer. I mean, I make things go fast, but I recognize there's a number of people that can write tighter assembly code, tighter safety code, tighter CUDA code than I can repeat. My best strengths are a little bit more at the system level. I mean, I'm good at all of that, but the most leverage comes from making the decisions that are a little bit higher, where you figure out how to change your large-scale problems so that these lower-level projects are easier to do, or it makes it possible to do them in a uniquely fast way. So most of my big wins in a lot of things, from all the way from the early games through the VR, the aerospace work that I'm doing, I did, and hopefully the AI work that I'm working on now, is finding an angle on something that you can trade off something that you maybe think you need, but it turns out you don't need it. And by making a sacrifice in one place, you can get big advantages in other places.
Is it clear at which level of the system those big advantages can be gained?
It's not always clear, and that's why the thing that I try to make one of my core values, and I proselytize to a lot of people, is trying to know the entire stack, trying to see through everything that happens. It's almost impossible on the web browser level of things, but there's so many levels to it. But you should at least understand what they all are, even if you can't understand all the performance characteristics at each level. But it goes all the way down to literally the hardware. So what is this chip capable of? What is this software that you're writing capable of? This architecture you put on top of that, the ecosystem around it, all the people there that are working on it. So there are all these decisions, and they're never made in a very optimal way. But sometimes you can drive a thread through the lobby out. You can't look at everything; it's too complicated. But sometimes you can step back up and make a different decision. I went through this on the graphics side of the slate, where in some ways it was kind of bad. Where Michael would spend his time writing, like I'd rough out the basic routines. Like, okay, here's our span rasterizer, and he would spend a month writing this, beautiful cycle-optimized piece of assembly language that does what I asked it to do, and it did it faster than like my original code would do, or probably what I would be able to do if I expected to. But then we have some cases where I feel, hey, I figured out this higher level instead of drawing these in Peter's order here, I do a span buffer, and it cuts out 30% or 40% of all of these pixels, but it means you need to rewrite kind of this interface and all of that. And I dealt that wore on it a little bit, but in the end it was the right thing to do. We wound up changing that rasterization approach and out of a super optimized assembly language, and then a good system around it, which minimized how much that had to be called.
So in order to be able to do this kind of system level thinking, whether we're talking about game development, aerospace, nuclear energy, AI, VR, you have to be able to understand hardware, which is low level software, high level software, design decisions, the whole full stuff.
Yeah, and that's where a lot of these things become possible. When you're bringing the future forward, there's a pace that everything just kind of glides towards, where we have a lot of progress that's happening in so many different ways. You kind of slide towards progress. You just let your programs get for a while, it wasn't clear that they were going to get fatter more than they get quicker than they get faster, and it cancels out. But it is clear now in retrospect. Programs just get faster and have gotten faster for a long time. But if you're going to do something like back in that original talking about scrolling games, and what this needs to be 5 times faster, well, we can wait 6 years and just it'll naturally get that much faster at that time. Or you come up with some really clever way of doing it. So there are those opportunities like that in a whole bunch of different areas. Now, most programmers don't need to be thinking about that. There's not that many. There's a lot of opportunities for this, but it's not everyone's workaday type stuff. So everyone doesn't have to know how all these things work. They don't have to know how the compiler works, how the processor chip manages cache eviction, all these low-level things. But sometimes there are powerful opportunities that you can look at and say, we can bring the future 5 years faster. We can do something that wouldn't it be great if we could do this? Well, we can do it today if we make a certain set of decisions. And it is, in some ways, totally mirrors where you say, in fact, Doom was a lot of focus where people thought it was more capable than it actually was. So we picked the great smoke mirrors to deploy in the game, where by doing this, people will think that it's more general if you face them with what they've got here, and they won't notice that it doesn't do these other things. So smart decision making at that point, that's where that kind of global, holistic, top-down view can work. And I'm really a strong believer that technology should be sitting at that table having those discussions, because you do have cases where you say, no, you want to do Jonathan Ivey or whatever, where it's a pure design solution. And that's, in some cases now, where you truly have almost infinite resources. Like, if you're trying to do a scrolling game on the PC, you don't even have to talk to a technology person. You can just have any intern can make that go run as fast as it needs to there. It can be completely designed-based. But if you're trying to do something that's hard, either that can't be done for resources like VR on a mobile chipset, or you don't even know how to do artificial general intelligence, it's probably going to be a matter of coming at it from an angle. I mean, for AGI, we have some of the 100 principles about how you can exercise some of that. There are theoretical ways that you could say this is the optimal learning algorithm that can solve everything, but it's completely impractical. You just can't do that. So clearly, you have to make some concessions for general intelligence. And nobody knows what the right ones are. Some people are taking different angles of attack. I've got something clever to come up with in that space.
It's surprising to me. I think perhaps there is a principle of progress that smoke emitters somehow is completely good in the future. You kind of fake it till you make it, and you almost always make it. I think that's going to be the way we treat AGI. It's going to be the way we build consciousness into our machines. There's philosophers debate about the Turing test is essentially about faking it. Start by faking it. I think that always leads to making it. Because if you look at history,
arguments, but as soon as people start talking about qualia and consciousness, Chinese roots and things, I just check it out. I just don't think there's any value in those conversations. It's just like, go ahead, tell me it's not going to work. I'm going to do my best to try to make it work.
They sure as heck make me feel like they're cautious. In a certain way that's not here today, but is you can see the kernel, like the flame, the beginnings of the flame.
You don't have line of sight. There's glimmerings of light in the distance.
I'm hearing Nuremberg. Let me ask you a human question here. You've in the game design space, you've done a lot of incredible work throughout. Those game designs, you have changed a little bit. The people around you, it's the same. So, famously, there's some animosity. There's much love, but there's some animosity between you. What is the human tension?
There really hasn't been for a long time, even at the beginning. But yes, I did push for their own kind of company, and this is one of the things that I look back. If I could go back telling my younger self some advice about things, the original founding kind of corporate structure of id Software really led to a bunch of problems. We started off with us as equal partners, and we had a buy-sell agreement because we didn't want outsiders to be telling us what to do inside the company. And that did lead to a bunch of the problems where I was sitting here going, like, all right, I'm working harder than anyone, I'm doing these technologies nobody's done before, but we're all equal partners. And to see somebody that's not working as hard as I am. And I can't say I was the most mature about it. I was 20-something years old, and it didn't bother me when I was like, everybody, okay, we need to all pull together. We've done it before. We know we can do this if we get together and grind it all out. But not everybody wanted to do that for all the time. I was the youngest one of the crowd there. I had different sets of kind of backgrounds and motivations, and left at that point where it was, all right, either everybody has to be contributing like up to this level, or they need to get down. It was not, that was not a great situation. I look back on it, and no, we pushed people out of the company that could have contributed if there was a different framework for them. And a lot of Silicon Valley, like, let your stock vest over a time period, and maybe it's non-voting stock, and all those different things. We knew nothing about it. I mean, we didn't know what we were doing in terms of corporate structure.
So if you think the framework was different, some of the human tensions would be
It almost certainly would. And I look back at that, and it's like even trying to sum it up in my mind, it's like, I was really, really angry about Romero not working as hard as I wanted him to work, not carrying his load on the design for Quake, coming up with things there. But he was definitely doing things. He made some of the best levels there. He was working with one of our external teams like Raven on the licensing side of things. But there were differences of opinion about it. But he landed right on his feet. He got $20 million from IDOS to go do Ion Storm, and he got to do things his way and spun up 3 teams simultaneously. Because that was always one of the challenging things that I did. We would do these single string, one project after another. And I think some of them wanted to grow the company. I didn't, because I knew people that were saying that, companies turn to shit when you got 50 employees. It's just a different world there. And I loved our little dozen people working on projects. But you can look at it and say, well, business realities matter. We're super successful here, and we could take a swing and a miss on something, but do it a couple times and we're out of luck. There's a reason companies try to have multiple teams running at one time. And so that was something I didn't really appreciate back then.
So if you look past all that, you did create some amazing things together. What did you love about John Romero? What did you respect? What did you admire about him? What did you know?
He was the coolest programmer I'd ever met. He had done all of this stuff. He had made all of these games. He had worked at the companies that I thought was the coolest, the Origin Systems. And he drew all this stuff, made things happen fast. And he was also kind of a polymath. He could he made his own, he drew his own art, he made his own levels, as well as worked on sound design systems on top of actually being a really good programmer. And we had, we went through it was kind of fun for the early things that we did where there was kind of a young buck bit going in where I was the new guy, and he was the top man programmer at the softest. And eventually we had sort of a challenge over the weekend that we were going to race to implement this game, to port one of our PC games back down to the Apple II. And that was where we finally kind of became clear. It's like, okay, Chronex stands a little bit apart on the programming side of things. And what Romero did very gracefully, we did to work on the tools, work on the systems, do some of the game design stuff, as well as contributing on starting to lead the design aspects of things. So he was enormous. There's so much of Doom, and even Quake have his stamp on it. But he wasn't at the same level of focus that I brought to the work we were doing there. And he really did. We hit such a degree of success. It was all in the press about that. The Rothschild being programmed.
Yeah, it was the Beatles problem.
Yeah, I mean, he ate it up, and he did personify it. There was the whole game developers with Ferraris that we had. And I thought that led to some challenges. But so much of the stuff that was great, he did. I would certainly not take that away from him. And even after we parted ways, and he took his swing with IDOS, in some ways he was ahead of the curve with mobile gaming as well, where one of his companies after IDOS was working on feature phone game development. And I wound up doing some of that just before the iPhone brushed over the iPhone that was there. And that was something that clearly did turn out to be a huge thing, although he was too early. He was working at that time. We had pretty cordial relationships. I was happy to talk with him anytime I went into at a conference. I've actually had some other people just say it's like, oh, you shouldn't go over there and give him the time of day, or felt that Masters of Doom was like portrayed, played things up in a way that I shouldn't be too happy with. But I'm okay with all of that.
So you still got love in your heart.
I mean, I just talked with him like last year, basically this year, mentioning that I'm going on doing this AI stuff. I'm going big into artificial intelligence. He had a bunch of ideas for how AI is going to play into gaming, and he asked if I was interested in collaborating. And it's not in line with what I'm doing. I do almost every request. I know I may not have carved out the best of terms with some people, but I was thrilled to see how all rated VR games. We're playing a game called Deputy, which is really awesome VR game. It's like Dungeons and Dragons. We always used to play Dungeons and Dragons. That was one of the things, that was what we did on Sundays in the early days. I was Dungeon Master and they'd all play. And it really made me smile seeing Tom involved with an RPG game in virtual reality.
You were the CTO of Oculus VR since 2013, maybe less than involved a little bit. In 2019, Oculus was acquired by Facebook Meta in 2014. You've spoken brilliantly about the low-level details that's kind of design, the big picture vision of virtual reality. But let me ask you about the metaverse. Big question. With philosophically, how hard is it to build? What is the metaverse? We started with discussing it about the metaverse. As you think about it today, what is the metaverse? The thing that could create this compelling user value, this experience that would change the world, and how hard is it?
So the term comes from Neil Stephenson's book, Crash, which many of us had read back in the 90s. It was one of those formative books. And there was this sense that the possibilities, the freedom and unlimited capabilities to build a virtual world that does whatever you want, whatever you ask of it, has been a powerful draw for generations of developers, game developers specifically, and people that are thinking about more general purpose applications. So we were talking about that back in the Doom and Quake days, about how you wind up with an interconnected set of worlds that you kind of visit from one to another. As web pages were becoming a thing, you start thinking about what is the interactive 3D based equivalent of this. And there were a lot of really bad takes. You had thermal and virtual reality markup languages, and there's aspects like that that came from people saying, well, what kind of capabilities should we develop to enable this? And that kind of capability first work has usually not checked out very well. On the other hand, we have successful games that started with things like Doom and Quake and communities that moved around those, whether it was server lists in the early days or literal portal between different games, and modern things that are a completely different order of magnitude, like Minecraft and Fortnite, that have 100 billion plus users. I still think that that's the right way to go to build the metaverse, is to build something that's amazing that people love and people wind up spending all their time in, because it's awesome, and you expand the capabilities of it.
Even if it's a very basic experience.
Minecraft is an amazing case study in so many things. What's been able to be done with that is really enlightening. And there are other cases where right now Roblox is basically a game construction thing with kids. And that was capability first play, and it's achieving scale that's on the same order of those things. So it's not impossible, but my preferred bet would be you make something amazing that people love and make it better and better. And that's where I could say we could have gone back and followed a path kind of like that in the early days. If you just kind of take the same game, whether it's when Activision demonstrated that you could make Call of Duty every year, and not only is it not bad, people love it, it's very profitable. The idea that you could have taken something like that, take a great game, release release a new version every year that lets the capabilities grow and expand to start saying it's like, okay, it's a game about running around and shooting things, but now you can have bringing media into it. You can add persistence of social sometimes signs of life or whatever you want to add to it. I still think that's quite a good position to take. I think that while Meta is doing a bottoms-up capability approach with Horizon Worlds, where it's a fairly general purpose, creators can build whatever they want with any sort of thing. It's hard to compare and compete with something like Fortnite, which also has enormous amounts of creativity, even though it was not designed originally as a general purpose sort of thing. So we have examples of both sides. Me personally, I would have bet on trying to do entertainment valuable destination first and expand it from there.
So, can you imagine the thing that will be kind of, if you look back a couple of centuries from now, and you think about the experiences that mark the singularity, the transition, in where most of our world moved into virtual reality? What do you think those experiences will look like?
So I do think it's going to be kind of like the way the web slowly took over, where you've got the frog in the pot of water that's slowly heating up, where having lived through all of that, I remember when it was shocking to start seeing the first website address on a billboard. Like, hey, my computer world is infecting the real world. This is spreading out in some way, but there's still, when you look back and say, well, what made the web take off? And it wasn't a big bang sort of moment there. It was a bunch of little things that turned out not to even be things that are relevant now that brought them into it. So
Well, I wonder if, I mean, like you said, you're not a historian, so maybe there's a historian out there that can really identify the moment, the data-driven way. It could be like MySpace. Maybe the first major social network that really reached into non-geek world or something like that.
I think that's kind of the fallacy of historians, though, looking for some of those kind of primary dominant causes where so many of these things are, like, we see an exponential curve, but it's not because, like, one thing is going exponential. It's because we have hundreds of little sigmoid curves overlapped on top of each other, and they just happen to be adding up so that you get something kind of going exponential at any given point. But no single one of them was the critical thing. There were dozens and dozens of things. You're seeing the transitions of stuff, like as just like MySpace giving way to other things, but even like blogging giving way to the social media and getting resurrected in other guises.
And then me
things that happened there.
Dancing baby gifts or whatever all the base now belong to us. Whatever those early memes that led to modern memes, and the humor, the different evolution of humor on the internet. I'm sure the historians will also write books about from the different websites that support the creative infrastructure for that humor, like Reddit and all that kind of stuff.
But people will go back and they will make firsts and critical moments, but it's probably going to be a fair approximation of what actually happens. And we've already seen, like, the VR space where it didn't play out the way we thought it would in terms of what was going to be like. The modern era of VR basically started with like the free demo of Doom. So we're like, first-person shooters in VR, match made in heaven, right? And that didn't work out that way at all. They have the most comfort problems with it. And then the most popular virtual reality app is Beat Saber, which nobody predicted back then.
What's that make you like? From the first principles, if you were to like reverse engineer that, why are these like silly fun games? Almost.
It actually makes very clear sense when you analyze it from hindsight and you look at the engineering reasons. Where it's not just that it was a magical, quirky idea; it was something that played almost perfectly to what turned out to be the real strengths of VR. Where the one thing that I really underestimated the difference in VR was the importance of the controllers. I was still thinking we could do a lot more with the gamepad, and just the amazingness of taking any existing game, being able to move your head around, look around. That was really amazing. But the controllers were super important. But the problem is, so many things that you do with the controllers just suck. It feels like it breaks the illusion. Like trying to pick up glasses with the controllers, where you're like, oh, use the grip button when you're those things are unnatural actions that you do them and it's still part of the VR experience. But Beat Saber winds up playing only to the strengths. It completely hides all the weaknesses of it because you are holding something in your hand to keep a solid grip on it the whole time. It slices through things without ever bumping into them. You never get into the point where, I'm knocking on this table, but in VR, my hand just goes right through it. So you've got something that slices through. So it's never your brain telling you, oh, I should have hit something. You've got a lightsaber here. It's just you expect it to slice through. Audio and music turned out to be a really powerful aspect of virtual reality where you're blocking the world off and constructing the world around you. And being something that can run efficiently on even this relatively low-powered hardware and can have a valuable loop in a small amount of time. A lot of modern games, you're supposed to sit down and play for an hour. Sometimes a new game takes an hour to get through the tutorial. And that's not good for VR for a couple of reasons. You do still have comfort issues if you're moving around at all, but you've also got just discomfort from the headset, battery lifespan on the mobile versions. So having things that do break down into 3 and 4 minute windows of play, that turns out to be very valuable from a gameplay standpoint. So it winds up being kind of a perfect storm of all of these things that are really good. It doesn't have any comfort problems. You're not navigating around. You're standing still. All the stuff flies at you. It has placed audio strengths. It adds the whole fitness in VR. Nobody was thinking about that back at the beginning. And it turns out that that is an excellent daily fitness thing to be doing. You don't play an hour of Beat Saber or Supernatural or something. That is legit solid exercise. And it's more fun than doing it just about any other way.
So that's kind of the arcade stage. If I were to say with my experience with VR, the thing that I think is powerful is maybe it's not here yet, but the degree to which it is immersive in a way that Quake is immersive. It takes you to another world. For me, because I'm a fan of role-playing games, the other sports series, like Skyrim or even Deathfall, it just takes you to another world. And when you're not in that world, you miss that. And then you kind of want to stay there forever. Because life is shitty. And you just want to go to this place.
Is that there was a time when we were kind of asked to come up with what's your view about VR, and my pitch was that it should be better inside the headset than outside. The world as you want it to, and everybody thought that was dystopian, and that's like, oh, you're just going to forget about the world outside, and I don't get that mindset. Where the idea that if you can make the world better inside the headset than outside, you just improved the person's life that has a headset that can wear it. And there are plenty of things that we just can't do for everyone in the world. Everybody can't have Richard Branson's private island, but everyone can have a private VR island, have the things that they want on it. And there's a lot of these kind of rivalrous goods in the real world that VR can just be better. We can do a lot of things like that that can be very, very rich. So yeah, I think it's going to be a positive thing, this world where people want to go back into their heads, where it can be better than somebody that's living in a tiny apartment can have a palatial estate in virtual reality. They can have all their friends from all over the world come over and visit them without everybody getting on a plane and meeting in some place and dealing with all the other logistics hassles. There is real value in the presence that you can get for remote meetings. It's all the little things that we need to sort out, but those are things that we have line of sight. People that have been in a good VR meeting using workrooms where you could say, oh, that was better than a Zoom meeting. But of course, it's more of a hassle to get into it. Not everyone has a headset. Interoperability gets worse. You can't have cap out of a certain number. There's all these things that need to be fixed, but that's one of those things you can look at and say, we know there's value there. We just need to really grind hard, file out all the rough edges, and make that possible.
So you do think we have line of sight because there's a reason like I do this podcast in person, for example. Doing it remotely, it's not the same. And if you were for somebody who can ask me why it's not the same, I would be able to right now. But you're saying that it's possible, whatever the magic is for a personal interaction, that immersiveness of the experience, we are almost there.
Yes. So the idea of doing a VR interview with someone, I'm not saying it's here right now, but you can see glimmers of what it should be, and you largely know what would need to be fixed and improved to, like you say, there's a difference between a remote interview doing a podcast over Zoom or something and face to face. There's that sense of presence, that immediacy, that super low latency responsiveness, being able to see all the subtle things there, just occupying the same field of view. And all of those are things that you absolutely can do with VR. And that simple case of small meeting with a couple of people, that's the much easier case that everybody thinks the Ready Player One multiverse with 1,000 people going across a huge bridge to amazing places. That's harder in a lot of other technical ways. Not to say we can't also do that, but that's further away and has more challenges. But this small thing about being able to have a meeting with one or a few people and have it feel real, feel like you're there. If you have the same interactions and talking with them, you get subtle cues. As we start getting eye and face tracking and some of the other things on high-end headsets, a lot of that is going to come over. And it doesn't have to be as good. This is an important thing that people miss, where there was a lot of people that, especially rich people, that would look at VR and say, it's like, well, this just isn't that good. And I'd say, it's like, well, you've already been courtside, backstage, and you're on pit row, and you've done all of these experiences because you get to do them in real life. But most people don't get to. And you get the experiences only half as good. If it's something that they never would have gotten to do before, it's still a very good thing. And as we can push that number up over time, it has a minimum viable value model when it does something that is valuable enough to people, as long as it's better inside the headset on any metric than it is outside. People choose to go there. We're on the right path. And we have a value grade that I'm just always hammering on. We can just follow this value grade and just keep making things better rather than going for that one close your eyes, swing for the fences, silver bullet approach.
Well, I wonder if there's a value gradient for in-person meetings, because if you get that right, and that would change.
Yeah.
That it doesn't need to, I mean, you don't need to really figure out like that. But I wonder if there's that value gradient required. Because if there is, and you follow it, then there'll be certain like pace shifts at a certain point where people will shift, resume this. I wonder what are the bottlenecks, software and hardware? Like, is it all about latency?
So I have big arguments internally about strategic things like that, where like the next headset that's coming out that we've made various announcements about is going to be a higher end headset, more expensive, more features. Lots of people want to make those trade-offs. We'll see what the market has to say about the exact trade-offs we're making. But if you want to replace Zoom, you need to have something that everybody has. And
Do you like cheaper?
I like cheaper because also lighter and cheaper wind up being a virtuous cycle there, where expensive and more features tends to also lead towards heavier, and it just kind of goes like, let's add more features. The features are not, they have physical presence and weight, draw the batteries and all those things. So I've always favored a lower end, cheaper, faster approach. That's why I was always behind the mobile side of VR, like the higher end PC headsets. I think that's what's proven out well. But there's, ideally we have a whole range of things, but if you've only got one or two things, it's important that those two things cover the scope that you think is most important. When we're in a world with cell phones and there's 50 of them on the market covering every conceivable ecological niche you want, that's going to be great. But we're not going to be there for a while.
Where are the bottlenecks? Is it the hardware or the software?
Yeah, so right now, you can get workrooms on Quest, and you can set up these things, and it's a pretty good experience. It's surprisingly
I
good.
haven't tried it. It's surprisingly good.
Yeah, the voice latency is better on that than a lot better than the human. So you've got a better sense of immediacy there. The expressions that you get from the current hardware with just kind of your controllers in your head is pretty realistic here. We've got a pretty good sense of need there with some of them.
Are these like avatars of people that you get to see their body? And they're sitting around a table? And it feels better than Zoom?
Better than you'd expect. It is definitely, I'd say it's quite a bit better than Zoom when everything's working right. But there's still all the rough edges of the reason Zoom became so successful is because they just nailed the usability of everything. It's high quality with an absolutely first-rate experience. And we are not there yet with any of the VR stuff. I'm trying to push hard to get, keep talking about it, but maybe just one click to make everything happen. We're getting there in our home environment, not the workers application of main code. You can now kind of go over and click an invite. It still winds up taking 5 times longer than it should, but you're getting close to that where you click there, they click on their button, and then they're sitting there with this big presence with you. But latencies need to get a lot better. User interface needs to get a lot better. Ubiquity of the headsets needs to get better. We need to have 100 million of them out there just so that everybody knows somebody that uses this all the time.
I think it's a virtuous cycle because I do think the interface is the thing that makes or breaks this kind of revolution. It's so interesting how said one click, there's something like how do you achieve it? I don't know, what is ask a dark question, maybe it's keep it outside of Meta. But dude, this is about Meta, but also Google and companies. Are they able to do this kind of thing? It seems like when we put on like cranky, they seem to not do a good job of creating these user-friendly interfaces as we get bigger and bigger to company. Like Google has created some of the greatest interfaces ever. Early on in Gmail, so many brilliant interfaces, and it just seems to be getting crappier and crappier. Same with Meta, same with Microsoft. It seems to get worse and worse and better. I don't know what is it, because it becomes like conservative, careful, risk averse. Is that why? Do you speak to
It's been really eye-opening to be working inside a tech company where I had my small companies, and then we were acquired by a mid-sized game publisher, and then Oculus was acquired by Meta, and Meta has grown by a factor of many just in the 8 years since the acquisition. So I did not have experience with this, and it was interesting because I remember like previously my benchmark for kind of use of resources was some of the government programs I interacted with on the aerospace side. And I remember thinking there's an Air Force program. They spent $50 million, and they didn't launch anything. They didn't even build anything. It was just kind of like they made a bunch of papers and had some parts in a warehouse, and nothing came of it. $50 million. I had to radically recalibrate my sense of how much money can be spent with resources. Where on the plus side, VR has turned out the ability pretty much exactly what we just passed the 10-year mark for my first demo of the Guinness. And if I could have said what I wanted to have, it would have been a standalone inside-out tracked 4K resolution headset that I could still plug into a PC for high-end rendering. And that's exactly what we've got in Quest 2.
Yes, first of all, let's pause on that with the friend. What Meta achieved with Oculus is incredible. And this is what I thought about the future of VR is what I imagine in terms of hardware, I would say. And maybe in terms of the experience as well. It's still not there somehow.
On the one hand, we did kind of achieve it with. We're a success right now. But the amount of resources that have gone into it winds up getting put up in accounting where Mark did announce that they spent $10 billion a year on reality. So reality labs covers a lot. VR was not the large part of this, Portal and Spark and big AR research efforts. And it's been expanding out to include AI and other things there, where there's a lot going on. But $10 billion was just a number that I had trouble processing. like that, while Meta is really sticking with the funding of VR and AR is still further out. So there's something to be said for that. Uh, it's not just going to vanish. The work's still in. I just wish it could be, all those resources could be applied more effectively, because I see all these cases. I point out these examples of how a third party kind of competing with it various ways. There's a number of these examples, and they do work with a tenth of the people that we do internally. And a lot of it comes from, yes, there's a small company can just go do it. In a big company, we do have to worry about is there some SDK internally that we should be using? Is another team's making it? You have to have your cross-functional group meetups for different things. You do have more concerns about privacy and diversity and equity and safety of different things, parental issues, and things that a small startup company can just kind of cowboy off and do something interesting. There's a lot more that is a problem that you have to pay attention to the big companies, but I'm not willing to believe that we are within even a factor of 2 or 4 of what the efficiency could be. I'm constantly kind of crying out for we can do better than this.
Yeah, you wonder what the mechanisms to unlock that efficiency. There is some type of a large company that, like an individual engineer, might not believe that they can change the world. Maybe you delegate a little bit of the responsibility to be the one who changes the world in a big company. I think, but the reality is, like, the world will change by simple engineering. So whether inside Google or inside a startup, it doesn't matter. It's just like Google Meta needs to help those engineers believe they're the ones that are going to decrease that latency. They take one John Carmack, 20-year-old Carmack that's inside Meta right now to change everything.
I try to point that out and push people to try to go ahead when you see something, because you get the silo mentality where you're like, okay, I know something's not right over there, but that's staying in my lane here. And there's a couple people that I can think about that are willing to just hop all over the place. And I treasure people that are just willing to, they're fearless. They will go over and they will rebuild the kernel and change this distribution and hacker firmware over here to get something done right. And that is relatively rare. Thousands of developers, and you've got a small handful that are willing to operate at that level. And and it's potentially risky for them. The politics are real in a lot of things. I'm in this very much a privileged position. I'm more or less untouchable there. I've been dinged like twice for, like, you said something insensitive in that post, and you should probably not say that. But for the most part, yes, I get away with every week I'm posting something pretty loud and opinionated internally. And I think that's useful for the company, but it's rare to have a position like that, and I can't necessarily offer advice for how someone can do that.
Well, you could offer advice to a company in general to give a little bit of freedom for the young, wild. Like, the wildness ideas come from the young mind. And so you need to give them freedom to think that, wow, that's crazy. For that, they have to think crazy ideas and thoughts, and pursue them with full passion without being slowed down by bureaucracy and managers and all that kind of stuff. Obviously, startups really empower that, but big companies do too. That's a design challenge for companies, for big companies to see how you enable that company.
There's so many resources, and they do amazing things do get accomplished, but there's so much more that could come out. I'm an optimist in almost everything. I think things can get better. I think that they can improve things, that you go through a path and you're learning kind of what does and doesn't work. I'm not ready to be fatalistic about the outcome of any of that.
Me neither. I know too many good people inside of those large companies that are effective. You have a friendship with often when I talk to them, they bring up how incredible of an engineer and just the big picture. I think who you are is a huge amount of respect for you. I've never been a fly on the wall between, especially between the two of you. I just wonder, is there something you guys debate argue about and discuss? Is there some interesting problems that the two of you think about? You come from different worlds. Maybe there's some intersection in aerospace. Maybe there's some intersection in your new efforts in artificial intelligence in terms of thinking. Is there something interesting you could say about sort of the debate the two of you?
So I think in some ways we do have a kind of similar background where we're almost exactly the same age and we had kind of similar programming backgrounds on personal computers and even some of the books that we would read and things that would kind of turn us into the people that we are today. And I think there is a degree of sensibility similarities where we kind of all bullshit on the same things and kind of see the same opportunities in different technology. There's that sense of, I always talk about the speed of light solutions for things. And he's thinking about kind of minimum manufacturing and engineering and operational standpoints for things. And so when I first met Elon, right at the start of the aerospace era, where I wasn't familiar with, I was still in my game dev bubble. I really wasn't familiar with all the startups that were going and being successful and what went on with PayPal and all these different companies. But I met him as I was starting to do Armadillo Aerospace, and he came down with his right-hand propulsion guy, and we talked about what can we do with this. And it was kind of specific things about how our flight computers set up, what are the propellant options, and what can happen with different ways of putting things together. And then in some ways, he was certainly the biggest player in the sort of alt space community that was going on in the early 2000s. He was the most well-funded, although his funding in the larger scheme of things compared to like a NASA or something like that was really tiny. It was a lot more than I had at the time. But it was interesting. I had a point years later when I realized, okay, my financial resources at this point are basically what Elon's was when he went all in on SpaceX and Tesla. And I think in many corners he does not get the respect that he should about being a wealthy person that could just retire. And he went all in there. He was really going to, he could have gone bust. There's plenty of people, you look at the sad athletes or entertainers that have all the money to do it. He could have been the business case example of that. But the things that he was doing, space exploration, electrification, transportation, solar city type things, these are big world level things. And I have a great deal of admiration that he was willing to throw himself so completely into that, because in contrast with myself, I was doing Armadillo Aerospace with this tightly bounded, it was John's crazy money at the time that had a finite limit on it. It was never going to impact me or my family if it completely failed. And I was still hedging my bets, working in software at the time. And he had been really all in there. And I have a huge amount of respect for that. And people do not, the other thing I get irritated with is people, it's like, oh, Elon's just a business guy. He just got, he was gifted the money, he's just kind of investing in all of this. When he was really deeply involved in a lot of the decisions. Not all of them were perfect, but he cared very much about engine material selection, propellant selection. For years, he kind of telling me it's like, get off that hydrogen peroxide stuff. It's like liquid oxygen is the only proper oxidizer for this. And like the times that I've gone through the factories with him, we're talking very detailed things about how this weld is made, how this subassembly goes together, what are startup shutdown behaviors of the different things. So he is really in there at a very detailed level. I think that he is the best modern example now of someone that tries to, that can't effectively micromanage some decisions on things in both Tesla and SpaceX to some degree, where he cares enough about it. I worry a lot if it's stretched too thin. You get Boring Company and Neuralink, Twitter, all the other possible things there, where I know I've got limits on how much I can pay attention to, that I have to kind of box off different amounts of time. And I look back at my aerospace side of things. Like I did not go all in on that. I did not commit myself at a level that it would have taken to be successful there. And it's kind of a weird thing, just like having a discussion with the richest man in the world right now. He really operates on a level that is still very much in my wheelhouse on the technical side of things. So
yeah, doing that systems all type of thinking, we can go to the details and go high the big picture. Do you think in the aerospace arena in the next 5-10 years, do you think we're going to put people on Mars? Like, what do you think is interesting?
No, I did. In fact, I made a bet with someone, with a group of people, kind of this, about whether it's boots on Mars by 2030. And this was kind of a fun story because I was at an Intel-sponsored event. We had a bunch of just world-class, brilliant people, and we were talking about computing stuff. And the after-dinner conversation was like, what are some other things? How are we going to go in the future? And one of the ones tossed up on the whiteboard was boots on Mars by 2030. And most of the people in the room thought yes. They thought that SpaceX is kicking ass. We've got all this possible stuff. It seems likely that it's going to go that way. And I said, no, I think less than 50% chance that it's going to make it. And people, were kind of, I'm pessimistic or whatever. Of course, I'm an optimist in almost everything. But for me to be the one kind of outlier saying, no, I don't think so. Then I started saying some of the things. I said, well, let's be concrete about it. Let's $10,000 that it's not going to happen. And this was really a startling thing to see. That these are brilliant people, but as soon as like money came on the line, they were like, "Do I got to $10,000?" I was not the richest person in the group. There were people much better off than I was expecting. Right? As soon as they started thinking, it's like, oh, I could lose money by keeping my position, right? And all these engineers, they engaged their brain. They started thinking, it's like, okay, launch windows, launch delays. Like, how many times would it take to get this right? What historical precedents do we have? And then it mostly came down to, it's like, well, what about in transit by 2030? And then what about different things, or would you go for 2032? But one people did go ahead and was optimistic enough to make a bet with me. So I have a $10,000 bet at 2030. I think it's going to happen shortly thereafter. I think there will probably be infrastructure on Mars by 2030, but I don't think that we'll have humans on Mars in 2030. I think it's possible, but I think it's less than a 50% chance, so let's say, making that bet.
Well, I think you had an interesting point. Correct me if I'm wrong. It's a dark one. It's it should perhaps help people appreciate the Mars, which is in this particular effort, Elon is critical to its success. SpaceX seems to be critical to 20, humans on Mars by 2030 or even So if something happens to Elon, then all of this collapses.
And this is in contrast to the other $10,000 bet that they kind of recently. That was self-driving cars at level 5 or cities. People have kind of hit that we probably don't need exactly level 5, but the guy I'm having to bet with is we're going to be, we know what we need about this. Coding bar, stack of bar. But it's just, he doesn't think that people are going to be riding around with robo taxis in 2030 in major cities, just like you take an Uber now. And I think it will. And the difference is everybody looks at this, oh, but Tesla's been wrong for years. They're promising it for years, and it's not here yet. And the reason this is different than the bet with Mars is Mars really is more than is comfortable a bet on Elon Musk. That is his thing. He is really going to do heaven and earth to make that happen. Because if Elon went away and SpaceX went public and our board of directors, there are more practical things they could be doing, focusing on the human presence on Mars. This really is a sort of personal thing. And in contrast with that, self-driving cars have a dozen credible companies working really hard. And while, yes, it's going slower than most people thought it would, betting against that is a bet against almost the entire world in terms of all of these companies that have all of these incentives. It's not just one guy's passion project. And I do think that it is solvable. Although I recognize it's not 100% chance because it's possible the long tail of self-driving problems winds up being an AGI complete problem. I think there's plenty of value to mine out of it with narrow AI. It's going to happen probably more so than people expect. But it's that whole synchrony curve where you overestimate the near-term progress, you underestimate the long-term progress. I think self-driving is going to be like that. But I think 2030 is still a pretty good bet.
Yeah, unfortunately, self-driving is a problem that is safety critical, meaning that if you don't do it well, you can get hurt.
But the other side of that is people are terrible drivers. It's not going to be, that's probably going to be the argument that gets it through. It's like we can save 10,000 lives a year by taking imperfect self-driving cars and letting them take over a lot of driving responsibilities. It's like, there's 30,000 people a year die in auto accidents right now in America, and a lot of those are preventable. And the problem is, you'll have people that every time a Tesla crashes into something, you've got a bunch of people that literally have vested interest shorting Tesla to come out and make it the worst thing in the world. And people will be fighting against that. But optimist in me again, I think that we will have systems that are statistically safer than human drivers. We will be saving thousands and thousands of lives every year when we can hand over more of those responsibilities to it.
I do still think, as a person who studied this problem really deeply from the human side as well, it's still an open problem how good / bad the humans are driving. It's a kind of funny thing to say every time, oh, he's such a driver. Everybody except you, of course, like we think we're good at driving. But after really studying, I think you start to notice, because I watched hundreds of hours of humans driving the projects and this kind of thing. You'll notice that even with the distraction, even with everything else, humans are able to do some incredible things with the attention. Even when you're just looking at the smartphone, just to get cues in the environment to make less seconds decisions, to use instinctual type of decisions that actually save your ass time and time and time again. And are able to do that with so much uncertainty around you, with such tricky dynamic environments. I don't know. I don't know exactly how hard is it to be that kind of steering common sense reasoning.
So this is one of those interesting things that there have been a lot of studies about how experts in their field usually underestimate the progress that's going to happen because an expert thinks about all the problems they deal with. They're like, damn, I'm going to have a hard time solving all of this. And they filter out the fact that they are one expert in a field of thousands. And you think about, I can't do all of that. And you sometimes forget about the scope of the ecosystem that you're embedded in. And if you think back 8 years, very specifically, the state of AI and machine learning, where is that we've just gotten ResNets going at that point. And you look at all the amazing, magical things that have happened in 8 years. And they do kind of seem to be happening a little faster in recent years also. We project that 8 more years into the future, where, I think there's a 50% chance we're going to have signs of life through GI, which we can put through driver's ed if we need to actually build self-driving cars. And I think that the narrow systems are going to have real value demonstrated.
The signs of life in AGI, you've mentioned that. Okay, first of all, you're one of the most brilliant people on this earth. You could be solving a number of problems, as you mentioned. Your mind was attracted to nuclear energy. Obviously, virtual reality with the metaverse is something you have tremendous impact on.
I do want to say a quick thing about nuclear energy, where this is something that is so precisely feels like aerospace to pure space, where everything that I know about all of these, the physics of this stuff hasn't changed, and the reasons why things are not fundamental. Somebody should be going into really hard Elon Musk style at fission, economical fission, not fusion, where the fusion is the kind of the darling of people that want to go and do nuclear because it doesn't have the tape that fission has in a lot of people's minds. But it's an almost absurdly complex thing where nuclear fusion, as you look at the tokamaks or any of the things that people are building, and it's doing all of this infrastructure just at the end of the day to make something hot so that you can then turn into energy through conventional power. And all of that work, which we think we've got line of sight, but even if it comes out, then have to do all of that immensely complex and expensive stuff just to make something hot, where nuclear fission is basically you put these two rocks together and they get hot all by themselves. That is just that much simpler. It's just orders of magnitude simpler. And the actual rocks, the refined uranium, is not very expensive. It's a couple percent of the cost of electricity. That's why I made that point where you could have something which was 5 times less efficient than current systems. And if the rest of the plant was a whole bunch cheaper, you could still be super, super valuable.
So how much of the pie do you think could be solved by nuclear energy by fission? So how much could it become the primary source of energy on Earth?
It could be most. Like the reserves of uranium, as it stands now, could not power the whole. But you get into breeder reactors and thoria, things like that that you do for conventional fission. There is enough for everything. Now, solar photovoltaic has been amazing. One of my current projects is working on an off-grid system, and it's been fun just kind of again putting my hands on all the stripping the wires, wiring things together, and doing all of that, and just having followed that a little bit from the outside over the last couple of decades. There's been semiconductor-like magical progress in what's going on there. So I'm all for all of that, but it doesn't solve everything. And nuclear really still does seem like the smart money bet for what you should be getting for baseband on a lot of things. And solar may be cheaper for peaking over air conditioning loads during the summer, things that you can push around in different ways. But it's one of those things it's just strange how we've had the technology sitting there, but these non-technical reasons on the social optics of it has been this major forcing function for something that really should be at the cornerstone of all of the world's concerns with energy. It's interesting how the non-technical factors have really dominated something that is so fundamental to the existence of the human race as we know it today.
And much of the troubles of the world, including wars in different parts of the world, like Ukraine, is energy based, and it's just sitting right there to be solved. That said, me personally, I think it's clear that AGI would be huge and change the course of human history.
AGI-wise, I was making this decision about what do I want to focus on after VR. I'm still working on VR regularly. I spend a day a week consulting with Meta. Oz styles me the consulting CTO. It's kind of like the Sherlock Holmes that comes in and consults on some of the specific tough issues. I'm still pretty passionate about all of that, but I have been figuring out how to compartmentalize and force that into a smaller box to work on some other things. And I did come down to this decision between working on economical nuclear fission or artificial intelligence. And the fusion side of things, I've got a bunch of interesting things going that way, but that would be a fairly big project thing to do. I don't think it needs to be as big as people expect. I do think something original SpaceX size, build it, power your building off of it, and then the government will come around to what you need to. Everybody loves an existence group. I think it's possible. Somebody should be doing this, but it's going to involve some politics. It's going to involve decent-sized teams, a bunch of this cross-functional stuff that I don't know. While the artificial general intelligence side of things, it seems to me like this is the highest leverage moment for potentially a single individual, potentially in the history of the world, where the things that we know about brain, what we could do with artificial intelligence, Nobody can say absolutely any of these things, but I am not a madman for saying that it is likely that the code for artificial general intelligence is going to be tens of thousands of lines of code, not millions of lines of code. This is code that conceivably one individual could write, unlike writing a new web browser or operating system. And based on the progress that AI has, machine learning has made in recent decades, it's likely that the important things that we don't know are relatively simple. There's probably a handful of things. My bet is that I think there's less than 6 key insights that need to be made. Each one of them could probably be written on the back of an envelope. We don't know what they are, but when they're put together, in concert with GPUs at scale, the data that we all have access to, that we can make something that behaves like a human being, like a living creature, and that can then be educated in whatever ways that we need to get to the point where we can have universal remote workers, where anything that somebody does mediated by a computer and doesn't require physical interaction, that an AGI will be able to do. We can already simulate the equivalent of the Zoom meetings with avatars and synthetic deepfakes and whatnot. We can definitely do that. We have superhuman capabilities on any narrow thing that we can, so we can formalize and make a lawsuit machine. But there's things we don't know how to do. But I don't think they are unapproachably hard. Now, that's incredibly heuristic to say that it's like, but I think that what I said a couple of years ago is 50% chance that somewhere there will be signs of life on AGI in 2050. I probably increased that slight, maybe at 55-60%, because I do think there's a real sense of acceleration.
So I wonder what, and by the way, you also written that I bet with hindsight we will find that there are antecedents of all the remaining steps for AGI are already buried somewhere in the vast literature today. The ideas are already there.
I think that's likely the case. One of the things that appeals to so many people, including me, about the promise of AGI is we know that we're only drinking from a straw, the fire hose of all the information out there. You look at just in a very narrowly bounded field like machine learning, you can't read all the papers that come out all the time. You can't go back and read all the clever things that people did in the 90s or earlier that people have forgotten about because they didn't pan out at the time when they were trying to do them with 12 neurons. So then this idea that, yeah, I think there are gems buried in some of the older literature that was not the path taken by everything. And you can see a kind of herd mentality of the things that happen right now. It's almost funny to see, oh, Google does something, OpenAI does something, Meta does something, and they're the same people that all talk to each other and they're all one-upping each other and all capable of implementing each other's work given a month or two after somebody has announced it. But there's a whole world of possible approaches to machine learning, and I think that we probably will, in hindsight, go back and see if, like, yeah, that was kind of clearly predicted by this early paper here. And this turns out that if you do this and take this result from the animal training, and this thing from neuroscience over here, and put it together and set up this curriculum for them to learn in, that's kind of what it took. You don't have too many people now that are still saying it's not possible or it's going to take hundreds of years. And 10 years ago, you would get a collection of experts, and you would have a decent chunk on the margin that either say not possible or a couple hundred years, might be centuries. And the median estimate would be like 50, 70 years, and it's been coming down. And I know with me saying 8 years for something, that still puts me on the optimistic side, but it's not crazy out in the fringes. And just being able to look at that at a meta level about the trend of predictions going down there, the idea that something could be happening relatively soon. Now, I do not believe in fast cameras. That's one of the safety issues that you can say, like, oh, it's going to go boom, and the AI is going to take over the room. There's a lot of reasons. I don't think that's a credible position. And I think that we'll go from a point where we start seeing things that credibly look like animals' behaviors and have a human voice box wired into them. It's like I tried to get Elon to say, it's like your big Neuralink, give it a human voice box and let it start learning human words. I think animal intelligence is closer to human intelligence than a lot of people like to think. And I think that culture and modalities of IO are make the gulf seem a lot bigger than it actually is. There's just that smooth spectrum of how the brain developed and cortexes and scaling of different things going on there.
Yes, language is uh, sort of lost in translation, conceals a lot of intelligence. So when you think about science of life or AGI, you're thinking about human interpretable science.
So the example, if we get to the point where you've got a learning disabled toddler, some kind of real special needs child that can still interact with their favorite TV show and video game and can be trained and learn in some appreciably human-like way. At that point, you could deploy an army of engineers, cognitive scientists, developmental education people, and you've got so many advantages there on like real education where you can roll back some A/B testing, you can find a golden path through a curriculum of different things. If you get to that point, learning disabled toddler, I think that it's going to be a done deal.
Do you think we'll know it when we see it? So there's been a lot of really interesting general learning progress with DeepMind, OpenAI a little bit too. I tend to believe that Tesla Rothschild deserves a lot more credit getting for making progress in general. I'm doing the multitask learning thing and increasing the number of tasks and automating that process of sort of learning from the edge, discovering the edge cases and learning from the edge cases. It's really approaching a different angle of the general learning process of AGI. But the more clear approach comes from the DeepMind, where you have these kind of game situations and those systems there. But I don't know. People seem to be quite.
There will always be people that just won't believe it, and I fundamentally don't care. I mean, I don't care if they don't believe it. When it starts doing people's jobs, and I see here about the philosophical zombie.
Yes, absolutely. But will you think you will notice the simple expressions, because to me, I've been noticing a lot of special things. I think a lot of credit should go to DeepMind for Alpha Zero without with self-play mechanism to achieve to solve problems that just thought unsolvable to begin with. But also, pushing forward, starting to get into that space where learning is going. At first, it wasn't end-to-end learning, it's now it's end-to-end learning of a very difficult previously thought solvable problem. And so, where do you think it would be really magical?
There have been incredible things happening in recent years. To say all of the things from DeepMind and OpenAI that have been huge showpiece things, but when you really get down to it, read the papers, look at the way the models are going, it's still like you push something in, something comes out, and then maybe there's diffusion models or Monte Carlo true rollouts, different things going on, but it's not a beam. It's not close to a beam that's going through a lifelong learning process.
Do you want something that kind of gives signs of being? Like, what's the difference between neural network and deep neural network?
Fundamentally, the brain is a recurrent neural network generating an action policy. It's implemented on a biological substrate. And it's interesting thinking about things like that, where, fundamentally the brain is not a convolutional neural network or a transformer. Those are specialized things that are very valuable for what we're doing. But it's not the way the brain's doing. Now, I do think consciousness and AI in general is a substrate independent mechanism where it doesn't have to be implemented the way the brain is. But if you've only got one existence proof, there's certainly some value in caring about what it says it does. And so the idea that anything that can't be done with a narrow AI, you can quantify up a loss function for a reward mechanism, you're almost certainly going to be able to produce something that's more resource effective to train and deploy and use in inference mode, train a whole lot robot using an inference, but a living being is going to be something that's a continuous, lifelong learned, task agnostic thing. And
So
while
the lifelong learning is really important too, and the long-term memory. Memory is a big weird part of that puzzle.
we've got, again, I have all the respect in the world for the amazing things that are being done now, but sometimes they can be taken a little bit out of context with things like there's some smoke and mirrors going on, like Ghana, the recent work, the multitask learning stuff. It's amazing that it's one model that plays all the Atari games as well as doing all of these other things. But it didn't learn to do it. It was instructed in doing that by other reinforcement learners going through doing that. And even in the case of all the games, it's still going with a specific encoded reward function in each of those Atari games, where it's not that, how does it just wants to spend its summer afternoon playing Atari because that's the most interesting thing for it. So it's not the general, it's not learning the way humans learn. And there's, I believe, a lot of things that are challenging to make a loss function for what you can train through these existing conventional things. We're going to chip away at all the things that people do that we can turn into narrow AI problems, and billions of trillions of dollars of value are going to be created. But there's still going to be a set of things, and we've got frustrating cases like the self-driving car, where it's possible, it's not like that, but it's plausible that the long tail could be problematic enough that that really does require full-on artificial general intelligence. The counter argument is that data solves almost everything's an interpolation problem if you have enough data, and Tesla may be able to get enough data from all of the deployed stuff to be able to work on it, but maybe not. And there are all the other problems about, like, say you want to have a strategy meeting and you want to go ahead and bring in all of your remote workers and your consultants, and you want a world where some of those could be AIs that are talking and interacting with you in an area that is too murky to have a crisp loss function. But they still have things that on some level they're rewarded on some internal level for building a valuable to humans kind of life and ability to interact with humans.
See, I still think that self-driving cars solving that problem will take us very far towards AGI. You might not need AGI. I am really inspired by what his vision. Waymo, and some of the other companies that think Waymo leads the way there is also really interesting. They don't have quite as ambitious of an effort in terms of learning-based, sort of data-hungry approach to driving, which I think is very close to the kind of thing that would take us far towards AGI.
And it's a funny thing because as far as I can tell, Elon is completely serious about all of his concerns about AGI being an existential threat. And I tried to draw him out to talk about AI, and he just didn't want to. I get that fatalistic sense from it. It's weird because his company could very well be the leading company leading towards something like that, where Tesla being a super pragmatic company that's doing things because they really want to solve this actual problem. It's a different vibe than the research-oriented companies. It's a great time to be an AI researcher. You've got your pick of trillion-dollar companies that will pay you to kind of work on the problems you're interested in, but that's not necessarily driving hard towards the core problem of AGI as something that's going to produce a lot of value by doing things that people currently do like to do.
Yeah, a million questions to you about your ideas about AGI. I mean, do you think it needs to be embodied? Do you think it needs to have a body to start to notice the signs of life and develop the kind of system that's able to reason, perceive the world in the way that AGI should act in the world? So should we be thinking about robots, or can this be achieved in a purely digital?
So I have a clear opinion, and that's that it does not need to be embodied in the physical world. Where you could say most of my career is about making simulated virtual worlds. Sure, games are virtual reality, and so on a fundamental level, I believe that you can make a simulated environment and provide much of the value of what the real environment does, and restricting yourself to operating in real time in the physical world with physical objects, I think is an enormous handicap. I mean, that's one of the real lessons driven home by all my aerospace markets that, reality is a bitch in so many ways there. We're dealing with all the mechanical components, like everything fails. Murphy's Law, even if you've done it right before, and the different one, it might come out differently. So, yeah, I think that anybody that is all in on the body aspect of it, they are tying a huge weight to their ankles. And I think that I would almost count them out. Anybody that's making that a cornerstone of their belief about it, I would almost write them off as being worried about them getting to AGI first. I was very surprised that Elon's big on the humanoid robots. And like the NASA robot stuff was always almost a gag line. What are you doing?
Well, that's very interesting because he has a very pragmatic view of that. That's just a way to solve a particular problem backwards.
Now, I do think that once you have an AGI, robotic bodies, humanoid bodies are going to be enormously valuable. I just don't think they're helpful getting an AGI.
Well, he has a very sort of practical view, which I disagree with and argue with him. But it's a practical view that there's, you could transfer the problem driving to the problem, robotic manipulation. Because so much of it is perception. This perception and action is just a different context, and so you can apply all the same kind of data engine learning processes in a different way. So why not apply it to the human environment? But I do think that there's a certain magic to the body of robot.
That may be the thing that finally convinces people.
Yes.
Again, I don't really hear that much about convincing people. But the world that I've looked towards is, you go to the website and say, I want 5 Frank 1As to work on my team today, and they all spin up and they start showing up in your Zoom meetings.
To push back, but also to agree with it. But first, to push back, I do think we need to convince people them to welcome that thing into their lives.
I think there's enough businesses that operate on an objective kind of profit loss sort of basis that, if you look at how many things you're talking about, the world is an evolutionary space there. When you do have free markets and you have entrepreneurs, you're going to have people that are going to be willing to go out and try whatever crazy things. And when it proves to be beneficial, there's fast followers in all sorts of places.
Yeah, and you're saying that, Quake PR is a kind of a body just gets a world. If you're able to demonstrate, if you're able to do something productive in that kind of digital reality, then AGI doesn't even have a body.
So one of the really practical technical questions that I kind of keep arguing with myself over, if you're doing a training and learning and you've got to watch Sesame Street, you can play Master System games or something, is it enough to have just a video feed that is that video coming in? Or should it literally be on a virtual TV set in a virtual room? And if it's a simple room, just to have that sense of you're looking at a 2D projection on the screen versus having the screen beamed directly into your retinas. And I think it's possible to maybe get past some of these signs of life of things with the just projected directly into the receptor fields, but eventually for more kind of human emotional connection for things, probably having some VR room with a lot of screens in it for the AI to be learning in is likely helpful.
Maybe a world of different AIs interacting with each other.
And self-play, I do think, is one of the critical things. Where socialization-wise, one of the other limitations I set for myself thinking about things is I need something that is at least potentially real time, because it's nice you can always slow down time, you can run on a subscale system and test an algorithm at some lower level. And if you've got extra horsepower running faster than real time, is a great thing. But I want to be able to have the AIs either socially interact with each other or critically with actual people, sort of child development psychiatrist that comes in and interacts and does the good boy, bad boy sort of thing as they're going through and exploring different things. And it's nice to come back to the value of constraints in a lot of ways. And if I say, well, one of my constraints is real-time operation, it might still be a huge data center full of computers, but it should be able to interact on a Zoom meeting with people. And that's how you also do start convincing people, even if it's not a robot body, which eventually gets to irrefutable levels. But if you can go ahead and not just type back and forth to a GPT bot on some literally talking to them in embodied over Zoom form and working through problems with them or exploring situations, having conversations that are really stateful learned. I think that that's a valuable thing. So I do keep all of my eyes on things that can be implemented within sort of that 30 frames per second kind of work. I think that's feasible.
Do you think the most compelling experiences first would be for pleasure or for business? As so, meaning is it if it's interacting with AI agents? Will it be sort of like friends, entertainment, almost like a therapist or whatever, that kind of interaction? Or is it in the business setting, something like you said, brainstorm different ideas? So this is all a different formulation of kind of a Turing test for the spirit of the original protest. Where do you think the biggest benefit will first come?
It's going to start off actually expensive. We're going to, we're still all guessing about what computers going to be necessary. I fall the side of I don't think that you run the numbers of 86 billion neurons, 100 trillion synapses. I don't think those all need to be weights. I don't think we need models that are quite that big, evaluated quite that often. I base that on we've got reasonable estimates of what some parts of the brain do. We don't have the neocortex formula, but we kind of get some of the other sensory processing. And it doesn't feel like we can simulate that in computers for less weights. But still, it's probably going to be thousands of GPUs to be running human level AGI. Depending on how it's implemented, that might give you sort of a clan of 128 kind of running batch people, depending on whether there's sparsity in the way that the weights and things are set up. If it is a reasonably dense thing that just the memory bandwidth trade-offs means you get 128 of them at the same time, and either it's all feeding together, learning in parallel, or all running together, talking to a bunch of people. But still, if you've got thousands of GPUs necessary to run these things, it's going to be kind of expensive, where it might start off $1,000 an hour for your even post-development or something for that, which would be something that you would only use for a business, something that you think they're going to help you make a strategic decision or point out something super important. But I also am completely confident that we will have another factor of 1,000 in cost performance increase in AGI type calculations. Not in general computing necessarily, but there's so much more that we can do with packaging, making those right trade-offs, all those same types of things that in the next couple of decades, 1,000 decades, then you're down to $1 an hour. And then you're kind of like, well, I should have an entourage of AIs that are following me around, helping me out on anything that I want them to do.
That's one interesting trajectory, but I'll push back in that case, if you want to pay thousands of dollars, it should actually provide some value. I think it's easier or cheaper to provide value via dumb AI that will take us to AGI. You just have a friend. I think there's an ocean of loneliness. And I think an effective friend that doesn't have to be perfect, it doesn't have to be intelligent. It has to be empathic, having emotional intelligence, having ability to remember things, having ability to most of us don't listen to each other. One of the things that I love, and when you care about somebody, when you love somebody, is when you listen. And that is something you treasure about each other. And if an AI can do that kind of thing, I think that provides a huge amount of value, and very importantly, provides value to listen, understand, versus provide really good advice. I think providing really good advice is very different. Is another next step that would, I think it's just easier to do companionship.
I wouldn't disagree. There's very few things that I would argue can't be reduced to some kind of a narrow AI. I think we could do $1 trillion of values, all the things and a lot of it can be done with smoke and mirrors without having to go through. There's going to be the equivalent of the Doom version for the AGI that's not really AGI, it's all smoke and mirrors, but it happens to do enough valuable things that it's enormously useful and valuable to people. But at some point, you do want to get to the point where you have the fully general thing. You stop making bespoke, specialized systems for each thing, and you wind up start using a higher level language instead of writing everything in assembly language.
What about consciousness? The C word. What do you think that's fundamental to solving AGI, or is it a quirk of human?
So I think most of the arguments about consciousness don't have a whole lot of merit. I think that consciousness is kind of the way the brain feels when it's operating.
Yes.
And this idea that, I do generally subscribe to sort of pandemonium theories of consciousness where there's all these things bubbling around, and I think of them as kind of slightly randomized, sparse distributed memory bit strings of things that are kind of happening, recalling different associated memories, and eventually you get some level of consensus and bubbles up to the point of being a conscious thought there. And the little bits of stochasticity that are sitting on in this as it cycles between different things and recalls different memory, it's largely our imagination, creativity. So I don't think there's anything deeply magical about it, certainly not symbolic. I think it is generally the flow of these associations brought up with stochastic noise overlaid on top of it. I think so much of that is it depends on what you happen to have in your field of view as some other thought was occurring to you that overlaid and blended into the next key that queries your memory for things. It kind of determines how the chain of consciousness goes.
So that's kind of the quality of the subject experience is not essential for intelligence.
If there's anything really important.
What about some other human qualities like fear and mortality? Like the fact that this ride ends? Is that important? Like you know, we talk so much throughout this conversation about the value of deadlines and constraints. Do you think that's important for intelligence?
That's a super interesting angle that I don't usually take on that about as death being a deadline that forces you to make better decisions.
Yes.
Because I have heard people talk about how if you have immortality, people are going to stop trying and working on things because they've got all the time in the world. But I would say that I don't expect it to be a super critical thing that a sense of mortality and death, impending death, is necessary there, because those are things that they do wind up providing reward signals to us. And we will be in control of the reward signals. And there will have to be something fundamental that causes the gender's curiosity and setting and all of that. Something is going to pull in the reward, whether it's positive or negative or both. I don't have any strong opinions on exactly what it's going to be, but that's that type of thing where I doubt that might be one of those half dozen key things that has to be sorted out. Exactly what the master reward, that's the better reward overall, the local task specific rewards have to be.
That could be that big negative reward. Maybe not death, but the ability to walk away from interaction. So it bothers me when people keep AI systems so it doesn't bother me, but it really is drawing the line between what an ass could be. It's limiting the possibility of an ass could be. It's treating them as justice tools. Now, that's of course from a narrow AI perspective. There's so many problems that narrow AI can solve, just like you said, as in its form of a tool. But it could also be a being, which is much more than a tool. To become a being, you have to respect that thing for being a being, and for that, it has to be able to have make its own decisions, to walk away, to say I had enough of you. I'd like to break up with you now. Not treating me well, and I would like to move on. So I think that actually that choice to end.
So a couple of things on that. So on the one hand, it is kind of disturbing to see people be like people that are mean to robots and mean to Alexa, whatever, and that seems to speak badly about humanity. But there's also the exact opposite side of that. We have so many people that imbue humanity as inanimate objects, or things that are toys or that are relatively limited. So I think there may even be more danger about people putting more emotional investment went into a lot of these proto AIs of different kinds.
And then the AI would manipulate that. Right.
But as far as like AI ethics sides of things, I really stay away from any of those discussions, or even really thinking about it. It's similar with the safety thing as well. I think it's just premature. And there's a certain class of people that enjoy thinking about impractical things, things that are not in the world and pragmatic effect around you. And I think that, again, because I don't think there's going to be a fast day. I think we actually will have time to have these debates when we know the shape of what we're debating in. And some people do take a principled approach that they think it's going to go too fast, that you really do need to get ahead. You need to be thinking about this because we have slow processes of coming to any kind of consensuses or even coming up with ideas about this. And maybe that's true. I wouldn't put any of my money or funding into something like that because I don't think it's a problem yet. And I think that we will have these signs of life. When we've got our learning disabled toddler, we should really start talking about some of the safety and ethics issues, but probably not before then.
Do you elaborate briefly about why you don't think that reflex takeoff? Is there some deep intuition of the body? Is it because it's grounded in the physical world?
Yeah, so it is my belief that we're going to start off with something that requires thousands of GPUs. And I don't know if you've tried to go get 1,000 GPU instance on a cloud anytime recently, but these are not things that you can just go spin up hundreds of. Right? There are real challenges to these things are going to take data centers. Data centers take years to build. Last few years, we've seen a few of them kind of coming up, going in different places. They're big engineering efforts. You can hear people bemoan about the fact that the network was wired all wrong. It took a month to go unwire it, rewire it the right way. These aren't things that you can just magic into existence. And the ideas of like the old tropes about it's going to escape on the internet, take over other systems. There's the fast takeoff ones are clearly nonsense because you just can't open TCP connections above a certain point. No matter how smart you are, even if you have perfect hacking ability, that take over the world in an instant sort of thing just isn't plausible at all. And even if you have access to all of the resources, these are going to be specialized systems where you're going to wind up with something that is architected around exactly this chip with this interconnect. And it's not just going to be able to be plopped somewhere else. Now, interestingly, it is going to be something that the entire code could easily fit on a thumb. That total spy movie thriller sorts of things where you could have, hey, we cracked the secret to AGI, it's on this thumb drive. Anyone could steal it. Now, they still have to build the right data center to deploy it and have the right kind of life experience curriculum to take it up to the point where it's valuable. But the real core, the magic that's going to happen there is going to be very small. It's, again, tens of thousands of lines of code, not millions of lines of code.
It is possible to imagine a world, as you mentioned, as part of your view, if it's just a few lines of code. We can imagine a world where the surface of computation is growing, maybe growing exponentially, meaning there's, the refrigerator start getting GPU, and just if you first have smartphones, the billions of smartphones, but maybe if there become highways through which code would spread across the entirety of the computation surface, then you don't any longer have to build AWS
There
GPUs.
are real fundamental issues there. When you start getting down to taking an actual problem and putting it on an abstract machine like that, that has not worked out well in practice. And the idea that there was always, it's always been easy to come up with ways to get compute faster. Say more flops or more gigahops or whatever there. That's usually the easy part. But you then have interconnect and then memory for what goes into it. And when you talk about, say, cell phones, when you live into like a 5G connection or something on that, if you say if you take your calculation, factor it across a million cell phones instead of 1,000 GPUs in a warehouse, you might be able to have some kind of a substrate like that, but it could be operating then at 1/1000th the speed. And so, yes, you could have an AGI working there. It wouldn't be a real-time AGI. It would be something that is operating at really a snail's pace, much, much slower than a human-level thought. I'm not worried about it.
You're transferring the problem into the interconnect, the communication, shared memory, the collective intelligence aspect of it, which is extremely difficult.
And it's back to the very earliest days of supercomputing. You still have the balance between bandwidth, storage, and computation. And sometimes they're easier to get one or the other, but it's been remarkably constant across all those years that you still need all three.
What do your efforts now like to be really committing to AI at this stage? What do you see your life in the next 2 months, years look like? What do you hope to achieve here?
So I literally just this week signed a term sheet to take some investment money for my company, where the last 2 years I had backed off from Meta. I was still doing my consulting CTO role there, but I had styled it as I was going to take the Victorian gentleman scientist route, where I was going to be the wealthy person that was going to go pursue science and learn about this and do experiments. And honestly, I'm surprised there aren't more people like that, like me, technical people that made a bunch of money and are interested in some of these possibly the biggest leverage point in human history. I've heard of a couple organizations that are basically led by one rich techie guy that gets a few people around to try to work on this. But I'm surprised that there's not more. There are like a dozen of them. Maybe people are still thinking it's an unapproachable problem, that it's beyond their ability to get a wrench on, have some effect on the other startups that want before. But that was my kind of, like with all the stuff I've learned, with gaming, aerospace, whatever, I go through a lot of things. I'm like, okay, I'm sucking up all of this information, trying to see, is this something that I can actually do? Is this something that's practical to devote a large chunk of my life to? And I've gone through that with the AI, machine learning space of things. And I think I've got my arms around it. I've got the measure of it, where some of the most brilliant people in the world are working on this problem. But nobody knows exactly the path that it's going on. We're throwing a lot of things at the wall and seeing what sticks. But I have another interesting thing just learning about that is that the contingency of your path to knowledge, and talking about the associations and context that you have with them, where people that learn in the same path will have similar thought processes. I think it's useful that I come at this from a different background, a different history than the people that have had the largely academic backgrounds for this, where I have huge blind spots that they can easily point out. But I have a different set of experiences in history and approaches to problems and systems engineering that might turn out to be useful. And I can afford to take that bet, where I'm not going to be destitute. I have enough money to fund myself working on this for the rest of my life. But what I was finding is that I was still not committed, where I had a foot firmly in the VR meta side of things, where in theory I've got a very nice position there. I only have to work 1 day a week for my consulting role, but I was engaging every day. I'd still be like, the computer's there, I'd be going, checking workplace and notes and testing different things and communicating with people. But I did make the decision recently that I'm going to get serious. I'm still going to keep my ties with Meta, but I am seriously going for the AGI side of things.
It's actually a really interesting point, because a lot of people in machine learning, the AI community is quite large. Really, basically, almost everybody has taken the same trajectory through life in that community. And it's so interesting to have somebody like you, which is with a fundamentally different trajectory. And that's where the big solutions can come, because there's a kind of side of it. It is.
I was really worried that I didn't want to come off as like an arrogant outsider for things, where I have all the respect in the world for the work that's, it's been a miracle decades. We're in the midst of a scientific revolution happening. Everybody doing this is, these are the Einsteins and Bohrs and whatever's of our modern era. I was really happy to see that the people that I've sat down and talked with, everybody does seem to really be great about, just happy to talk about things, willing to acknowledge that we don't know what we're this all really started for me because Sam Altman basically tried to recruit me as an AI. And it was at a point when I didn't know anything about what was really going on in machine learning. And in fact, it's funny, the first time you reached out to me 4 years ago for your AI podcast.
Yeah, for people, for people who listening to this should know that, first of all, obviously, I've been a huge fan of yours for all this time. We've agreed to talk like 4 years ago, back when this was called the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. We wanted to do a thing. You said yes, and
I said, I don't know anything about modern AI.
That's right.
I said I could kind of take an angle on machine perception because I'm doing a lot of that with the sensors and the virtual reality, but I could probably find something to talk about.
And then, and that's where what did some doctors AI around the same time?
Yeah, it's a little bit. It was a bit after that. So I had done the most basic work. I had done the neural networks from scratch, where I had gone and written it all in C just to make sure I understood backpropagation at the lowest level. And my nuts and bolts approach. But after Sam approached me, it was flattering to think that he thought that I could be useful at OpenAI, largely for kind of like systems optimization sorts of things. Without being an expert, but I asked Ilya Sutskever to give me a reading list, and he gave me a binder full of all the papers that, okay, these are the important things. If you really, really understand all of these, you'll know like 80% of what most of the machine language researchers work on. And I went through and I read all those papers multiple times, highlighted them, and went through and kind of figured the things out there, and then started branching out of my own sorts of research on things. And so I started writing my own experiments and figuring out, finding out what I don't know, what the limits of my knowledge are, and starting to get some of my angles of attack on things, the things that I think are a little bit different from what people are doing. And I've had a couple of years now, 2 years since I kind of left the full-time position at Meta, and now I've kind of pulled the trigger and said, I'm going to get serious about it. But some of my lessons all the way back to orbital aerospace about how I know I need to be more committed to this, where there is that both the freedom and the cost in some ways, but you don't think we don't be enough to say, like, this doesn't really mean anything. I can spend $1 million a year for the rest of my life, and it doesn't mean anything. It's fine. But that is an opportunity to just kind of meander. And I could see that for myself when I'm doing some things, like, oh, this is a kind of interesting, curious thing. Let's look at this for a little while. Let's look at that. It's not really bearing down on the problem. So there's a few things that I've done that are kind of tactics for myself to make me more effective. One thing I noticed I was not doing well is I had a Google Cloud account with Get GPUs there. I was finding I was very rarely doing that for no good psychological reasons. I'm like, I can always think of something to do other than to spin up instances and run an experiment. I can keep working on my local Titans or something. But it was really stupid. I mean, it was not a lot of money. I should have been running more experiments there. So I thought to myself, well, I'm going to go buy a $250,000 DGX station. I'm going to just sit it right there, and it's going to mock me if I'm not using it. If the fans aren't running on that thing, I'm not properly utilizing it. And that's been helpful. I've done a lot more experiments since then. And been interesting where I thought I'd be doing all this low-level NVLink optimized stuff, but 90% of what I do is just spin up 4 instances of an experiment with different hyperparameters on it.
You're doing, and really sort of building a situation by doing ML experiments of different kinds.
But so the next big thing, though, is I decided that I was going to take some investor money because I have an overactive sense of responsibility about other people's money. And it's like I don't want, and a lot of my push and my passionate entreaties for things that are, I don't want something wasted as money invested in Oculus. I want it to work out. I want it to change things. I want it to be worth all of this time, money, and effort going into it. And I expect that it's going to be like that with my company, where
it's a huge forcing function.
Yeah, I have some investors that are going to expect something. Now, we've all had the conversation that this is a low probability long-term bet. It's not something that there's a million things I could do that I would have line of sight on the value proposition for. This isn't that. I think there comes in the way. But it's one of these things that it's hyperbole, but it's potentially one of the most important things humans ever do. And it's something that I think is within our lifetimes, if not within a decade, to happen. So, yeah, this is just now happening. Term sheet, like the ink is barely, ink's barely dry.
It's dry. I mean, as I mentioned to you offline, like somebody I admire, and Andre Kapapi. I think the two different trajectories in life, but approach problems similarly in that he codes stuff from scratch up all the time, and he's created a bunch of little things outside of outside of course Stanford that have been tremendously useful to build up intuition about stuff, but also to help people, and they're all around me and high. Do you see yourself potentially doing things like this, not necessarily solving it or getting a problem, but on the journey, on the path to that, building up intuition and sharing code or ideas or systems that give inklings of AGI, but also kind of are useful to people. Something like that.
First of all, Andre is awesome. I learned a lot when I was going through my Marvel phase from his blog posts and Stanford course. Super valuable. I got to meet him first a couple of years ago when I was first kind of starting off on my gentleman scientist bit. And just a couple of months ago when he went out on his sabbatical, he stopped by in Dallas and we talked for a while. And I had a great time with him. And then when I heard he actually left Tesla, I did, of course, along with 100 other people, say, hey, if you want to work with me, it would be an honor. So he thinks that he's going to be doing this educational work, but I think someone's going to make an offer he can't refuse before he gets too far along on it.
Oh, his current interest is educational. Yeah. He's a special one. Is there something you can speak to what makes him so special?
So, he was very much a programmer that was doing machine learning rather than, it's a different field than an academic, where you could see it in paper sometimes where somebody that's really a mathematician or a statistician at heart and they're doing something with machine learning. But Andre is about getting something done. And you can see it in all of his earliest approaches to, okay, here's how reinforcement learning works, here's how recurrent neural networks work, here's how the transformers work, here's how crypto works. And yeah, it's just, he's a hacker's, one of his old posts was like a hacker's guide to machine learning.
Yeah.
And he deprecated that. Don't really pay attention to what's in it, but it's that thought that carries through a lot of things. It is that back again to that hacker mentality, the hacker ethic, what he's doing and sharing.
Yeah, and a lot of his approach to new thing that it's at our stage is let me code up the simplest possible thing to build an intuition problem.
Yeah, like I say, I sketch with structs and things when I'm just thinking about a problem. I'm thinking in some degree of code.
You are also, among many things, a martial artist with judo and jiu-jitsu. How has this helped make you the person you are?
So, I was a competent club player in judo and grappling. I was, by no means any kind of a superstar, but it was, I went through a few phases with it, where I did some when I was quite young, a little bit more when I was 17, and then I got into it kind of seriously in my mid-30s, and I went pretty far with it, and I was pretty good at some of the things that I was doing, and I did appreciate it quite a bit, where on the one hand, it's always, if you're going to do exercise or something, it's a more motivating type of exercise. If someone is crushing you, you're motivated to do something about that, to up your attributes and be better about it.
Attributes, yes.
But there's also that sense that I was not a sports guy. I did do wrestling in junior high, and I often wish that I would have been good for me if I carried that on in high school. Had a little bit more of that. I built a little bit of wrestling vibe with what was going on about a great racing the grind and that push that I associate with the wrestling team that in hindsight I wish I had gone through that, pushed myself that way. But even getting back into judo and jiu-jitsu in my mid-30s, and I was usually the old man on the mat with that, there was still the sense that working out with the group and having the guys It was mixing with a bunch of people that had nothing to do with any of the things that I worked with. Every once in a while, someone would be like, "Oh, you're the dude guy." But for the most part, it was just different slice of life, good thing. And I made the call when I was older. Like maybe I'm getting a little old for this. I separated a rib and tweaked a few things, and I got out without any really bad injuries. And it's like, have I dodged enough bullets? I hit it up. I went back. I've gone a couple times in the last decade trying to get my kids into it a little bit, and I didn't really stick with it a little bit. But it was fun to get back on the mats. It really hurts for a while. We have gone for a while, but I still debate this pretty constantly. My brother's only a year younger than me, and he's going kind of hard in jiu-jitsu right now. He was just he won a few medals at the last tournament he was at.
He's competing.
Yeah, I was thinking, man, I guess we were in the executive division if we were over 50, over 45 or something. And it's not out of the question that I go back at some point and do some of this, but again, I'm just reorganizing my life around more focus. Probably not going to happen. I'm pushing my exercise around to give me longer, uninterrupted intellectual focus time. Pushing it to the beginning or the end.
Running and stuff like that, walking.
Running and calisthenics, and things like that. But
let's still think about a problem.
But if you're going to a judo club or something, you're going to pick, it's going to be 7 o'clock or whatever, or 10 o'clock on Saturday. Although I talked about this a little bit when I was on Rothschild, and shortly after that, Carlos Machado did reach out. I trained with him for years back in the day, and he was like, "Hey, we've got kind of a small private club with a bunch of executive type people." It does change.
Yeah, I don't know if you know him, but John Donovan was here to Austin. With Ryan and a few other folks, and it is a very interesting way, very deep logic that reveals the chess of it, the science of it.
And I do think about that more as kind of an older person considering martial arts. I can remember that the very earliest days getting back into judo, and I'm like, teach me submissions right now. It's like learn the art bar, learn to show. But as you get older, you start thinking more about, okay, I really do want to learn the entire canon of judo. It's like all the different things there, and like all the different approaches for it. Not just if you want to compete, there's just a handful of things you learn really, really well. Like sometimes there's interest in learning a little bit more of the scope there, and figuring some things out. From at one point, it wasn't exactly a spreadsheet, but I did have a big long text file. That's like, here's the things that I learned, and here like ways you chain this together. And when I went back a few years ago, it was good to see that I whipped myself back into reasonable shape about doing the basic grappling. But I know there was a ton of the subtleties that were gone, but could probably be brought back reasonably.
And there's also the benefit. I mean, you're successful now. You're brilliant, and the real problem with the ego is that
I still push kind of harder than I should. I was one of those people that I'm on the smaller side for a lot of the people competing, and I would I'd go with all the big guys and I'd go hard and I'd push myself a lot, and that would be one of those where I'd be dangerous to anyone for the first 5 minutes, and then sometimes after that, and I knew it was terrible for me because it made me, it meant I got less training time with all of that when you go and you just gas out relatively quickly then. And I like to think that I would be better about that, where after I gave up judo, I started doing half marathons and tough runners and things like that. And so when I did go back to the local judo Kai division, I thought, oh, I should have better cardio for this because I'm a runner now and I do all of this. And it didn't work out that way. The same old thing. Just push really hard, straight really hard. And of course, when I work with good guys like Carlos, it's just the whole thing, like water thing is real. It's just like,
that's true with judo too. So the best people I've trained with and people medalists, for some reason with them, everything's easy. You actually start to feel the science of it, the music of it, the dance of it, everything is effortless. You understand that there's an art to it. It's not just an exercise.
Yeah, it was interesting where I did go to Kodokan in Japan. I had the first place of judo and everything. And I remember I rolled with one child there. I just felt like I could do that. It was just enveloping me and just like slowly grounded down with my arm and bent it. While with Carlos, he's just loose and free. And you always thought, I know you're just going to go grab something, but you never had a chance to do it. So it was very different feeling.
That's a good summary of the difference between jiu-jitsu and judo. In jiu-jitsu, it is a dance, and you feel like there's a freedom. And actually, anybody actually like they have going awry and the best grappler, there's a feeling like you can do it. But when you actually try to do something, you can't.
It just magically doesn't work.
But with the best judo players in the world, yeah, it does feel like there's a blanket that weighs 1,000 pounds on top of you, and there's not a thing you can do. You're trapped. And that's the style, that's the difference in the style of martial arts. But also, once you start to study, you understand all it has to do with human movement and physics of it, leverage, all that stuff. That's super fascinating. Yeah, the biggest benefit, humbling. Another human being kind of tells you that there's a hierarchy. You're not that special.
And in the most extreme case, when you tap to a choke, you are basically living because somebody lets you live. And that is one of those, when you think about it, that is a closer brush with mortality than most people consider.
And that kind of humbling act is to take to whether it's hard or
yeah, nobody that does any martial art is coming out thinking I'm the best in the world at anything because everybody loses.
Let me ask you for advice. What advice would you give to young people today about life, about career, how they can have a job, how they can have an impact, how they can have a life they can be proud of?
So it was kind of fun. I got invited to give a commencement speech back at I went to college for 2 semesters and dropped out. I went on to do my test, but I still wanted to come back to give a commencement speech. And I got that pinned on my Twitter account. I still feel good about everything that I said there. And my biggest point was that the path for me might not be in fact, the advice, the path that I took, and the advice that I would give based on my experience and learning probably isn't the best advice for me. Because what I did was all about this knowledge in depth. It was about not just having this surface level ability to make things do what I want, but to really understand the world, to let me do the systems engineering work and to sometimes find these inefficiencies. And that the whole world doesn't like that. Most programmers, engineers of any kind, don't necessarily do that. They need to do a little job that's been parceled out for them, be reliable, people depend on you, do quality work with them. But the people that do have an inclination for wanting to know things deeper, learn things deeper, there are just layers and layers of things out there, and it's amazing. If you're the right person that is excited about that, the world's never been like this before. It's better than ever. I mean, everything that was wonderful for me is still there, and there's whole new worlds to explore, the different things that you can do. And that time, hard work, grease the grind with it, and understand that you can, and then be prepared for opportunities to present themselves. Where you can't just say, this is my goal in life, just push at it. You might be able to do that, but you're going to make more total progress if you say, I'm preparing myself with this broad set of tools, and then I'm being aware of all the way things are changing as I move through the world and the whole world changes around me, and then looking for opportunities to deploy the tools that we've built. And there's going to be more and more of those types of things that are an awareness of what's happening, where the inefficiencies are, what things can be done, what's possible versus what's current practice. And then finding those areas where you can go make an adjustment and make something that may affect billions or billions of people in the world, make it better.
When, maybe from your own example, how were you able to recognize this about yourself? You saw the layers in a particular thing and you were drawn to discovering deeper truths about it. Is that something that was obvious to you that you can help, or is there some actions you have to take to actually allow yourself to dig deep?
In the earliest days of personal computers, I remember the reference manuals and the very early ones even had schematics of computers in the background and in the back of the books, as well as firmware listings and things. And I could look at that, and at that time, when I was a younger teenager, I didn't understand a lot of that stuff. Most different things were. I was pulling out the information that I could get, but I always wanted to know all that. There was like kind of magical information sitting down there. It's like Lord and some great wizard, and I was the keeper of. And so I always felt that pull for wanting to know more, wanting to explore the mysterious areas. And and that followed right in through all the things that got the value, exploring the video cards leading to the scrolling advantages, exploring some of the academic papers and things, learning about ESP trees and the different things that I could do with those systems, and just the huge level phases going from aerospace, just reading bookshelves full of books. And again, that point, I have enough money, I can buy all the books I want. It was so valuable where I was terrible with my money when I was a kid. My mom thought I would always be broke because buy my comic books and just be out of money. But it was like all the pizza I want, all the Diet Coke I want, video games, and books. And it didn't take that much. Even though I was making $27K a year, I felt rich. Just getting all the things that I watched. That sense of books have always been magical. And that was one of the things that really made me smile. Underage had said when he came over to my house, he said he found my library inspired. It was great to see. I still have to have a younger guy. I sometimes wonder younger people these days have the same relationship with books that I do. They were such a cornerstone for me in so many ways. Of that sense that, I always wanted to know I can't. That was like one of the last things I said. You can't know everything, but you should convince yourself you can know anything. Any one particular thing, created and discovered by humans, you can learn, you can find out what you need out there.
And you can learn it deeply.
Yes. You can drive a nail down through whatever layer cake problem space you've got. And learn a cross section.
And not only can you have an impact doing that, you can attain happiness. There's something so fulfilling about becoming a craftsman of the thing.
Yeah, I don't want to tell people that this is a good career move, just grit your teeth and merit. So you want people, and I do think it's possible sometimes to find the joy in something. Like, it might not immediately appeal to you, but I have told people early on in software times that a lot of game developers are in just because they're so passionate about games. But I was always really more flexible in what appealed to me, where I said I think I could be quite engaged doing operating system work, database work. I would find the interest in that because I think most things that are significant have a lot of layers and complexity to them and opportunities to make them. So I would probably be the most important thing to encourage people is that you can recognize curiosity. You can deploy your curiosity to find kind of like make things useful and valuable to you, even if they don't immediately appear to you.
Deploy your curiosity. We've mentioned this debate point whether mortality, fear of mortality is fundamental to creating an API, but let's talk about what is fundamental to your human users. Do you think about which one?
I really don't. And you probably always have to take it a grain of salt if you think somebody says about fundamental things like that. But I don't think about really aging and in death, legacy with my children, things like that. And clearly, it seems most of the world does a lot more than I do.
Yeah.
So I think I'm an outlier in that where it doesn't wind up being a real part of my thinking and motivation.
A daily existence is about sort of the people you love and the problems.
Yeah, and I'm very much focused on what I'm working on right now. I do take that back. There's one aspect where the kind of finiteness of your life does impact me, and that is about thinking about the scope of the problems that I'm working on. When I decided to work on this, I was like, nuclear fission or AGI, these are big ticket things that my mental abilities will decay with age, mostly inevitably. I don't think it's a 0% chance that we will address some of that before it becomes a problem for me. Citing medical stuff for the next couple of decades. But I do have this kind of vague plan that when I'm not at the top of my game and I don't feel that I'm in a position to put a dent in the world in some way, that I'll probably wind up doing some kind of recreational retro programming around. I'll work on something that I would not devote my life to now, but which while in my time as the old man gardening in the Jordan East.
And then let's step back if you wish to figure. Let me ask you guys what's the meaning of that? What's the meaning of that?
So very similar with that last question. I know a lot of people write about this question a lot, but I just really don't.
I really don't give a
We are biological creatures that understand of evolution. We have innate drives that evolution crafted for survival and passing on of genetic codes. I don't find a lot of value in trying to go much deeper than that. I have my motivations, some of which are probably genetically coded, many of which are contingent on my upbringing and path that I've had through my life. I don't run into states of depression or envy or anything that winds up being a challenge of forcing a degree of soul searching. You seem to be okay without that.
As a brilliant ant in the head colony without looking up to the sky, wondering why the why of the incredible mystery of the fact that we started first of all the origin of each life on Earth. And through that simple stuff, the entirety of the evolutionary process to some point to this incredibly intelligent thing that is able to build synthesize 3D and do it the way it can take some practical problem AGI through things that eventually supersede human beings. That doesn't. The why of it is
In my experience, that people that don't focus on the here and now right in front of them tend to be less effective. I mean, it's not 100%. Vision matters to people, but it doesn't seem to be a necessary motivator for me. And I think that the process of getting there is usually done. It's like the magic of breaking descent. People just don't believe that just looking locally gets you to all these spectacular things. It's been the decade of looking at really some of the smartest people in the world who just push back forever against this idea that it's not this grand, sophisticated vision of everything, but through tiny steps, local information winds up leading to all the best answers.
so the meaning of life is following locally wherever the breeze is. This was an incredible conversation. Officially the longest conversation I've ever done on this podcast, which means a lot to me because I get to do I can't tell you you're incredible to me. I can't wait what you do to me and you're inspiration to so many people. And again, we haven't covered like most of what I was planning to talk about, so I hope we get a chance to talk someday in the future. See what you do next. Thank you so much again for talking.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with John Conrad. Sports podcast. Please check out his sponsors in the description. Now, let me leave you with some words from John Conrad. Focus, hard work, real success. Keep your eyes up. Just keep taking the next step. If you aren't sure which way to do something, do both ways and see which one is better. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you. How are these interacting with firefighters? They are. How are they interacting with each other in the environment? How are they interacting with each other? So when we look at these, how they're interacting with each other, especially after these posts where this happens all the time with multiple objects. The following this conversation with Lieutenant Brad Riggs, former Navy fighter pilot, including roles as combat lead, landing signals officer, and rescue mission commander. He and people in the squadron detected UFOs on multiple occasions, and he has been one of the few people willing to speak publicly about these experiences and about the importance of investigating these sightings, especially for national security reasons. Ryan has a degree in mechanical and aerospace engineering from WPI and interest in career roles in advanced technology development, including multi-agent collaborative autonomy, machine learning assisted air-to-air combat, manned and unmanned teaming technologies, and most recently, development of materials for quantum simulation. This is a Let's Speaking podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description and nod to your friends. Here's Ryan and Grace. What did you think of the new Top Gun movie? How accurate was it? Let's start this.
I thought the flying was really accurate. I thought the type of flying they did, how they approached the actual missions, of course, had a lot of similarities. But one thing that seems to be hard to capture on these types of things are the chess game that was going on while that type of flying was happening.
The chess game between like a dogfight, the powers of the enemy, or the different pilots.
I'll even speak to just that particular mission that you do there. For that particular mission, it's kind of a chess game with yourself to get everything in place. So what kind of fight they flew is called a high stress scenario. They have to ingress low due to the surface-to-air threats that create air defense systems that are nearby. And they have to ingress low and pops off the movie. And in that particular movie, I'm strike. They knew exactly where they're going. But there's a scenario where we have to operate in a type of environment and we don't know if we're going to strike or we can be adapting to real-time targets. And so in that scenario, we have one of those fighters down low like that operating as a mission commander, as forward air controller. And he's out there calling shots, joining on those other players in order to ensure they're playing at the right target. So that's really the chess game that he'll be playing.
Can you actually describe to people who haven't seen the movie what the mission actually is?
Yeah.
What's involved in the mission?
So in this particular mission, it's kind of what we would call a pre-planned strike. So there's a known location that's in a heavily defended area. And the air crew, in this case, with 4 F-18s package, their job was to ingress very well down a canyon to stay out of the radar of the surface-to-air threats.
What is ingress?
Ingress means that they're going to be pushing from a start location towards the target or the objective. So there's an ingress portion of the mission and an egress portion of the mission.
Oh, okay. Like the entrance and the exit. Got it.
But it changes our mindset actually quite a bit. Right? So when we're entering someplace, we have the option to enter. But when we go drop the bomb on location or exiting, we don't have that luxury. We don't have that option. So it actually changes our tactics and our aggression.
Got it. So they will fly most ground. There's surface-to-air missiles that force them to fly low. Is that a realistic thing?
It is realistic. So driving those aircraft is like all radar systems, most I should say, are essentially line of sight. And so they can be illuminated by Verizon or any flight up. And even the number of radars, if they are located up high and maybe down towards that aircraft, the clutter of all the objects such as trees, canyons, can have an effect on radar systems. So it can be a type of camouflage.
So at the double flash the surface-to-air missile, is that a genuine reason? So the missiles fly so low, like fly against low, their level.
As far as I know, we can fly in any radar. We don't have necessarily radars that would do anything. So there is always going to be the ability to mask themselves. But with a larger number of assets and distributed communication networks, where those radars are looking makes all the difference. And I said they were ingressing past an INET. That's an integrated air defense system. And that linking of air defense systems is what makes it so hard, so complicated, because that the sensors and the weapons are disassociated from each other, so that if you take out the target that's shooting at you, it still has the ability to intercept you from another radar location. So it's distributed, it's distributed that.
You mean the surface-to-air missiles, like it's a distributed system that if you take out one, they're still able to sort of integrate information about your location and strike.
Correct. And there's a lot of complications that once you start thinking about distributed systems like that, ability to self-heal and repair and adapt to losses. It's an interesting area.
Are you responsible for thinking about that when you find out?
To some degree. When we ingress to this area like that, we're presented with information about the targets, air to air or air surface, or surface to air, I should say. And we can essentially see where essentially the danger zone, if you will, is located. And so essentially we would stay out of it. So having that full picture of the environment is extremely important because at the end of the day, if we're going to surface to die, we put the research. It's absolutely crucial.
So there's regions that are higher degree of danger based on your understanding of the actual whatever the surface of the air and the surface systems are. So you can kind of know. That's interesting. I wonder how automated that could be too, especially when you don't know. It seems like a movie that knew the location of everything. I imagine that's less than known in most cases. And also, a lot of those systems might be a little bit more ghetto, if I can use that type of term. Like, I've got maybe I don't know, but having just recently visited Ukraine, there's a lot of aspects of the way that war is fought. There's a lot of improvised types of systems. So you take high tech, advanced technology, but the way you deploy it and the way you organize it is very improvised and ad hoc, and it's responding to the uncertainty and dynamic environment. And so, from an enemy perspective, or whoever's trying to deal with that kind of system, it's hard to figure it out because it's like me. I played tennis for a long time, and it's always easier to play. This is true for all sports. Play tennis because a good tennis player is so crappy. Because a crappy tennis player is full of uncertainty, and that's really difficult to deal with. It seemed like from the movie, the systems weren't really well organized, and so you could plan. That's how movies work.
Yeah, but no, I absolutely agree. So, what you say is a very good point. And as if we were to take a chunk of airspace and break it up into the world, there'd be places that are better to fly or less good to fly. And we are seeing that now with what they call man-on-man teaming. We see tactical aircraft, some type of aircraft or platform that's being automated, and it's not being automated in the traditional sense where people are flying around missions, but it's very high level objective oriented mission planning that allows the air crew to act more as a mission planner, mission commander person who just pick the right assets and fly them around or manipulate them somewhat physically.
So, actually, going back to the chess thing, can you elaborate on the meaning of playing a game of chess yourself? When you find that mission, what exactly means that?
Well, there's a few people who usually fighting against the air, there's the bad guys, and then physics and Mother Nature, right? So we're down at about 100 feet. It's a chess game to stay alive pilot, and it's a chess game for the wizard to process information he needs and then communicate it to all those other aircraft that were flying around to ensure that they're being directed on the target.
What's the wizard?
The wizard is a process. He's a backseater who is not a pilot, but he's responsible for radar manipulation and communications and weapon deployments and so features.
So the chess game is against physics, against the enemy, time, what about your own psychology, fear, uncertainty?
Yeah. There's no time for that type of self-reflection. I want to get to that, but I don't want to forget the point that you made about increased randomness being tactical advantage. As you mentioned, you can increase autonomy in there. When you bring autonomy in there, and my expectation is that you bring different abilities and machine learning that can gather more data, we're going to be able to bring the tactical environment around that jet, the war space that it goes into, almost be at a stochastic level from the enemy's perspective, where it'll almost seem like every tactical environment they go into will be random and yet very deadly because the system is providing a new tactical solution essentially for that particular scenario. Instead of just training to particular tactics that have to
be repeatable, trainable, and lethal, right? But not necessarily the most because they have to be trainable. But if we can introduce AI into that and to have a level of randomness or at least appearance of randomness to the complexity, I would say a most fantastic tactical advantage because even our own fighters wouldn't be able to engage in that fight because it would be unsafe essentially for anything else. And I think that's where we have to drive to because otherwise it's always just chicken and mouse kind of game about whose tactics and who knows what. But if knowledge is no longer a factor, it's going to make things like
That's very interesting. So, out of the many things that are part of your expertise, your journey, you're also working on autonomous and semi-autonomous systems, use of AI, machine learning, man-to-man team, and all that kind of stuff. We'll talk about it. But you're saying when people think about the use of AI in war, military systems, they think about like computer vision for perception or processing of sensor information in order to extract from it actionable knowledge kind of thing. But you're saying you could also use it to generate randomness that's difficult to work with in like a game theoretical way. Like it's difficult to respond for human operators to respond to. That's really interesting. Okay, so back to our school stuff. What about the dog fighting? What aspects of that were accurate?
So dogfighting is kind of an interesting conversation because it's not the most technically relevant skill set nowadays by traditional standards because the ranges which we engage and play weapons are very significant. And so if we're in a scenario where we're in a dogfight like that, well, that's kind of how this mission was set up, right? It was a no-win type scenario most likely. And so for a dogfight, the aircraft size and the ranges and the radiuses make it so it's not very theatrical, right? The aircraft looks small, and while it's intense with the systems I have and the sensors and what I'm feeling and all that, if we've done it every time, right? We take video of that, it's like blue skies, it's not really interesting. So anytime it really looks interesting in dogfight arena, that's most likely fiction because we really only get close to more, a millisecond and we're can pass each other or two breaks. I know.
No,
It's shocking. You go and have fun, but
maybe that was more common in the earlier years than we were before that. Or is it due to the range and the effectiveness of the weapon systems involved?
correct, and the accuracy of the target systems at range. But there's also a train of thought that hasn't been tested out yet, which is with the advent of advanced electronic warfare, EW, and or unmanned assets, the battle space may get so complex and missiles may essentially just get dropped out of the sky or wasted such that we're going to be enclosed with either IR missiles or guns if it's a no-kidding must defend type scenario.
So what's electronic warfare?
It's basically trying to get control of electromagnetic spectrum, with the interest of whatever operations going on. So in the tactical environment, a lot of that is trying to see the radar or can we perceive the missile or just stop their guy and things of that nature.
And it's a battle in the space of information, of digital information.
Yeah, well, F-22 and F-35, right? F-22 is a big, expensive aircraft, and it's made to be a great fighter. But F-35 is not as great of a fighter, but it's an electronic warfare and mission commander platform of the future, where information is what's going to war. So that's more important. So it's interesting.
What's the best way?
I know the aviators in the audience are gonna hate my answer because they're gonna want that sexy, muscly F-14 Tomcat type fighter or P-51 type aircraft, but F-35 is maybe not the best dog fighter, but it doesn't have to get into the dog fight, right? It's like how do you do the best knife fighters? Not get the knife fights.
So Lockheed Martin F-35 like to looks pretty sexy.
There's two real strengths you have as a fighter. You can have the ability to kind of out-muscle your fighter without your opponent and beat him on G's and power and rate him on. And then there's the other side of that, which is you can be overly maneuverable, which you can bleed energy quickly. And that's what the F-18 was good at because it had to be heavier to land on aircraft carrier. We had to give it extra bulk to the troops. But it also needs special mechanisms to slow down the landing aircraft carrier. So it made it very maneuverable. to a lot of times the ability to get the first shot in a fight, which is very good. But if you do make that sharp turn, you bleed a lot of energy away. You force yourself to get from all the stuff less stuff. So there's just kind of aggression, non-aggression, game and play depending on the type of aircraft you're fighting.
Towards that 35 land.
That 35 lands somewhere behind that. So there'll probably be a little bit of R-15, but that 35 will be like that. It'll be an 8 live warfare that's happening.
This is one of the more expensive guns because of all the stuff on it.
Yes, sir.
In the movie, they have Tom Cruise fly over Block 10. So maybe can you say one of the different speeds, acceleration feel like which Block 1, 2, 3, or hypersonic, whatever it's called? Hypersonic? No. Does it get, how tough does it get?
I'm just going to call it the BS protecting content for the record because in the movie, there's been, I think, at least one injection of supersonic. I'll just say, not pretty much survive. So there's a lot of interesting mechanisms to eject, especially at Mach 10, but I'll digress on that for the moment.
Yeah, that seems very strange.
Thank you all. Anyway, so,
He seemed to shout. Okay, it's Tom Cruise, it's like Jump North. That's what it is. Yeah. But anyway, so what's interesting to say about the experience as you go up? Just get more and more difficult.
At the end of the day, crossing Salvador is like crossing the speed limit on the highway. You don't really notice anything. But to cross that, at least in F-15, because we have a lot more weight than most fighters, is typically we do that in descent. Do that full afterburner, dump the gas with the engine. And so that'll get us over fast. I think about all the what's interesting, people don't realize that if I take that throttle afterburner, just bring it back to nil, which is full power, just not afterburner, the deceleration is so strong, the air friction that it's very important to stretch. Almost, I would say, maybe like 70% is strong, almost on the boat, pretty strong. So it's almost like a reverse park just with the acceleration. So the acceleration, is usually kind of slow, just feeling, of course, crossing through it, but the deceleration is better.
The deceleration. Okay. But is there a fundamental difference between Block 1 and the hypersonic Block 5 and so on? Does it require like super special training? And is that something that's used often or is it not really that necessary?
Human flight, if it exists, it's not something that's quite technically in any sense right now that I'm aware of. So, I think of hypersonic technology. I think of missiles, weapon systems, delivery platform. I don't think of fighter aircraft necessarily. I can think of bomber or reconnaissance aircraft, perhaps, but those would be more efficient, very long range. I imagine acceleration would be kind of gentle.
The thing you experience with acceleration of the actual speed. There's been just a small thing, a lot of discussion about hypersonic nuclear weapons, like missiles from Russia, bragging about that. Is this something that's significantly concerned? Just the way flexible different kinds of weapon systems.
Hypersonics, I do think pose a challenge for our protection systems because there are, there are design considerations in the sensor systems as always, right? Where we build them and the technology progresses to a point where maybe it's not feasible to use that technology, there's problems. But with the, all domain and kind of cross-domain data capabilities we have, it's less of, it's more of an integrated picture, I'll say. And so the hypersonics are really how fast you detect and destroy something, just shortening the time available to do that. We call it something like that kill chain, right? It's from locating a target, identifying it, and essentially authorizing instruction by whatever means, deploying, and then actually following up to ensure that you did what you said you were going to do in some sense, right? You need another react, something of that nature. And so there's an old dogfighting framework you can call it. It's called the OODA loop that kind of made its way into the engineering business now, but the old observe, retake, decide, act was initially a fighting mechanism in order to get inside that kill chain of your opponent, break it up so that it processes this kill chain on you. And so hypersonics are very shortly goes into this chain to react.
I wanted to look at like how much do you have to short that in order for the defense systems not to work anymore. It seems like I'm both often horrified by the thought of nuclear war, but at the same time wonder what that looks like. When I dream of extreme confidence in defense systems, I imagine that not a single nuclear weapon could reach the United States by missile over the defense systems. But then again, I also understand that these are extremely complicated systems, the amount of integration required, and because you're not using them, there's there could be, there's like an intern somewhere that like forgot to update the code, the Fortran code that like is going to be making different because you don't have the opportunity to really thoroughly test, which is really scary. Of course, the systems are probably incredible if they could be tested, but because they can't be really thoroughly tested in actual attack. I guess one assumption there would be that these hypersonic pistols would only be launched in the case of attacks. It'd be interesting if there were other hypersonic projects that we could use to flex those systems. Another thing that actually happened, I just have a million questions I want to ask you. It's fascinating to me. Is there's a brake striking play? Does that happen often? Yeah, it's a serious. They damaged the engine, and they made it seem like it's a serious, exactly serious. I've heard. I know someone that you took a turkey vulture to the face, and through the cockpit, right? Shattered the cockpit, knocked him out. I think it actually, I don't know personally what the story. I know from the command I was at, and I believe the back seat right now punch out. They punched them both out because he was unconscious in the front seat in reverse. They can kill you from hitting you. It's it's like a bowling ball with miles an hour. It can take out an engine very easily. Every airport I've flown at in the Navy, I had to check the bird condition, if you look, to see how many birds we've had to cancel flights because there's too many at one airport. Some airports even have bird radars. There are systems that monitor the bird condition. There's actual radar systems that go in certain bases you have to call up and they'll tell you what it is for the day or for that hour. Another one's heavy. There's weather or the radio. What are some technological solutions to this, or just because it's a low probability event, there's no real solution for it? I would say it's not a low probability event. I mean, this is happening a lot. I mean, although the hits themselves aren't necessarily that common, also a catastrophic hit, either a near miss or a hit, or the pilot having to actively maneuver to avoid it is pretty common. And in fact, it seems stressful. It's so common, in fact, that we know that you never want to try to go over the bird. You never want to go under the bird if you see it in front of you. You also want to try to go over it because what they'll do immediately if they see you is you startle the system. They'll bring their wings in and just drop straight down and try to get out of the path. It's interesting. I didn't know they did that. But so if you try to go under them, you drop into it. So if you want to try to go above. Is it something you can train for or no? This is one of those things you have to really experience. It's a skill set that you somewhat train for in the duty of being a firefighter, right? Being able to react to your environment very quickly and make decisions quickly. Is that one of the more absurd things, challenges you have to deal with? Is there other things, sort of maybe weather conditions, like harsh weather conditions? Is there something that you maybe don't often think about in terms of the challenges of flying? Birds, in a way, aren't covered because it's a threat for us. It's a safety threat that, anything physical in the air is something that we really have to be careful about, whether we're flying formation off of the aircraft right next to us, or whether it's a turkey vulture at 2,000 feet, or a flock of 5,000 birds, like at the runway, we have to wave off, And although they're low probability, a lot of cases we have like actual environmental protection agency employees that are responsible for safely removing migratory birds, different animals that may be runways or flying bones. I didn't know what a turkey vulture is, and it does look like a between a vulture and a turkey. Yes, and we're kind of dumb enough on turkey vultures. In that movie, who was the animation? Was it? I guess they were implying it's Iran, or was it Russia? I didn't think they were implying any particular nation state.
frankly. I think they did a somewhat decent job of having this sort of ambiguous fixed generation fighters. The location and the stockpile, like I get like how the story kind of insinuates certain things, but they seem to do a good job of not having anything directly linked to another nation, which I thought was, I enjoy these type of movies as Aviator and as an American, right? It's still a good movie, but we shouldn't be celebrating going to war with any particular country. China, Russia, whoever may have these weapons. It's fun to watch, but it would be incredibly smooth spend.
Yeah, we'll talk about war in general because the movie's kind of celebrating the human side of things and also the technology involved, but there's also the cost of war and the seriousness of war and the suffering involved in war, not just in the fighting, but in the death of civilians and those kinds of things. Well, you were a Navy pilot. Let's talk a little bit more seriously about this. And you were twice deployed in the Middle East, flying the F/A-18F Super Hornet. Can you briefly tell the story of your career as a Navy pilot?
So I joined the Navy in 2002, right after college. I went to essentially Oxford Cannon School. I applied as a pilot, and I got in as a pilot. That was the advantage of going that way, is that I essentially choose what I wanted. If I got in, great. Not, I didn't get stuck doing something else. So you knew you wanted to be a pilot. I joined, I went through my initial training. I went through primary flight training that all aviators go through. And I did well enough that, one of the first lessons they teach in the Navy is that, you got a great career in the Navy and see the world and do what you want, but at the end of the day, it's all about the needs of the Navy or they do. So, they may not have the platform you like, or, you may not sort of get to choose your own adventure here, but I was lucky enough that there was one test slot in my class, and I was lucky enough to get it. So it's a jet spot. So what that means is that I was assigned actually to tail up the net, which meant I was go trained to fly aircraft that aircraft carriers. And there's essentially 3 aircraft that do that at the time: the F-18 and the P2 and the C2. C2 is kind of like the mail truck for the boat. E2 is one of the big radar addition on top, and then there's all the
So E2 is in comms, C2 is going to
yeah. C2 basically they literally bring the floor and everyone flies the ship by people. Sorry that I missed this right? It's alright, and then everything is a fire street. So I thought I could get one of those other ones, but 80% of the solar jet, so I was in a good spot at that point. That's when I went to Murray, Mississippi to fly my first jet, which was T-45 Gaza.
Cool. So what kind of plane is that? Is that that's what you're training on?
That's the jet aircraft you get before you actually go to the F-18. It is carrier capable, so go to the boat for the first time in it during the day. Drop big bombs, dog fighting, low levels, formation flying day and night.
Oh, it's a pretty plane.
Yeah, it's like helmets
Okay, so it's usually not used for fighting, it's just for training.
It's used for training kind of fighting.
Exactly. So what was that like? Was that the first time you were sort of really getting into it?
Yeah, that was really interesting. Before that, it was 600 horsepower prop plane. Going from that to the T-45 is one of the biggest jumps in power in Navy, machine operation.
Horsepower is the T-45 by far.
15,000.
That's a huge jump from 600 horsepower. So it's a big leap.
But it's a jet, so it performs differently. It's faster, right? What that means, not just if it's faster, your whole mind needs to be faster. Everything happens faster in the air, right? Your comm happens faster. Landing gear happens faster. Everything just happens faster in the jet. So it's a big jump. And I'll never forget going on my first flight in that aircraft. It was a formation flight for someone else. I was just in back watching, and there was an instructor with the flight. And so what that means is the instructor is in a single aircraft, and then there's 3 or 4 other aircraft. They're learning how to do drawings, learning how to fly formation. And as a new student in the back, it's amazing, right? Because photo op and all this, like seeing aircraft for the first time, it's awesome. And on the way back, we couldn't get our landing, ironically. So, to make a long story short, it's overall not that exciting. We couldn't get the gear down. We actually went to go do a control injection to the target area where that is, 15, 20 miles north of the base.
Did you just say that's not that exciting? Well, because that to me is pretty exciting. First of all, that must be terrifying. Like early on in your career, I haven't seen those things. Like how often does that kind of thing happen?
Just more new thing. More new thing.
There's no significant panic. This is like misunderstood. This is what has to be done in this case.
I think I would probably just too young to realize the significance of it because as a new student, not really appreciating, just what is ahead of me or rejecting. But at the time, it was just like growth, right? Because I was back there and I went from an observer mode to I'm going to provide you the help that I can provide you as Emperor is true, mode. And so it was less about, on this 20-mile trip, thinking about how vulnerable I am. We're going through checklists, we're talking to people, we're getting ready. So no, it wasn't fearful. And the whole time we were doing one of these to try to get the gear down. So we're unloading the jet and then loading it back to try to get the gear out with the stick. And it came down halfway there, just on its own. So came back around, we did like a safety trap, in case there was a problem with the gear. That was my first flight, a little bit of serendipity, but I'm going to fast forward a bit, and I went back to this flight instructor about 5 or 6 years later. I was an aviation safety officer at this point, and I was responsible for investigating this house. And a student went in, and he went in the back seat on the flight, just like the one I went on, and he went out, and he ended up rejecting on that flight. Exact same type of flight, they went out, and he ran away to scenario, and it caused the aircraft essentially just convert itself 180 degrees, at about 600 feet over the ground, and they were punched out. It's just like outside the reduction window, about 300 feet or so, but they were completely fine. So, and then about 2 months later, we had another rejection. About 3 months after that, we had another rejection. So, unfortunately, it can be more common.
Like, what does it feel like?
Thankfully, I don't know. I can describe it to you, and I can tell you what it's like from what I've heard, but I can't think of all the things that you just don't understand until it happens. It's like instantaneous, like 250 Gs, which is only possible through inertia and nothing like. Right, so you can actually get like 200 Gs for like 2 milliseconds, and then backs off to like 40 or 50 Gs to get you away from the vehicle itself. And so, you may lose consciousness if you do, who knows when you wake up. You could be in a tree, you could slip falling, you could be in water. So
I think that's fascinating. How do you eject safely?
do you know the story about how that was tested at all? I don't know the full story, but
I guess nobody knows the full story. Probably a lot of shady stuff going on. But then even like in early days,
they used to have a flight dog up to a bucket sled and to see how much their body could take it. And he turned a lot of his body in the much in the process of getting that science done. That saved a lot of life.
people used to be tough. That's how science used to be done. So how did your training continue? So how take you further through your career as you work towards graduating towards the F-18s?
So in BT9, where I was a student, there's 2 phases. There's intermediate and advanced. Intermediate is getting very comfortable with the aircraft, and at that point, you truly hear, all right, you're going jets now, so you're going to go one of the other aircraft carriers. I was told I was going up, jets at that point, and then we go into same squadron, same aircraft, same instructors, but I called advanced now. And now we're learning how to dogfight for the first time. We're doing what we call tactical formation, which is just like aggressive position keeping. We are doing dogfighting, low levels, all sorts of great stuff. So it's really that first introduction to the tactical environment. Really putting keys on the jet, on your body, and maneuver.
Is there like tactical formation? Is collaborating with other fighter jets part of that?
Yeah.
So flying in that's what we mean by formation. So literally having awareness. Like, is this done for you, or are you as a human supposed to understand like where you are in formation, how to maintain
is a great point on the end of this I thought about. So, but what we do is all manual. So I'm looking at his wing, and I'm looking at different visual touch points that form a triangle and allow turning essentially. And then as that triangle, no longer equal, I can tell my relative position against that aircraft. Right? And so that's what I'm staring at first. Sometimes hours on end, several feet away. These from the lighting intelligence.
You get it's almost like is it peripheral vision or is it?
We're staring directly at it. The peripheral is going on my
It's interesting.
stuff, right? My sensors on my instruments, and so he is my direction. Right?
You're flying straight.
Correct. I'm flying this for we can hear you. We don't like doing this as much. I don't think it's just me, right? It's a weird thing that when you're like this, it's actually harder to fly formation slightly than here because being in line of your hand movements and of the aircraft somehow has an effect on our ability to be more precise and comfortable with strength.
So back to the symmetry to the formation usually. So one of the people on the other side believe that not being on that side. Is it who gets to take the short straw? How do you decide which side of the position you are?
It's a good question too, because there's kind of rank in some sense. So if it's a four-person formation, right, you have a division, who's qualified to lead a whole division, but maybe that's not. And he has a dash, and that's his movement section. And then in the division, there's two other aircraft. And then you have another senior flight leader, that's the dash 3 position. And then you have dash 4, the last one. And if you are all lined up on one side, I think that or that dash 4 guy here, that you're flying formation, each one's making movements relative to the lead. Dash 4 is kind of at the end of that error, and so his movements are kind of like a whip. We're just flying that position. So the air dynamics. So if this is the flight lead and this is dash 2, the flight lead is rock steady and steering stuff. And flight 2 is going to work in that triangle. He has this small air bubble that he's doing his best to stay. And then but dash 3 is flying off dash 2. So his air bubble is dash 2's flush still zone.
So it gets more and more stressful as you get further out. What's the experience of that staring for long periods of time and trying to maintain formation? How stressful is that? Because we're doing that when we drive, staying in lane, and that becomes after you get pretty good at it, it becomes somewhat it's still stressful. Which actually surprisingly stressful when you look at like lane keeping systems, they actually relieve that stress somehow, and it actually creates a much more pleasant experience while you're still able to maintain situational awareness and stay awake, which is really interesting. I don't think people realize how stressful it is to lane keep when they drive. So this is even more stressful. So do you think about that? Or is this I guess how stressful is it for psychology?
It's very stressful. So I taught students how this as well. And so at our feet, we have 2 projects. And if I'm flying up like we have here, what you'll find a lot of times is you'll be flying, like if I'm instructing students flying, I'll start to notice that it's having harder and harder time to do position. What I'll notice typically is lock out the leg. The lock out the leg that's closest to the aircraft we're flying against and push on the rudder subconsciously. Because their whole body trying to get away from the aircraft and they're so uncomfortable being close to us. And so I'll tell them I can fix their form. I can fix their form. I'll say they put their toes and they'll loosen all the muscles in their legs, realize that they're locked up, and the formation finally goes on back. And so, there's a lot of stress associated with that. There's some interesting psychological or visual issues such as vertigo as you're flying. So if you're flying with them and then you fly right to the cloud, right? That's not very stressful because you have to be very close in order to maintain visual function, right? And so you have to be very tight. You might start breathing, and then he's turning, but you might not even be able to see that turn. And so all of a sudden you might look while you're in a turn thinking you're straight level. You look, you back your instrument very quick, you realize you're only in a 30-degree turn, and your whole concept of where you are in the world starts getting very confused, and you immediately get this sense of it's weird. Like I look at the HUD, and it feels all my sense are telling me it's spinning, but it's not. And so I have to trust my instruments, even though it feels like it's spinning. And the same thing can happen when you're flying formation outfits. So when it's spinning, it can be very very dangerous and disorienting.
But the point is to try to regain awareness by trusting the instruments. Like distress all your human senses and just use instruments to rebuild situational awareness.
Not this particular case, because our situational awareness base is predicated off of our flight base. So in a sense, I'm just trusting you to do this. So he's my better scope. But you're absolutely right. And if I was by myself, I'd trust my instrument. But I can't just stop flying forward and trust my instrument.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So he's my reference.
So the instruments are not helping you significantly with his position.
It's all through me.
So is there a future where some of that is possible?
Yeah, I've thought about automating that flight regime. But when I started thinking about it, I realized that all the formation keeping that we do is designed to enhance the aviator's ability to maintain sight. Right? So we fly very strict formation so that we go with weather and to reduce groups of traffic coming into the boat. We fly in one particular position so that all of the flight crew can look down the line and see the flight. But everything everything has to do with the two air crew visually maintaining sight of each other and defending each other, right? In a combat state, I might be 3 miles away from him flying formation, directly beam, and looking around you to make sure nobody's there. So as I'm looking into automating this process, I thought, well, I'm sure it's easy to get a bunch of aircraft to fly formation off each other, right? It's trivial, but why? What is the best formation? Why are they doing that? That opens up a much more interesting regime of operations and flight mechanics. And that's when we get back to stochastic concept, where we can bring in aircraft close to do some type of overflying or reduce congestion around airport. But when we consider flying or formation in a tactical environment, we can be much more effective with non-traditional formation keeping goals and perhaps no formation keeping around.
So autonomy used formation keeping not for convenience but for the introduction of randomness. That's hard to
mission point.
and then that's where you also have some human modifications. So it's like manned, unmanned teammates enters that picture. So you use some of the human intuition adjustment of this formation. The formation itself is a most substitute. It's such an interesting dance. I think that is the most fascinating application of artificial intelligence as well as human AI collaboration. That semi-autonomous dance that you see in the semi-autonomous vehicle systems, in terms of cars being driving, but also in the safety critical situation of the airplane, after fighter jet, especially when you're flying fast. I mean, in a split second, you have to make all these kinds of decisions. It feels like the AI system can do as much harm as it can help. So to get that right is a really fascinating challenge.
So one of the challenges too isn't just the algorithms of the autonomy itself, but how it senses the environment. That of course is going to be what all these decisions are based on. And that's challenging in this type of environment.
Well, I got to ask. So, F-18, what's it like to fly a jet? It's best. I mean, what to you is beautiful, powerful? What do you love about the experience?
For me, and I think I'm an outlier a bit. It wasn't necessarily the flying itself, right? It wasn't necessarily the soaring over the clouds. It's looking down at the earth from upside down. I came to love that, but it wasn't necessarily the passion of the golden thing. It's just having exposure to that. The only exposure I had was reading and going in the woods and science fiction and all that. So, what seemed to kind of drive me towards that was just a desire to really be operating as close to what I thought was the edge of technology or science. And that's the path that I chose to try to get close to that. I thought that being in a fighter jet and, all the tools and the technology and the knowledge and the challenges and the failures and victories that come with that just seemed like something that I wanted to be a part of. And it wasn't necessarily about the fun, but it was about the challenge. Like I said, as a person from a small town, small high school, being able to get my hands, and even just near something with such technological significance was kind of empowering for me. And that's kind of what poured the love of flight up there. Having some level of mastery in that aircraft and really feels like an extension of your body. And once I got there, then kind of let it unfold.
So you sort of, one is the man mastery of the machine, and second is the machine is like the greatest thing that humans have ever created, arguably. Like things that Lockheed Martin and others have built. I mean, the engineering of that. It's however you feel about war. One of the sad things about human civilization is war inspires the engineering of tools that are incredible. And it's like maybe without war, I feel like in human history, we would not build some of the incredible things we built. So in order to win wars, to stop wars, we build these incredible systems that perhaps propagate war. And it's another discussion I'll ask you about. But this, to you, this is like this is a chance to experience the greatest engineering humans have ever been able to do. Like similar, I suppose, that astronauts feel like when they're flying.
I want to get that right. I was going to apply to test pilot school. It just didn't work out for me. And kind of put my window. But long story short, I ended up after my time in my physical, I didn't get back to the rest of the time a lot, but I went to be an instructor pilot instead, right? And then, I was talking about this with the squadron mate earlier today about how, I certainly wouldn't be talking with Lex today if I ended up going to test pilot school. I never would have had the maybe recklessness, I don't know, but the willingness to have a conversation about UAP while I was, and that led me to the decision to get out once I went there, and it kind of enabled me to talk about UAP more publicly. And if I stayed in the Navy, I don't think that would have happened. I wouldn't have been able to. If I went that route.
Well, there's a small tangent. Do you hope to travel to Mars one day? Do you think you'll step foot on Mars?
If you asked me that 5 years ago, I would have said yes, I want to. In fact, I would like to die on Mars. Now I have some hesitation. And I have some hesitations because I'm hopeful and optimistic. And I think that, we are truly like on the brink of a very wide technological revolution that's going to kind of move us how we used to move information and data in this last century. We're going to be manipulating advantage matter. So I think our reach as humans is going to get a lot wider, a lot faster than people may realize, or at least.
Wait, are you getting like super ambitious beyond Mars? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I mean,
like Mars is kind of boring. I want to go beyond that. Do you mean with the reach of humanity across all kinds of technologies, or do you mean literally across space?
across space, So, we're going to be, I think that as artificial intelligence and machine learning start approaching further into the topic of science, the area of science, we start working through physics, we start working through, or I should say, Einstein frameworks, as we kind of get a better idea of what space-time is or isn't. We may find, answers that we didn't know that we were assuming. We may have more opportunity. I'm not saying this is something I, betting farm on, of course, but maybe that's the road I want to explore on Earth instead of on Mars. Like maybe there's technology that could be brought to bear from science and part of engineering that is a road that doesn't go past Mars to get this science.
So there are different ways to explore the universe than the traditional rocket system. If you can continue sort of your journey, you said that you were attracted to the incredibly advanced technologies of the F-20, of the F-18s, and just the fighter jets in general. Let me ask another question, which seems incredibly difficult to do, which is landing on a carrier, taking off from a carrier and landing on a carrier. So, what's that like? What are the challenges of that?
Taking off pretty easy. It's procedurally somewhat complex, where the process like the bar. You're almost at a pocket watch, so defense in your part of the machinery, and so long as you push the right buttons and do the right things, you're shooting off the front.
There's like a checklist to follow, and some people involved in the checklist. You just gotta follow a checklist.
Essentially, yep. Lots of ways to screw it up, but you'll know how to screw it up. But landing on essentially one or two people responsible for the success of that. The landing signal officer, who actually represented a team of specially trained aviators who were responsible for helping that aviator land on the boat, and the pilot himself. And it is a hard task to actually fly precisely what you need to get at. So to fly quote unquote perfect pass, you essentially have to fly your head to a 1 foot by 1 foot pass. That's essentially the target you're shooting. Plus or minus probably about 5 knots on airspeed, although we don't really judge it by airspeed. Something called an multiple jack. But generally, you make the parameters there. And you can do everything perfect and still fail, right? So when we go touch down and we power up and we rotate as if we were doing, as if we were bouncing off the deck. And if we catch it, we slow down. Then someone tells us to bring the power back. If we do, we don't do it on our own. Because it's such a violent experience. If you think you're trapped or not, or some breaks from your throttle back, that's a very serious thing. Yeah, the best of us, I'll admit I've done it once. When I first got to the squadron, it's called ease gun land. So I came on the boat and I brought the power, I cranked the power back a little bit before I told to her that my aircraft had finished settling and the big full power, right? So especially the new guys. So it's a very serious business. There's a lot of eyes on you, a lot of ways you screw it up. But the physical, rush of like having a great pass, just the crash into the boat and all that, the physical sensation from it, when everything's going great, top of the world, it's a great feeling.
How much of it is feel? How much of it is instruments? How much is other people just doing the work for you catching it? As long as you're doing it right.
There's a few systems we use. One is called the Palm, and the Palm is external for aircraft, and it's VA allowed. It's a high quality system, which stands for something really non-complicated. But essentially, it's a mirror with lights on it. And you see the light at a different cell based on your position relative to an ideal bicycle. If you're right on it, you're right in the middle, you're below. And as I add power and maneuver the aircraft, that all, I see that all rise. It's a lagging indicator, right? And your jet is a lagging engine too, right? It takes time to spool the engine, so that adds to the complexity. You have to think ahead of this. So you don't want to, you can't just bring the power up and leave it there. You have to bring the power up, touch it, bring it back. And by the way, your landing area is moving not just away from you, but also on an angle, and there's an angle depth. So you're constantly doing one of these to correct yourself as you go. And every time you do one of those, maybe it's a 30-degree angle bank, right? I'm moving left, right? And so I have to compensate with power each time I do that. If I'm doing another, because you have to maintain the same level you're always going. It's a constant rate of descent that's increasing from about 200 feet per minute to about 650.
And every time you do this, that's messing with that.
Mm-hmm. So you have to compensate, do that manually. Yeah. And then, of course, as you come down that flat slope, it becomes more and more narrow, and you have to, of course, modulate your inputs such that those small and small get a bigger and bigger effect as you get closer in. And what happens when you get close is that right before you cross over, this is the boat from here, the table, right before you kind of get your wings pulled to the boat itself, this big wind from the main tower of the boat is where it gets down. So the wind actually goes down. It's called the berg. It'll actually pull the aircraft down and increase your rate of descent. At that particular point, you need to increase your power and try to compensate against that. So that's not the third variable that's trying to screw you up on the way down.
What's the most difficult conditions in which you have to land, or you've seen somebody have to land? Because I think you're also a signal officer as well.
No idea. I would be a headline signal officer for my squadron.
You've probably seen some stuff, right?
I've seen a ramp strike, which is when part of the aircraft hits before the landing area, which is basically the round out of the boat. That is before the landing area, so it basically struck the back of the boat coming in.
Yeah.
It was just their fault. So there was the aircraft, and they were flying. That was kind of ugly.
Really like the rips that part of the aircraft, and then you land in your bellies and that kind of thing.
In this particular case, it hit and then it gave and essentially cracked up on the surface after that. So you literally ground wire at that point.
What does that kind of thing happen? Just a miscalculation by the pilot, or is it weather conditions?
won't even call it miscalculation. I mean, I'm going to put the blame on the pilot because I wanted the cockpit, but at the end of the day, he's reacting to the situations he's dealing with. And so it may be errors or it may be doing the best with the conditions that he gets given. On that particular one, he's got too high a rate of descent, very common. And that's what you see it with new pilots, you see it with older pilots, right? New ones, what you see is they'll try to make the ball go right where they want it to just work. So they think they can beat the game a little bit. And they try to, and so we have saying we teach pilots as landing balls, we tell them don't recenter high ball. It's one of the rules to live by. And so when the ball's up high, don't try to bring it back in close to like the center point when you're in close, because you're doing powerful, crash right there. And that's what happens, right? Because you get the verbal pulling you down, you might be correcting, which is decreasing your life. And then you have that.
How are you supposed to do all of this in harsh weather conditions?
So that's the one I want to tell you. That's the hardest one. And what you hear 99 taxi light shots.
99 taxi lights on.
So everyone put your taxi lights on. Because you're about to land on the boat. You don't see the boat. Weather is so bad that the landing silver officer on the boat can't see you either. And you can't see the boat. And you won't be able to see it when you touch it. So we call that a 0-0. Turn on taxi lights so that the LSO, even a radio stand that looks like a phone from 1980, is talking directly to the pilot, and he's looking at the little light, and he's telling him time, the power, things like that. Come right, up to left, and literally talking down the land right there. And the pilot, usually it comes as a surprise to the pilot, right? Because you're just listening to the voice, you can see the ball, you can see the boat.
And also, you just hit the boat.
Crash. I mean, crash. We're going about 1,600 feet. So, at that point.
So you're going super fast. It's always happening fast. You don't know what the moment it's gonna hit. So you're just going into the darkness and just waiting for that. And you
A lot of times it's like
into the light. You go into the light. And then there's a voice in the 80s on your phone. I got it. This is terrible. But so you still have to. So this kind of thing happens. So
sometimes you just don't have a place to go. But in a sense, we're trained for that. Like we do the night landings as well. And I think you'll find this interesting. But I always found that night landings, where in these particular cases, you're usually lined up behind the boat, maybe 10, 15 miles, whereas the other ones, it's like a tight circle landing. So we can essentially see the boat way out. If the lights are on, which they're not, but we can maybe see like a string of aircraft. But what's interesting is that it can take a while. It might be 50 miles out, and your lights are turned down as dim as possible. You have a cloud deck, maybe it's 6 or 7 out each, so that the starlight, there's no movement. You say the starlight's blocking up, right? Because just the starlight alone, you can see the boat, you can see the water. But when that goes away, it's like closing your eyes, right? You can't tell anything. Be upside down. It could be in any position. And for me, it was almost a meditative process that I had to snap myself back out of. When I was on like a long straightaway, and then I would see the light pop up, and you see a darkness, right? No lights anywhere. Can't even see the horizon. I just see a light out there, which my agents were telling me, and they're turned down as far as they can go, right? So I can barely see. So my eyes can adjust, and I'm just staring at this light. And it's just very meditative. It's the hum behind you. And then like 4 miles, almost like lazy, super bigger. You almost kind of have to snap back to it. Like kind of like look around a little bit, engage my breathe, see my body, and like
yeah, do this. You're gonna have to explore. What is there? Just you said necessarily feels romantic notion, but is there some aspects of flying where you look up and maybe you see the stars, or that kind of thing that you just like, holy crap, how did he accomplish all this? Like, am I actually flying?
I used to have this when it's on a boat. I would do traveling at nighttime, and it's just all this chaos in the middle of the ocean, nothing. And I would have these moments like, how the hell did I move here? This one moment in time, I see an aircraft landing on a boat, middle of the ocean. Where did my life, how did my life go to end up here? How interesting. But what I did start to enjoy was the night vision goggles, putting those on and looking up at the stars especially over the ocean. It's just so many. There's just so many stars that you really can't see. They're shooting stars all the time. Almost every flight you see them with the goggles on. So it was a great pleasure to take advantage of black and white pollution in some cases, especially on deployment. Go grab the goggles at night, go out some it's on the ship that no one can see me. Just kind of look around,
Yeah, it's humbling.
Good break, bathroom break. I don't mind a quick stretch of leg.
You got a few cool guys.
I do. So this is BFA 11 Red Ripper pads, particularly going actually on that side. So this is actually the boar's head on Charles. So this is actually the boar's head for the Guinness string bucket. Yeah, in 1918 we were in London for the UK somewhere, and we apparently partied with the senior founder. It was Jim. We had a great time. There was a signed letter and a writer in so we could use the logo in perpetuity. Oh, nice. Yeah, so I'd like to give you that back. Drank quite a bit of good. And I'd like to give that to my for structure.
The Red Rippers, that's a badass thing. Thank you, brother. So let's jump around a little bit, but let me ask you about this one set of experiences that you had with people in your squadron. Did you and a few people in the squadron detected UFOs on your instruments or saw them directly? Tell me the full story of these UFO sightings and the smallest technical details, because I like that. I'll do my best.
So we returned from, when I say we, not my squadron, but DFA 11, the Red Rippers. I was a somewhat junior pilot at the time. I joined them on deployment 2012, where they had been already out there for about 6 months or so, operating in Afghanistan. I joined them, and then we flew back, and still as a relatively new guy, we came back into a maintenance phase where we slow down, back to flying a bit, recuperate, do some maintenance on the aircraft. And our particular model of the F-18, the lot number, was from for the particular thing that we needed to upgrade the radar from what's known as the APG-73 to the APG-79. And the APG-73 is a mechanically scan array radar. It's a refined radar, but the ANSA radar is kind of a magnitude jump in capability, kind of an analog digital kind of mindset.
So it's a really digital APG-73 thing. Are these things on the carrier? Like, what are we talking about?
This is
how big is the radar?
Yeah. So this is actually the radar in that big.
Okay, so when you say that you chose the system test, the upgrade to Unit 79, APG-79.
It wasn't just test, more like say it should turn to get an upgrade, like we're all going to use better radars. They were building what's off the line to do radars, but we were the spirit transitioners right in the middle of that transition from road to GP. But it's not particularly rare to fly with different types of radar because in the thing we call the fleet replacement squadron, essentially the training around the F-18, you have all sorts of F-18 with different radars. So you are used to having multiple ones, but in the actual deployable combat squadron, we upgraded. And when we upgraded, we saw that there were objects on the radar that we were seeing the next day with this new radar that marked their roll radar. And these were sometimes the same day. You might go on 2 flights. One in the morning might be with the older radar, one evening the new radar. And you'd see the objects with the new radar. And that's not overly surprising in some sense. They are more sensitive. Perhaps they're not filtering out everything they should be yet, or perhaps there's some other error, it's incalibrated, whatever. It was relatively new, and we're somewhat used to there being software problems with these types of applications, just like anything else. And so, okay, maybe this is a radar software malfunction, we're getting some false tracks.
What would you see?
And so what we would see are representations of the object. So this is often part radar. I'm not seeing a visual twitch here. This is kind of like what's being displayed to us almost like in a gaming fashion, right? Like an icon, right? So the icon is showing us, hey, something is there, and here's a parameter that can understand it.
Just in the cockpit, there's a display that's showing some visualization of the radar detecting.
And there's two different ways to do that. The first one is like the active data, like the radar, where it's showing me the data kind of as if it's in front of me and I'm selecting those contacts. And there's another screen called the situation awareness page, and that's kind of a God's eye view that brings all that data in one spot. And so I'm going to talk about this from the essay page and the situation awareness page versus the individual radar ones because it's easier. But
sorry, so the individual displays are like first person, and then the essay is once they got his eye view is like from the top, integration of all the information as if it's looking down onto the earth.
yes,
Is that a good way to summarize
it
it?
is. But for the radar, it's like different because those two radar displays I talked about are the bottom of that display is kind of representative of where I am. And so I see it in front of me. Whereas the situational awareness page is the aircraft is located in the center of that. And then all around me, based off of the data link and wherever I'm getting information from, I can see that whole awareness page. I can see all the situations. So I'm going to kind of talk about this from the situational awareness page, which is a top-down view, just to kind of frame our minds instead of jumping around. And so what we would see out there is we'd see these indications that something would be there, and they would have a track file. That track file, that thing that represents the object, has a line moving and upwards. That represents, it's called the target aspect indicator.
And there's some tracking from the radar.
Right, so showing you where the object is.
This is all pretty cool. So the radar locks in on the different objects and the tracks them over time. That's going from the it's a built-in feature.
So out there we're seeing, because we don't have to necessarily pull things to see our tracker or something, right? Like it's all out there that we can kind of do the high level stuff in order to kind of focus in on it more so. But the information show up there. And so we see that target aspect indicator, that line, on a typical aircraft, it would kind of look like this. If you're coming out to go steady and a big turn, it would be like, and you see the turn, right? Like it's not magic. With this object, the target aspect would kind of be like all over the place, like kind of randomly 360 degrees from a top-down view. That line would be in place. So kind of, is it unable to determine, the target aspect? Is it stationary? And that's just how it puts it out when it comes to seeing. So I'm not saying that's necessarily super weird, but it was different than what we were used to seeing because we weren't used to seeing stationary objects out there very much. And what was also interesting is that these weren't just stationary on a zero wind day, right? These are stationary 20,000 feet, 15,000 feet, 500 feet, with the wind blowing. And so much like the sea, when we're up there fighting, it affects everything. We consider the wind, when we're shooting missiles, flying, crew considerations, it's like operating, in that volume of air, like the ocean, everything's going to current. So anything that doesn't go to current, immediately kind of identifiable strains, and that's why these are initial strains, because they would be stationary.
So if you had something like a good drone in a windy condition, what would that look like? It would not come off the stationary. Would it sort of float around kind of thing?
No, I think with the drone technology we have today, we stay within a pretty tight location.
Well, I meant like DJI drone, not like I'm saying like generically speaking.
I would not, I'm not really sure. No, I have a DJI drone itself, and maybe not 100 knots, but if that thing's at 30 or 40 knot winds, the amount of distance it's going to be kind of doing one of these, like that change, not something like a 10 or maybe 10 miles away. So it could look very stationary. But that wasn't necessarily, and what's interesting about this story is that there's not like the one smoking gun, right? You have to kind of look at everything. And that's what I don't like about our defense and just generally people's take on this is that everything is kind of based on a single image, or that one case. But a lot of interestingness comes from the duration or the time it's been out there, how it's interacting relative to other objects out there. And you don't get that information when you just look at a frame for a second, and then it kind of lights up in the shiny object. But
so you yourself, from your particular slice of things you've experienced and see directly and indirectly, you've kind of built up an intuition about what the things that were being seen.
I wouldn't go that far. I've just been able to, eliminate some variability because of how long I've been. So, like you said, yes, drones stay in a particular position against the wind like that, certainly. But I don't think you can do that and go 20 knots 4 hours after that. So when you look at outside of that moment of time, then it eliminates a lot of the things that could
So what kind of stuff did you see in the instrument?
We see them flying in patterns, racetrack patterns, circular patterns, or just going kind of straight east. I occasionally see them supersonic, like 0.1 or 0.2 miles, but typically 0.6 or 0.8 miles just for really extended periods of time, essentially all the time. And this is airspace where there's not supposed to be anything else at all, and it's pretty far out there. So 10 miles up the road, those are 3 miles.
Can you say the location that we're talking about?
Off the coast of Virginia Beach.
Got it. And so nobody's supposed to be out there.
It's possible for people to be there. It's not necessarily restricted, but it's well monitored. We're out there every day out there. And so people know to stay clear. If a Cessna goes bumbling in there, everyone's going to know about it. They call them out, tell us about it. So infiltrations happen, not a big deal, but they're pretty rare. Everyone knows the area.
And what are the trajectories, 0.6 to 0.8 mile, that these objects were taking?
Typically, they would be in some type of circular pattern or kind of racetrack pattern when they were at those speeds, or I just see them kind of. It wasn't always like a mechanical flight description. When I say that, I mean autopilot is going to be just very precise, right? So they walked on straight, whereas I can see an airplane, I can tell the pilot's flying, right? This is not going to be perfect. Computers on control. And these seem more like that. Not that they were precise, but that they were much more random. So like it wasn't like a straight line in the turn. It was just kind of like a clean, weird drift like that.
So it wasn't controlled by dumb computer. No disrespect. So it wasn't controlled by operators.
That's not the sense that I got.
So how many people have seen them in the squadron? So how many times have they seen? How many? Was there times that there's multiple objects?
Once we start seeing the radar and we get close enough, we actually see them clear as well. So the advanced targeting it's essentially a infrared camera that we use for targeting, mostly in the air to surface. We don't use it in the air to air. It's just not that good to regulate. But we would see higher energy from that location where the radar is off. So the radar, we lock onto the object, and our sensors would all be there. So then we could see that we're looking at the right piece of sky, but there's energy actually coming. So now we start thinking, okay, maybe not radar, maybe more, maybe something is physically here, of course, and then people start to fly by and see it. And at this point, I would say maybe 80 to 90% of the squad would probably see me in the radar at this point. I'm going to the but there was small communication, I think, between the squadrons of the same area that had the same radar. I knew it wasn't just our squadron for whatever reason. Because they would be, other squadrons would be up there, and we would talk to them that, hey, like, be careful, there's a constitute or that, so, like, they would be aware of it. And then, of course, people would probably see the flip, right? So they would try to fly by that, they try to fly by.
I like how that's enforced.
Of course, you want to fly by.
There's an argument against that kind of perspective, that maybe the thing is dangerous, and maybe, but perhaps that's part of the reason why we fly about it, just to understand better what it is, if it's a threat.
We watch context now that so it was still hey, is this a balloon, it's a drone, at a certain point. And we're also aware of, potential scattering operations that could be going on. We're up there flying our tactics, we're bidding, and we're practicing PW, we're turning at particular times. Like, there's stuff that can be learned, it's not a secret. And, countries keep different fishing vessels and whatnot in international waters off there, so it's not exactly a secret that we're being observed out there. So to think that a foreign hostile or a nation would want to somehow intercept information, whether that's our radar signals or jamming capabilities, to try to break that down or understand it better, be ready for that next fight. That's what scares me about this scenario, because we didn't jump right to aliens and UFOs. We thought, this is a radar malfunction we do, or it's a safety issue, and then this could be a tactical problem right here, because everything we do is based on crypto and location. Everything's classified we do out there, right? And so over time, if we gather enough data about those fights and we monitor them forever, just like some nations do with other using technology or software, they can probably learn a lot. So we have to be cognizant of that and study.
So what can you say about other characteristics of these objects, like shape, size, texture, luminosity. How else do you describe objects? Is there something that could be said? You said like the tectonic radar that one large clear images that could give you a sense that this actually a physical object. What else can be said about physical object?
So eventually someone did something with their own eyeballs. Multiple people. And they saw it in a somewhat interesting way. The object presented itself at the exact altitude and geographic location of the entry point into our. So we enter at a very specific point at a certain altitude, and people leave the area is the same point below. Probably the biggest species of sequel. So two jet flying mountains were flying as they entered the area where these objects all right between the aircraft. As they're flying information they went between the object, I think. I don't think that the object was moving. I don't think it aggressively went at them. I think it was located still there and they could do it. But they didn't have it on their radar. And that would, I think the radar might have been malfunctioning. I don't know that for sure. I'd like to look into it. But my supposition is that if the radar was malfunctioning, it makes sense that they couldn't destroy the object that was there because they knew these were physical at that point. And we go up to these objects all the time. We try to see them. And we didn't know what it was. Were they just not there? Was it cool? Was something happening? Were they moving? Dropping altitude for the last minute? We're going by unit, so it's difficult to tell. But perhaps because radar was working, it was receiving energy from jet. And jet, of course, didn't know it was there. So whatever the case was, they flew right by it. We described it just as a sharp gray or black hue inside a clear, translucent sphere. And the kind of the apex is really true for touching the inside of that sphere.
That's an interesting thing. So what did they think it is? What did they think at that moment? Is it just this kind of cloud uncertainty that they're just describing a geometric object? It's not our radar, so something it is. What was the main kind of other description they've had of it in terms of the intuition from a pilot's perspective? You have to kind of identify what a thing is.
To answer the first part, they actually canceled the flight and came back because they were, like there's one of these out here, and we're sitting up, and it's right there. Then we need to get a different jet for the radar. But so they came back and they're in the gear and they're talking to the front desk, talking to the friend, like, hey, there's some other damn things out there. And this kind of was one of those kind of like watershed moments where we all were kind of like, all right, like this is a serious deal now. Yeah. Maybe we thought they were balloons or drones or malfunctioning. Maybe we thought it was fine, but at the end of the day, we're going to hit one of these things and we need to take care of the situation. And that's actually when we start submitting hazard reports or hazard to the Naval Aviation Safety kind of communication network. It's not like a big proactive thing that people go investigate. It's more of a data collection mechanism so that you kind of share that aggregate data and future addressing. So it wasn't a mechanism that would result in action being taken, but we were hoping to at least get the message out to whoever was maybe running a classified program that we were not aware of or something like that. That hey, like you kill somebody here, like you've grown too big for your britches here. Take a step back. So that was our concern at that point. That's kind of where we were thinking this was going.
What's the protocol for shooting? Was there a concern that it's a direct threat, not just surveillance, but a thing that could be a threat?
At least from my perspective, like that never really crossed my mind. I thought it was potentially intelligence, failure to be being lost, information gathered. But I didn't think that it was something that would proactively engage in hostile. It wouldn't really make sense either. It would be something that like have one of these objects take out the big team, but there's no real tactical advantage, no fear perhaps.
And psychological.
Yeah.
I've learned a lot about the psychological warfare of Ukraine as a big part of the war in terms of when you talk about siege warfare, about wars that last many years or many months, then perhaps could extend to years. But yes, it didn't fit your conception of threatening entity.
Correct.
So looking back now, from all the pieces of data you've integrated, you've personally at it, what do you think it could be?
I don't know. I don't know what it could be. I think we've been able to categorize it successfully into two buckets. We've been able to say that this could be U.S. technology that someone built the wrong piece of sky, or perhaps was developed and tested in an appropriate spot by someone that wasn't paying best practices.
Is there, sorry to interrupt, is there sort of modularity to the way the military operates, the way it's possible for one branch not to know about the testing another?
I think it's perfectly reasonable to think that that could occur, right? And so if we just make that assumption, we can integrate that into our analysis here and just say, okay, but at the point we're at now, we have to assume that that's not the case, right? With everything that's been going on, the statements that have been made at the hearings, I think that if it was a non-communication issue, we're in big trouble at this point.
What about it being an object from new nation, from China, from Russia?
Or one of our allies. I think I don't think it's controversial to say that our allies could gather information about us or anything of that nature, but that would be an interesting case. But I think it's just important to say, right, to not just say Russia or China and just call them the bad guys and assume that if they don't have a phone, can do it. And so, from my perspective, anyone else, and it doesn't necessarily need to be a foreign power. It could be a non-government entity, perhaps. Although I think that's very unlikely. But again, these are things you must consider if they put everything other than the U.S. under scrutiny. But from what has been reported and the behaviors that have been seen, I would expect to see remnants of that technology elsewhere in the economy. There seems to be too many things that require advanced technology that would be beneficial commercially as well as in other military applications for it to be completely walked away by one of our competitors. Now, I could see us perhaps walking something away if we're already in the lead and having it to pull out as needed. But for someone that's perhaps in a power struggle and they're in second place, they might be more aggressive with the development of different types of technology running themselves bigger risk.
Do you think it could be natural phenomena that we don't yet understand?
I think that there are a number of things that this is going to be. Right? I don't think there's one thing at the end of the day, but I certainly think that is part of what some of this can be. I don't think it's what we were seeing on the East Coast. I don't think it's related to the Roosevelt incident, or I'll even go and say the Nimitz incident. But
what's the Roosevelt?
The Roosevelt incident is referred to as Gimbal,
where the Go Fast video, and then the Nimitz is from with the David Fergus who's directed and spoken about. We'll talk about that as well. I just love to get your sort of interpretation of those incidents. But yeah, so in this particular case, natural phenomena could be part of the picture, and you're saying not the whole picture.
Yes, we can't discount it.
Oh, the other thing is, what about the failure of pilot eyesight? Like, sort of some deep mixture of actual direct vision, human vision system failure, and like psychology. Like, seeing stuff weird and then filling in the gaps. Mm-hmm. Because in order to make sense of the weird.
I tried to expose myself to scenarios like that I don't necessarily think are right, but I've explored to see if they could have some truth. And one example is, let's imagine a scenario where a person is on just every day off the East Coast. I can imagine a technology or an operation where you had some type of traditional propulsion system operating drones in order to gather data, like we had discussed. And I could envision a clever enough adversary that could perhaps destroy or somehow remove these objects and replace them with new objects, essentially when we're not looking, right? And that accounts for the large airport time. And so I explore options like that, and I tried to see, what evidence and assumptions need to be made in order to disprove that. And you would need so much infrastructure. You need so many assets. And so I tried to explore some of those analyses and some of those concerns. And as aviators, we're trained into many, like actual physical, like eyesight and illusion training. So like at nighttime flying, so many things that can happen, flying with false horizons. And so we receive hours
what was the visibility conditions when in the times that people were able to see it? And then we just earlier discussed the late nighttime darkness. In this case, was it during the day?
It was a perfectly clear day that particular incident.
In a world that's full of mystery, I have to ask, what do you think is the possibility that it's not of this earth origin?
I like the term not because again, there's a lot of assumptions there that may cause us to go down the wrong roads. It could, these could be something that are weather phenomena of Earth, right? Or something else that is just something we don't understand. I can't imagine anything that's still this Earth. If we consider extraterrestrial something that came from a physical place far away in space-time, that leads us to some detection assumptions that we would need to make. And so I just try to not categorize it under anything and say, hey, is this demonstrating intelligence? And start from there as a single object. What can we learn about it kinematically? How it performs? What does that mean for its energy source? What does that mean for the G-forces inside? And then step it out a level and say, okay, how are these interacting with our fighters, if they are? How are they interacting with the weather and their environment? How are they interacting with each other? So when we look at these, how they're interacting with the swarm, especially off the East Coast where it's happening all the time with multiple objects, right? So we make nothing to determine some things about their maybe center capabilities or areas of focus, if we can determine how they're working in conjunction with each other. But, seeing one little flash of an object doesn't provide that type of insight. But we have the systems for it, but it's kind of, not irony, but it's a fact of life, the reality that many of these well-deployed, highly capable systems are held under the military umbrella, which makes it difficult to provide that data for scientific analysis.
So there's probably a lot of data on these objects that's not being available, probably even within the military for analysis.
Yeah, I think there's behavior. And, that's one of the reasons why, I've been engaged with the American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics to build, a large resources of cross-domain expertise so that if and when that data is available or that there's additional analysis needed, we can spin up those teams to make that analysis.
So there was recently a House Intelligence Subcommittee hearing on UFOs that you were a part of. What was the goal of that hearing, and can you maybe summarize what you heard?
The hearing, from my perspective, seemed a bit disingenuous, kind of top level. I think
Who was the run by? Like, who were the people involved? What was the stated goal?
Congressman Andre Carson, the chair of the committee, he was, I think, ultimately responsible for bringing it all together. I think the intent of Congress was to try to bring light to what has been happening with the Navy and to help show the American people that Congress is taking this serious because something serious is happening. But the sense I got seemed a bit disingenuous. They talked around it a lot. They advertised their love of science fiction, but they didn't treat this, I would say, in the manner it deserved as a potential factor threat is coming from a foreign power. And I get it though. At the same day, they have very specific objectives within the DoD, right? They have a part of the job. Their job isn't necessarily to do exploratory science for no reason. So I applaud and I encourage their efforts on the intelligence side to help understand this. But my concern is that they play a role they're not well suited for, which is doing so.
The Pentagon has opened a new office to investigate UFOs called All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office. What do you think about this office? Do you think it can help alleviate in the way which this hearing perhaps has failed to improve more of the scientific rigor and the seriousness of investigating UFOs?
I think I think it's a step in the right direction, but it's a step that was taken because previous step didn't happen, right? So the AOIMSG was the progeny essentially of the AARO arrow, and the name was changed because nothing was happening, and it was essentially just a confusing mess of words that were created to make this topic unpalatable. Airborne object identification, synchronization, and management group, quite a mouthful. knew all the main the resolution office, from my perspective at least the perspective that they're putting out, they seem to want to be open. They put out Twitter handle, they're going out on Twitter and communicating, saying they want to keep this open. But that's going to run into a classification wall.
Well, so Dr. Sean Patrick seems like an interesting guy.
He does, yes.
So he's got a. Haven't looked into deeply, but he seems to have sort of he's coming from like a science research perspective, like background. So he might be at least in the right mindset, the right background to kind of lead a serious investigation.
I think so. I'll just say generally, the office has been receptive to AI reaching out or to collaborate, which has been a positive sign. Also, pass the same kudos to Dr. Spergel and NASA's effort as well. I see these organizations that are standing up. I do see them as good faith efforts that are coming about through a lot of difficulty and negotiation, most likely, right? And I see these as a small door opening that we can take advantage of and lead to a much more productive relationship between these organizations.
How do you put pressure on this kind of thing? Does it come from civilian leadership? Does it come from sort of Congress and presidents? Does it come from the public? Does the public have any power to put pressure on this? Or is the giant wall of bureaucracy going to protect it in public pressure? What do you think?
I think we've been in that latter state for a while, but society seems to be a bit different nowadays. We have the ability to communicate, to move, and to form relationships in a way that haven't been able to be present in the past. We've been able to do research, for better or worse, on our own, in a way that hasn't been able to happen before. And so I sense that people are a bit less willing to kind of have the bottom line statement from those in power as they used to be back when they didn't have access to those tools. And so I do think there is a massive role for the general society, the general populace to play to show that they are interested in this. Because it's not that I don't think politicians or the leaders in the Pentagon, not that they don't like this topic necessarily, or think it's toxic per se, but they exist in a culture where this has to be talked, and they don't feel comfortable talking about it. And these are people that have spent their entire careers, working towards a goal of getting a very high position in government. And so this is very against their nature to take a stance on a topic like this. And so the fact that these are standing up, even if they do have a small budget or if they struggle with it at first, I still think it's a massive change, and it's a big step away from that stigma that has been pervading this topic for so long.
And you're actually part of alleviating the stigma for somebody that's as credible, as intelligent, as like very good background, able to speak about these things. It's a big risk that you took, but it's extremely valuable. It's alleviating the stigma.
Thank you for saying that, but I didn't feel like much of a risk for me. I didn't come out about aliens, right? Or whatever. I had a safety problem that I started asking questions. And, I went down a road as a Navy-trained aviation safety officer. I sat in school for 6 weeks in Pensacola to be a safety officer. We're always hitting these objects, and it's not something that happened in the past and we want to understand it. It's happening right now. These occurrences are still happening. Aviators are flying right now, are still flying by these things. And in fact, I mentioned I was an instructor pilot. I had a student call me about 8 months ago or so. And he said, "Hey, sir, I made it to the fleet finally. I trained him how to fly, and then he goes to F-18. He goes another year of training, and then gets out to his squadron on the East Coast, and he's flying with the senior member of the base in the SOG and the fighters fly at Team 05 or 06. And it was kind of a bad weather day, and so they said, hey, weather's not good enough for us to get this dogfighting set. We'll go up and do a UAP hunt, see if we can find anything to take a look at, I don't know if it was in jest or not, but, I actually would say it was not in jest, because there were notices that were being briefed about this being a safety hazard at this point. So now that I think about it, it's like it wasn't jest. Long story short, they went flying. The weather was too bad. They did go in, and they physically saw him, and he called me up, like, hey, sir, I saw you here, and still out here, years later. And so it's almost like a generational issue, for these fighter pilots, at least on this coast.
But it's great that they can talk about it. Right?
Exactly. They feel at least comfortable. They have a reporting mechanism, and so that was one of the problems that I noticed, that we have a lot of reporting mechanisms to take care of safety issues and even tactical issues when the time's right in order to keep track of what's going on. But there's no way to communicate this. Sure, we can submit a hazard report, but nothing's actually being investigated. And if this is a tactical vulnerability or something more, it deserves a fix.
If I could ask your sort of take your opinion on the different UFO sightings that the DoD has released videos on. So, what do you think about the Tic Tac UFO that David Fravor and others have cited?
That's a, truly anomalous experience. I can't do like mental models in my head to find potential solutions to discredit that, right? Like, as much as I try, right, just as a logical process, as a practice, I can't take it apart and the way that we were just talking about when we built like thousands of drones being like sent up the virtual humans, right? I can't really bring myself to a clever solution that, other than just saying the power of the line or there, and I believe, I know Dave Framer, just one friend, we talked about it. I have zero reason to believe it.
Yeah, I agree with you. But in terms of the actual UFO, is there something anomalous and interesting to you about that particular case? Maybe one interesting aspect there is how much do I understand about the water, surface, and underwater aspects of these UFOs? It seems like a lot of the discussion is about the movement of this particular thing that seems to be weird, anomalous, seems to defy physics. But what about stuff that's happening underwater? That seems to be interesting. If I had advanced technology, I would certainly like to operate in part underwater because you can hide a lot of stuff.
You think it would be somewhat as you're traveling through your space, right? I wish I had a great answer for that, but as an aviator, that's a kind of a black box for us. We don't have great what I would call properly tracking. Like, I can't see something go underwater and then follow up underwater. So it's literally not underwater. I do that for somebody else. Yeah, and I use that terminology because it's kind of important, right? Cross-domain tracking is something that we haven't had to necessarily worry about, right? Because airplanes operated in the air, and submarines operated underwater, and space planes operate in space, right? But there's going to be, that's going to blur, I think, as we move along here, especially in the air and space regime. And being able to transition my radar contact at 40,000 feet to another radar system that can track it up to 200,000 feet, that might be a value. And so we seem to miss.
So what about the go fast and the gimbal videos that you mentioned earlier? What's interesting there to you?
So the gimbal, I'll talk about that one first. I was airborne for that one. The person that recorded it is a good friend of mine. Both got through it, we both know, but the original itself, very close friends. We went through a lot of training together. We went to the same police squadron. He ended up transitioning to be a pilot, and they came to where I was instructing, so I got to instruct him a bit on his transition. The way that was we went out on a air-to-air training mission, so simulating an air fight against our own guys. They're acting like the bad guys. And we're going to go head-to-head with each other. And when we fly on this mission, we all fly out more or less. We set up, and then we kind of try to fight as we either run out of gas or something happens. So people usually go back to onesies and twosies. And so the aircrew that recorded the gimbal, they were going back to the boat, and we were on what's called the workup training event. And so this is like a month on the boat where we're essentially conducting wartime operations, more or less, to stress ourselves out to do the last training block before we go on the flight. So it's pretty much there. They actually do send aircraft from land bases to kind of try to penetrate, and we're expected to go intercept them. So we're kind of practicing. And so we saw these objects on the radar, the gimbal, and a fleet of other aircraft vehicles. And they initially thought it was part of the training exercise, that they were sending something in to try to penetrate the airspace. And so they flew over to it, and as as they got close enough to get on the FLIR, I think everyone just heard the reaction, and they realized that it wasn't something they were expecting to see. Can you actually describe what's in the video and the reaction is that? Yeah, watch it. So what you see on the FLIR footage is a black or white thing when you look at it, object that's somewhat shaped like a gift. It appears almost as if someone put two plates together, and then there seems to be almost like a small funnel of higher energy at the top of the bottom of those plates, in a sense. So almost as if, there's a stick going in between two plates, but not that pronounced, right? So there's an energy field that kind of like a little funnel on the top and the bottom. At least that's how it's being portrayed on the field. There's a lot of conversation about that being really things of that nature, but it was actually a very tight IR image. It just was nondescript shaped, which was interesting. Typically, we would see the skin of the aircraft, see the flames coming out of the exhaust, especially at the wings.
But there was no flames. There's no exhaust here.
There was no exhaust. There was no, there was no outbacking propellant in any manner. Right? It was just an object that had nothing emitting from it that was stationary in the sky. Well, not stationary, but it was moving along a path, right, falling out of the sky. And it continued along. If we were to consider it from a God's eye view, it continued along in a path, and from the perspective of that top-down view, it just went. So no instantaneous direction. You also get them, very excitedly talking on the tapes about whatever the heck this thing is, and look at the SA. There's a whole formation, and so the SA is a situational awareness page. And again, it's a large display that gives a God's eye view of all the greater context.
So the video is actually showing just one, and they're speaking about many.
And what they essentially saw was, if we were to sort of the object mode, so it kind of offset to the norm of the object. There was a formation of 6 of these objects in a rough wedge formation, so kind of side by side like this. And again, not in a like autopilot type manner, but very stiff. It was very kind of non-mechanical to flight again. And these objects were in that formation, and they were going along, and then they turned pretty sharply, but they still had a radius of turn, and then went back in the opposite direction. And during that turn, they were kind of like all over the place. Like, it wasn't tight. They weren't even like super out. They weren't flying in the way I would expect them to be flying in relation to a flight lead. They were flying they were flying close to each other, but not too much, which was kind of strange, right? And then when they rolled out, they kind of tightened back up. So when they started to turn, and then energy decreased out, essentially they started going in the opposite direction and kind of got back in the formation. While that was happening, the gimbal object was proceeding to left and right, and as those the formation kind of turned up to the north and was just passing back it, the gimbal just kind of went back in the opposite direction. So to follow it back in the direction. And in the FLIR itself, you see the object change its orientation quite a bit. So you see it more or less level indicated about 45 degrees, and then you see it kind of moving around like this, almost as if it is a gimbal. I've come to learn after some, having some research online, and people really into this, that it seemed that the object actually climbed during that maneuver. So the reason it looked like it turned immediately is because it turned vertically fast like that, which is pretty interesting. That's kind of like another example of the flight mechanics that we don't normally operate, because we don't change our directions by maneuvering in the vertical if we can help it. You're just killing the fuel, And so if you're like surveillance platform looking to spend as much time around something, you're not going to climb 500 feet every time you make a turn,
unless you're. Okay, so is that one of the more impressive flight mechanics you've seen in video forms, not the direct eyesight reports, but like in terms of video evidence that we have?
I think so. We were seeing a lot, but we weren't just going out and reporting all day. We were just kind of putting in that safety bucket. Like, all right, there's objects over here, we're just not putting it, And so we weren't putting our sensors on that much. We were gathering a little bit secondarily, but we weren't primarily focusing on it and see all the details. So
it's so fascinating because you have a busy day, you have a lot to do. All right, well, there's some weird stuff going on there. We're just not going to go there. And that says something about human human nature, but the way that bureaucracies function, the way the military function. It fills up your day with busy, important things, and you don't get to. I mean, that is something in a sort of absurd way to worry about, which is like we fill our days with so much busyness, and when truly beautiful things happen, wherever they are, truly anomalous things, we just won't pay attention because they don't fit our busy schedule.